Chapter 53, Topic. Chapter 53, Topic. TLN, this is a sponsored chapter. Thank you for the donation, John. Please turn off the ad blockers if you are able to. Thanks and enjoy. Jukjeon Station's third exit. Doesn't this mean it's safe if the barrier is gone? We received an official request to come help here. The Allendale Guild members have the right to pass through. Please let us in. But. Young Mikan pushed past the flustered soldier, and he walked forward by force. Sunggu and Heyman used this opportunity to jump after Minchan, and Woo Sunhun also followed after them. Get out of my way. Lee Sanggo ordered the soldiers in anger, and they unconsciously stepped back. Jaiwon also used this opportunity to head past the first line. Tears were streaming down Jaiwon's face. Her eyes picked up Woojin figure. Blood was staining various parts of his body. Moreover, there was a deep sword wound on his face. Jaiwon ran forward as tears fell down her face. President. Calm Woojin blinked his eyes when he saw young Minchan, Hong Sunggu, Kim Haman and Woo Songhun run towards him. When did you guys get here? We came here as soon as we saw the news. Is that so? I dropped my handphone somewhere around here. Help me look for it. Currently, the whole nation was in a state of unrest because of President Yet. Before the slack-jawed group could respond, Jaiwon ran forward to hug Woojin. Woojin was pushed back a step when she jumped into him. Who hook? Woojin. Jaiwon? Who I worried so much about you. Jaiwon looked up at him with face covered in tears, and she had a runny nose. Woojin grinned. The medicine absorbed well into her. You've gotten pretty. Who okay. She was shedding tears uncontrollably. Yes, she became prettier. She won thankful. She was so thankful that she couldn't hold herself back. She had been shocked when he entered the 6-star dungeon. Her heart became nervous when she thought about what could go wrong. She would be able to thank him, and she wouldn't be able to give him an answer. What happened to your face? Who hook? You idiot. Why did you get hurt like this? Jaiwon caressed Woojin's face. If she touched it like that, the medicine will come off. It was going to disappear tomorrow. Who hook? What are you going to do being hurt like this? Jaiwon cried in sorrow. She had regained her face. However, Woojin's face. No. It didn't matter to her. Even if Woojin became a monster, she wouldn't care. She was just thankful he came back alive. When she received the ring as present, Jaiwon had chosen her answer. She was infinitely lacking compared to Woojin, but if he was okay with her. Jaiwon grabbed Woojin around the neck, then she stole his lips. Oof. Woojin's eyes turned round from surprise. Why was she acting this way? What? Who okay? This is my answer. He had never asked her a question, so what answer? When Woojin became confused, Jaiwon pushed her finger forward. You gave me a ring. I also like you. Woojin didn't know what was going on, so he started to look around his surrounding. He caught sight of Woo Songhun standing next to young Minchan with both his thumbs in the air. It was that bastard. It was that bastard again. Weak. President is so cool. He said it in a low voice, but everyone could hear him. That guy was so tactless. What should he do about that whistling bastard? Jaiwon was holding Woojin tightly. He pushed her away with a thumb on her forehead. I guess you aren't afraid of anything. Who are you pushing your mouth towards to? A ghost is going to latch on to you. Get off me. What? Jaiwon was about to give a sullen answer when she realized where she was. She quickly separated from him. Woojin was someone the entire population of Korea was paying attention to. He was a famous person. I was thoughtless. Even at that moment, the cameras of the reporters were tirelessly recording this scene. She hadn't been able to control her emotions, and her eyes didn't see anything except Woojin. Now that she came to her senses, she really regretted her action. Did she cause more harm than good? Jaiwon was thinking to herself, when Lee Sanggo grabbed Woojin's shoulder. Hey! Woojin wordlessly turned his head around to look behind him. Lee Sanggo's angry face came into view. Why isn't my Dongseung coming out? Dongseung? He was the appa of the noisy woman who had followed after him? Whether it is the appa or the Dongseung, it seems both of you have a bad habit of rudely touching others' body without consent. Woojin glared at Lee Sanggo. Lee Sanggo flinched as he took his hand off of Woojin and he took a step back. Shit. What kind of eyes is that? Swear words were about to automatically come out of his mouth, but there were too many people watching them. What happened to my dancing? Maybe. She's dead. How can this be? Her corpse? Why didn't you bring out her corpse? Isn't it reasonable to treat the dead with respect? One had to treat a teammate, who had cleared the dungeon with one, with respect. Obviously, this was a rule that had to be kept. If he hadn't fared well in there, then his actions could be excused. However, Woojin had come out after clearing the dungeon. The corpse. Woojin looked around his surrounding. His guild family, soldiers, reporters, Lee Sanggo and the Warang's family were all here. Well, this place isn't Alphen. He didn't need to make a big deal out of this. She was a brave woman. She attacked an enemy she shouldn't have provoked. She died bravely. Who did it? Which monster killed my dancing? A monster. Immortal. Immortal. Woojin patted the shoulder of Lee Sanggo, who was quietly repeating the word like a mantra. Woojin headed back towards his guild family. Did you find my phone? The army should be holding it for you. Woojin and the Allendale guild members headed towards the command center located within the hotel. Lee Sanggo's clenched fists shook. Please calm down. There are a lot of people watching us. Gather the reporters. What? Motherfucker. Do you think I'll stay put sucking my thumb? The dungeon break didn't happen. Li Yunhui was dead. Worst. This was the worst of the worst-case scenario. Lee Sanggo calculated inside his head. His gaze headed towards the disappearing Woojin. That mother F. Now that he thought about it ever since that bastard appeared, it felt like Woojin was always blocking his path. He stole a 5-star dungeon not too long ago, and now he stole the 6-star dungeon. Lee Sanggo was barely able to hold back his anger. He got in the car to avoid the eyes of other people. Ding-dong. Ding-dong. Lee Sanggo saw the name that accompanied the ringtone, and his stress level shot up a notch. He had to pick up the call from this number. Who? Fuck. Accompanying a cuss words, he pressed the answer button on his handphone. Yes, Chairman. Yes. I will take those steps. Yes. I'll minimize the damage as much. After a while, Lee Sanggo ended his phone call, and he tried to calm his insides, which was seething with anger. Hoo! That fucker Kam Woojin. The crazy roused had come out of nowhere. Rank A? That rank might be a joke now. The media was already labeling him as a rank AA roused. Yunhui probably helped him. However, 2 people had cleared a 6-star dungeon. He probably thinks he made it out well by himself? Lee Sanggo chewed on his lips. Even if Woojin was some outstanding high-ranked roused, he didn't care. The society was organic and everything was intricately intertwined. Kim Gangchul was the number 1 ranked roused in Korea, but Lee Sanggo wasn't afraid of him. Kim Gangchul was powerless. If one insisted on being principled when everyone was bending the rules, then it was the end of that person. On the other hand, Lee Sanggo was influential. Warang was one of the 3 great guilds of Korea. He had personal connections with politicians and people from the financial world. His Dongxing Yunhui hadn't liked it, but Warang was able to grow so large because he learned how to get on in the world. Moreover, the connections with these people had a large role in the growth. He hadn't been wrong. I can't stand it when someone steals something from me. Woojin dared to get in the way of his ambition? Lee Sanggo's eyes narrowed. Life is a battlefield. Jot mana. TLN, he quoted a 2009 Korean meme. He'll teach Woojin a stern lesson. Star. I just cleared 1 dungeon, so why do I have to do an interview? Then I'll decline the interview. I'll send out a press release to the media with the information you have given me. You do that. What are you going to do about finding the artifacts? I guess I'll return home after I find them all. I'll make it so that you will be able to use this hotel for a month. Director Hong and Heyman will stay to help. I guess 1 porter and an errand boy is enough. Sunggu and Heyman puffed out their cheeks. Oh yeah. What did my mother say? Woojin had been secretly worried about his mother. Every time he went into the dungeon, he was always put on TV. Well, Please listen to my words without being too shocked, President. What? What happened? It was news about his family, so Woojin was nervous. At Woojin's query, young Minchin spoke with a straight face. She doesn't know about it yet. What? I contacted her, and she hasn't watched the TV yet. So she doesn't know about this. Woojin's forehead furrowed. He guessed it would be better than her finding out and being worried about him. Still, somehow it gave him an odd feeling. She said she couldn't reach President by phone. I took the liberty to tell her that you had left your handphone in your office, and you were away on a business trip. Are you okay with that? Ha ha. Of course. So, I'm guessing this incident hasn't come up continuously on the news? After the breaking news came out, the news channels have been showing this location on a live feed. This is the first time a two-man team attempted a 6-star dungeon, so even the foreign presses are treating this incident as newsworthy. It still felt odd. What was my mother doing? The moving date was approaching, so she was going around shopping for furniture. His mother must be really excited. She didn't have any time to watch TV. Maybe this was for the best. He didn't want his family to worry about useless things. If I head back after picking up all the artifacts, then wouldn't it be past the moving date? Mr. Sunghoon and I will take care of it. President should just focus on clearing the dungeon. Okay. No. This is naturally the job of the support division. Then we'll leave you to it. Young Minchin got up. Kim Haemin and Woo Sung-hoon also got up. Please carry on with your conversation. Kim Haemin was pushing in his chair when he grabbed Hong Sung-goo's arm. He was sitting there being tactless. Director Hong. We still haven't finished the conversation from earlier. Yes? What conversation? Kim Haemin's eyes kept moving, trying to give Sung-gu a hint. However, Sung-gu obliviously looked back at him while he drank his cafe mocha. Ha ha ha. Let's go first. Let's go talk over there. What? Sung-gu still hadn't picked up what Kim Haemin was trying to imply. He eventually just took Sung-gu away from the table. Woojin and Jaewon was the only one left. Jaewon's cheeks turned red for no reason at all. What happened to your work? How were you able to come here? That is. She had come here without any plan. This was the first time she had been absent without notice during the past 4 years she worked at the company. No. She had to miss work yesterday because of Woojin. So was this her second time doing this? She would have never done such a thing before she had met Woojin. Woojin grinned as he looked at Jaewon. You are more hopeless than you look. He was probably more hopeless than her. You like me? The ring you gave. I thought about it for a long time in my heart. That was the result of Woo Sung-hoon overdoing it. Still, that wasn't important right now. This woman is asking for big trouble. You like to live dangerously liking a guy like me. Jaewon wordlessly lowered her gaze. Her eyes immediately welled up, and tears started to drip down. So that's how it was. Woojin considered her a burden. Woojin was too important for a mere factory worker to covet him. Woojin looked at Jaewon, who was crying wordlessly. Her soul was clean without a speck on her soul. It was a pure soul. How much would the evil spirits like her? How much will they torment and wound her? He should keep her far away and protect her, but Woojin's heart was. Woojin grabbed Jaewon's chin, and he forcefully lifted her gaze. Do you like ghosts? If you aren't afraid of them, then give it a try. The confused Jaewon stopped her tears when Woojin laughed. I'll let you live a spooktacular life. TLN, if the readers want it, I listen. Smiley face. This scene was being photographed from afar with a telephoto lens. The person looked too dubious to be called a reporter. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 54, Topic 2. Chapter 54, Topic 2. TLN, this is a sponsored chapter. Thank you Anonymous for the donation. Also I changed the spectacular to spooktacular in the last chapter. Please turn off the ad blockers if you are able to. Thank you and enjoy. Mido High School. There weren't much time left until the CSAT, so the hallway in front of the third-year classes were much quieter than usual. Lee Seulgi was approaching Do Jaemin from the opposite side of the hallway. His face automatically wore a nervous expression. Hey, Seulgi. Hello? Yeah. Hello, Jaemin. Seulgi laughed gaily when Jaemin awkwardly waved his hand. When Jaemin walked past her, it felt as if a heavy boulder fell on top of his heart. No. It felt as if his heart was in a freefall. Ah, Dojiman. You idiot. Even if he kicked himself, it was already too late. After that day, he felt an indescribable sense of distance from her. She was much prettier than before. She laughed more frequently, but he felt something was missing. He was so out of it that he wasn't able to focus on his studies, and he feebly passed the time. Before Jaemin's tutoring school class started, he opened his hand phone. As a habit, he opened his internet browser, then he shook his head when he read the posted articles. I would have never guessed this Hyung was such an amazing person. He had looked like a homeless bum, but now it felt like he was some rich heir. An unprecedented event. Two-person party clearing 6-star dungeon. Hwarang Guild's Vice President Lee Yunhui's mysterious death. Kong Woojin There was an accident? Jaemin searched for more articles, and it seemed the internet was in an uproar since the dawn of yesterday. Before the break could happen, Woojin and Lee Yunhui entered the dungeon, and they had cleared it. Moreover, Lee Yunhui had died in the process. Hull. It was big news that the two of them cleared the 6-star dungeon to stop the break, but the more shocking news was the death of the famous roused Lee Yunhui. Kong Woojin's woman? Interest. What? Jaemin was surprised when he clicked open the article. What? He had a girlfriend? Ooh wah. She is so pretty. The photo of Kong Woojin kissing a woman was posted. His face had been injured during the dungeon raid. The #1 real-time search topic was Kong Woojin's girlfriend. As he looked through numerous pictures, Jaemin couldn't help but shake his head. Ooh wah. She's really pretty. She looked very familiar, but amongst all the women he had seen before, she was the most beautiful woman he had seen. In the picture, her eyes were filled with tears, and it reinforced his opinion of her. Okay. Let's start the lesson. When the teacher of the tutoring class showed up, Jaemin put his hand phone away, then he focused on the lecture. When his lecture ended, Jaemin happily answered the incoming phone call. Nuna. Are you heading home? Yeah. I'm also heading towards home. Nuna quit her work. I'll talk to you when I get there. I'm almost there, so wait for me at home. Do. When his Nuna ended the call after saying what she had to say, Jaemin had a confused look on his face. Jaemin arrived at home. He threw his backpack down, then he laid down on his bed. He had a hard time studying on days like today. He could only think about Seulgi. For a long time, he stared blankly at nothing. Then Jaemin heard the door click open. Nuna is here? Why did you suddenly quit your job? Jaemin froze as he was getting up when he saw his Nuna. Jaiwan laughed at Jaemin's reaction. Even she had been shocked, so how much more surprised would Jaemin be? Jaemin's two eyes blinked. Who do you think it is? It's me. Jaemin remembered seeing the woman in front of him. When that thought suddenly came to him, he was surprised. Woojin Hyun's girlfriend? Do you want me to hit you? Don't you know your Nuna's face? Okay. Nuna? Jaemin was surprised. After the accident, she had almost always covered up her face. Come to think of it, it was his Nuna. She looked the same as her previous beautiful self. Nuna. Who okay? Jaemin. The siblings hugged each other, and they cried for a while. Suddenly, Jaemin wiped his tears, then he looked at his Nuna. Where is Woojin Hyung? He's still at Daegu. Did Hyung make you all better? Jaiwan nodded her head. Who hook? He asked to date you in exchange? That is. Uaung. He was deeply moved by the fact that his Nuna's face had turned back to normal, but he couldn't help feel something had been stolen from him. This caused Jaemin to cry for a while. TLN, degree? Degree, Siscon. Star. Daegu Jukjeon Station's neighboring hotel. Woo Sung-hoon immediately drove Jaiwan back to Seoul. Young Minchin had to negotiate how the ownership equities of the dungeon will be divided between the army and the Hwarang Guild. He had to delay his return to Seoul. The negotiation dragged on, so Woojin took a long break inside the hotel. Why is my ears burning? Maybe someone is talking behind Hyung Nim's back? Woojin grinned at Sunggu's words. My ears wouldn't hurt just from a mere insult being spoken behind my back. Maybe someone is casting a curse on me. Let's go run the dungeon again. Right now? The negotiations hasn't been finalized yet. Can't we just give them some bloodstones after we clear the dungeon, He didn't really care about the ownership equities. He didn't need to excavate for minor things like the bloodstones. However, he had to maximize his supply of achievement points and EXP. His leveling was slowing down, but he was well on his way to becoming level 60 soon. His familiars leveling up was as important as Woojin leveling up. Still, the process is much faster than Alphen. It wouldn't take long as when he was on Alphen. However, he had a hard time relaxing, since he didn't know when Tronet's large-scale invasion will happen. The monsters hadn't run wild on Alphen unlike the ones in the dungeons. Eventually the dungeons will erupt. The real confusion will start from that moment on. Woojin wasn't in a hurry, but he wasn't relaxed either. He was silently getting ready. I'll have to go out and talk to Heyman. Get ready, so we can go to the dungeon. I'll just tell Director Young to negotiate an adequate distribution of ownership. I'm willing to share the money, He would share the money, but he won't share his EXP. Yes, sir. Woojin stepped outside, and Sunggo got ready to reattempt the dungeon. Woojin used his now overflowing points to buy the bags that would increase his inventory. Then he used the stored reinforcement stones to increase his stat points. Soon, Heyman came looking for Woojin. President. It seems you will have to go there yourself. I thought I left everything in Minchin's hands. He didn't want to go through a boring negotiation with those dirty bastards. This was why he employed Minchan and Heyman. They would take care of the annoying works. The negotiations are almost finished. The Ministry of National Defense wants a 20% share, Warang wants 30%, and our portion is 50%. The army is taking an awfully large portion. Well, just think of it as the price for being exempted from the military service. Anyways, they had participated in this operation at the request of the Ministry of National Defense. Also, the Warang Guild also wants to participate in excavating the artifacts. It seems they want to form a joint party with Allendale. Since President wants to solo the dungeon, Director Young is renegotiating the terms. Roughly speaking, every time we use the dungeon twice, then the Warang Guild will use it once. Woojin spoke as he stroked his chin. I want you to change it to time instead of attempts. We will use it for 2 days, then those bastards could use it for 1 day. The 6-star dungeon had been cleared, and the information had just been released. In terms of real time, it would take around 12 hours to clear it. 2 days' time would flow within the dungeon. Allendale will be able to clear it 4 times and Warang will clear it twice. In any case, it will be a 2-to-1 ratio, so he'll earn EXP like crazy in the allotted time. If Woojin picked up his speed, he would be able to complete more than 4 runs in 2 days. He could probably double the run. He didn't know when he'll be able to take over a 6-star dungeon again, so he decided to power level here. Go tell Minchan to negotiate for those terms. Yes. Understood. However, this isn't about the negotiations. You have to go to a press conference. Woojin's eyebrows twitched. Press conference? Star. There were several dozen cameras, and even more reporters present. Woojin entered into the hotel hall filled with people. Young Minchin was already sitting with a dark expression on his face. Warang's representative Lee Sanggo and several other people were also in their seats. Woojin sat next to young Minchin. I'm sorry. I couldn't stop the interview. If anyone asks difficult questions, then please don't answer it. Woojin barely paid attention to Minchin's words as he looked around his surrounding. He saw Lee Sanggo flash him a smile, and he pretty much knew Lee Sanggo was planning something. So does this mean he is probably up to something? Woojin sat still as he observed. Did the Warang and Allendale discuss beforehand about clearing the dungeon? Did you discuss it before the break happened? Did you make any agreements for this unreasonable dungeon raid? Did President Lee Sanggo give any other directions? I didn't give her any other orders. Vice President Lee Yunhui was entrusted to be in charge of the site. I told her to assist Mr. Kong Woojin, who was in the spotlight these days, to the best of her ability. As if it had been rehearsed, Lee Sanggo quickly gave an answer to the reporter's question. Then is it safe to assume that Vice President Lee Yunhui entered the dungeon to save Alandel's President Kong Woojin? Is it highly probable? About that. I still can't believe my Donsing wasn't able to make it back. Lee Sanggo put on a tortured expression, then he covered his face with his hands. Every reporter's gaze headed towards Kang Woojin when they saw this. This question is for Mr. Kang Woojin. Did you consult with Ms. Lee Yunhui before you decided to enter the dungeon? When Woojin sat there without saying anything, the reporters kept asking more questions. During the dungeon raid, how was your teamwork with Ms. Lee Yunhui? Please give us a detailed account on how she died. How did she die? Was Immortal the final monster? Did Mr. Kang Woojin make every effort to save her? Woojin kept silent as they continuously asked him questions. The one who answered was young Minchin. You all are asking too much questions. It has only been several hours since our president finished clearing the dungeon. At young Minchin's answer, one reporter immediately gave a rebuttal. I just found this out a moment ago. Didn't he request to go into the dungeon again? That's right. If he is well enough to get ready to attempt the dungeon again, then it seems he wasn't too traumatized by this event. Is he trying to avoid answering questions? Maybe there was some friction with Ms. Lee Yunhui inside the dungeon? Lee Sanggo grinned behind the hands covering his face. Yes. Keep pushing him. The roused are public figures. Kang Woojin wasn't a rank A. He might be a rank AA, and this fact was being spread across Korea, and it was also starting to become known to the world. Everything will be leaked to the media, so they will take notice of every single move made by him. The whole world will be focused on him, and Lee Sanggo wanted Kang Woojin to live a weary life. He probably can't even imagine how hard it was to live with that much attention on him. I bet this bastard never received this level of scrutiny. He wanted Woojin's temper to be the gateway to his downfall. Since the whole world would be interested in one, the media will tear Woojin apart at the slightest mistake he made. It will lead to his downfall. This wasn't about his roused ability. His mental fortitude was an entirely different problem. Mr. Kang Woojin. The people of this nation has the right to know. Please end your silence and answer the questions. At Woojin's silence, young Minchin's face hardened. The atmosphere was being steered towards a weird place as if they were in some hearing. If he had known the press conference would turn out like this, he would have done everything to prevent it. Lee Sanggo had gained the upper hand in the negotiations, and he had to concede to the request of having a press conference. He had guessed Lee Sanggo was angry from losing his dongsing, but of course, his president wasn't at fault, but would the person who half lost a family member feel the same way? He would probably assign blame to anyone he could see. He probably wanted to vent his anger. He is pointlessly blaming our president. Even though young Minchin understood Lee Sanggo's sadness, he still felt it was a little bit unfair. The press conference was being broadcast live, so he couldn't question Lee Sanggo now. Mr. Kang Woojin. Please answer. At the reporters clamoring, Woojin raised his hand as if to say stop. Woojin leaned back in his seat, then he arrogantly looked around at the reporters. What do you guys want from me? The public has the right to know. We are. Stop talking nonsense. Woojin stood up from his seat. He walked past young Minchin, then he headed towards Lee Sanggo. Lee Sanggo looked up with his grief-stricken face still on his face. Kang Woojin proceeded to kick Lee Sanggo's shoulder. Kwadong. Ha! Lee Sanggo fell over in his chair. He was too dumbfounded at what had just happened. What are you doing? Bullshit. Woojin grinned. When Lee Sanggo tried to get up, Woojin kicked him again on the chest. Kwadatong. Ha! Are you crazy? This is a live broadcast. So what? When Lee Sanggo stood up, Woojin grabbed him around the back of his neck. Woojin brought Lee Sanggo close to look him in the eyes. Kang Woojin's indifferent eyes seemed to see through him. Lee Sanggo's eyes automatically looked down. If you want to spread bullshit, then you do it yourself. Don't be a little bitch working from behind. Hoo. You are making a mistake. This is being broadcasted live to the entire country. Lee Sanggo laughed even though the back of his neck was being held. He knew this guy wouldn't be able to overcome his temper, but he never expected it to happen this fast. This is the end. So what? A live broadcast to the entire country? Did 50 million people make up the population of Korea? What was the population of Alphen? 1 billion? 2 billion? He had killed so much that he wasn't sure what the exact number was. The entire planet basically watched his every move. No. Even if 6 billion eyes of whole world followed him around, did he think Woojin's actions would change? Do you like being hit on live broadcast? What? Kang Woojin's hand slapped Lee Sanggo's cheek. Zuuk. The surprised cameraman continued to film with a dumbfounded expression on his face. The reporters lost the words they were about to speak, then they just swallowed their saliva. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 55, Topic 3. Chapter 55, Topic 3. TLN, this is a sponsored chapter. Thank you that guy who's epic and John for the donation. Q is cleared. I tried hard to get this out. I edited it, but there might be mistakes since I'm tired. If you see any awkward phrases/mistakes, please point it out. I'll get to it tomorrow. Please turn off the ad blockers if you are able to. Thank you and enjoy. I'm tired. He had driven back from Daegu. He also had to drive do Jaiwan to Sadong, and it had tired him out. Moreover, he had been really nervous about the passenger next to him. She was none other than Kang Woojin's woman. Even Woo Sung-hoon, who had a lot of experience dealing with pretty women, had never seen such a beautiful woman. He was in a constant state of nervousness as he shared the same space within the car. Woo Sung-hoon massaged his sore shoulders. He took a shower, then he opened a can of beer as he sat on his sofa. Is there anything fun on TV? As he was flipping through the TV channel, he stopped when he saw the press conference held by Allendale and the Warang Guild. Since it was his guild, it caught his eyes. They are trying to bite him like dogs. Sung-hoon saw the reporters ask a torrent of questions, and Woojin looked at the reporters indifferently. It made him feel a weird sense of incongruity. His temper is really dirty, Even kings were cussed at when they weren't present. Sung-hoon knew better than anyone that Woojin had a really bad temper. He had set up the events to be considerate of Woojin. Woojin hadn't even thanked him. Instead, Sung-hoon was given punishments. At this rate, isn't he going to flip out? He was worried, but Sung-hoon doubted Woojin would act that way in front of the camera. He had a bad temper, but he couldn't be that ignorant. Sung-hoon was drinking a single gulp of his beer when Woojin stood up from his seat inside the screen. He became nervous in spite of himself. He's going to make an accident. He's like a crazy wild horse. When he saw Woojin's expression, he knew Woojin was in a really bad mood. Sung-hoon was an experienced salesman with 8 years of experience, so he was quick to pick up such tells. With just one glance, he could understand what the other person was thinking. Sure enough, Woojin kicked the president of the Warang, who had been tormented by grief. Wah! Fucking awesome! Before he knew it, Woo Sung-hoon yelled. He knew his president was a crazy bastard, but he didn't realize the president would show his crazy side to the public. Wah! Fuck! It's like the time when I was almost beaten. His chest turned cold even when he thought about it right now. He had sold a mere galaxy to such a person. His cheeks still throbbed when he thought about that incident. Sweat ran down his back as he saw Woojin kick Lee Sung-go, who was trying to get up, again. It automatically made Sung-hoon feel some empathy towards Lee Sung-go. Wah! 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 He was too surprised and shocked. He couldn't think of anything to say. Wah! A human can act like that. A person can live without not giving a fuck about what other people think. He was someone who lived by his temper. Weak, zwak. The camera audio picked up the sound. Sung-hoon's body flinched when he heard the graphic slapping sound. He couldn't look away from the TV. Will Woojin make a bigger accident? Maybe this is already a big accident? Korea's 3-grade guild. He was the guild master of Warang. The Warang Guild's president was being held by the back of his neck, and he was being slapped. He was well aware of Woojin's personality, so it probably won't stop at one blow. The wild gazelle meets a female as he attempts to mate. The female gazelle. The TV screen changed into 2 gazelles trying to mate, and a calm older voice accompanied it. Sung-hoon blinked his eyes. What the hell? The urgent news had interrupted a drama, and now the programming changed into an animal documentary. As expected, President. I bet everyone is in an uproar right now. Wouldn't this be a hot issue maker? TLN, trending story. Sung-hoon took out his handphone. When he opened the webpage, it was as expected. The real-time search ranking was dominated by Kang Woojin. Kang Woojin assault. Press conference. Slap of anger. New. Holy maiden. Kang Woojin's woman. New. Holy maiden's miracle. On-air accident. Hair loss medication. What is this? Woo Sung-hoon clicked on the Holy Maiden link. The search result expanded, then he clicked on the first video. BBS station's anchor was speaking, but he was speaking English. Sung-hoon couldn't understand what was being said. Soon the video resolved into a very beautiful blonde woman stepping forward. Ha! It's an elf. An elf. He had thought Do Jaewon was pretty, but this was. It was a beauty that made one doubt if it was real or not. It felt like he was seeing a CG. He felt a sense of dissonance. The more surprising thing was the people in front of her. The elf woman made some kind of prayer towards the person in the wheelchair. Light swirled around the patient in the wheelchair, then the patient suddenly stood up. What the hell? That wasn't the only surprising thing. A man missing an arm stood in front of the elf woman. She prayed once more. The light swirled around the man, and his arm was regenerated. This is crazy. Isn't this fake? There were a lot of opportunists roused out there. They tried to sell medicine that was considered to be miraculous. Even the regeneration salve could regenerate a missing part of a body. However, there weren't any medicine or ability that could fix a congenital deformity. Even if the medicine existed, it was incredibly expensive. They were items one couldn't attain even if one had a lot of money. This woman had the ability to execute a miracle. Geez. The search ranking that was plastered with Kangwon was replaced by the search words like Holy Maiden, Melody BBS, Miraculous Regeneration, and Titan Guild. The Miracle Maker. Holy Maiden Melody. Her appearance in the US shook the whole world. Star. Treatment beyond medical science. The treatment of incurable diseases caused massive waves across the world. Mrs. Hamilton had a congenital deformity that had prevented her from using her legs. The healing of this famous patient was only the beginning. She had healed a man who had lost an arm 20 years ago during a war. She allowed a patient who had never walked before to stand on his 2 feet. The miracles were surprising, and a big crowd gathered at the Titan Guild to wish for a miracle. There were numerous people from various nationality and class gathered there. However, they all weren't able to experience the miracle. It was only for those who believed. It was for those who wanted to become the servants of Arya. While the Holy Maiden Melody from the Church of Arya displayed her miracles, she revealed the existence of the goddess Arya to earth. As the number of believers increased, voluntary offerings started to be given. It's pointless to stop her now. The Titan Guild Master Deacon searched for Melody, so he could meet her. An entire floor of the Titan Guild's headquarters was assigned to Melody and her followers. President. Are you really going to agree to her request? Look over there. ADH's secretary's words, Deacon pointed towards all the people worshipping the goddess Arya. Many people had converted to the Church of Arya. The first step to receiving the Holy Maiden's miracle was to convert. She was only able to exhibit her powers to those who believed in her goddess. She already has followers. It doesn't matter if we like it or not. Our guild has to agree to the request if we want to continue our relationship. The secretary agreed with Deacon's resigned words, so he shut his mouth. We need her precognition ability. He was right. Her foresight allowed the Titan to possess 5 5-star dungeons and 2 6-star dungeons in just 1 week. Moreover, she had requested only one thing. Arya's Holy Knight Order. Isn't there already a lot of volunteers? That is why I am worried, Master. He understood why the secretary was worried. Within the Titan Guild, there was a significant number of roused who had joined in worshipping the goddess Arya. There were those who had been surprised by her miracle, and many of their family had received benefits from her. We have no choice. Since we can't stop it, we have to make the best use of her. Deacon spoke in a sour manner. He felt bitter inside since it felt like his leadership role had been passed on to her. He had no choice but to minimize the damage. He had to look for a way to gain something out of this. Anyways, she was the greatest roused in existence right now. She had the ability of an SS rank. Star. Lee Hyunhui tried to kill me. Don't ask me why I killed her. Ask this bastard who was trying to assassinate me from behind the scenes. Kang Woojin voice thundered towards the reporters, then he left the press conference. The reporters were busy with activity, and Lee Sang-go was lying idle on the floor. No one asked any questions, and no one spoke. Silence. Woojin left after he threw a grenade. After receiving the grenade, Lee Sang-go, who was lying still on the floor, suddenly got up. His face was swollen, and he looked ridiculous. Fuck. His brutish behavior didn't have a limit. He would have never guessed Woojin was this stubborn. President. What do you think happened? What do you think? He probably made that shit up. Lee Sang-go gave an angry reply as he left the press conference room. Shit. There was a limit to how embarrassed he could be. Lee Sang-go asked a question towards the Warang Guild members following him. Ku okay. Tway. He dirted the clean hotel hall by spitting a loogie mixed with blood. The inside of his mouth was numb, and he couldn't feel anything. His vision was fuzzy. It seemed a blood vessel had burst in his eye. Fuck. How many times did he hit me? It was ridiculous. Lee Sang-go had fainted midway. He was a rank B physical type roused, yet he had fainted from being slapped. He hit us 7 times. Son of a bitch. Lee Sang-go let out a string of cuss words. Brute asshole. Crazy bitch. Even if he attributed all the cuss words to Woojin, it wasn't enough. Ready my car. Gather all the lawyers at the headquarters. Yes, President. Lee Sang-go used the back door of the hotel to slip out quietly. Star. You were too harsh. It is a massive incident now. The public sentiments will be up in arms against you. At young Miken's words, Woojin stopped walking. Woojin looked straight at young Minchan. Hey, Minchan. Yes, President. He didn't think of Woojin as someone younger than him. Kong Woojin looked larger than life to young Minchan. Those bastards were trying to corner me. They were trying to paint me as a murderer. But it isn't the truth, right? It's the truth. Young Minchan was so surprised that he could only blink his eyes. Heyman and Sungu had been trailing behind. Even their faces froze. She tried to kill me, so I killed her. I was stronger. Is that going to be a problem? Of course, it'll be a problem. How could it not be? Still, Minchan didn't know how he should answer that question. If someone tried to kill him, wouldn't it be more strange to let the person kill him? Do you know what the schemers who plot in the background fear the most? It is making a big mess out in the open. In public. It'll cause a big problem for that person. He won't be able to easily conspire from behind the scene. Young Minchan was about to give a retort to Kong Woojin's words, but he stopped himself from speaking. What would be the result of this? The narrative would change from why couldn't Kong Woojin prevent Li Yunhui's death? To was Warang really behind the assassination attempt of Kong Woojin? There weren't any evidence. It was something that had happened within the dungeon. He thought Woojin had acted without thinking through the ramification, but it seemed Woojin had made some plans of his own. Young Minchan's face was filled with admiration as he looked at Woojin. Indeed, you are the president. So how are you planning to pick up the pieces? Why would I do that? Kong Woojin shrugged his shoulder. That's your job. He acted without a plan. This asshole of a president. If you think your salary is insufficient, then increase it. It seemed Woojin still had a conscience. I'm going to go to the dungeon, so you pick up the pieces. Let's see Director Young's skills. Let's go Sungu. Yes, Hyung Nim. Woojin was basically doing a hit and run after a major accident. Kim Haman put his hand on the devastated young Minchan's shoulder. An indescribable sense of kinship was formed, and their wet eyes met. Kong Woon and Sungu exited the hotel, but they weren't able to go straight to the dungeon. Wah! It's Kong Woojin. The road in front of the hotel was filled with people. One could see such a large crowd at a fan signing event for a famous celebrity. The reporters who weren't invited to the press conference was busily pressing the shutters to their cameras. What the hell? Why is there so many people gathered here in the middle of the night? When Kong Woojin took a step, the people made way for him. He was such an amazing roused that the people watched from the surrounding as they didn't dare to approach him. Their eyes were filled with a mixture of thankfulness, happiness, and novelty. Thank you. I am very thankful that you protected our house. From this day on, I'll always cheer for you no matter what. Appa. You are so cool. Thank you. I lived in this neighborhood for 70 years. Thank you very much. Thank you. Hook. Thank you. Thank you very much. There were old people, newly married couples, students in uniform, and even stern-faced older men. 6-star dungeon break. The residents had given up on their neighborhood, and they had to evacuate. Now they were all here to express their thanks to Kong Woojin. They hadn't gathered here to see a celebrity. They came to see their benefactor who had protected their home. Kong Woojin grinned. He had been able to level up by monopolizing the EXP to himself. Moreover, he had protected these people's home. Every step Kang Woojin took, the crowd parted to make way for him. Hong Sung-gu, who was following Woojin, was choked up with emotion. His chest automatically puffed out in pride. Ju-shi. Thank you very much. A small child ran out from middle of the crowd, and she pushed out a bouquet of flower towards Woojin. Kang Woojin stopped for a moment, and his eyes met the child's eyes. The child's eyes were laughing. It was a crystal clear smile. Well, this is, ... Kang Woojin received the bouquet of flower. He lifted the child with his other arm as he raised the bouquet of flower into the air. Not too bad. The people cheered at Kang Woojin's action. Wah! Hooray for Kang Woojin! Young Minchin came out when he heard the loud noise made by the people, and he shook his head. Maybe picking up the pieces of this incident might be much easier than he had thought. The Allendale leader might be a Janus. TLN, Roman god Janus, he has two faces. Minchan and Heyman looked on as the Allendale's president headed towards the dungeon while receiving cheers from the crowd. Kang Woojin was a hero who had saved this city. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 56, Director Hong Sung-gu. Chapter 56, Director Hong Sung-gu. TLN, this is the regular chapter for next week. I'm releasing it a day early. I'll try to have Dragon Maken next week. Please turn off the ad blockers if you are able to. Thanks and enjoy. The altar for the goddess Arya was made. Earth's sculpting techniques were amazing, so the sculpture described by Melody was completed within a day. Melody prayed every day in front of the goddess marble statue. Hamilton quietly approached her. She didn't need the wheelchair anymore. If she wanted to go somewhere, her two legs were good enough to get her there. She was a doctor of psychology. She had always believed in the will of a person. However, she had become a fervent believer of the goddess now. Holy Maiden. The guild master is here for a visit. Understood. When she heard Hamilton's polite words, Melody spoke as she got up from her knees. She still borrowed her goddess voice to communicate with others. If a person didn't accept and believe the goddess Arya, one couldn't communicate or receive miracles from Melody. One wouldn't be able to receive her blessing. Melody gently smiled as she looked at Hamilton. In the near future, the goddess blessing will be with you. Oh, good heavens. Thank you very much. Hamilton's body shook. She followed behind Melody with a deeply moved expression on her face. She healed those fallen in despair. The members of the Arya Church couldn't be more proud of being a believer. There were many people who wanted to be saved. When a real god appeared, people gathered like clouds. They wanted to help in forming this power. Melody headed towards the reception room. Melody, the holy maiden of goddess Arya from Alphen, was surprised by the civilization and the items they possessed. She needed time to get used to this place, and she also needed the time to get ready. The Titan Guild was actively supporting her. In return, she shared her holy powers, and she also shared her foresight with them. When Melody arrived at the reception room, Titan Guild Master Dian and his secretary got up from their seats. Please observe good manners towards the holy maiden. After Hamilton spoke, Deacon approached Melody, then he got on one knee. When Melody raised her hand, Deacon kissed the back of her hand. The blonde secretary also did the same gesture. Melody only smiled after this gesture was finished. You were looking for me? Her words were heard by Deacon and the secretary. Whether they were or weren't part of the Arya Church, it was hard not to believe in the existence of the goddess Arya when miracles were performed in front of their eyes. Deacon spoke. Yes. I have to speak to you about the area's Holy Night Order. Have you thought about it? Unlike the haughty way she asked her question, there was an excitement in her voice. There was even a smile forming on her haughty face as she anticipated with much pleasure. I'll help you assemble Holy Night Order, including letting those within the guild volunteer to join it. The goddess will be happy. There weren't even a hint of thankfulness in her words. She said it in a way as if she expected such deeds to be done in the goddess' name. Deacon didn't like that fact. He wasn't part of the Arya Church, yet she was trying to make him into a servant who works for the goddess Arya. He wasn't sure if this was Melody's doing or if it really was the will of the goddess she worshipped. If he was going to concede something, then he expected a compensation in return. Tronet's army will reinvade Welshire/Western Station in 3 days. At her words, Deacon immediately glanced towards his secretary. The secretary left the reception room, then she contacted the Western branch of the Titan Guild. There is something I am curious about, Melody. She stood there with a haughty expression on her face. Hamilton, who was by her side, scolded Deacon. You need to treat the Holy Maiden as if you are dealing with the goddess Arya. Mind your manners. Deacon sighed inside, then he spoke again. I have something I want to ask you, Holy Maiden. Speak. What are you trying to achieve through the Holy Knight Order? It is to protect those who follow Arya. This was already being done by the Titan Guild. Furthermore, wasn't the police of United States also protecting the people? I'm talking about your true purpose. I cannot lie. At her words, Deacon changed his tactic. If she can only speak the truth, then eventually she will answer his question. What are you planning to do after you protect the church? The Titan won't actively assemble the Holy Knight Order unless I know that piece of information. If you tell me, I'll be able to help you more readily. Melody paused when she heard Deacon's words. Her always peaceful expression didn't change, and her silence also didn't last long. I want to protect Earth, then I want to retake my homeland. I will wage a holy war. Your homeland? Alphen. I will save the children of Arya, who are being tormented there. The Holy Church will be sent out to protect Earth. Deacon groaned. Then he grappled over a thought. With the Holy Maiden's foresight, the Titan Guild had been able to sharply increase the number of high-ranked dungeons they possessed. The bloodstones and artifacts that came out of these dungeons increased the power of the Titan Guild. For the Titans, Melody's existence was akin to a goose that laid the gold eggs. It really wouldn't burden the guild to make her a Holy Knight Order. However, Deacon worried the risk that came with the incredible amount of profit. Sweet chocolate can bring on obesity. He worried this sweet profit might bring some risks in the future. The high-ranked Duggians aren't the end. It is only a stepping stone. He had already heard those words from her several times. Their invasion hasn't even started yet. If this wasn't the invasion, then what? Deacon thought maybe he might have to share this sweet fruit with the other guilds, and maybe even with the world. Star. Woojin sat in a plane filled with the wreck of broken golems. By his side, Bibi and Dulcie was leisurely playing around. Sungu's strength and agility was increased by the reinforcement stones, so he was elated. Buhaha, Hyun Nim. I think I've become stronger. Look over here. Sungu's bloodstone extraction was faster than before. Woojin looked at Sungu with a somewhat serious expression on his face. The use of bloodstones was gaining steam. The Roused worked to decrease the dungeon breaks, but the number of breaks were increasing little by little. Tronet's subordinates. Let's say the Earth is still short on mana. The lack of energy won't allow the materialization of these beings. However, they will be coming here someday. Woojin felt that the day wasn't too far off. Tronet's 72 commanders. He called them subordinates, but the commanders were summoners with a lot of monsters underneath their control. Each one of them were dangerous, and there were a lot of them. If all of them showed up on Earth at once, then will he be able to block all of them? It's impossible. On Alphen, it hadn't only been Woojin. There were several other races, and he even had an alliance with the humans. These numerous forces had attacked Tronet at the same time, but all they managed to do was maintain a tenuous balance of power. Wuin's territory, Allendale, was only a small part of the overall picture. If he excluded his undead army, Woojin only had tens of thousands of followers. He was only one part of the counterweight system. Moreover, Woojin didn't have his tens of thousands of his undead army. He had 4 followers, and only Hon Sungu was aroused. Hey, Sungu. Yes, Hyun Nim. Stop excavating the bloodstone, and come over here. Yes, sir. Sungu hurried over. He was drenched in sweat, but he was happy since his stamina and agility had increased. He was feeling the joy of seeing his improvement and development for himself. Did you call me? This guy was innocent and kind. This is why he liked Sungu. What roused rank do the directors normally possess? They are all around rank B. The vice presidents? They should be around rank A. The vice presidents were of the 6th circle, and the directors were of the 5th circle. By looking at how the other organization were structured, there seemed to be a very small number of people in the 6th circle. There were a good number of 5th circle, but their power was lousy in Woojin's standard. Of course, he was comparing it to the standard of Alphen. Still, the quality of the Earth's fighting power will be increasing soon. As the mana becomes more plentiful, it'll speed up the appearance of the 7th and 8th circle roused. The problem was whether if he could trust his back to these people. Will he be able to entrust his back to the roused like Li Yunui? Their souls were pulsating with a rotten and foul stench. He needed people around him. He needed people with exceptional abilities. Do you want to be the vice president? What? I'm a Skyn if you want to become a 6th circle. Do you want to train to become a rank aroused? Sungu opened his eyes wide. What had been Sungu's initial goal? It was to develop into a high-ranked roused. He had wanted to join a big guild, since they had a support system. I want to do it. I'll do it no matter what. Usually the innocent guys were the ones who wanted to reach for something higher. That greed could be qualified to be labeled as a fervent desire. Those with aspirations had the patience to endure the pain. Even though it'll be arduous. I don't care. I will do it. Really? I will do it with my life on the line. Okay. Woojin grinned when he saw Sungu's eyes burning with passion. Star. Where is this? Who am I? Sweat was running down like rain from Sungu. Still, he didn't want to lose his concentration, so he waited in a state of tension. If he lost his concentration even for a moment, then his life would be in danger. Key. Accompanying a hair-raising shriek, the skeleton soldier pushed aside the brush. It aimed its bone knife at Sungu's head. This wasn't a joke. If he was hit, then he was dead. Whoop! While taking short breaths, Sungu rolled on the ground. He aimed the hand with the fireball towards the skeleton soldier's right temple. Kwang! His fireball ability was much stronger than before, but it wasn't enough to kill a skeleton soldier with a single hit. Keek. The head of the skeleton soldier was blackened, and it ruthlessly aimed for Sungu's neck with the bone knife. Sungu rolled forward to avoid the blow, then he approached the skeleton soldier. If one blow wasn't enough, then he would use 2 blows. Sungu's right hand was a handspan away from the skeleton soldier's helmet when a fireball erupted from his hand. Kwang! The fireball ignited and the skull of the skeleton soldier disintegrated. Keek. Even before he could be happy, another skeleton soldier appeared. Sungu shouted with a grave expression on his face. Hook! Hyung Nim! Can't we take a break? Keek. Instead of answering him, 2 more skeleton soldiers appeared as they pushed aside the thicket. Sungu swallowed his saliva when he saw this. He was barely able to face 2 of them, yet Woojin already wants him to face 3. It seemed Hyung Nim was overestimating him. While Sungu felt dismal, he started to focus his mind. Woojin was watching every move Sungu made from atop a tree. He was using the skills, observation, warrior sense, and information analysis. He fully mobilized all these skills to observe Sungu. He fears and admires you. He likes you as he hates you. Class, Combat Magician. Ability, Fireball, Crisis Detection Ability. Woojin pushed Sungu hard. This resulted in Sungu gaining 3 levels before the day was over. Moreover, he gained the Crisis Detection Ability. Woojin looked through the catalog of skills Sungu will be learning. There was only a limited selection of skill books. Sungu won't be able to learn the ones purchased from the point store. However, he had saved the skill books he obtained when he cleared the dungeons. He'll let Sungu learn some suitable skill books. There are things he can learn and there are things he can't learn. Skill books didn't have a universal compatibility. Even if magic was inserted, the skill book may not react. Woojin guessed the different classes limited one from learning certain skills. He used observation and information analysis to find out Sungu's class. This was a big piece of information. Woojin started picking out several skill books Sungu could learn. His level was too low to learn some of them. He would be able to learn 2 skills. Hook. While Woojin was distracted, Sungu had already defeated the 3 skeleton soldiers, and he was trying to catch his breath. People will show the full extent of their ability in extreme situations. Woojin raised his magic to make 4 nearby corpses into skeleton soldiers. Goblin corpses were strewn all over the surrounding. Time flowed 4 times slower in here, and Sungu's growth was astonishing to see. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 57, Director Hong Sungu, 2. Chapter 57, Director Hong Sungu, 2. TLN, hey. I decided to release another regular chapter this week just to thank everyone for the interest/support. Next week regular chapters will be Elquinas/SSN. Please turn off ad blocks if you are able to. Thank you and enjoy. That's enough. Come over here. Hook, hook. Thank you for your hard work. His mind and body was very tired, but Sunggu still bowed first. Woojin grinned when he saw this. This is why he liked this guy. Sunggu was hurt in various locations, and blood was coming out of the wounds. Woojin sent one soul that was part of his spirit armor towards Sunggu to heal his wounds. Who? Thank you. Sunggu's wound was healed. As his stamina returned, a little bit of color returned to his face. Woojin brought out 2 skill books. Just learn these first. Yes? Sunggu received the 2 books. His eyes widened when he felt the quiet magical energy being emitted by the books. Hyung Nim. Aren't these skill books? That's right. It's Accelerate and Steel Skin. Accelerate increased one's quickness for a brief moment. He already possessed the armors with the skill, yet he was lucky enough to pick up the skill book within the Naga dungeon. Then he found the steel skin inside the Temple of the Giants. Thank you. Hyung Nim. It seemed his dream of becoming a flame magician was slowly drifting away from him, but somehow he had already learned several abilities. Excuse me, Hyung Nim. Wouldn't it be better if I focused on 1 or 2 abilities? Sunggu was asking an obvious question. As aroused, there was a limit on how much energy, magic, vitality he possessed. Even if he had numerous abilities, it didn't guarantee he'll be able to use all of it well. It's okay. If you want to live, then you'll eventually learn how to use them. Hurry up and learn it. Let's go for another run after we sell the bloodstones. Yes, Hyung Nim. Sunggu injected his magic into the skill book. The skill book disappeared as it dissolved into light, and it was absorbed into Sunggu. The knowledge and the sense of the skill came into his head, and it made Sunggu's body shiver. Ha! Try using it. Sunggu immediately moved his body. The sudden movement was so fast that it would be hard to track the movement with the human eyes. The consumption of magic was much lower than using an artifact, so Sunggu's face was filled with surprise. Learn this too. Yes, sir. When Sunggu learned the steel skin, Woojin spoke. How is it? Yes? Give me your arm. When Sunggu raised his arm, Woojin summoned a bone spear. Sunggu's eyes widened in surprise. Are you going to hit me? Try activating the steel skin. When Sunggu activated his steel skin, it felt as if his entire body had stiffened. Moreover, it felt as if he was in a dream floating in mid-air. He had a harder time controlling his body. It was a temporary sensation one felt when one's senses became duller. Gaong! Woojin swung his bone spear, and it rebounded when it hit Sunggu's arm. Woojin smiled in satisfaction. At the very least, his survival will be guaranteed this way. Woojin dismissed all the skeleton soldiers in the surrounding as he spoke to Sunggu. Let go out, then come back in again. This time you are in charge of getting rid of all the goblins. What? You'll be fine. Stop being such a baby. It had merely been a month. No. It felt longer since he had spent a lot of time within the dungeon. However, it had been only 1 month in real time since Sunggu had met Woojin. He had been a rank F roused, who had almost died from a single electric shock from a hobgoblin. Now he had grown enough to take care of those caliber of monsters on his own. You'll be a rank A within 1 month. Sunggu didn't think of Woojin's words as a joke. Sunggu suddenly felt some emotion surge up from his chest. Large guild? He didn't need them anymore. The place he will bury his bones was in Woojin's guild. Yes, Hyung Nim. Woojin and Sunggu continued to clear the dungeon for 2 days. Star. They were heading back to Seoul in Sunggu's car. There were large dark circles underneath Sunggu's eyes. His hair was a mess like a magpie's nest. 2 days. No, he hadn't slept for 8 days. The accumulated fatigue pressed down at his shoulders, but his eyes were overflowing with confidence. He had learned several skill books given to him by Woojin. Kim Heman, who had been on standby in Daegu, was ordered to acquire skill books as he was sent back to Seoul. It was to aid his growth. Every one of the skills would be learned by Sunggu. The skill books had already been purchased for Sunggu yesterday, and it would be there when he arrived at Seoul. This was why Sunggu had personally grabbed the steering wheel. He felt full even if he hadn't eaten anything. However, he couldn't help becoming sleepy. Earth was unlike the dungeons where he had to fight with his life on the line. As the tension disappeared, the sleepiness he had been holding at bay came to him all at once. Ha-hum. Woojin was laying down in the passenger seat with his eyes closed. He couldn't blame Woojin either. Woojin didn't have a driver's license, so he wouldn't be able to drive the car even if he wanted to. So it was all up to Sunggu. Seven Valley rest stop 5 kilometers ahead. Sunggu tried to shake off his sleepiness by making the rest stop his destination. He drove as he forcefully opened his eyes. When Sunggu's car entered the rest stop, Woojin's eyes opened as if he was some ghost. You weren't sleeping, Hyungnim? I was just closing my eyes. Sunggu had thought Woojin had been asleep. Did he guess wrong? Are you sleepy? Yes. I am a little bit. I'll go buy some coffee. Ha-ahm. Let's go together. Let's eat something. It was middle of the night, so cold breeze blew across the rest stop. The stores outside was closed since it was deep into the night. However, the rest area's convenience store and the restaurant was open for business. Woojin and Sunggu ordered udon and ramen. They waited for their orders for a brief moment. Sunggu kept nodding off, so he separated a single soul from his spirit armor. He sent it towards Sunggu to recover his vitality. It immediately banished Sunggu's tiredness, and it made him feel refreshed. If it wasn't for Woojin's soul extraction skill, Sunggu wouldn't have been able to last for 8 days within the dungeon. Thank you. Hyungnim. His physical fatigue was gone, but Sunggu's mental fatigue was still there. Woojin took a big bite of the udon. He spoke after he swallowed the food. Your physical fatigue is gone. You won't fall asleep. Your weak mind is the one wishing for rest. I don't care if you use hypnosis or another method, but you need to overcome this at any cost. If there is a protracted war, it is common for one to not be able to sleep for 10 days. Yes, Hyungnim. Was there some reason why he would have to spend over 10 days awake inside the dungeon? Most dungeon breaks were resolved in one day using strong weapons to overwhelm the monsters. Woojin drank the udon soup, and he burst out laughing when he saw the TV mounted on the wall. She really resembles someone I knew before. From where? Sunggu turned around to see the TV, and his mouth fell open when he saw the elf woman. She is really pretty. She really is an elf. TLN, I'll use lowercase e if elf is used as a compliment. She isn't an elf. Isn't she beautiful? Not all elves are beautiful. In Korea, a pretty woman is sometimes called an elf. Sunggu was going retort, but he swallowed his words. He looked at Woojin's expression, and it seemed Woojin didn't know about the term elf. Or maybe he knew a lot about the elf. While Sunggu was swallowing his words, Woojin was busily moving his chopsticks. He ate the rest of the noodle, then he downed a cup of water. Hurry up and eat. The guys are waiting for us, so we have to get there quickly. Yes, Hyungnim. His title included being aroused and a director yet. He didn't receive any help from the support division, and he had to drive himself. The support division only had 3 people, so they were short on working hands. Even when supporting just 2 roused, it required a decent number of employees from the support group. Also, the Guild Allendale could afford to hire these employees. Hyungnim. Let's hire some employee when we return. Just eat the ramen. Yes, sir. Even if Sunggu hadn't said it, Woojin had been thinking about it. If it's the support division, he would leave it to Minchan. However, Woojin thought about gathering the roused, who might potentially become his comrades on the battlefield. I'll pick several promising candidates, and I could teach them. Then those roused could teach the next new batch of candidates. Sunggu will probably be the only one he had to attentively teach. The rest could be taken care by Sunggu. Woojin grinned as he saw Sunggu hurriedly slurp down the ramen. Eat slowly. Ha. Yes, Hyungnim. Silly guy. Was he too kind to become tenacious? Now that he had tried teaching Sunggu, Woojin was a bit surprised at how well Sunggu moved. Sunggu had a good sense for battle. Woojin retracted his gaze from Sunggu, then he looked at the rest stop's TV. The woman he had observed before was using magic. She made a cripple stand, and she gifted an arm to an armless man. This woman was quite similar to the woman inside Woojin's memory, and she took similar actions to that woman. He stopped himself from unconsciously murmuring. Then he let out a sigh when he read the caption located on the lower half of the screen. Melody? What? Why was she here? Did she come here through the dimensional guardian like him? If she had surrendered to Tronad like the orcs and Cyclops, then she might have come over to Earth too. To him, she was merely a monster. Numerous questions started to fill the inside of Woojin's head. Then he came to a single decision. I guess I'll have to go ask her? It seemed he would have to go to the US. Star. Good job. Hooah. Thank you for your hard work. When Sunggu parked at the office building, Woojin gave him another soul for energy. It was 2 a.m., but all the guild members were waiting for them. Welcome back. Young Minchan greeted Woojin, and it seemed Minchan had been waiting to say something to him. However, Woojin was quicker in telling Minchan his request. Find out about airplanes heading towards the US. Ah, how did you find out about it? Huh? What nonsense is he spouting again? Minchan read Woojin's expression, and he spoke in a puzzled voice. Weren't you talking about the invite to the consortium? What? Give me the details. The Titan Guild rescued a person from inside a dungeon not too long ago. She is called the Holy Maiden Melody. Not long after President went into the dungeon, the video of her showed up on the internet. It has started a big conversation. The Titan Guild revealed this information. Woojin already knew about it. He had seen it on the Rest Stops TV not too long ago. The Titan Guild is requesting the guilds of the world to head towards this consortium to discuss this matter. I was going to ask you if you were going to accept the invitation, but it seems you are planning to go already? Well, just purchase me a ticket. I'll have to go meet Melody. When he heard Woojin's words, he was worried Woojin would make another accident again. However, he couldn't do anything about it. He just had to pray that nothing would come out of this. So, did anything unusual happen? Did you acquire everything I asked for? Yes, we acquired everything. There are also several things I have to go over with you. Young Minchan hadn't gotten off work even around dawn, since he had information he had to tell Woojin as soon as he arrived at Seoul. What? Your mother knows now. I tried to block it from her, but it was such a large incident. What does she know now? She knows President had successfully cleared the 6-star dungeon. What did she say? She worried a lot. Why don't you go to your home instead of student Jamin's house? We finished the move yesterday. That was the best news he had heard of late. He won't have to share a small one-room with his family. He wouldn't have to unnecessarily show himself being tormented by the evil spirits. He was a little bit worried about distancing himself from the amiable Jamin, but he would be able to live with his family again. So, is there anything else? There is. What is it again? At Woojin's question, Minchan handed him a single A4 paper. What the hell is this? Is this a summons? Woojin frowned as he read the words to the request for attendance, then he looked towards Minchan. What is this? They want you to come to the police station. Why? The Hwarang president reported you for assault. Oh, that motherfucker. Woojin frowned. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 58, The Meaning of Family. Chapter 58, The Meaning of Family. TLN, this is a sponsored chapter. Thank you Thomas for the donation and kind words. I found out Bibi's name should be Vivi, but I'm going to stick to Bibi. It is pronounced the same in Korean. There are some gaming terminology I am unfamiliar with since I don't play LOL. So there might be some minor errors if I misunderstood those terms. Please turn off the ad blockers if you are able to. Thank you and enjoy. Assault? I did? Yes, President. You beat him up on a live national broadcast. However, Minchan didn't reply with those words. Woojin frowned when everyone stayed silent. Didn't I touch his cheeks slightly? I heard from Heyman that it was shown on TV for only a brief moment. Even if it was shown for only a moment, it didn't change the fact that it was an assault. Sunghoon was experienced with Woojin touching his cheeks. He shuddered as his face became rigid. Maybe I should have just killed him. The cameras had been rolling, so he had held himself back a little bit. He thought his message had been sufficiently received, so he hadn't expected to be reported for assault. It seemed the Hwarang Guild Master wanted to continue to tangle with him. Someone had to die to end a grudgeful relationship, and Woojin was always alive at the end. Hey, Sunggu. You'll have to drive me. Hyung Nim. If you want to go to the police station, you can go in the morning. At Sunggu's worried words, Woojin's eyebrows rose. Why would I go to the police station? Then where do you want to go? Let's go to the Hwarang Guild. When everyone's faces made worried expressions, Woojin grinned as he glanced at everyone. I'll take care of it, so why are you guys looking so worried? How could they not be worried? Young Minchan stepped forward to calm Woojin. It would be a problem if this incident ballooned. Please let me take care of this. It would be laughable to comply with every summons. He was a guild master. Warang probably didn't want the authorities to carry out the sentence for assault. They were probably working a different angle. Wouldn't that be too annoying? Even if it is annoying work, I will be doing the annoying work. Isn't that fine? Ha! That made sense. He had made the guild to use these guys for incidents like this. Young Minchin nodded his head as he watched Woojin put on an impassioned expression. Then you take care of it. He knew it. If Woojin didn't have to do annoying work, then he didn't care what happened. Maybe he had needlessly reported it to Woojin and worried about it. So when will I be able to go to the US? The consortium is scheduled 1 month from now. You should go at that time. So I have 1 month. He wanted to meet the Holy Maiden, but he didn't feel the need to be in a hurry. Moreover, he still had to train Sunggu. Is there anything else I need to resolve right now? I do have something that needs your approval. Please allow me to recruit more manpower. To solve this current problem, he would have to immediately hire a lawyer. Moreover, he had to expand the manpower of the support division. While you are at it, pick out some roused too. If we aren't in a hurry, then wouldn't it be better to pick the roused after we fill out the support division? Even if we pick the roused right now, we don't have the manpower to support them. Then do as you like. Yes, sir. Please leave everything to me. President should go rest a little bit. Woojin grinned. It would be good for him to worry less. However, he didn't have the time to rest. If Earth wanted to survive like Alphen, then he had to think about survival first. He didn't want this place to turn in a hostile place. I'm going home. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Yes. Please head out. After receiving a send-off from everyone, Woojin headed toward his home. The housing district wasn't very from the Sadong station, so he walked slowly to his home. He had come here once when they signed the contract, so he wasn't worried about getting lost. When he was almost at his home, Woojin stopped walking. Ah. What's the secret password to the house? I guess mother is asleep. Woojin stopped walking, and he was about to take out his phone when he decided to put his phone back into his picket. It was 3 a.m. right now. He had been hardened on the battlefields, so he didn't care too much about sleep. Even if he stayed up for several nights, he wouldn't die. He didn't feel the need to make a ruckus so early in the morning. I'll just come back later in the morning. Woojin changed his steps towards downtown. Unlike Woojin, Sunggu was exhausted, so his phone was off. Young Minchin and Kim Haman was busy because of work. Moreover, he couldn't call out Jaemin, who was a student. He felt uncomfortable contacting Jaiwon. It was 3 a.m. It was an ambiguous time. The person who was walking by Woojin's side on the night street was none other than Woo Sung-hoon. President. Where should I take you? You just need to tell me, and I will cater to your tastes. What did he prefer to do? Woojin looked across the street, and he pointed at a sign with his chin. Let's go there. Yes? It was a 5-story building, and there were signs for tutoring schools on each floor. No matter how much he searched, the only likely destination was the PC Bon on the 2nd floor. Do you mean the PC Bon? Yes. Let's go play some chaos. He hadn't played the game in 20 years, so it was fuzzy in his memories. However, he was already excited when he thought about the nostalgic memories. He thought about his memories from his 3rd year in high school. The memories almost deluded himself into thinking his dirty and stained soul had become purified. He couldn't return to his innocent days where he hadn't lived a hellish life on Alphen, but Woojin and Sunghoon headed towards the PC Bang. When he looked around the PC Bang, Woojin gave himself up to his deep emotions. Sunghoon watched Woojin from the side, and he nodded his head at Woojin's mundane choice of hobby. If he had taken Woojin to a room, then he would have been scolded. Please sit over here, President. How much do they charge for this now? Woojin moved the unfamiliar mouse several times. Soon he got used to it, and he started to look for Warcraft. Sunghoon looked over from the side, and he spoke. President. We don't play chaos anymore. It isn't popular anymore, so you'll have a hard time finding a match. Is that so? What are they playing these days? Well, 5 years had passed, and the change in popularity of games in Korea was fickle. It is similar to chaos, but everyone plays LOL now. Really? With Sunghoon's help, Woojin set up an account, then he connected to the game. President. Please don't pick this one and this one over here. Okay. We can go to the bottom and do a round of bot games. I'll explain in detail what you should do. Woojin set the setting Sunghoon recommended, and the game started soon. President. Just keep hitting them. Woojin was a ranged character who shot arrows. Sunghoon was a support character with a machine arm. The minions charged in a single file when he met the enemies. It's quite similar to Chaos. Yes, President. You have some experience playing these kinds of games, so you're doing well. As he listened to Sunghoon's praises, Woojin had a good time. It had been a while since he had fun. The computer's AI wasn't that great, so he easily won the game. Woojin smiled. It had been a long while since he played a game. This is pretty fun. Then let's go into the queue instead of playing bot games. All right. I'm coming in as a smurf. Sunghoon brought his level 5 character, and he entered the queue with Woojin. People were much better than the AI, and Woojin kept dying since he was unfamiliar with the game. Ah. I made a mistake again. Ha ha ha. It's all right, President. You are doing really well. Sunghoon tried hard to ingratiate himself to Woojin. Sunghoon's heart pounded as he looked at the rapidly scrolling chat box. Hey retard. Stop throwing the match. Do you only charge when you see a red HP? Are you that weak? Isn't your mother sick? Catch the minion to make her some medicine. Ah. Are they insulting me or are they worried about me? Ah ha ha. There are good kids and bad kids on here. Chat. Still, these kids are devoted sons. Kids. He was a high rank roused, and his actions were overflowing with charisma. It made him forget at times that Woojin was only 24 years old. He was much younger than Sunghoon. Is it because he is a high rank? He turned to look at Woojin, and he couldn't think of Woojin as someone younger than him. Ha ha. It would be best if you ignored the chat. No. These kids are kind. Thank you. Is your mother also in good health? Sunghoon became freaked out as he looked at what Woojin wrote in the chat. The chat box started being assaulted by insults. Hey you trollfucker. How dare you insult my mother? Hey XXXXXXXX. What the hell? Woojin was taken aback. Before he became angry, Sunghoon turned off the chat box. Ha ha. Usually everyone turns their chat box off in the beginning. Was it this bad back in the day? It was only 5 years ago. In Woojin's memories, it was 20 years ago. At the time, many people used foul words through the anonymity of the internet, but he wondered if it had been as bad as this. After turning off his chat, it turned into something like a private lesson. Under the tutelage of Sunghoon, match after match passed. Ha ha. Would you like some ramen, President? Ah, that'll be great. Eating a cup ramen was a delicacy one had to try in a PC bong. Woojin was lost in his memories when he suddenly became surprised. What time is it? Yes? It's 11 a.m. Shit. He had wanted to return at 7 a.m. when the sun rose into the sky. He had been having so much fun that he had lost track of the time. I'm going home. Yes, President. Yes. It was fun. Keep up the good work. Woojin patted Sunghoon's shoulder, then he disappeared like an elementary student who had run out of money. Sunghoon had frozen as he was about to open the cup ramen. His expression was reflecting the emotions he felt. He said he had fun. Great. The president acknowledged him. He had found a way. His existence had been acknowledged, and he found the answer to how he'll be able to climb to a higher position. I'll make you have more fun, President. Sunghoon poured water into the cup ramen. Star. Ding dong. Who is it? Mother. It's me. At Woojin's voice, the front door opened in haste as his mother showed up. She hugged Woojin, then she looked over his body. Ego, you scoundrel. Why do you keep showing up on TV so often? Are you okay? Ha ha. The TV is overreacting. It isn't a big deal. If they cancel the dramas to show news, then how can it not be a big deal? What about Sua? She went to kindergarten. Anyways, Director Young said you were coming here at dawn, so why were you so late? I waited up into the early morning, but I fell asleep. Ah, did she wait up the whole night for him? No wonder she looked tired around the eyes. Woojin felt sorry, so he scratched the back of his head. It wasn't his intent, but it seemed he had been neglecting his mother too much while he went around the dungeons. Ha ha. I was going to come here in the morning, but I was late playing a game in the PC bong. At Woojin's embarrassed words, his mother's expression hardened a little bit. The worried light in his mother's eyes for her son changed in a weird way. She was worried, but... Hey go, you scoundrel. You spent 5 years playing game yet you went to play more game. That was a game he played with his life on the line. This was something different. It brought up old memories. Woojin was barely able to calm his mother, then he entered the first house he had purchased. He had seen the house when he signed the contract, but it looked different with furnitures. It also had a different interior design. He knew this was his home, so he felt a different sensation when he entered his home. I heard you were busy looking around for furnitures. I knew my mom had great tastes. Who? Try going to your room. His mother acted as if she was trying to hand him a toy she had secretly hidden. Her expression was full of anticipation. It seemed she had prepared something for him again. Woojin opened the door to his room. The room didn't have a lot of stuff. There was tacky wallpaper around the room with an old desk, bookcase, and a single bed. The atmosphere within the room was starkly different from the rest of the house, so Woojin tilted his head in confusion. Then he ran his hand over the used desk. He looked around the room, and it was weirdly familiar. Mother. This is... Yes. You told me you missed your old room. He had let it slip while he was eating, yet she had remembered it. Woojin's was deeply moved as his heart warmed. It isn't the one you used, but I searched long and hard to find this desk. He remembered it. This was the desk his father had bought him for entering high school. He had studied on it. My son is making money with his life on the line yet your mother don't have anything I can do for you. Yes. It was for his family. He had endured all the pain for this. He had wanted to come back to Earth even if he had to turn into a monster. He had longed for Earth, because his family was there. Woojin hugged his mother tightly. Star. Woojin rested his eyes for a moment in his room. Bibi kept vigil over his bedside as she gave Woojin the curse of nightmare. Appa's shoes is here. Moo. Appa is here. Sua's loud voice woke Woojin from his sleep. Mom. Did Appa bring a dog? When he heard Sua's voice coming from the living room, Woojin had a moment of realization. His gaze rested on his bedside where the cat Bibi was lazily yawning. Hey, Bibi. Nyang? Never reveal the fact that you aren't really a cat. Nyang? What's going on, Nyang? With Bibi in his arms, Woojin headed towards the living room. Hey, Sua. Appa bought Sua a cat. At Woojin's words, Bibi and Sua's gazes met. The surprised Sua saw Bibi, and she started crying. Uang. I wanted a dog instead of a cat. Woojin felt embarrassed, and Bibi had a bad premonition about this. Both of them were taken aback. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 59, The Meaning of Family, 2. Chapter 59, The Meaning of Family, 2. TLN, this is a sponsored chapter. Q is cleared. It was raining, so I decided to buckle down and translate. Thank you for the donation, Thomas and Hussein. Please turn off the ad blockers if you are able to. Thanks and enjoy. Vivian Rodrio. She was born in the demon world where only darkness existed. She was able to see the world for the first time when she made a contract with her master, Kang Woojin. Her master was strong, and his other familiars were also amazing. Alandal's power soared high into the sky, and Tronet's minions were no match for them. There were also a lot of followers who came looking for the Immortals' land. During all of this, her master had learned of a way to contact the Dimensional Guardian, and everything ended after that. She waited for a long time in the sealed room where there was only darkness. Bibi was the first one to hear Woojin's voice again. This wasn't Alphen. It was Earth, but she didn't care. Wherever Woojin went, that was the place where Bibi wanted to be. This was her master's new roosting place. She lived with the great female human, who had given birth to her master, and master's younger sister. Her master had left after putting her in the care of a young female human named Kangsua. She had always been with her master, since she had to chase away the evil spirits that tormented her master every night. However, she wasn't able to follow him on his hunt anymore. If her master hunted with her, then her level would rise. She'll be able to regain the power she had lost, but she was given a more important mission by her master. She had to protect this little human called Suwa. This little human never left her alone. It had been one day since her master had left her behind as he headed for the hunting ground. Catch it, Bibi. The little human called Suwa used a laser to move the point around in front of her eyes. Ah, what an annoying human. P. What is this? What kind of a cat is this? The little human sighed from disappointment. Bibi couldn't believe she had to participate in such a petty game. She sauntered up to her feet, then she chased the point. Pooh ha ha. Try catching it. The laser point was quickly moved away from her, and it aggravated her. She quickly chased after it once again, but the laser point moved a distance away. Naya hung. The little human dared to irritate a being with succubus blood flowing inside her veins? That damn red dot. I'll catch it. She quickly chased after the laser point, but it was impossible to catch it. Naya Naya Naya. Her butt wiggled in excitement as she ran, and she didn't see the leg of the table. Kong. Are you okay, Bibi? The surprised Suwa approached her, but Bibi swiveled her head away. Chat. I can't believe I became absorbed in this game. She had been fooled by this little human's tricks. It wasn't as if she had been enjoying herself. She played with her, since she had to act like a cat. She jumped on top of the sofa. After she got in position, she squatted on her haunches. Bibi. Should Uni give you a can? Nyang. The can of cat food was quite delicious. She hurriedly jumped down to rub her body against the little human's leg. The little human let out a trill of laughter. Ha! Please come back quickly, Master Ahong. She wanted to be with her master and Dulcie Jing. Moreover, she wanted to hunt with her other friends. Star. Seoul National University Station's 6th exit. This was a 5-star dungeon, and it was the main source of income for Guild Allendale. It was a map crawling with the Naga. The guide made by Kong Woojin was shoddy, and the map was too large. It was also quite difficult, so the appointment schedule wasn't packed. Woojin made appointments for all the empty spots in the schedule. Are you ready? Yes, sir. Woojin grinned as he saw Sunggu answer with a grim expression on his face. Woojin used his warrior senses, and he saw Sunggu's level was 37. If he breaks through to level 40, then he'll be a 4th circle magician. He'll be a rank C. When Minchan was in the Hammer Guild, he had forged Sunggu's rank to be rank D. Currently, he was rank D, but he will surpass that rank soon. Okay. Let's go. He had made an appointment for 12 hours. This meant 2 days would pass inside the dungeon. In 2 days. If you are able to come back alive, you will be a rank C. Yes, Hyung Nim. One could feel power within Sunggu's voice. If Woojin said he'll make a block of fermented soybean from Adzuki beans, then he would believe it. They headed into the dungeon with Sunggu in the front. It had been over 4 hours since they had entered the dungeon. Sunggu fell over from a lack of breath. As he lay on the floor, his vision started to dim into darkness when some unknown energy entered him. His vision suddenly started to become brighter. Hyung Nim. Every time Sunggu was about to die, Woojin used the soul extraction to recover his energy. Woojin raised him back up. It is still impossible for me to solo this dungeon. I wouldn't be able to do it even if this was a 4-star dungeon. Yes, Hyung Nim. Rank C roused don't normally solo a 4-star dungeon. Moreover, the Naga's Desert Temple was a 5-star dungeon. Look at them closely. You have to learn all the monsters' special characteristics and weaknesses. If you are short on strength, then come up with a good plan. Yes, Hyung Nim. Even after Sunggu overcame a deadly situation, he wasn't given a break. It felt like each word spoken by Woojin was engraved into Sunggu's blood. Almost everything that shows up here is poisonous. This is the only meat we'll be able to eat. Woojin had cut open a horrifyingly ugly worm to get the worm's meat, and he was cooking it over the fire. Also, they didn't need to gather wood for the fire. They used the flame magic to quickly cook the meat. It tasted bland. It was dry and a little bit bitter. It was like chewing dried fish. They ate this food for survival, not because it was delicious. Woojin didn't teach Sunggu only about fighting. He taught Sunggu how to survive. He was instructed on how to win when meeting certain monsters. If he couldn't face an enemy head-on, then he was told to hide and wait for an opportunity to attack. Woojin was teaching all the battle and hunting techniques he knew. From here on out, the only troublesome opponents are the Naga. Don't be feeble-minded, and don't be afraid. It is possible for you to defeat any monster in here. Yes, Hyung Nim. If Woojin said so, then it was so. Sunggu recovered his vigor, and his fighting spirit burned once again. Well, you could probably fight a one-on-one battle. If there are two of them, then you will most definitely be killed. Ah. Why do you keep giving me that constipated expression? I'll set it up, so you'll only have to face them one-on-one. Yes, Hyung Nim. When Woojin and Sunggu arrived at the Naga's abandoned city of Regretia, the battle started in earnest. The Naga were scattered around the city, and they didn't gather in one place unless they were provoked. Originally, the city was entangled like a maze. Woojin placed bone walls at every strategic point. He made it so that Sunggu would be able to focus on a one-on-one battle. If two Naga showed up, then Woojin would kill one. He left the other one alone, so Sunggu could defeat it. The Naga warriors were valiant and strong. The Naga warriors wouldn't ignore a weakness or a momentary lack of focus. Sunggu was still very inexperienced. Shoo, Puk. Ha okay. Empty air escaped Sunggu when he saw his stomach be pierced by a spear. His thoughts turned yellow from the fear of death, and he could only think about the pain he was feeling. The Naga warrior put on the smile of a victor when it happened. Weak. Kwon. Queek. The Naga's head was crushed by a hammer swung by Woojin. Woojin indifferently looked at Sunggu, who had a spear penetrating his belly. Hyung Nim. Why would a bastard, who will die soon, call out for me? Sunggu's eyelids fluttered. His hands grabbed the spear piercing his stomach, but he was slowly losing his strength. Even if a hole was made inside your stomach, you should have done everything to at least cut off your opponent's head. Did you already forget about the new technique you learned? I'm sorry. You don't have to apologize to me. You are the one who is going to lose your life, so why would you apologize to me? If one suffered an attack, then one had to do everything to counterattack. If one dumbly stood still, it was basically waiting for the opponent to finish the job. It was the action of a loser. Sunggu had his chance. He had hesitated for a moment, and he had been swept up by his fear. He had blown his opportunity. If you want to live, then take out the spear yourself. Sunggu looked at the spear penetrating his stomach. Woojin wanted him to take this out himself? Even if he ignored the fact that it will hurt, his intestines would spill out. Since he could endure the pain, it would be better if Hyung Nim could do it. If you die, I'll give your soul as a snack to Xing Xing. Ooh. Sunggu grabbed the spear, and he put his strength into it. He was too scared to die like this. It was funny. Every time he thought about dying, he felt fear, but it also gave him an equal amount of courage. Gu-aak. Every time the spear moved a little bit, it felt as if his vertebrae was being twisted. He was subjected to an extreme amount of pain. Is this how having a hole in one's insides felt? The inside of his head turned white, and it made him wonder if his stomach had somehow disappeared. Gu-ah. His knees automatically bent. The spear blade broke free, and he saw his insides fall out. He didn't know if it was his small intestines or large intestines. He supported his intestines with one hand, and he pulled out the spear with the other hand. Kuwak. After the blade of the spear was pulled out, blood started to pour out from the wound. He tried to block it with his hands, but it was of no use. The spear point had also exited the back, so blood was flowing out from both sides. He felt the blood flow down the small of his back. His consciousness was quickly fading, and across his heavy eyelids, he saw Woojin grinning. Woojin extracted a soul from the Naga, who died from a crushed head. Then it was absorbed into Sunggu. The spinning world came to a halt, and his wounds started to quickly heal. It seemed one soul would be insufficient, so Woojin took 2 more souls from his spirit armor. Then he absorbed the 2 souls into Sunggu. Doesn't that hurt like hell? Isn't that obvious? Yes. If you want to live, then you have to become mean and tenacious. He knew it. This was why he had become much more mean and tenacious. It was just that he still fell short. What happens if I suddenly disappear? What are you going to do? If Hyung Nim disappeared, then Sunggu wouldn't be able to come inside this dungeon. He would have to make the rounds in the low-ranked dungeons, and he would have to live out his life as a bloodstone miner. Woojin grinned as if he had read Sunggu's mind. How long do you think the monsters will stay inside the dungeon? What? Woojin kept asking him questions even when he was in agony. Try imaging it. What would happen if all the subway stations on Earth had a dungeon break at the same time? Wouldn't that be quite the sight? Right? This was an absurd and preposterous story. Hunting? Bloodstones? I bet it wouldn't be easy to find food even for immediate consumption. The 6 billion global population? I'll guarantee it'll take less than 3 days to reduce half of the population. Sunggu listened to the scary story. Woojin told it to Sunggu as if he was calmly reading from a fairy tale book. This was the first time Sunggu felt as if he didn't know who Woojin was. Hyun Nim. I'm satisfied with just protecting my family. Even if that bastard Tronet invades this place, it would take time to eat the entire Earth. He had lasted for 20 years' time on Alphen. He knew he could do the same on Earth. The era of peace right now would be like a dream. Doesn't it make you mad? Someone's claiming your front yard without your permission? If you want to protect your family, then don't be so soft. What? Why did he suddenly feel this sense of crisis? If those bastards invade us, I won't be able to protect you from the back. You will have to survive on your own. Woojin's words held the truth. When the war begins, there will be no one behind Sunggu. He would stand in the front lines of the war. If Sunggu wanted to follow Woojin's back without dying, then he had to become much stronger by a large margin. Moreover, he had to do it quickly. The only person who could make this come true was Sunggu. After starting the dungeon at 7 a.m., they came out at 7 p.m. Sunggu was utterly worn out, and Woojin had a smile like always. They headed towards the office. President. You are here? When Woo Sung-hoon's loud voice rang out, everyone got up from their seats. It seemed a good number of the empty desks had found owners. How do you do? The new employees started giving their greetings. There were a mixture of experienced workers and new workers. Young Minchin probably chose good employees, and he'll probably keep them in line. There were coupled bastards with odorous souls, but... Did you ready it? Of course. After hearing Woojin's words, Sung-hoon confidently led Woojin to the lounge. It was a place where the employees could take a break. There were glass desks off to one side of the room, and the latest computer rig with large monitors was placed there. To be exact, there were 5 computers decked out. What is that? It is a special game room made for President. I investigated the new hires, and there are 2 diamond players. There is even 1 platinum. You won't have to worry about your team rank. We just have to be bussed around. Woo Sung-hoon was a silver too, so he spoke with confidence. Woojin let out a sigh. You do a lot of unnecessary things. Did you prepare the other thing? Sung-hoon guessed he wasn't talking about this? Woo Sung-hoon was momentarily taken aback, but he remembered the passing words spoken to him in the morning. Do you mean the dog? Yes. Of course. I've prepared it. Woo Sung-hoon brought a steel cage forward from the corner of the room. The dog was about the size of his thigh, and at a glance, one could tell it was a puppy of a large breed. He is a mastiff. His father performed very well in the dogfighting ring. I had a very difficult time getting him. His mother was also quite well built, so he'll probably grow up to be around 80 kilograms. If he'll be president's pet, shouldn't the dog be of this caliber? Why does this bastard always overdo things? I'm going to give it to my little sister. Are you sure this dog is suitable for a 7 years old? Sung-hoon's eyes quickly shook. However, his 8 years' experience as a salesman wasn't all for naught. Then the mastiff is the right choice. These brutes were used in warfare in the past. He'll grow up to be a very large dog. He'll become a reliable bodyguard for you, little sister. When president is absent, he will loyally protect the house. His explanation was oddly convincing. Woojin stroked his chin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 60, The Meaning of Family, 3. Chapter 60, The Meaning of Family, 3. TLN, hey guys. This is a regular chapter for next week. I'm releasing early. Please turn off ad blockers if you are able to. Thanks and enjoy. This was the 4th day she guarded the house without her master. Bibi let out a sigh. The little human still kept bugging her to play. Her master dropped off a dog, and he hadn't been home for 2 days. The little human cried that the dog was already too big. Moreover, she still pointed the laser pointer and the fishing rod towards her. Still, the middle of the day was her free time, since the little human was at kindergarten. The great mother, who gave birth to her master, went out today, so she didn't have to keep the pretense up. She looked like a cat, but she didn't have to act like a cat. Bibi opened the refrigerator, then she took out a salmon. Since she had materialized into this body model, her appetite and behavior followed some weird instinct. She was ripping open the wrap covering the salmon when that bastard approached her. Grrrrrr, Kung. F you. Get away from me, Ahong. Bibi chased away the annoying dog. He was a pain in the ass left here by her master. He was only a dog, yet the bastard was larger than her. It seemed the little human had wanted a small dog. Ururung, Kung. Go away, Nurunga Ahong. TLN dog name is Norung, generic name usually given to yellow-brown dogs or cows. The dog was given the name Nurungi since her master didn't put too much thought in naming him. The dog continued to growl as he looked at Bibi. She had a small body, and she had a tempting morsel in her possession. It seemed he saw her as a pushover, and he was going to try to take the fish away from her. Bibi snorted. You won't be able to climb up here, Ahong. Ururung. When she saw Nurungi continue to growl, Bibi let out a sigh. She was reduced to being treated as an easy mark for a dog. How had it come to this? Go away, while I'm saying it nicely, own. Bibi swung her pink paw, and she struck Nurungi's head. Puck. Gay gang. Gigging. Nurungi was surprised, and he quickly ran away. A few. When will master come back? Every time her master returned from a dungeon, his level increased incrementally. Bibi also wanted to quickly level up and become powerful like the old days. However, her situation didn't allow it. As the time ticked forward, she became bitter. Soon, the little human will be coming home from her kindergarten. Star. Gilda Landal's office. Woojin absorbed the reinforcement stone, which increased his stats. He kept eating the reinforcement stones until the point where the consumption will delay the absorption. Sungu was sitting across from him, and he was absorbing the reinforcement stone given by Woojin. Sungu had various wounds on his body, and one could feel a wild course energy from him. Every time Woojin made an appointment to a 5-star or 6-star dungeons, he let Sungu experience fighting various monsters. Still, most of the monsters were defeated by Woojin. Sungu only defeated a small portion of monsters, but even that small amount was very important. Sungu was able to hunt monsters at a high-rank dungeon. He was a respectable 4th circle rank C roused. Sungu was using his abilities in extreme life and death situations, so he was quickly becoming stronger. Doc. Come in. After a knock, young Minchin entered carrying a box. These are the skill books President was talking about. You finally purchased them. Woojin put on a puzzled expression when he received the box. He instructed Minchin to get 3 items, yet there were only 2 in here. The last one? A 4th circle skill book is very pricey. We also keep buying reinforcement stones, and on top of that, most of the guild's finances is being used to purchase items. Are we short on money? Yes. However, we aren't in the red. It just means it'll take a little bit longer to acquire the item. They already possessed a 6-star dungeon and a 5-star dungeon, so they earned a good income. However, the amount wasn't immensely large. They kept spending the money, so the surplus fund they had stacked up in the beginning was being rapidly diminished. In the past, they had to buy items like reinforcement stones to increase Woojin's stat. Moreover, they now had to buy items to strengthen Sungu. This is why they had to spend much more. The guild's funds comes out of the dungeons. A guild had to either increase the number of dungeons one possessed, or increase the number of roused, who will clear the dungeons. Are there any reset dungeons? Recently, we've had some rotten luck. We are newly formed, so it isn't easy for us to get to a dungeon sooner. Woojin had been in the right place and the right time to clear the Seoul National University station. If not, it would have been possessed by Warang. The dungeon reset only happened occasionally. It wasn't easy to find a newly formed dungeon. The large and mid-sized guilds were firmly entrenched here. It wouldn't be easy for Allendale to squeeze in between them to win the competition. Moreover, even if Sadong Station was right in front of their nose, a large guild was next door. Hammer Guild was competing with Allendale. Moreover, Allendale wasn't large enough to have branches near other stations yet. They didn't have enough people to spare. Look for 6-star dungeons that's about to blow up. The training of Sungu was a worthwhile endeavor, but he couldn't slack off in leveling himself. The EXP he was gaining decreased by a significant amount, but the 6-star dungeons still gave him a lot of EXP. Yes. Understood. I'll look into it. All right. So what happened to Warang? We are still in negotiations. I believe it'll be resolved soon. Don't be too lenient towards them. If it isn't progressing well, then we can just smash them. When he heard Woojin's words, a chill ran up young Minchin's spine. Woojin smiled at his nervous expression. I'm joking. It was a joke. Ha ha. I'll quickly resolve it, so President won't have to worry about it. It didn't sound like a joke to him. Minchin thought he had to resolve the negotiations as fast as he was able to. He would do it even if they suffered some minor losses. Contact me immediately if you acquire any information. Yes, sir. The 6-star dungeons are closely tied to the Ministry of National Defense. It is highly likely we'll lose part of our profit from the commission. If everyone gave up on clearing a 6-star dungeon, then the dungeon would erupt from the dungeon break. It was understandable why the Ministry of National Defense was in charge of these dungeons. That'll be better for me. Let's quickly fulfill my military obligations. He'll lose some money, but he'll be able to monopolize the EXP. Moreover, Woojin will get a bigger cut of commission than the others. If he had an opportunity to clear a 6-star dungeon, it was no real loss. Yes. I'll inquire about the dungeons as fast as I can. Also, when are you going to hire new roused? That? Let's do it after I come back from the US. Before that happened, he planned on intensively molding Sungu into a rank A. Woojin will stuff all the information and knowledge about monsters into Sungu, and Sungu will be able to train the newly hired roused by himself. Then, I'll be heading out now. All right. Go do your work. Minchin exited the president's office after he finished his business. Only Woojin and Sungu was left in the room, and Sungu spoke with a sheepish expression on his face. Hyung Nim. Am I really worth investing so much? Sungu was being trained and supported like a special roused in a large guild. He was in an enviable situation. Woojin answered without any hesitation. It'll be easier for me if my director of miscellaneous works becomes stronger. Ah, that damn miscellaneous. Money is only a means to an end. He just wanted to become stronger using the money. What was the point in saving money? Unless the dungeon raids come to an end, the money will continue to flow in and be gathered. Don't value money too much. Just think about how you will be able to live on without dying. I've grown you this much. How unfair would it be if you died? If that happens, you'll only be useful as a medium for summoning my skeleton soldier. I guess so. Woojin spoke such frightening words as if it was nothing, so Sungu scratched the back of his head. Woojin grinned as he looked at Sungu. When is your appointment time for the 3-star dungeon? It is at 6 o'clock. I'll have to start heading out soon. All right, go suffer. Yes, sir. This will be the first time Sungu will be attempting a 3-star dungeon by himself. He had gone to much higher ranked dungeons, but he had always been with Woojin. Sungu won't have Woojin, so his survival couldn't be guaranteed. The difference was quite stark. He couldn't help becoming nervous about soloing a 3-star dungeon for the first time without Woojin. Have some confidence, dude. Yes, Hyung Nim. He was a rank C roused. This 3-star dungeon had already been in circulation, so there was no reason why he wouldn't be able to clear this dungeon. Sungu went through his own thoughts, and he realized he should probably have more confidence in his skills. He probably was better than he thought. Then keep up the good work. Yes, Hyung Nim. Please have a good time with your family. All right. Woojin headed home after leaving Sungu and his office family. He had promised to have dinner with his family. It had been a long time since he had done so. He came back to Earth because he had missed his family. However, he had to level up and become strong to protect his family. Ironically, the time he spent with his family lessened. He had to quickly get ready for the gloomy future, but at the same time, he couldn't ignore the present. Each moment was precious to Woojin. He had been wishing for this time for 20 years. When Woojin came home, Suwa was always the first one to greet his return. Appa. Ego. Our Suwa was waiting up for Appa? Yeah. Ha. Maybe it was because she was a child? Suwa quickly adjusted to the current situation. She had a large house now, and she had been transferred to a nearby kindergarten with good security. Since she was young, she was able to quickly befriend the other children, and every day was very fun for Suwa. On the other hand, his mother had struggled every day to get by in the past. When her son came back home, her environment drastically changed, so she was still having a hard time getting used to everything. He had told her to quit working, but it seems she still went out to Sungmi's restaurant to help out. It wasn't because of money. She felt nervous when she didn't have anything to do. Woojin worried he might have to set up a store for his mother soon. Son. Go wash yourself. I'll bring out delicious food soon. Yes, ma'am. Well, he'll talk to her during dinner. Woojin headed towards the bathroom to take a shower, but someone blocked his path. Bibi stood on her hind legs, and she grabbed tightly onto Woojin's leg. What is it? Bibi looked around her surrounding, then she jumped on Woojin's shoulder. She whispered into his ear. Master. Please take me along a hong. Where? I'm going crazy from boredom a hong. I miss going into a bloody battle with Dulcie Jingong. Woojin grinned at Bibi's word. She must have been bored to death rolling around the house. Since she missed the battlefield, it reaffirmed Bibi was a demon by nature. How's Sua doing? Don't even say anything, Nyang. You brought a brute of a dog, so she doesn't even play with him. She just keeps bothering me, Nyang. Sua said she didn't like cats, but it seems Sua played well with Bibi. Bibi. Where are you? When she heard the sound coming from the living room, large tears fell from Bibi's eyes. Master. Please ahong. Just tell her I ran away from home, Nyang. Then he wouldn't have an excuse to sleep by Sua's side at night. I'll come up with something. You promised ahong. Please take me to the next battle ahong. When Woojin nodded his head, Bibi felt relieved, and she jumped down. Bibi. Uni was looking for you. Where have you been? Naya. Woojin secretly put on a small smile as he showered when he heard the sounds coming from the living room. Soon, a feast was set up on the dining table, and 3 people were sitting around it. Is it some kind of a special occasion today? I want my son to eat a lot. You are enduring a lot of hardships. Lee Soo-gyang looked at Woojin with a thankful and a reassured expression. I went to Seungmi's place today. They said my son is doing bigger things than I thought? His mother didn't watch a lot of TV, so she was slow to pick up on what was happening around the world. It seemed her friends at Seungmi's restaurant must have said something to her. Woojin guessed what was said, so he spoke. Aee. It isn't dangerous work. You don't have to worry about it. At Woojin's words, Lee Soo-gyang grabbed her son's hand tightly. You mother has ears. I know how dangerous your work is. That's. Don't worry. My son is doing something big. So, how could I stop you because of a single person's selfishness? Don't worry about your mother. Mother. Woojin held Lee Soo-gyang's hand. At that moment, his mother spoke. Moreover, I heard you have a girlfriend. Ah, she even heard about that. You aren't too young anymore. You should marry quickly to continue your line. I think that's a good idea. Woojin let out an awkward laugh at Lee Soo-gyang's sincere words. His mother was thinking too far ahead. Woojin thought he should at least introduce Jaewon to his mother once. In the midst of the enjoyable dinner, his hand phone rang. Woojin smiled when he saw Young Minchin's name. President. I've found a dungeon without a waiting list. If there weren't anyone on the waiting list to raid the dungeon, it meant they were waiting for a dungeon break. From Woojin's perspective, it was basically a report on the EXP and artifacts he'll be able to obtain. Where is it? It's in Pyongyang. Woojin's ears twitched. Did he hear wrong? North Korea? Yes, President. Woojin let out a laugh of disbelief. He had talked about Pyongyang, and now it seemed he would really go there. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 61, Shout from Pyongyang. Chapter 61, Shout from Pyongyang. TLN, this is a sponsored chapter. Thank you John and Fima for the donation. I planned on trying to translate 2 chapters today, but this chapter gave me a lot of problems. It took me much longer than expected. So there will only be one release today. Please turn off the ad blockers if you are able to. Thanks and enjoy. Sadong Station's Cafe Angel. Even Du Jaewon wondered if she had heard wrong. Where are you going? Pyongyang. In North Korea? That's right. I'll be back after I smash a dungeon. That's not the important thing. Should we do a meet and greet with our families? How did going to Pyongyang become an unimportant matter? Moreover, he wanted our families to meet and greet. Jaewon was confused as to how she should accept this request. Let's just eat some food. I heard you quit work. Yeah. I've already repaid most of my debt. You have debts? It was from the hospital fees incurred when I was hurt. The dungeon shock happened when she was 19 years old. Her parents passed away, and she had received a big injury. She didn't know how the world worked, so she incurred debt from various places. If her face hadn't been hurt, then she could have probably earned the money easily. However, she would have been led down a bad path. Is that so? Then what are you going to do? Do you want to come work for me in my guild? I'm also thinking about setting up a cafe. Are you interested? Cafe? Woojin was the hottest roused right now, yet he suddenly wanted to go into the cafe business? If he just went around the low-rank dungeons, he would make much more profit than running a cafe. It seems my mother is bored. It's okay. I always wanted to do something in particular when I pay back all my debt. What is it? I want to become an author of a romance novel. The words came out of nowhere, so Woojin momentarily lost the ability to speak. At his awkward silence, Jaiwon's cheeks turned red from embarrassment. It's just a hobby I want to try. Cool. It's cool. I'll read it later. Jaiwon's cheeks became redder when he said he'll read the words she had written. She was embarrassed, so she changed the topic. Oh yeah. The Alumni Association called me not too long ago. They were asking for your phone number, but I haven't told them yet. After Jaiwon lost her face from the accident, she became alienated from her friends. After she finished recuperating, she started working, so she didn't have time to meet up with them. However, Woojin had become famous after he was shown on TV. When both Woojin and Jaiwon showed up on the airwaves, her former classmates must have heard about it. The missing boy and the monster girl had morphed into a handsome man and a beauty. Some of her alumni saw them when their pictures were decorating the internet portal. Really? I guess I'll see my friends after a long time. Geez. I'm not sure I'll be able to remember their names. I'll contact them once I return from Pyongyang. He'll probably have some time before he had to go to the US. Jaiwon was surprised by Woojin's words. You want to go together? We'll go see them together. Why? He vaguely remembered several faces and names. However, he couldn't match the names to the faces. He'll be able to meet his friends after 20 years. It was less than Woojin, but Jaiwon would be meeting her friends again after 5 years. She had a bit of a different reason from Woojin as to why she was shaken. Nothing. Let's go meet them together. Jaiwon had a lot of close friends. No, she had thought she had a lot of close friends. Jaiwon's beauty made her the center of attention before, and there used to always be a lot of people around her. When she hurt her face, her friends left one or two at a time. Several people looked at her with pity in their gazes, so Jaiwon cut herself off from them by her own choice. When she looked back at her high school days, she realized she hadn't really been close to anyone. Now only Woojin was by her side. This was why he was her benefactor, who had found what was precious to her. I'm sure you are busy. You should go now. Woojin looked at his watch, and it was already 11 o'clock. His meeting was at 12, so he should start heading out. Do you want anything? I'm going to Pyongyang. At the very least, I should buy some souvenirs. Poot. Jaiwon couldn't help but laugh at Woojin's words. If one only heard Woojin's words, one would think this trip was a trivial matter. No matter how close the land was, North Korea felt very far away to the people of South Korea. What was Pyongyang famous for? Woojin tried to sort through his memories, but he couldn't remember the names of his friends, nor could he remember the famous specialty products of Pyongyang. Please come back without getting hurt. Jaiwon stroked Woojin's face. His wound was completely healed. It was just a scratch. I guess I'll just buy whatever I see. Maybe it was because he was too used to escaping death and receiving wounds. He was indifferent at the prospect of getting injured. Star. Roused Management Bureau's Lieutenant Che Haesol of the Special Defense Brigade was meeting Woojin once again in matter of days. She pleasantly greeted him. It is an honor to see you again. I'll be your guide all the way to Pyongyang. Well, I would prefer someone I'm used to. Haesol smiled at Woojin's words. This man's name came up daily on the ranking of the most searched words. Calm Woojin's down-to-earth personality was fascinating. It made her wonder if this person was really the figure in the news. I'll be giving you a briefing on your schedule. After lunch, we will travel past Panmunjom to head towards Pyongyang. We should arrive at Pyongyang by dinner time. After some rest, you will enter the dungeon in the morning. TLN Panmunjom, it's where the DMZ is. If you are interested, search YouTube for Conan stars in North Korea's first late-night talk show. He goes there. That's it? He thought he would have to go through complicated procedures to be able to enter North Korea. He guessed this wasn't the case. We've already received permission to enter from North Korea's delegation. We'll arrive at Pyongyang tomorrow. If Mr. Woojin succeeds in clearing the dungeon, there will be great profit for both the North and South Korea. Depending on whether Woojin could succeed clearing the dungeon, the content of the negotiations would change drastically. You take care of the complicated stuff. Do you mind if I head into the dungeon as soon as I arrive there? He didn't feel the need to spend the night in North Korea. To be honest, he would feel safer sleeping inside the dungeon than sleeping in North Korea. Chairman of the National Defense Commission, Kim Jong-un wants to have a meeting with you. Meeting my ass. It would be preferable if you accede to. Che Hae-sol saw it on TV. She had seen Woojin's fierce kick and the beating he administered. She had worried over several dozen times whether his inappropriate behavior might get everyone in trouble. Woojin wouldn't be the only one in danger. His companions would also be in danger. Well, let us head out first. We'll talk when we get there. Woojin and Hae-sol got into the official vehicle that had been readied for them, and they headed towards Panmunjom. The view around the Panmunjom was unfamiliar, so when the car drove onto North Korean soil, he felt kind of restless. I thought this place would be full of army facilities and soldiers. There isn't much here. Woojin mumbled as he saw the fields after the harvest. Their car was surrounded by escorts in the front and back. The landscape was basically the boondocks if the military personnel were ignored. Che Hae-sol, who was sitting by Woojin's side, laughed as she spoke. Only a very limited locations in North Korea is developed. Otherwise, it is like looking at our country 70 years ago. It is so bad that they only have subway stations in Pyongyang. If they have so few stations, then why can't they take care of their own business? Why call for assistance? Doesn't North Korea have any roused? Woojin didn't really care. He'll be given a chance to clear a dungeon. He'll also be able to monopolize EXP and achievement points. Still, he couldn't help being curious. There are a relatively low number of roused in North Korea. It is hard to make a team made up of only rank aroused. Moreover, the roused population in North Korea has a high mortality rate. He didn't need an explanation to know why the mortality rate was high. Woojin was curious, so he followed up with a question. Then what did they do when 6-star dungeons blew up in the past? If they didn't have enough power, then he wondered how they were able to last for so long. It had been 5 years since the dungeon shock. It would be weird if a 6-star dungeon hadn't reset during that time. To my knowledge, the 6-star dungeon has reset 6 times. There had been 2 dungeon breaks, and they were all handled by China. So that means China couldn't take care of this dungeon, and they used the portal 3 times? Was this the reason why they asked for help from South Korea? It isn't like that. North Korea failed after trying to take care of the problem by themselves. China tried to make an example out of this situation, so they stood by idly. This spurred North Korea to put out an ad through the world's roused organization to gather roused, who will raid the dungeon. I see what's going on. The bloodstones coming out of dungeons was the energy needed for new growth. The gap between the third world countries without subway stations and the nations with subway stations were widening even if only 5 years had passed. Even if it was only few stations, North Korea possessed subway stations. When they received help from China, they had to give up all rights to the dungeon as the price for their help. Every time China helped, North Korea chafed under what they considered to be unreasonable treatment. This was why North Korea had tried clear the dungeon with their own forces, and they had failed. China was indignant by North Korea's independent actions, so they decided not to help this time. This lit a fire under the feet of North Korea, and they desperately requested the roused of the world for help. Young Minchin had seen this just in time. Well, let's leave after we finish our business quickly. Please keep your promise about giving me 15 days. Yes. We will most definitely uphold that condition. He had to clear a dungeon in North Korea. There was the issue of clearing a dungeon in North Korea with the help of South Korea. Moreover, when Woojin's guild succeeds in clearing the dungeon, the 2 nations had to negotiate on how the dungeon would be shared. Woojin gave a simple condition. After clearing the dungeon for the first time, he would be given free reign over the dungeon for a 15 days period. He didn't have any other demands. The first person to clear it received the most profit. Since Woojin could ask for a concession without giving a concession, it was considered fortunate that he only requested those conditions. However, the negotiations between the North and South Korea over the dungeon hadn't even started yet. North Korea would be able to decrease their reliance on China in dealing with high-ranked dungeons. North Korea was also focused on securing bloodstones, and South Korea wanted some diplomatic benefits. The negotiations between North and South Korea would start a day after they arrived. However, the success of Woojin's dungeon raid was more important right now. If Woojin failed, he would die in the dungeon. However, Lieutenant Che Haesol, who came here with him, would also be put in an awkward situation. If a break happened, a part of Pyongyang would be destroyed, and North Korea would take a huge financial loss. Everything rests on Mr. Woojin. Woojin grinned at Che Haesol's solemn words. Star. Kamsusan Palace of the Sun. This place was more commonly called the Memorial Palace, and Woojin was impressed when he stepped inside the building. He was surprised by the large plaza, and he was more surprised at the place filled with weapons and soldiers. It seemed they weren't the parade troops they showed normally on TV. They were armed with real guns. Machine guns and tanks were also dispatched. They were positioned in the traditional formations used to deal with the dungeon breaks. Lieutenant Che Haesol was also surprised. She came back after talking to an officer of the North Korean army. She spoke in a serious manner towards Woojin. The reset dungeon is called the Gwangmyeong Station. They have to stop the break at any cost, so I understand how they are feeling. If the Gwangmyeong Station breaks out, then the Memorial Palace would be put in danger. The palace basically symbolized North Korea, and to protect the palace, they were going to stop the dungeon break at all costs. Comrade. Follow us. Woojin and Haesol was led by a commissioned officer of the North Korean army, and they arrived at a meeting room. There were several desks set up for dining, and several North Korean officials were sitting there. Woojin sat on the seat he was guided to with an apathetic expression on his face. If anything, Haesol was the one sitting in her seat with a stiff expression. In the meeting room, several reporters were filming the scene. Aren't you nervous, Mr. Woojin? Why would I be nervous? At Haesol's stiff question, Woojin answered indifferently. This was a typical method used by a politician. After inviting the guests, the host would stall to increase the psychological pressure felt by the guest. This was a method he enjoyed using as the emperor of his empire on Alphen. Well, it didn't result in him making any good relationships. It happened when Woojin propped his hands beneath his chin out of boredom. Chairman of the Central Military Commission has arrived. The reporters, who were taking a brief rest, started busily pressing on the camera's shutter. Woojin was amused as he saw the other man enter. The man with the peerless hairstyle. It was his first meeting with the third-generation dictator. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 62, Shout from Pyongyang, 2. Chapter 62, Shout from Pyongyang, 2. TLN, this is a sponsored chapter. Thank you John and FEMA for the donation. Queue is cleared. Please turn off ad blockers if you are able to. Thanks and be safe out there tonight. The pointless waiting filled Woojin with anger. Who is this pig? This was Woojin's first impression after seeing Kim Jong-un, who was the successor of Kim Jong-il. The young dictator had a weird hairstyle, and he pushed his hand out towards Woojin, who was younger than him. Nice to meet you, comrade. I've heard a lot about you. Yeah. Nice to meet you. TLN, lost in translation. He is talking as an equal. Informal. When Woojin shook hands face-to-face with Kim Jong-un, the North Korean officials, who showed up with him, frowned in anger. Comrade. He is the chairman. Be careful with your words. At his words, Woojin raised his hand to cover his mouth. Nice to meet you, Jong-un. Kim Jong-un, who was directly involved, froze. The North Korean officials, who came with him, and Che Haesol, who came with Woojin, also froze. Ah, it was a mistake. This was a mistake. Che Haesol was regretting everything. Woojin hadn't cared about the recording cameras when he slapped Warang's guildmaster's cheeks. She hadn't prepared for such a situation. She was in the wrong in thinking he would show some manners towards North Korea's supreme commander. No, she wasn't in the wrong. She had assumed such matters would be dealt with common sense. A normal person would have been careful all on one's own. Che Haesol's only fault was forgetting Woojin was a human, who would go past the boundaries set by a normal person. The faces of the officials from the North Korean army was filled with anger. You son of a bitch. Where do you think this is? How dare you play with us? Instead of being cowed by their agitation, Woojin grinned. He said to cover it, so Woojin covered his mouth. TLN, this is something that was lost in translation. The word in question has two meanings. First definition is to pick and choose carefully. The second definition is to cover/hide something. So why was he angry? Woojin taunted the official with an amused expression on his face. Kim Jong-un, who was looking on, laughed. Ha ha. As expected, he is very heroic. Please sit. When Woojin sat in his seat, he spoke in a blunt manner. Let's just talk about business. I want to go into the dungeon right now. The North Korean officials bristled in their seat at Woojin's terse words. If they were able to, they would have immediately slapped Woojin's face. The reporters from the foreign press continued to press the shutter to their cameras. Ha ha. You are very straightforward. As expected, you sound like South Korea's best veteran warrior. Ha ha. Kim Jong-un laughed heroically at Woojin's rudeness. In the first place, Woojin didn't have much to negotiate. A day after he clears the dungeon, he'll be able to raid the dungeon for 15 days. He had all the rights to the items found in the dungeon during this time. He just wanted a definite answer agreeing to those terms. If you end this properly, then I will keep my promise. Then I don't want to wait anymore. I'll go right now. Ha ha. Let us take one picture before you go. Woojin and Kim Jong-un stood in front of the reporters, and they took pictures. At Kim Jong-un's orders, the reporters from North Korea took numerous pictures. Comrade. I'll wish for your safe return. Was he worried about Woojin? Or maybe he wanted Woojin to come back alive, which would mean he had been able to prevent the dungeon break. Now I've heard everything. The meeting ended before 30 minutes could pass. The time it took to take the picture actually lasted half of the meeting. The actual meeting ended way too fast. Che Hae-sol had been ill at ease more than anyone else in the room. She was sitting with sweat coming down her ghastly face. Really? I thought I would die from my heart being squeezed. This place is Pyongyang. Mr. Woojin should be a little bit more careful with your words. Woojin grinned at Hae-sol's request, and he patted her on the shoulder. Didn't you just see me being careful? What? Then I'll be heading out first. I'll see you in a couple days. I'll pray for your safe return. Woojin waved his hand as he strode towards the dungeon. There were no portal. The North Korean roused, who attempted the dungeon, chose death over using a portal to escape. He didn't know if someone made them do that or it was on their own volition, but it meant that there weren't any information on this dungeon. Who? Really? Hae-sol shook her head. At the very least, his confidence was the best in the world. He was outspoken even in North Korea where there was an unreasonable authoritarian regime. After Woojin entered the dungeon, the barrier formed in front of the entrance to the Gwangmyeong station. He had 8 days until the dungeon break. If he didn't come back out, then it would be impossible to mount another attempt. North Korea had tried to gather the roused of the world in the beginning, but no team accepted North Korea's offer. Kim Jong-un watched Woojin enter the station from a different location from Che Hae-sol. He had a satisfied smile on his face. Wasn't he quite straightforward? Yes. It would be great if one roused like him would show up from within my people. It is quite unfortunate. I had heard all heroes were lustful, so we readied a lot of beautiful women. It seems we won't be able to use them against him. It's okay. At Kim Jong-un's word, the official carefully asked a question. Does Chairman think that man will be able to succeed? He'll succeed. He can do this. Kim Jong-un's eyes watched Woojin disappear into the dungeon. His eyes and voice indicated he was sure Woojin would succeed. Break a leg. Kim Jong-un gave a cautious support for Woojin, and his face held a hint of envy. How great would it be if an extraordinary hero like him existed among his people? Star. Ah, this is so annoying. He had to enter the dungeon from the start instead of using the portal. He'll have to defeat the monsters in the outer dungeon first. It was problematic since North Korea's subway station was very deep underground. The escalators wasn't working. He had to descend using the stairs, and the monsters kept rushing up towards him. It delayed his progress. After he defeated all the monsters, he added more souls to his leveled-up spirit armor. After he subjugated the souls, he passed through the portal that formed near the entrance. G-end. The space distorted. The scene that spread in front of his eyes made Woojin feel a sense of danger. The trees and the land was dead. The ruins were covered with viscous moss-like substances. Isn't this a colony? This was a first. These weren't beings from Alphen. It seems Tronant's main force had shown up. Kaeruk. Kaeruk. Accompanying a bizarre sound, a fat praying mantis-looking monster showed itself from atop the mountain ridge. It was about 1 meter tall, and it was around 1.5 meter in length. Its front appendages were as sharp as swords. They were menacing weapons. The most problematic part was several dozen of them always traveled in a group. They were the most commonly seen, and the most troublesome low-rank monsters under Tronant. Bajik. It's been a while since I fought a large group. Woojin summoned Golem Dulcie and Succubus Bibi. Hooah! I've finally escaped Niang. He had barely convinced the disappointed Sua, and he was able to bring Bibi along with him to work. Bibi covered her nose when she smelled the battlefield. Ooh, okay. Whose colony is this? I don't know yet. Tronant's 72 commanders. He didn't know who this colony belonged to. No, it didn't matter who it was. He'll get rid of everyone who steps onto Earth. Go Dulcie. Weeing. Dulcie absorbed the dirt in his surrounding. He made a body with the dead dirt, and a horrible stench came off of him. Even seeing Dulcie's large body, the Bajiks bravely ran forward. The battle with Tronant's fearless troops started. Star. He put Dulcie in the front. After he defeated all the Bajiks, he used the corpses as medium to summon the skeleton soldiers. He summoned 50 of them at once. There were only that many Bajik corpses. The sticky moss-like substance covered the forests, roads, plains, mountain, and the abandoned city. It was spread everywhere. Since this was a deadland, there were countless number of monsters in existence at this location. Tronant's favorite tactic was attacking with overwhelming numbers. More Bajiks were rushing over when they heard the sounds of battle. Woojin grinned as he heard their horrible shrieks. We aren't pushovers either. Level, 50. Name, Woojin. Class, Necromancer, Advanced, Warrior. Rank, Middle Rank. Achievement, 273219. Magic, 201/250 Energy, 34/60ths. Strength, 45 Agility, 39 Stamina, 51 Wisdom, 32. Magic, 250 Energy, 60 Recovery, 42 Heal, 40. Control, 250. Unassigned point, 0. Reinforcement Stone Reabsorption Delay Time. Strength, 12 Agility, 31 Stamina, 7 Wisdom, 480. Magic, 27 Energy, 6 Recovery, 11 Heal, 5. Control, 3. He had invested most of his bonus points into control and magic. He was increasing his stat with the reinforcement stones, but as he continued to absorb the reinforcement stones, the delay time kept increasing. Every stat had different absorption time. In the case of a stat like Wisdom, he was reaching a limit. He had taken a reinforcement stone couple days ago, yet it wasn't fully absorbed yet. Currently, Woojin could control 250 of his summoned beings. If he blended the skeleton soldiers and the skeleton magicians, he could put forth a large troop. If he wanted to maximize the power of the skeleton soldiers, then he needed commanders. This would require the presence of Death Knights. Still, Woojin was quite good at commanding the skeleton soldiers himself. Diversity wasn't a strong point in Woojin's troops. Kek. The Bajiks ran towards him, while letting out horrible shrieks. Monsters that seemed to be a hybrid between a spider and ant lifting its head was seen behind the Bajiks. It's a launcher. These bastards spat thorns that was akin to tentacles. It had a long range, and its power puts a bullet to shame. They were quite troublesome to deal with. There are also Rantos. There were only one in sight right now. It was as big as an elephant, and it was surrounded by an enormous carapace. It had a high resistance to magic, and the carapace had outstanding defensive power. The skeleton soldiers' swords, and the magic of the skeleton magicians wouldn't work against this opponent. Either a Death Knight's Dark Blade or Lich's magic could threaten this monster. Woojin couldn't summon these familiars, so he would have to use the powerful attacks of the warrior class. Dulcie, make a path for me. Goo goo goo. Dulcie caused vibrations as he charged towards the center of the enemies. The skeleton soldiers stood in lines as they readied to charge. In the back, the bones of the skeleton magicians appeared, and they raised their hands to create and maintain their magic. They readied themselves to fire. Su Suk. Woojin summoned his phantom steed. He got on, then he changed his warrior's weapon into its axe form. These were the warrior class skills that had been unsealed after he reached level 50. When his weapon changed into an axe, he could use smash and whirl. The destructive power was increased by a notch. Let's go, kids. Keek. Woojin spurred his phantom steed to gain some good momentum, and Dulcie caught up to him from behind. He summoned bone spears, and he threw them towards various locations. When the time was right, he erected bone walls to restrict the movements of his enemy's forces. Hong, Kwajik. Gaehuk. As blood flew everywhere, Woojin charged between the monsters, and he cut down the Bajix with his deadly axe. Every time he split an enemy open, a new skeleton soldier was summoned. The number of skeletons following Woojin kept increasing, but the number of Tronet's monster gathering in this location was much larger. Woojin burst into laughter when he saw the enemy swarm towards him. I guess my level will increase by a fair amount. Tronet would invade Earth sooner or later. He just had to get stronger quickly to oppose Tronet. He watched his achievement points increase continuously, and Woojin's axe danced. Star. In the middle of the colony. Woojin watched the bizarre creatures that wriggled together to form a shape. I'm curious which bastard is here Niang. They are all the same to me. It seems Earth will start to see Tronet's subordinates Niang. It's about that time. Woojin headed towards the center of the colony as he looked around with an indifferent gaze. If this had been allowed to be completed, then one of Tronet's commander would have shown up. Even now the Bajix and launchers were continuously being born from the hideous hatcheries. Let's end this and go out. It took him 12 days to wipe out the entire colony. 3 days should have passed outside. It was about time for him to go out. Nya Hong. I wanted to go sightseeing in North Korea. Too bad Hong. Woojin grinned, and he marched forward the corpses of Bajix and launchers he had readied near the colony. The level of resurrection was still low, so the corpses had only 50% of their original abilities. However, he hadn't raised them, because of their ability to fight. The corpses latched themselves onto the headquarters and the hatcheries. When this was done, he let out all his magic at once. Quack. The corpse explosion caused a storm of blood. Woojin covered his face to block the aftermath of the corpse explosion. This brought me up 2 level. During the 12 days of hunting, he had leveled up twice. He still had the 15 days he would be able to use this dungeon, so it would be possible for him to reach level 60. A crater formed from the effect of the explosions, and the return stone was floating in the middle. However, besides the green return stone, there was another purple gem that looked similar to a return stone. There are 2 return stones? Woojin took the 2 gems. Woojin was confused, so he used his identification magic to find out the gem-sealed information. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 63, Shout from Pyongyang, 3. Chapter 63, Shout from Pyongyang, 3. TLN, this is a sponsored chapter. Thank you John and Tyler for the donation. Please turn off ad blockers if you are able to. Thanks and enjoy. It is a miraculous fragment making up the material world. It is an ingredient used to make the dimensional domain. Woojin stroked his chin. He held up the bright purple gem, and he looked it over. However, no more information popped up. BB. Do you know anything about the dimensional domain? Oing? I have no idea. This was the first time BB had heard about it, so Woojin didn't ask any further questions. He wouldn't get any answer from worrying over it, so he decided it would be better to ignore it. He put the dimensional fragment into his inventory. Then he walked away with the return stone in his hand. It was time for him to exit the dungeon. Star. The barrier was disappearing. The eyes of the 2 North Korean soldiers guarding the entrance to the Gwangmyeong station widened. Hey, look at that. What is that? A hook. The barrier is disappearing. That son of a bitch from South Korea really succeeded. Hurry up and report it to our superior. While the North Korean soldiers moved busily, foreign reporters were hiding nearby. They took pictures of Woojin walking up the stairs. They raised their telephoto lens. Shit. This doesn't make any sense. This is crazy. He soloed a 6-star dungeon. This will be a huge topic. An amazing roust has appeared in Korea. This right here. Won't this roust be hot as Melody, who showed up in America? Hurry up and contact the headquarters. While the reporters busied themselves, Woojin looked at the person coming towards him after he left the dungeon. The soldiers were still manning the line of defense, but Woojin could see reporters scattered amongst them. Unlike South Korea, the reporters didn't run forward to ask aggressively for an interview. They just watched him. After receiving the urgent message, Lieutenant Che Hae-sol had come running over to the dungeon. She didn't hide her elation. I knew you would succeed. Good work. Well, didn't we come here knowing I will succeed? Ha ha ha. Of course. However, I am still surprised you were able to pull this off. There had been no volunteers who wanted to go into this dungeon, yet Woojin cleared the dungeon in triumph. Moreover, the access to this dungeon had been restricted, so no one was able to gather information on it. It took a brave person to attempt this dungeon, and it was more surprising that someone had succeeded in clearing it. Did the negotiation group arrive? Yes. Both the North and South delegations are waiting for the news as to whether the dungeon was cleared or not. She didn't tell him they were getting ready to start the negotiations, assuming there was a 70% chance he would fail. Then you guys take care of the negotiations. I'm going into the dungeon again. Since there won't be a dungeon break anymore, tell the army to back off. What? You are going to re-attempt it without taking a break? Che Hae-sol was very surprised. 3 days had passed. He would have spent 4 times the amount of time inside the dungeon. He spent an incredible amount of time in a tense battlefield, yet he wasn't going to take a break? He would instead re-enter the dungeon? Well, this isn't difficult work, so why would I need to rest? He spoke of going into the 6-star dungeon as if he was going to a playground. What was Woojin's true ability? What ability would allow him to clear a dungeon so easily? Do your best then. Woojin immediately turned around, and he went back into the dungeon. If he wanted to reach his target level of 60, then he would need to run a tight schedule for the next 15 days. He had to use the least amount of time, so it would be possible for him to run an extra dungeon run. He would be able to sleep inside the dungeon. Whether it was rest or filling his stomach, it was all possible within the dungeon. He also had a very useful means of getting supply called the point store. Soon after Woojin left, an out-of-breath North Korean soldier came running to the dungeon. Just from looking at the bars on his shoulders, one could tell he was a high-ranking officer. When he saw the barrier blocking the dungeon entrance, he looked around his surrounding. What the hell? Didn't you say the barrier came down? Yes. He just went in again not too long ago. What? That crazy bastard went back in without taking a breather? Yes. He looked around his surrounding, and all the soldiers on standby backed up what was said. The dungeon raid had been successful. However, the hero Kang Woojin went back into the dungeon. He couldn't help but be taken aback at this unexpected situation. This is no simple matter, but... The chairman told him to bring Comrade Kang Woojin at any cost, yet he didn't have any way to contact him. He had no choice but to give his report. He quickly walked away. Star. In a room inside the Memorial Palace, Kim Jong-un was stroking his plump chin with a serious expression on his face. It's tilted to the left. Yes, comrade. The soldier hurriedly fixed the tilted framed picture. Kim Jong-un smiled in satisfaction. The large framed picture on the wall was the printed photo of the picture he took with Kang Woojin. What should I do with this framed picture? Kim Jong-un looked at the framed picture that was originally hung there. It was a photo of him shaking Dennis Rodman's hand affectionately. It was a picture of a basketball player he had once liked. However, Kim Jong-un wasn't interested in him anymore. Throw it away. At Kim Jong-un's cold words, the female servant carefully stepped out of the room with the framed picture in her possession. He possessed a NBA regulation ball used in a game during the season. This room used to be decorated with basketball equipments like basketball shoes and headbands. Now the items that came out of the dungeons lined the room instead. At the end of the wall with the framed photo, there was something akin to a small dungeon museum. The room was filled with artifacts and stuffed low-ranked monsters. Kim Jong-un looked at Woojin inside the framed photo, and his face was filled with envy. Doc. Come in. Kim Jong-un looked towards the open door with a large smile on his face, yet the person he was expecting wasn't there. What is it? Where is Comrade Kang Woojin? That is. He entered the dungeon again. What did you say? The North Korean army officer tried to explain the situation, but it was a waste of time. Why didn't you stop him? He had already entered when I got there. Do you think my words are a joke? He desperately begged, but not a single lash moved on Kim Jong-un's face. Cold sweat started running down the officer. Comrade. I think you will need to self-criticize your actions. Please spare me. At Kim Jong-un's words, the officer immediately got on his knees. I have no business with you. Get out. See, Chairman. Please. He begged, but it was a waste of time. No, the ruckus he caused was driving the nail into his coffin. I guess you won't even need to reflect on your own action. The guard from the security department, who was standing behind Kim Jong-un, took out his pistol. Then he immediately shot the man in front of them. Tong. The North Korean army officer died for such an absurd and groundless reason. However, the guard didn't show any surprise. He merely noted such an event had happened again. Now listen to me. Go wait for Kong Woojin with both your eyes open, and bring him when he comes out. Yes. The unlucky guard, who was chosen for this task, couldn't show any signs of complaint. His heart was being charred black inside. Ha! I should be the one to treat the hero, who saved Pyongyang. Kim Jong-un touched the skill books on display on top of his desk. He wasn't aroused, so the skill book didn't respond to him at all. Kim Jong-un looked at the framed picture on the wall and his eyes was filled with envy and admiration. Star. Who? At the same time as his level up, his low magic and energy was recovered. It sent a charge up his spine, and he felt a refreshing sensation. The pleasure given by drugs couldn't even compare to this sensation. I'm level 60 now. He had started off with the basics. Then he killed the six-legged spider-like monster called Launcher, who shot tentacle spears. He even took down Rantos, which had stronger magical resistance than the ogre. It was a horned monster equipped with tough leather. Then there were the Tudons. They were earth moles, who dug tunnels through the ground to approach a prey in stealth. They attacked by suddenly popping out of the ground. These were the basic underlings that composed Tronet's army. Woojin indiscriminately hunted them down, and he destroyed the hatcheries in various locations. The colony headquarters that had existed in the first run wasn't present in the second run. He guessed the colony headquarters was the dungeon boss. He repeatedly hunted down the monsters in this endlessly large dungeon, and the return stone appeared randomly if one destroyed the hatcheries. When Woojin found the return stone, he would take care of the monsters that were visible to him, then he would go out to re-enter the dungeon again. Instead of hunting down all the monsters, it was better to re-enter the dungeon to hunt large groups of monsters again. This method was advantageous in earning more EXP. He repeated this method. This was the 7th time he had re-entered the dungeon. He had finally reached level 60. First, Woojin learned all the warrior class skills. Warrior's patience was a passive skill, and it would allow one to endure pain. All the other skills were related to the bow. Woojin immediately took out his warrior's weapons, the steel staff, to change its form. The staff started to curve, and a light made out of magic started to elongate to make the string for the bow. Woojin searched through his necromancer class skills, and he learned. It was something he hadn't learned since it was weaker than the bone spear. However, he thought the skill would work synergistically with the bow. After summoning a bone arrow, he fitted on the string. He pulled back, then he tried firing it. Shui heek. It flew much faster than throwing a bone spear, and the arrow also flew a longer distance. Woojin smiled in satisfaction. If he had enough magic, he could summon an unlimited supply of bone spear and bone arrows. This wouldn't be of any use in summoning more skeletons, but it could be used as a medium for summoning bone walls. It would give him a great tactical advantage. Woojin learned the level 60 restricted necromancer skills he had bought. Through one's shadow, a parasite ghost of the host will be summoned. It will read the emotions and gather information about the host. If the host is a corpse, then the ghost will be able to control it. If the corpse is revived with resurrection, then the ghost can bring out a little bit more of the corpse's original ability. Depending on the summoner's loyalty and trust, the required control is decreased. The summoned being needing control by the summoner may be reformed into a true companion. Number of shadow, 1. Corpse amplification, plus 10%. Needed control 1, minus 99 loyalty, minus 99 trust. If he had Gaby, then he could amplify the power of the zombies revived using resurrection. Since they were just corpses, they didn't have the agility or intelligence they possessed when they were alive. It was a different story if Gaby was controlling them. Come out, Gaby. Woojin immediately called out his familiar, Gaby. Woojin's shadow suddenly stood up, and a being with the appearance of Woojin showed up in front of him. If he didn't have a transparent body like the phantom steed Xingxing, Gaby would look exactly like Woojin. Keek. I can finally hear Master's voice. I still feel creeped out by you. Keek. Isn't it about time you got used to it? It was as Gaby said. He should have been used to it by now, but Woojin was still not used to him. Gaby was like another cloned version of himself. They were fundamentally different existences, but they shared the same thoughts, sights, and feelings. Even though they were different beings, he felt a sense of repulsion. If you don't like this form, then why don't you give me a new body? Woojin looked around his surrounding. It was in ruins from the battle. There were a lot of corpses that could host Gaby. However, he had already finished clearing the dungeon, so it was unnecessary. I'll call you when I need you. Return back into my shadow. Key kick. This place called Earth has a lot of fun stuff. It seemed he had read Woojin's mind without permission. Woojin frowned, and he glared at Gaby, who had returned into his shadow. Chat. He felt creeped out by him, but Gaby wasn't a bad being. He had saved Woojin's life several times. He was a loyal familiar. Do I have around a day left? In real time, only a little less than 14 days had passed. He still had a day and couple hours left. If he was quick about it, then Woojin could probably run the dungeon one more time. Woojin took the return stone, and he headed back out of the dungeon. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 64, Shout from Pyongyang, 4. Chapter 64, Shout from Pyongyang, 4. TLN, this is a sponsored chapter. Queue is cleared. Thank you John and Kane for the donation. Please turn off ad blockers if you are able to. Thanks and enjoy. Che Haesol had been on standby. Woojin's eyes widened when he saw her. As soon as she saw him, she got on her knees. Ha? Why are you being like this? Please heed my request. What is it? Even if it is 1 hour, could you not rest for a little bit before you go? What? Every time he came out of the dungeon, Lieutenant Haesol tried to grab him. However, she clung to him more desperately today. Geez. I told you I'm fine. The political climate right now isn't good. Please think about your home country and rest a little bit. What nonsense is she talking about? When Woojin tilted his head in confusion, Haesol looked around her surrounding, then she approached Woojin to speak into his ears. North Korea wants to extensively advertise this successful dungeon raid. South Korea wants to package it as a North and South joint operation. Then just go with that. Woojin had a so what expression on his face. Please come with me. I have to return to the dungeon. You take care of the politics. Che Haesol had an almost tearful expression on her face. The most important person in these proceedings wasn't showing his face at all. Couldn't he at least take couple pictures with the others? Woojin decided to be considerate of Che Haesol's situation, so he decided to vacate 1 hour of his schedule. Geez. This is quite tiresome. The Memorial Palace became busy when they heard Woojin was coming. The high-ranking North Korean officials and the negotiation team from South Korea all gathered at the banquet hall. Several of them had dissatisfied expression on their faces since they had been waiting on Woojin for 2 weeks. However, it didn't bother Woojin one bit. All kinds of delicacies were prepared in a grand fashion in the banquet hall. Woojin ate some food, then he stood with Kim Jong-un and the representative of the South Korean negotiation team. The three of them took pictures. Please smile a little bit. At the reporter's request, Woojin made an exaggerated smile. The high-ranking officials, North Korean officials, were displeased when they saw this. Well, I'm really busy, so let's wrap this up. Woojin was about to leave when a major stopped him. He was a bodyguard affiliated with the security department. Comrade. Please sign your name on here for me. Woojin stared blankly at the white paper handed to him by the guard. You are the greatest roused in South Korea. It would be an honor to receive a signature from you. I was wondering what you wanted. Woojin grinned, then he signed his name on the paper. Good luck. Thank you, comrade. When the guard received his signature, he let out a sigh of relief. The guard even secretly looked towards Kim Jong-un to give him a wink. Woojin felt something was off, so he summoned Gaby. Gaby. Do you see that pig over there? I see him, master. Try latching onto him. Kook. Finally, my first mission on Earth. He felt Gaby exit his shadow. Gaby secretly slipped into Kim Jong-un's shadow. When Gaby entered inside Kim Jong-un's shadow, he would able to share in the experience of the host's movements and feelings. Moreover, when he returned to Woojin, Woojin would be able to experience what Gaby experienced. It's going to be tight. He had only 1 more day left to use the dungeon. If he wanted to gain a little bit more achievement points, he would have to move more diligently. A man with sharp features was eyeing Woojin as he disappeared from the banquet hall. Republic's supernatural force commander Ri Pyongan. Another man approached him, and he quietly whispered to Ri Pyongan. Commander. We are ready. Are you sure about this? Do you really want to take him head-on? Carry it out with the utmost stealth. Understood. When the man he ordered disappeared, he let out a twisted laugh. That bastard dared to look down on the Republic. Amir, roused from South Korea, was being pushy inside the heart of North Korea. He was extremely unhappy about it. It also bothered him that Woojin put on a dignified appearance, and he didn't show any deference towards the chairman. The chairman admired the roused. He had established North Korea's supernatural special forces, and Ri Pyongan was named the commander of this force. Their roused population was small, so whenever the high-ranked dungeon reset, they had to receive help from China. Their loss was quite substantial. China was mining gold in their front yard, yet they couldn't prevent them from doing so. To clear the 6-star dungeon, they had sent in a team of roused they had ambitiously cultivated. There had been 2A rank and 8B rank. This group represented almost half of the high-ranked roused of North Korea. The Republic even gave them their only 2 return portal, yet the whole team was wiped out. No one knew what had happened to them. Since they died before being able to use the return portal, they didn't have any information on the dungeon. Moreover, they had lost the roused they had cultivated with much difficulty. In a flash, the confidence in the supernatural special forces was lost, and Commander Ri Pyongan's position was also shaken. With only the North Korean forces, they weren't even able to clear the 6-star dungeon. Moreover, they still had to worry about the dungeon break. China ignored North Korea, and the other nations of the world also ignored them. In the end, a pompous roused from South Korea had come to raid the dungeon. Ri Pyongan had snorted at the time. However, Woojin had cleared the dungeon in 3 days, and he experienced a sense of crisis. He knew the chairman was trying to appease the roused named Kong Woojin. If he joined the Republic, then his post as commander of the supernatural forces would immediately be in danger. The dungeon had already been cleared, and the negotiation on how they would divvy up the dungeon had been resolved. North Korea still had 2 rank A roused and several dozen skilled rank B roused. The first clear was difficult, but the subsequent raids significantly decreased in difficulty. Moreover, they had been able to learn a significant amount of information about dungeon from the negotiation talks. That son of a bitch. Since the hunt was done, it was time to put down the hunting dog. Woojin was able to solo the dungeon by himself, but in the end he was still a human. If a roused got shot or blown up, then death was inevitable. If it happened inside the dungeon, then there wouldn't be any evidence. Before one clears the dungeon of monster to use the portal, one could still use items from Earth. He will become the fertilizer for the growth of our strong and prosperous country. Everything he did was to make his country strong and prosperous. The chairman had a brief lapse in judgment. This was for his comrade. Ri Pyongan looked towards Kim Jong-un, with eyes filled with ambition. Star. Woojin walked past the soldiers still seriously guarding the dungeon, and he headed towards the dungeon entrance. You are going back in again? Of course. This will probably be your last run. We wish you good luck. The soldiers opened a path for him as he headed toward the dungeon entrance. He just needed to work hard for one more day. No. He just needed to work hard for 4 days inside the dungeon, then he'll be able to go back home. Woojin entered the dungeon with a light heart. Right before the barrier could form, another person jumped into the dungeon. The soldiers weren't surprised by the extra person who had entered. He was able to enter. He had entered before the barrier could form. If the barrier dissipated, it either meant one cleared the dungeon, or all the people who went into the dungeon had died. This time they were hoping for the latter situation. Well done, Comrade Namjoseon. A single soldier departed to make a report on the situation. However, they didn't see one foreign reporter taking pictures of these events from afar. Star. 4 hours had passed since Kong Woojin had entered the dungeon. Ri Pyongan was worried. Did we fail? The agent, who had followed behind Woojin, was a rank C roused of the supernatural forces. The man's loyalty to the Republic was extraordinary. He had strapped bombs on his entire body, and he had entered the dungeon. This was a plan where his life was forfeit from the start. As soon as he entered the dungeon, he was supposed to hug Kong Woojin and blow himself up. Even if he wasn't able to grab Woojin, it didn't matter. The entrance of the subway station was narrow, so an explosion from a short distance would be just as deadly. So why hadn't the barrier disappeared yet? If he came back alive. Shit. Ri Pyongan felt irritated just from thinking about it. He had sent in enough explosives to blow up an entire building. How likely was it that Woojin would come back out alive? Yes. Even if he wasn't killed, he would have received a critical wound. He's probably on his last breath. He probably received a critical wound, so how will he be able to find and use the return stone? The Roused had abilities well beyond the imagination of humans. Kong Woojin must had some trick up his sleeves to be still alive. However, he was sure Woojin had received a critical wound. One needed a return stone to break through the barrier. Even if he was alive, his life would probably end at any moment. He felt frustrated since he had no idea what was going on inside the dungeon. However, Li Pyongan kept his hope alive as he waited for Woojin to die. Star. It had been over 2 days and 1 hour since Kong Woojin had entered the dungeon. Something is wrong. What? At Lieutenant Che Haesol's words, the leader of the negotiation group, General Li Sunchi, replied in a gruff manner. If we take into account of Mr. Kong Woojin's personality, he wouldn't attempt something he wouldn't be able to do. Something must have gone awry. Li Sunchi's voice was filled with strained emotions. It had been over 2 days since Woojin had entered the dungeon. He was given 15 days to use the dungeon for himself, yet an extra day had passed. The South had agreed to pay for cost of Woojin staying for an extra day, so Li Sunchi couldn't help but feel worried. Woojin's last clear time was 1 day and 17 hours. Normally, he should be out by now. So what else do you want to say? Don't we have to launch an investigation? Do you realize where we are? What can we do over here? This was Pyongyang. There were dozens to 100 eyes watching them in secret. What could a mere dozen people making up the negotiation group do in this situation? Please look at this. Che Haesol had received a photo from one of the foreign reporters. She held it out. It was a picture of an unknown man following Woojin into the dungeon. Li Sunchi's expression turned serious when he saw the photo. When did you obtain this? I received it around 30 minutes ago. After Che Haesol obtained the photo, she came to report with a worried heart. We'll have to investigate immediately. We'll have to make a formal complaint towards North Korea. Are you crazy? At Che Haesol's agitation, Li Sunchi coldly berated her. If someone had hatched a scheme, then it would be North Korea's doing. Still, how could they lodge a complaint against them? Should they ask them to just reveal their plots? It would be like throwing oil onto a fire. This was the heart of North Korea. When they turned their backs for a moment, it would basically be like jumping into a tiger's maw. Let's just observe for now. If they hatched a plan to kill Kong Woojin, they were basically handing the negotiation team a huge bargaining chip. Even if they were going to lodge a complaint, they would have to do it after they returned to South Korea. They would handle it through diplomacy. Only Che Haesol had a face full of anxiety and concern. Star. It had been over 2 days and 18 hours since Kong Woojin had entered the dungeon. What is this? Kim Jong-un saw the news article on the tablet, and he vented his anger. It was an article from a French news agency. It was a picture of an unknown man slipping into the dungeon entrance after Woojin. Who is this bastard? We are trying to find that out right now. Hurry up and find out about it. Tell me who this motherfucker is right now. As you command. Kim Jong-un's face became red. His ample chin fat trembled. South Korea's greatest Roused might die this day. No matter how he thought about it, he would come out at a loss. He had to find the bastards who hatched this plan. It was always the excessively loyal bastards who gave him the most problems. Damn bastards. Kim Jong-un brought his fist down. His gaze landed on the white piece of paper inside the framed picture. It was the paper with Kong Woojin's signature. Star. It had been over 3 days and 5 hours since Kong Woojin had entered the dungeon. It's disappearing. The barrier was disappearing. Whether Woojin came out alive or died as the dungeon reset, this would be big news. The foreign reporters pressed their camera shutters busily. A foreign reporter had photographed an unknown man entering the dungeon, so it had been shown in the news. It caused the atmosphere inside North Korea to turn serious. The activities of the officers in the North Korean army started to pick up. Lieutenant Che Haesol from South Korea stood in front of the dungeon every day for all hours except when she had to sleep. Please. Was it because she had wanted to hear it? She heard footfall coming up the stairs. Tuck, tuck. Each step was deliberate and slow. As he reached the top of the stairs, she saw his face and hair. There were wounds all over his body, and his face had wounds as if his skin had been scraped off. His face was blotchy, and his skin didn't look too good. After Woojin ascended the stairs, he looked around his surrounding. Numerous gazes were fixed on him. Hoo. He was laughing. Woojin, who had a blank expression, twisted his mouth. He had to apply a lot of regeneration salve. His face and body was still recovering, but he didn't care about that. The wounds on his body would heal completely in couple days. The problem was the dirty feeling he felt. His chest was filled with so much rage that it was stifling him. The twisted laugh that came out of Woojin stopped, and the smile on his face disappeared. Do you all want to die? Is that what you wish? Woojin looked around his surrounding with heartless eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 65, Unexpected Loot. Chapter 65, Unexpected Loot. TLN, this is a sponsored chapter. Queue is cleared. I tried to release this as fast as I was able to. Thank you John and Andrew for the donation. Please turn off ad blockers if you are able to. Thanks and enjoy. The atmosphere was grave. When Woojin took a step out of the entrance, the soldiers took a hesitant step backwards. Tell that pig bastard to come out. At Woojin's words, the North Korean officials, the members of the South Korean delegation, and the foreign reporters all thought of a single person in their head. Moreover, they felt shocked by the conviction behind his words. Woojin's words were basically a declaration of war. Moreover, he said it in the heart of North Korea. If he doesn't come out, then I'll go to him. When Woojin took another step forward, the soldiers reflexively got in his way. Their eyes were filled with terror, and Woojin's indifferent eyes swallowed their terror. Woojin was about to raise his hand when a cat jumped out from behind him. A few. Master uses too much brute force. Hong. Bibi stood ahead of Woojin, and she waved her cute pink paw. Bibi's body shuddered, and black flower petals scattered like snow towards the people gathered around the site. All the soldiers and the reporters slowly closed their eyes, and they slid to the floor. That wasn't necessary. Nyang. This is more effective. What if you get sued after you killed them without any cause? Hong? This is Earth. Hong. Earth. Stop creating complicated situations. Nyang. Well, if he killed everyone here, then being sued wasn't the only thing that would happen. Is it because she watched a lot of TV? Bibi was more sensitive to how society worked on Earth. If he could avoid annoying situations, then he wouldn't object to it. Woojin didn't want to kill indiscriminately. He just had to kill the one who dared to order a terrorist act of bombing on him. He'll cool his anger by chewing on the person's soul. He planned on walking past all the sleeping people, but it seemed not everyone had fallen asleep from Bibi's ability. These existences had magical resistance. They were roused. Hey, asshole. Do you think our republic is a pushover? I knew it would eventually turn out like this. We shouldn't have let a South Korean brat into Pyongyang. These were the North Koreas roused in the supernatural force. At Commander Ri Pyongan's orders, they had blended into the groups of soldiers. There were 1 rank A and 9 rank B. This was probably the team who would have tried to clear the dungeon after Woojin came out. They had been placed here on standby. They blocked Woojin's path. Woojin looked at them one by one. What? Asshole. Who cares if he stared at them? At Woojin's words, the roused started activating their abilities. When Woojin saw this, he grinned. Yes. This is how it should be. He wanted to cut off the head of the snake. It would be more absurd if the underlings ignored such an act. Before they could ready themselves, Woojin summoned bone spears. Hong. As expected of high-rank roused, they easily avoided his attack, but Woojin was aiming for something else. Jiang. Woojin took couple spirits out of his spirit armor, and he shot out several spirit spears. The spirit spears chased in pursuit until they hit their targets. Hut. What is that? Some used barrier magic to block the attack. Some used attack magic to break the spirit spear instead. While they were distracted for a moment, Woojin had already let fly his bone arrows. Pooh shook. Ooh, okay. Woojin continuously shot out his arrows. The warrior-class archery skill allowed Woojin to be very proficient in shooting the bow. It let him shoot the bow like an expert. However, several roused immediately counterattacked after blocking the arrows. This roused had a very fast and sharp attack. His quick sword was on par with Li Yunhui. He remembered being stunned when she had injured his face. However, his current level wasn't comparable to before. This was only a rank aroused's attack. Kaon. The bow in Woojin's hand immediately morphed into an axe. With the change, he whirled the axe head around towards the lower body of the charging foe. Kwang. The whirling blow made the opponent stagger from the impact, and Woojin immediately sent a bone spear towards him. Cook. Huahong, Tuk. Woojin took another step forward. The blade of the axe took off the opponent's head from his body, and the head flew into the air. Woojin grinned and he attempted a resurrection. The battle knight with a severed head. Dullahan has superior inability compared to the normally resurrected corpse. The condition is fulfilled if the opponent is a 6th circle rank A, and the resurrection is used when the roust's head has been cut off in battle. It is a cumbersome requirement, but the result is surprising. It isn't a clumsy corpse. Korra. His movement was similar to how he moved before death, but his strength and destructive ability increased substantially. Dullahan, who was still wearing the North Korean army uniform, grabbed its own head. Then it charged towards the North Korean roust, who had been comrades only few seconds ago. Huck. When had they ever had the chance to fight with a dead corpse? No, this person used to be their comrade, but now they had to fight against his corpse. The battle was resolved pretty fast, and Woojin absorbed the roused souls into the spirit armor for storage. Pooing. Several corpses exploded. Several skeleton soldiers and skeleton magicians appeared. Weeing. Dulcie was summoned in his light form, and he circled around BB's head. If given the command, Dulcie could pull the rubbles to himself to form a body. Let's go. Woojin moved his feet towards the memorial palace. He didn't care where Kim Jong-un was hiding. If he moved towards Gaby's energy, he'll be able to find Kim Jong-un. He dared to attack an opponent from the back. Woojin would praise his boldness as he gave Kim Jong-un a miserable death. This time Che Hae-sol blocked Woojin's path. Please stop. At the unexpected situation, Woojin's eyes was filled with curiosity. You were aroused? TLN, hee. She didn't have much of a presence, so he hadn't checked before. When he activated his warrior's sense to observe Che Hae-sol, she was a level 11. She had barely reached the first circle. She was a rank F roused. Normal people were between LVL 1 to LVL 9. She had a trifling amount of magic resistance, yet she was able to resist BB's sleep curse. Her mental toughness was commendable. Please stop. We can still salvage the situation. Woojin grinned. You always speak as if I made some accident. She is going to salvage situation? Well, Woojin could only be dumbfounded at her words. But the accident will start now. 10 high-ranked roused of North Korea's supernatural force had died. In the middle of the Memorial Palace's square, 300 soldiers were put to sleep alongside the reporters. An accident that is bigger than this. Che Hae-sol's head suddenly throbbed. She knew he wasn't kidding from the look in his eyes. Moreover, she had witnessed him kill 10 high-rank roused, who had been helpless against Woojin. Korra. The corpse held its head by its side, and the eyeballs rolled around the socket. The sight was more than grotesque. Even the skeleton soldiers, who had shown up after the corpses exploded, felt unreal to her. Hae-sol swallowed her saliva. She had never seen someone who was this stubborn. Please stop. I beg of you. Why? It'll be war. This might erupt into a war. This was an armed conflict inside Pyongyang. It was an unprecedented event. This was going to cause a huge ripple effect. The problem was it wasn't necessarily a good ripple effect. What war? I just have to teach that pig a lesson. Does this mean he can't punish the pig? At Woojin's indifferent answer, Hae-sol stared blankly as she lost the ability to speak. I hate bastards who stab me in the back. I can't forgive him. Stabbed in the back? Then the mysterious man, who entered the dungeon, was a North Korean agent sent to attack Woojin? Still, he had to hold himself back. Please think about your homeland. You can't start a war. Geez. Stop babbling. You talk too much. I won't start a war. Woojin walked deliberately towards Hae-sol, who was blocking his path. Every time Woojin took a step closer, Hae-sol's heart thudded in rhythm with his footsteps. When Woojin was right in front of her, her heart was beating so fast that she wondered if her heart had escaped her body. If you don't want to die, then get out of my way. She felt a chill run up her spine at Woojin's words. Che Hae-sol bit her lower lip. Then please kill me instead. You have to restrain yourself. I don't know what happened in the dungeon, but please curb your anger. This isn't the way to do this. At Hazel's words, Woojin quietly looked at her. Yes. He could hold himself back. However, didn't he need a reason to do so? He had no reason to hold himself back. The pig sent a suicide bomber to him, so why should Woojin spare him? Please. Woojin's fist planted itself into Hazel's stomach. Hazel's body folded into itself like a shrimp from the single blow, and she slumped to the floor. It would be painful, but the blow wouldn't kill her. Woojin looked around his surrounding. No one was awake to block Woojin's path. He saw voyeurs watching from a distance. They moved busily, but he didn't really care about them. Star. The tunnel leading to an underground bunker beneath the memorial palace. Dururo Oruru. Tiri-ironing. A gun emplacement placed in the wall fired, but the spirit armor blocked everything. It couldn't hit Woojin. Kwang. Woojin's hammer hit the wall, and the gun emplacement twisted, and it collapsed with the wall. Heek. When the thick wall protecting them disappeared, the two soldiers, who weren't roused, was filled with terror. Nyang. Bibi immediately casted her sleep curse, and Woojin just shrugged his shoulder. Why bother with doing that? Nyang. It's all right, Ahong. Woojin looked around the hallway filled with smoke. The smell of gunpowder was quite strong. There was only one steel door left. Hey, Jun-gun. Why don't we talk for a moment? No answer came from inside. He was sure there was someone in there. He could feel Gaby's existence across the door. Maybe he couldn't hear Woojin's voice? Kwang. It was a steel door that could withstand an explosive. Woojin struck it with his hammer, but it didn't budge. Chat. Hey, Dulcie. Weeing. Dulcie was already level 27. His basic form could use dirt to make his body. At level 10, he could use stones. Moreover, he was able to use metal at level 20. Cooing. The entire steel door was ripped away, and it started to form a shape. Dulcie formed in a crouching stance, and he immediately got out of Woojin's way. The underground bunker shook as pieces of concrete fell from the ceiling. Heek. The door itself turned into a golem. He could see a frightened Kim Jong-un and his bodyguards from the security department inside. Woojin grinned when he saw them. Should we have a little talk? His smile was crueler than a smile from a devil. You dare try to kill me? Comrade. I've never gave such an order. Kim Jong-un replied with a shaky voice. Monster. He was a monster among monsters. The supernatural forces Roused demonstrated for him couple times, but none of them were like Woojin. Woojin was outspoken, and he was an impossible opponent to beat. Kim Jong-un really felt the threat to his life. He had hidden himself, yet Woojin knew where he was like a wraith, and Woojin had come after him. Well, there is a way I'll be able to find out the truth. When Woojin grinned, a paper-thin shadow exited Jung-un's shadow, and Gaby was reabsorbed into Woojin's shadow. He experienced what Kim Jong-un's shadow felt and experienced, while Woojin was inside the dungeon. Then Woojin's eyebrows furrowed. He really didn't do it? Bibi shook her head at his embarrassing situation. Master made an accident again, Ahong. Just resolve it in an amicable manner, Ahong. He had already ran wild once, so his anger had lessened a little bit. Still, he wasn't planning on forgiving anyone. Kim Jong-un wasn't the only one who needed to receive his punishment. Hey, Jun-gun. Please speak, comrade. Find me the man who ordered the suicide bombing on me. I never let live someone who stabbed me in the back. I give you my word, comrade. I'll find the one pulling the string from behind at all cost. I will hand out an exemplary punishment. At Kim Jong-un's words, Woojin grinned as he raised his hand for a handshake. This was my misunderstanding. Sorry. He had turned Pyongyang inside out. Woojin didn't know if an apology would be enough, but... No. It is my fault for not keeping my subordinates in line. If there weren't any misunderstanding, then we could have been good friend. At Woojin's words, Kim Jong-un made an expression of regret, then he shook hands with Woojin. Woojin laughed as he saw Kim Jong-un's ample fat on his chin. The feared dictator leading North Korea was a mania for the roused. His mania was so fierce that he collected numerous artifacts even if he didn't have any abilities. It was weird. Moreover, he was fan of Woojin. Then I'll accept these presents, comrade. Woojin grinned. He knew where all the artifacts were kept inside the memorial palace. Moreover, he also knew about Kim Jong-un's hobby room, where he stashed away a lot of artifacts. Comrade Woojin smiled while he was looking at me. Kim Jong-un matched his smile. The roused held strength that was beyond the limit of human. Kim Jong-un's respect towards the roused was much deeper than what Woojin had suspected. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 66, Unexpected Loot, 2. Chapter 66, Unexpected Loot, 2. TLN, this is a sponsored chapter. Late Night Ninja Release. Queue is cleared. Thank you Vincent and Eric for the donation. Please turn off ad blockers if you are able to. Thanks and enjoy. Woojin walked out of the underground tunnel. Please stop. Somehow, Che Haesol had found Woojin. She ran towards him and she blocked his path. She was still grimacing as if the pain hadn't subsided yet. Please stop. It isn't too late. We can still mend this. Che Haesol meant what she said. A war would erupt if events continued to progress like this. She had to prevent such an event from happening. Che Haesol spoke with utmost sincerity. This isn't the way. Please stop. She really felt that way. A war meant tens of thousands of people would have to sacrifice their lives. She wanted to stop such an appalling tragedy from happening at all cost. Woojin looked at her with a non-committal expression. Haesol studied Woojin's expression, and the light in her eyes shook. And, no way. He had already made a mess. Kim Jong-un was dead. Strength left her legs. Another bloodstorm will rage. She had made a mistake. She shouldn't have asked Guild Allendale to clear Pyongyang's 6-star dungeon. Haesol was in a daze as she flopped down on the floor. Woojin secretly smiled when he saw this. He isn't dead yet. Really? You did well. Yet? Are you still planning on killing him? Haesol swallowed her saliva. Well, I'll see what happens. Woojin wanted to see how they took care of the person who ordered the suicide bombing. Please hold yourself back. If your anger isn't quelled, then I'll give you my life instead. I mean it. From her sitting position, she got on her knees. Really? The war of the Korean peninsula may never end. It has been less than 100 years since the last war. This land shouldn't have to go through such a tragedy again. If you would be satisfied from just taking my life. No. She wasn't worried about the conflict turning into a world war, but this war would be held on the Korean peninsula. Her beloved country would be ruined, so wouldn't giving up her own life be well worth the price of stopping this war? Woojin narrowed his eyes as he looked at Haesol. She didn't have a blemish-free soul. It wasn't like Jaewon's clear and innocent soul. However, this was the first time he had seen such a shiny soul on earth. It meant her will was filled with sincerity. She wasn't lying when she said she'll offer up her life. Lieutenant Che Haesol. Yes. You really are forfeiting your life to me? Of course. If I could stop this disaster from spreading, I will. If Kim Jong-un was still alive, then they could still cover this up. Woojin shrugged when he saw Haesol's sincerity. It would be wasteful to just kill you. Discharge from the military. Did I hear you wrong? After your discharge, come work under me. If you do that, I'll spare Jungun. Haesol's face was filled with conflict. Didn't she dream about becoming a genuine soldier? At that moment, Woojin felt the presence of people approaching him. A group of people came out of the passageway. Hurry up and clean this up. Find where Ri Pyongyang went. Woojin grinned when he heard Kim Jong-un's voice. Should I go catch that pig? I'll join your guild. Woojin's grin widened. It was rare to find someone with Che Haesol's will and conviction. He had found an unexpected loot here. Woojin grinned as he walked away. He knew where everything was inside the memorial palace, because of Gaby's memories. Now it was time to go rob Kim Jong-un's collection. Then you should go talk to patch up the situation. What the hell? He had made such a mess, yet he was able to easily ask her to patch this up. Before the chaotic atmosphere settled down, Woojin quickly headed toward Kim Jong-un's hobby room. Star. The next 3 days passed like a storm. Ri Pyongyang and anyone related to him were all captured. There were even some innocent people who were lumped in with them. The delegation from South Korea left as they let Kim Jong-un take care of those men. Kim Jong-un was shaking from anger. You are a dead man. How dare you steal the treasures soaked in our people's blood and sweat? You took the future of our republic? Bastard. Chairman. I really don't know. I really don't know anything about it. You still dare to lie? Punish them until they speak. Understood. Ri Pyongan was suspended by his arms like a piece of meat at a butcher's shop. The interrogators approached him, and they started whipping him. Kim Jong-un looked on with cold eyes as he tried to quell his anger. The treasures he had gathered with the blood and sweat of his people were all gone. The only thing left was the picture he took with Kong Woojin and his signature. Kim Jong-un's wrath was great since someone robbed him of everything. He had gathered his collection for the past 5 years. The only person he suspected was Ri Pyongan. He was probably planning his betrayal for a long time. He was probably planning on blaming it on the visiting South Korean delegation. If it wasn't for Comrade Kong Woojin, I might have been in big trouble. He hadn't died. Kong Woojin had survived, and Ri Pyongan's betrayal came out into the open. They had nothing to do with it. It wasn't as if he hadn't suspected the people from South Korea. However, they traveled here sharing just 2 cars. He didn't think that massive amount of treasure could be stolen by them. The only roused in the party was Rank AA Kong Woojin and Rank F Che Haesol. Just in case they were using artifacts, they were searched. They didn't find any subdimension artifact. Even if they did find one, the artifact could only hold a limited amount of items. The best subdimension artifact was owned by a Middle Eastern royal family, and it could only hold a 300-liter refrigerator. Massive amounts of treasure had disappeared, and it wouldn't fit inside a subdimensions. So the only people who could pull this off was on the North Korean side. Bastard. He is quite tenacious. Kim Jong-un gritted his teeth as Ri Pyongan failed to confess. Star. We've arrived at the Panmunjom. Ooh. We are finally here. Haesol saved her words as Woojin stretched. For the past 3 days, Woojin just lazed around as he slept. The negotiation team had to renegotiate the deal for the past 3 days. After the betrayal within North Korea was resolved, South Korea's Kong Woojin was reported to have taken an active role in all of the events. It didn't matter what the truth was. South Korea's situation had improved. Woojin had taken care of all the high-ranked roused in North Korea. North Korea didn't have enough force to even attempt the 6-star dungeon. They had removed China from the equation, so the relationship between the two nations turned for the worse. Russia wasn't an option either. Eventually, it was agreed that South Korea would run the dungeon, and North Korea would share in the profit. If one excluded the violence that erupted within Pyongyang, the end result was very good for South Korea. Woojin, the person in question, slept lazily inside the memorial palace even though he was the one who had caused all the ruckus. He even slept through the sounds of the firing squad for Ri Pyongan and his accomplices that erupted early in the morning. Che Haesol didn't have a strong heart like Woojin, so she was nervous the whole time she stayed in North Korea. The angry atmosphere made the negotiations strenuous. They passed the Panmunjom, so she was on South Korean soil. However, she couldn't relax yet. I have something I want to ask you. Speak. Che Haesol didn't know when it happened, but Kong Woojin spoke to her naturally in an informal manner. Why did you hold back after giving the condition that I join Allendale? Woojin was bold enough to slap Orang's guildmaster on live TV. If she took his brute personality into consideration, it made her wonder about something. She knew if Woojin wanted to do something, then we wouldn't easily be deterred from his action. What do you want to hear from me? What? At Woojin's response, Che Haesol scratched the back of her head. She was embarrassed to say what was on her mind now. Did she want to hear praise from him? Did she want to hear about the worth of her ability? Did she want him to talk about how she stopped him from killing North Korea's ultimate dictator? Now that she thought about it in her head, she basically wanted to ask questions when she already knew the answers. Woojin was looking out the window. Haesol watched the back of his head, and her face turned red from embarrassment. It's nothing. Che Haesol cleared her throat in embarrassment. Woojin grinned. If you fill an organization with people with ability and worth, then the organization will run itself. He didn't want backbiting in his guild. He didn't want to supervise his underlings. He wanted people who will take care of the annoying and difficult works for him. This idea was very appealing to Woojin. You have worth. You are an outstanding individual with a lot of appeal. It made him want her as an underling, so he could order her around. Woojin retracted his gaze from the scenery outside the window, then he turned his head. He saw the young soldier's face, whose eyes were shaking from being moved by his words. She didn't cry, but her eyes were moist. I will find you immediately after I am discharged. You do that. Woojin decided not to tell her that he wasn't going to kill Kim Jong-un in the first place. Star. Gilda Landal's office. The only large TV in the office was located inside the president's room, so the founding members were all gathered there. They were watching a TV special with the edited version of the breaking news that had occurred for the past 3 days. They had turned the show on so much that they almost memorized the content of the news special. They saw Woojin so much on TV that it didn't feel like he was absent from the office. Yes. If we compile all the new until now, it seems Ri Pyongyang was the main figure who had staged a coup d'etat. He was the commander of supernatural force of North Korea. What is your opinion on this? The roused abilities are like a double-edged sword. The roused transcends the human limitation, and they protect our country from the monsters. On the flip side, there are those who would participate in crimes. The roused could be very dangerous to a regime like North Korea. The betrayal of a commander of the supernatural force puts the North Korean regime in a very dangerous situation. Yes. It was Alandal's guild master who had cleared the 6-star dungeon. If it wasn't for President Kang Woojin, the coup d'etat might have brought Kim Jong-un's reign to an end. What are your opinions on this? If a new figurehead with radical ideas had seized power in the north, then we would be in much more danger. President Kang Woojin did a meritorious deed by helping keep the status quo of the relationship between the north and the south. Will he receive a medal for this? He'll get it. President Kang Woojin's exploit rapidly mended the relationship between the North and the South. President Kang Woojin's assault scandal hasn't been resolved yet. What do you think about DDIRIC? When the members of the panel started repeating the same points again, Young Minchin turned off the TV. Everyone faced each other with serious expressions on their faces. They are 100% right. Don't you all know about President's personality? At Woo Sung-hoon's words, everyone silently agreed. The story is coming into focus. Maybe our president threatened Kim Jong-un? It was said that Ri Pyongyang stole all the artifacts gathered by North Korea. It sounds like something our president would do. Kim Ha-man questioned Woo Sung-hoon's sharp conjecture. AEE. No way. Even if our president bends the rule a little bit, do you really think he will resort to stealing? You are being kind by saying he bends the rule a little bit. He is reckless. Sung-gu spoke with a dissatisfied expression when he saw them bicker. Well, this is the story of when I met President for the first time. He told them about Woojin killing Baedosua's party. The faces of the founding members darkened when Sung-gu described how Woojin had emptied the pockets of the dead people. Woo Sung-hoon spoke with a smug expression on his face. Wah! What did I tell you? I'm really onto something here. We can't believe everything said in the media. Now that I think about it, he did say he wanted to assassinate Kim Jong-un before the guild was formed. Wah! See? What did I tell you? My arms has goosebumps. Ooh wah! At Sung-gu's words, Woo Sung-hoon spoke more forcefully. Maybe President has already killed Kim Jong-un. AEE. No way . Didn't you say our president wanted to go kill him? He might have planned this visit to Pyongyang. Maybe he is from a patriotic household? I'm sure he has bad feelings towards North Korea. AEE. President was just angry, because his conscription letter came. Woo Sung-hoon's eyebrows curved as he heard Sung-gu's words. He said such words from receiving a mere conscription letter? Wah! What does that have to do with? Why would he want to assassinate Kim Jong-un just from receiving a conscription letter? He didn't want to join the army. Wah! Look at the scale the president thinks in. Isn't this giving you guys goosebumps? He had wanted to kill a nation's dictator, because he didn't want to enlist in the army. I wasn't going to say anything, since I don't hold a grudge. It isn't in my personality. However, this was when I used to sell handphones. Click. Sung-hoon's words ended when the door to the president's room opened. How have you guys been? Everyone froze when Woojin appeared. Woojin hadn't seen them for a while, so he had a bright smile on his face. What? What is it? I thought President was having a banquet with the president? What am I going to do at such an event? I wanted to have some soju with you guys. Ah. How could he so easily break a promise made with the president? Oh. Why is my ears so itchy? Did someone speak badly behind my back? At Woojin's word, everyone's head reflexively turned towards Woo Sung-hoon. Woo Sung-hoon's pupils shrank in a microsecond, and it shook. Woo Sung-hoon suddenly stood up, and he started clapping his hand as he looked towards Woojin. Zock. Let's clap for our president. He went through a lot of hardship, and he has returned as a hero. Thank you for your efforts. We are proud of you. The reaction of the other people in the room was a bit slow. Woojin laughed. He narrowed his eyes as he watched Woo Sung-hoon, who had spoken in an exaggerated manner. I did. Didn't I? Sweat started to perspire on Woo Sung-hoon's forehead. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 67, Hero's Mentality. Chapter 67, Hero's Mentality. TLN, hey guys. This is the regular chapter for next week. I had a lot of spare time today, so I decided to translate this chapter early. Please turn off ad blockers if you are able to. Thanks and enjoy. It was late in the day, so most of the newly hired employees had clocked out. The several employees that were still in the office was told leave for the day. It had been very busy recently, so they hadn't had the chance to go out for a company dinner yet. The founding members decided to go out for dinner, which would also serve as a drinking party. Granny. Aiku. My baby is here. The congenial grandmother from the shanty town was still there, and Sung-gu helped her as if this was his own store. He started placing the basic side dishes on the table. They were the only customers in this old restaurant, so the atmosphere was chilly. Young Minchin was the first to open his mouth. President. Are you sure you don't have to go? I'm not going, so why do you keep asking me? He asked since his phone's inbox was burning up. Young Minchin took care of most of the external business of the guild, so his handphone was continuously vibrating. Isn't it an appointment with the president? I never promised I will go. They just decided on their own that I needed to go. Do I have to accept their invitation? Aren't they giving you some award? I don't want to receive an award, so tell them not to call me anymore. Still. Woojin frowned. I'll go there. I'll go there, then I'll come back. If they are going to give me a damn award, I'll. No. I'll respectfully decline the offer. Jun Minchin looked at his silenced handphone. 27 unanswered calls, 128 unread messages. Oh. It would be better to not send Woojin. He might unnecessarily cause trouble. Minchan briefly vacated his seat to make a phone call. Woo Sung-hoon laughed as he tried to lift the slightly heavy atmosphere. Please tell us about your work in Pyongyang. I'm talking about your tale of heroism. Tale of heroism. Nothing much happened. AEE. Stop being like that. Please tell us about it. Tale of heroism. I have no tales of heroism to tell. I just went around the dungeon for a while, then I punished those who needed it. Then I came back. Ha. We were nervous at the prospect of President killing Kim Jong-un. I was going to, but I decided to spare him. He said he was my fan. He was going to. Also, Kim Jong-un was his fan. Sung-hoon and Heyman's face turned rigid. Then Sung-gu brought over the beef entrails, and Minchan returned to his seat after finishing his call. I was able to come to a resolution with them. You will have to accept an invitation from the Chongwadi after you come back from your trip to the US. Well, I guess that'll be fine. Woojin gave a half-assed reply, then he focused his attention on the beef entrails that was placed on top of the hot skillet. Jeek. Hey. This place's beef entrails are fantastic. It goes well with the soju. It's perfect. As they watched Woojin smacking his lips from the tasty fare, Heyman and Sung-hoon exchanged glances. Heyman signaled with his eyes gesture. Sung-hoon took a shallow breath, then he spoke. So? Why were you trying to kill Kim Jong-un? Some bastard snuck inside the dungeon with a bomb. I thought Kim Jong-un ordered it, so I was going to punish him. He came back alive after someone detonated a suicide bomb? Woojin talked about it nonchalantly. Sung-gu stopped flipping the beef entrails with the tongs, so Woojin started flipping the meat with his chopsticks. Hey, Sung-gu. It's burning. What? Yes. Sung-gu, who was spaced out, started to pick up the beef entrails to cut it. Jeek. Ya. It looks delicious. Woojin opened a bottle of soju as he watched the grilled beef entrails turn brown. When the bottle of soju was pushed forward, Minchan raised his cup. Did someone die? Why is the mood like this? This is our first company dinner. It's nothing. Maybe it was because Woojin had indifferently talked about killing people. They had no idea what kind of person the president was. They tried to reconcile the man in front of him, and the man they had imagined him to be. If one discounted such thoughts, the company dinner was going quite well. Above all, this was Gilda Landel's first company dinner. Woojin poured alcohol into all the founding members' cups, then he filled his own cup. You guys had endured a lot of hardship up until now. I wish you guys would endure more hardship in the future. What kind of toast was that? Sunghoon took the cue, and he yelled out. Thanks for everyone's efforts. Zang. After downing the refreshing soju, Woojin dipped a piece of beef entrail in the sauce, then he placed it inside his mouth. Kaya. This was the taste. Woojin was getting ready to dig into his food. He readied a perilla leaves for Sam. Everyone else looked around awkwardly, and they gave Woo Sunghoon a signal with their eyes. Woo Sunghoon let out an exaggerated laugh. Ha ha ha. Do you know who is more famous than you, President? Woojin was almost always the most searched name in Korea. However, if one looked worldwide, there was another person who was more famous than him. Woo Sunghoon showed Woojin a picture. Sunghoon had made the picture his wallpaper on his phone. This woman is named Melody. She is the holy maiden of the Arya Church. I'm not sure if this is a scam or not, but the video is quite miraculous. I'm not sure if her goddess really exists. It isn't a hoax. It's real. What? How would President know if it isn't a scam? Huh? It's someone I know from before. What? Unlike the surprised Woo Sunghoon, young Minchin put on a more serious expression on his face. Melody was none other than the first person to come out of a dungeon. She was the first human to be found inside a dungeon. She is said to be AS rank roused at the minimum. You actually know this person? I know her. Why do you think I'm going to the US? I have some questions for her. They hadn't know that fact. They had thought he was going to the US to take part in the consortium hosted by the Titan Guild. Now they found out he was acquainted with the holy maiden Melody. What kind of relationship did you have with her? Woojin emptied another cup of refreshing soju, then he shoved a large Sam, TLN, Google it food related, into his mouth. Everyone was waiting for Woojin to answer the question. Everyone waited for his answer, but Woojin continued to savor the taste of the food in a relaxed manner. Woojin chewed for a long time. When he swallowed, he drank some cider. There is a planet called Alphen. Is the president interested in astronomy? Everyone stayed silent as they listened to him. Woojin opened his mouth. I went missing 5 years ago. At that time, I was summoned to planet Alphen. Everyone was silent after they heard Woojin's shocking words. Woo Sunghoon gauged the mood, then he let out a small laugh. Ha ha ha. President's sense of humor is too complicated. It took me a long time to understand it. I'm not telling a joke, so stay still. Yes, sir. Sunghoon's shoulders shrank, and everyone focused on Woojin with grave expressions on their faces. I don't know why I was summoned there. I struggled to live in that place for 20 years. I survived, and I was able to return to Earth. However, only 5 years had passed over here. It is quite similar to the time flow within the dungeons. Yes. When I returned, Earth had changed in a strange way, and dungeons had formed here. Everyone was swept up in confusion at Woojin's earnest words. Should they trust or distrust his words? Should they take his words at face value? Was this the secret to Woojin's incredible abilities? I don't know how she did it, but Melody probably came over using a similar method. No, I have no idea how she did it. This is why I want to go ask her some questions. Was it because they had heard an incredible story? No one dared to open their mouth. Sunggu carefully asked a question. Hyun Nim. Are you sure you should be telling us such tales? The roused calm Woojin had appeared like a comet, and his backstory was being endlessly speculated. Moreover, everyone was curious as to his whereabouts when he was missing for 5 years. No one knew where he had been. What? Why do I have to hide it? Dungeons had formed, and monsters were crawling out everywhere. On top of that, the Holy Maiden had appeared. Is there a reason why he should keep his story a secret? Woojin didn't think too hard on it. His story would eventually become known sooner or later. He was preemptively telling his Allendale family the information, since he wanted them to get ready for what was to come. What kind of relationship did you have with the Holy Maiden on the planet? With Melody? Woojin grinned when he thought about his old memories. It was complicated. Really complicated. I guess she is something like a friend. A friend. Star. Titan Headquarters Aria Church. Holy Maiden Melody borrowed her goddess power to communicate with others. She had only been able to communicate with the believers until not too long ago. However, the Holy Maiden's capacity to learn a language was almost supernatural. Now she was able to competently carry on a conversation in English. Everyone had thought she was a mute. They were once again surprised when they heard the Holy Maiden's beautiful voice. What is this? Yes? What's wrong, Holy Maiden? The Holy Maiden was always graceful, and sometimes she looked to have an arrogant air around her. However, this was the first time Hamilton had seen the Holy Maiden express any expression on her face. This was how much the Holy Maiden had been taken aback. Recently, the Holy Maiden started learning how to operate a computer. Mrs. Hamilton walked over to look at the screen. The monitor held a picture of a roused from Korea named Kong Woojin. This is Mr. Kong. Mr. Kong? Could you find more information on this man? Of course. Hamilton was adept at using the computer. She used Kong Woojin's name as the keyword to look up several things. She brought up several columns with fairly detailed information on Kong Woojin, and she showed it to Melody. Melody slowly read the columns, and the light in her eyes shook. Hamilton, who was next to her, could feel her shake. Melody had always been unflappable, so much so that Hamilton wondered if she was really human. However, she was shaken up right now. Holy Maiden. Are you okay? How can this be? It is him. What? Do you know this person? Melody's white face turned paler. She knew him. How could she not know him? He was the most famous person on Alphen. Necromancer of Massacre. Why is he here? Melody's body shook as if she had seen some horror movie. Holy Maiden. Please calm down. Hamilton calmed Melody. She turned off the monitor showing Woojin's picture. After 10 minutes, Melody was barely calm enough to make a request towards Hamilton. Could you conduct a more thorough investigation on this person? Of course. While Hamilton was sifting through the information, Melody looked out the window to calm her heart. The Aria Church was located on a high-rise building. The Manhattan city could be seen at a glance. As she saw the panoramic view of Manhattan, her body shook. I would have never guessed Immortal would be in this place. When he disappeared, the situation Alphen changed drastically. When the undead army in his control disappeared, Tronet had taken over all the territory that used to owned by the Immortal. This quickly broke the balance of power. Everyone had assumed the Immortal was dead. How else could they explain his sudden disappearance? Earth was an amazing place. The supply of mana was low, so there weren't a lot of roused here. Moreover, the quality of the roused couldn't be compared to those in Alphen, but there were much more soldiers here with chemically powered weapons. It took them less than 2 hours to kill all the monsters that came out of the dungeon break. They had great firepower. Moreover, information could be spread at an incredible speed. Her words couldn't do it justice. She was too astonished. There were many more countries on Earth compared to Alphen. It was counterintuitive, but the people of this world was more together than her own lands. It was because of the smooth communication method. It could be attributed to the existence of the internet. The internet allowed one to find out what the other nation was doing even if they were very far apart. And, no way. What is it? Melody looked towards Hamilton as she asked a question. Do you think my existence was reported in South Korea? Of course. You are the most famous person on the world right now. The Holy Maiden's face paled. What should she do? Should she just run away? Should she abandon all her plans? If the Immortal hears of this. Maybe he still didn't know she was here? Ah, I found it. He is Gilda Landel's master. He'll be attending the upcoming consortium. Allendale. She never expected to hear the cursed name of the undead kingdom again on Earth. This is the end. Holy Maiden Melody fell into despair. She was sure the Immortal knew about her existence. She didn't have anywhere to run, and she didn't have anywhere to hide. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 68, Hero's Mentality, 2. Chapter 68, Hero's Mentality, 2. TLN, this is a sponsored chapter. Thank you for the donation, Christian and Gabriel. Please turn off the ad blockers if you are able to. Thanks and enjoy. The grilled beef entrails quickly disappeared, and several rounds of alcohol was passed around. Several people were drunk, and their faces were red. This was especially true for Woo Sung-hoon. He had drunk faster than anyone else, and his eyes were already half closed. Ooh. President is quite strong against alcohol. Woo Sung-hoon, who had bragged about playing around a little in the past, couldn't hold his liquor. He wagged his tongue towards Woojin. Woojin drank his soju, and his expression didn't change at all. Woojin grinned. If he compared soju to Alphen's alcohol, it was like drinking water. Hook. President drinks alcohol well, so why did you hit me? Hey. Why are you being like this? Sunggu and Heyman tried to hold back Woo Sung-hoon as they were mindful of Woojin. It hurt. So what if I overpriced the handphones I sold? It happens. Who okay? Should he feel regret about not killing that bastard? Sunggu and Heyman saw Woojin's expression turn sour, so they quickly put Woo Sung-hoon inside the car. When Sung-hoon was leaned against the back seat, he immediately fell asleep. Ooh phew. Sunggu laid Sung-hoon down, then he asked a question using his liquid courage. So, Hyung Nim. What? I worry you don't pay enough attention to the mass media every time I observe you. Woojin grinned. What's the point of caring? Isn't it annoying? The reporters will flock to you. I'm used to it. That's. How could his words not get through to Woojin? Sunggu couldn't coherently get his point across, so he was frustrated. Young Minchin, who was listening from the side, understood what Sunggu was trying to say, so he chipped in with his words. You will have problems with the law, and you might have to worry about international isolation. What is the benefit of making enemies? I'm making enemies. Woojin stroked his chin. After he drank a shot of alcohol, he looked at Sunggu, Minchan and Heyman. They were all Alandal's guild members, so they would have to know about this eventually. In the past, I thought the same as you guys. I was mindful of other nations. I was scared about the public sentiment, and I was conscious of how others looked at me. What happened in Alandal that made him so unreasonable now? Laws exists right now since countries exist. How long do you think that will last? What? Everyone's attention was on Woojin when he asked such a ridiculous question. The dungeons will erupt. Moreover, it will explode soon. It isn't far away. It is imminent. He didn't have evidence supporting his claim. However, he could feel it. The dungeon breaks weren't far away. Moreover, it will be a widespread break. Try thinking about what would happen if all the dungeons on Earth overflowed at the same time. An apocalypse. It was too horrible to imagine, so no one opened their mouth. It felt as if the alcohol drained right out of them. However, we have a military. They'll be able to block it. Woojin snorted. If it's only 6-star monsters, they will be able to block them. What about the higher-ranked monsters? What? Do you think this was the endgame? Let's see. The 6-star monsters are like the dogs you grow in your house. The tigers, lions, and carnivorous elephants will pour out soon. If it doesn't end there, dragons might also come out later. Should they believe his word or not? If the specters come out right now, the modern technologies would be useless. How are you going to block them? Are you going to hack them? It would basically be suicide. If the world falls apart, the border that make up nations would be meaningless. Ethics would crumble, and only the drive to survive would be left. It is in our instinct to do so. The scary thoughts made Sunggu's body shake a little bit. Woojin continued to speak in a composed manner. The entire world would simultaneously fall into anarchy. Do you know what will happen? All the crazy people will crawl out of the woodwork. Rape and pillaging will become the norm. Monsters are scary, but humans are weak. So humans will try to steal from other humans. I'm sure there will be people like the ones you describe, but I'm sure we'll unite our strength to fight. Yes. There had been humans who acted that way. There were heroes, warriors, holy knights, and holy maidens. There were magicians in their towers, kings of the allied kingdoms, knights, soldiers. It'll be futile. They'll keep trying to hold out, but they'll eventually fall. They'll eventually be broken up. Then people will be tempted to turn their backs on the human race. There were a lot of races who had submitted to Tronet, and they became slaves. Goblins and kobolds were all Tronet's slaves. So what do we do? Someone has to stop this. Sunggu was in mid-sentence when he turned to look at Woojin. That someone might be Woojin? If he thought about it, no one had soloed a 6-star dungeon before. This is why we are getting ready. Earth was Woojin's home planet. His mother, sister, and friends lived here. This was why he was trying to protect this place. You want me to be careful and care about what others think? The negative articles from the press? Requests to appear before the police? It's all useless. Instead, I have to let everyone know. What was he trying to inform everyone? I want them to know how brutal, vicious, and tyrannical I am. He didn't care if the world talked about him as he became the focus of their attention. For the most part, Woojin didn't have a sense of justice or a conscience. The past 20 years was too brutal for those ideals to have survived within him. I don't care what the world says about me. I'm not trying to be a hero. A powerful sovereign. No one ran away in my country of Allendale. Those who fought bravely found sanctuary in Allendale. The ones who ran away was turned into the undead, and they marched against the enemies. Woojin grinned as he saw everyone's serious expression. At the very least, humans didn't fight each other in Allendale. If they did, the king would assign them to a lifetime military service. They all knew the score. They all knew how ruthless and tyrannical the king was. Sungu swallowed his saliva. Perhaps. Does the country called Allendale have something to do with our guild? Woojin grinned. Of course. I was the king of Allendale. No wonder he hummed a song even when he killed Beidosua's party. TLN, 2-star dungeon where he saved Sungu. Minchan, Sungu and Heyman shut their mouth tightly. They couldn't help but put on a serious expression. Minchan asked carefully. Shouldn't you be informing the world and ask for help? Poot. Woojin couldn't help but laugh. Who's going to give us aid? The people of this world? Should I tell everyone to gather strength and get ready, since the whole earth will become a field for the monsters? Wouldn't that be prudent? I'm pretty sure they won't do anything. If they feel a threat, then I'm sure we will all come together, but... Woojin popped a piece of beef entrail into his mouth, and he started chewing. Shit. It was undercooked. He spat out the beef entrail on an empty dish, then he cleansed his palate with cider. We still excavate fossil fuel even when we know it is destroying nature. Wasn't this a problem on a different stratosphere with destroying nature? The human race could become instinct. Hey, Minchan. Do you think you will be able to stop people from extracting fossil fuel just by saying, let's protect nature? Woojin took out his handphone, then he placed it on top of the table. The moment I saw this I gave up on that idea. What does the handphone have anything to do with? Crazy Red. It was a modern device using bloodstones as a new energy source. What would happen if I immediately tried to stop people from excavating the bloodstones from the dungeons? They can only clear the dungeons, and they will have to come out empty-handed. If there was no loot from raiding the dungeon, no one would risk their life to clear the dungeons. Even if the excavation of bloodstones were halted, the amount of mana on Earth will still increase by a minute amount. It will delay the dungeon breaks. It will give humans the time to get ready. What do you think? Isn't it quite logical? Do you think the humans will be able to do so? Minchan lost the words he was about to say. They wouldn't stop. There was absolutely no way people would stop. The dungeon business was already too closely intertwined with the way of the world. The rulers and people with wealth would want the resource called bloodstones. The train filled with bombs had already left the station. What should we do then? The words spoken by Woojin seemed perfectly plausible, so even a logical person like Minchan was in a near panic. It felt as if a threat had suddenly crept up on him. Woojin grinned. What should we do? We drink soju like this, then we grow in power by clearing dungeons. How would they be able to drink alcohol after hearing such serious matters? The effects of the alcohol quickly dissipated from the three people. Kaya. Woojin emptied another shot of soju, then he chewed on a crispy piece of beef entrails. The three of them looked at Woojin with serious expressions on their faces. Well. What? What do you expect from me? Even if he asked everyone to protect Earth, people wouldn't listen to him. Humans didn't unite from being in danger. They united for profit. If they die, they die. If they live, they'll live. Those who will fight. Even a philosophy professor wouldn't be able to talk in such a casual manner. There is some hope. The bloodstones brings the monsters over, but it also levels up the roused on Earth. This was the first time hopeful words had been spoken by Woojin's mouth. The three people looked on with anticipation in their eyes. The power of the allies and enemies increased simultaneously. The fight would vary depending on how those power would be assembled. This is why I am very aggressive. He had always wanted to come back to Earth, and the situation here was very different from Alphen. This was Earth. This was a place Woojin must defend at all cost. He didn't want to see Tronet's underlings traipsing around freely. I'll probably continue to get into trouble. I'll never break the rules I established. His actions was in line with Alandel's law. An eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. Never show weakness. Those who stab him in the back must pay a price. Woojin's rules took precedent over following Earth's laws. In a world where law and morality was gone, his rules would restore order. When the pandemonium arrives, people would search and gather around a pivotal figure. Woojin was readying himself to become this pivotal figure. He'll even become a ruthless demon to achieve it. This is how it'll be, so do your best to keep up with me. A special command was given to the support division of Alendal. However, unlike before, they felt a heavy sense of duty. If they mess with me, then they are fucked. I have to instill this concept. He had to instill it into the people of this world. Woojin had planned for this, and he was already erecting boundary of Alendal. Star. Warang Guild Headquarters President's Room. Diri Reek. The hand on the mouse roughly scrolled down using the wheel. Eat. Lee Sanggo grinded his teeth. He became angrier as he saw more articles on Kong Woojin. Shit. How is this possible? The hero who saved North Korea from a crisis. The beginning of a North-South roused organization? Largest benefactor Kongwon. Rapid progress between North and South Korea. The 20th meeting of separated families is being readied. Dungeon closer rank AA roused Kongwon. The world's attention is on him. Focused study. There will be no future dungeon breaks with Kongwon around. What kind of a bullshit situation is this? They treat this violent man as a hero? Ha! Good going, South Korea. Kongwon was still under suspicion for assaulting him, yet there wasn't a single line in the articles mentioning that fact. Lee Sanggo's insides were boiling, and there were no methods that could calm him down. Ddi. When the interphone rang, he pressed the interphone's button in annoyance. What? President. The chief of the police is on the line. What? Put him through. The police chief was a big fish, and Lee Sanggo had met him only once before. He had steadily worked to become close to this person, and it hadn't been easy. He couldn't believe a person of such stature was calling him first. This is Warang Guild's President Lee Sanggo. It's Lee Chuldong. Yes, Chief Lee. We've met previously on Senator Che's 60th birthday. I won't beat around the bush. Let's close Mr. Kongwon's assault case. What? It was an incident that was live broadcasted to the entire country, Chief. More than 50 million citizens witnessed it, yet you want to cover it up? It was an order that came down from the top. I know it is unfair, but let's just cover it up. This doesn't make any sense. I've delivered the message. I'll presume you understood what I'm saying. I'm ending this call. Do. Chief. Chief? A vein popped out on Lee Sanggo's forehead. He threw the phone in his grasp. Kwadong Tong. The line coming off the receiver was connected to the interphone, and the whole system was thrown to the floor. Those sons of bitches. They have all gone mad. Good going, citizens of South Korea. Shit. Doesn't this country respect personal rights anymore? They were all rotten to the core. After venting for a while, Lee Sanggo opened a safe hidden within a wall. He took out an old memo note, then he took photos of all the business transactions listed on the paper. Shit. Let's see if he could resist calling me after I do this. Chairman Kim had been avoiding his call for the past several weeks, so Lee Sanggo sent him the picture. Before several minutes could pass, the phone rang. Lee Sanggo put on a dirty smile as he pressed the talk button. Are you really going to be like this? Are you threatening a mutual suicide? If you agree to my single request, then I will destroy the ledger. What is it? I know of your dealings in the Middle East. Please connect me to them. After a long silence, Chairman Kim had no choice but to assent to his request. He would be put in a very bad position if his ledger was revealed. All right. Let us meet, and you bring the ledger. Yes, Chairman. After ending the call, Lee Sanggo put on a gruesome smile. You dared to hit me? He picked a fight with the wrong opponent. He dared to lay his hands on Warang's guild master Lee Sango. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 69, to the US. Chapter 69, to the US. TLN, this is a sponsored chapter. Thank you for the donation, Renee. Please turn off the ad blockers if you are able to. Thanks and enjoy. Uwak. Sunggu opened the back seat door of his beloved steed, and he let out a scream. Ooh, okay. It stinks. What happened? Woojin pinched his nose, then he took a step back. A few. He made a mess. After Heyman looked into the back seat of the car, he shook his head. Sunghoon was still asleep, but the smoothie inside his intestines was warming up inside of Sunggu's car. I've called for a chauffeur service, President. Let's go to the main road. TLN, can hire someone to drive your car for $. Young Minchin was always quick to act. He looked at Woojin after he finished making a call for a car. All right. Everyone won't be able to fit inside the car. I'll just take a taxi. I'll see you tomorrow, Sunggu. I'll see you tomorrow, Director Hong. Please take good care of Mr. Sunghoon. Woojin, Minchan and Heyman left side by side. Sunggu looked at the back seat with tears in his eyes. Hoo hook. I'm sorry. Hoo hook. He didn't know if Sunghoon was in a drunken stupor or he was talking in his sleep. Sunggu felt sorry for him, and he also felt annoyed. My bong bong. Bong bong. TLN, nickname for car. It hadn't been too long since he took out this car yet it was already in this state. Sunggu held back his tears as he waited for the chauffeur to come. Star. Woojin got off on the main road in front of his house. I'll see you tomorrow. Yes, President. Please head on in. Woojin waved his hand, then he walked into an alley. When he checked there weren't any people around, he called out Bibi. The black smoke coalesced, and a figure of a cat solidified on top of Woojin's shoulder. Nyang. We are already home now, Hong? When Woojin's familiar was inside the summoning room, they shared his sight and senses. From Bibi's perspective, it was better for her to stay inside the summoning room instead of the house. She didn't like being separated from Woojin. Why? Are you worried? Ha! I am worried, Hong. Woojin laughed as he picked up Bibi from his shoulder, then he held her against his chest. Sua should be close to the dog now. Originally, Sua had wanted a dog. She might leave Bibi alone now. The secret code this time is. Woojin found the memo inside his hand phone, then he pressed the secret password to the front door. DDI Ririk. After returning home, the first one to greet Woojin was the dog. He came running towards Woojin. Wall. Kururung. TLN, bark growl. He had been only gone for several days, but the dog had grown a lot. Woojin flicked his finger on the dog's forehead. He's showing teeth after not seeing me for only several days. Woojin lifted the fairly large dog, then he looked into the dog's eyes. He glared into the dog's eyes, and his eyes shook. The dog couldn't maintain eye contact, so he turned his gaze away. Guung. Sua was the one to rescue the whining dog. Mom! Appa is here. Sua bounded towards him. Woojin let go of the dog, and he opened both his arms wide. Ego. My Sua missed Appa? Yeah. After she gave a brief hug, she immediately went towards Bibi. She quickly grabbed Bibi into her grasp. Hey, Bibi. Didn't you miss Uni? Nyang? Instead of forgetting Bibi, her absence must have fostered Sua's yearning for Bibi. Woojin let out a bitter laugh. Bibi sent a gaze asking for salvation towards Woojin. You don't like playing with the dog, ? I play with Bokwi, but I like Bibi better. Bokwi is his name? Own. After she spoke in a bright manner, she ran into the living room, while she hugged Bibi. Then she searched for her laser pointer. His mother showed up around that time. You are here, Woojin? Yes, mother. Let's talk for a little bit. Woojin followed his mother into the kitchen. After he sat near the small dining table, his mother took out some water from the fridge. She placed the water in front of Woojin. Did you drink alcohol? Yes. Okay. Did you meet the president? No. I was at a company dinner. It seemed the news said he was heading towards the Chongwadi immediately after he returned from North Korea. Woojin felt a bit awkward, so he changed the topic. I'll meet the president soon. So why isn't Sua asleep yet? The company dinner wrapped up early, but it was already 11 p.m. It's Saturday tomorrow. She said she'll sleep after seeing her appa. If that was true, then why was she playing only with Bibi? Sua still feels very awkward around you. You should be mindful of that. While she played with Bibi, Sua kept sneaking glances towards the kitchen. Now that he thought about it, he had memories of Sua when she was a baby. However, Sua didn't have any memories of him. She had suddenly gained an appa, but the appa didn't come home regularly. Should we go on a family trip? I'm not saying this to steal time away from my busy son. Woojin suddenly felt embarrassed at his mother's words. Sua's been sick a lot in the past. The hospital says she is doing fine, but she occasionally develops the same symptoms as before. Even though Woojin and his father had disappeared, Soha's hospital fees were a big reason why their household's wealth had diminished so quickly. When Woojin started raiding the dungeons, she had the money to purchase almost everything she wanted. This was why Lee Soo-gyun went back to the hospital to treat her daughter's ailments. In the past, she couldn't afford to treat Sua. However, contrary to her expectation, the hospital test result gave Sua a clean bill of health. She is so young, and when she occasionally has a seizure, mother's heart is. When his mother's eyes started to become moist, Woojin's heart became heavy. The child is sick, but the hospital keeps saying nothing is wrong with her. I was so frustrated that I even visited a shaman not too long ago. The shaman said she was inhabited by ghosts. She doesn't have any ghosts sticking to her. The one with ghosts was Woojin. There weren't any evil spirits within the vicinity of Sua. Moreover, he had been very careful since he worried about his evil spirits sticking to his family. Even when they lived in a single room, Woojin tried to minimize the time he spent with them. How would you know about such things? How should he answer the question when she asked how he knew this? Mother. Your son is an expert about ghosts. Even though I knew the shaman was trying to bewitch me, her words still made me wonder. The shaman sounds like a fraud. I'm saying this because I'm upset. I can't even support my son who is doing big things. Please look in on your only sibling once in a while. Lee Soo-gyun saw Kang Woojin appear daily on the television, so she knew he was busy. Didn't he succeed in pulling off some big job in North Korea? She didn't want Woojin to worry about the problems within the household. She wanted him to focus on his outside work, but this was about Sua. Sua's illness was beyond her power. The child was hurting yet there weren't any solutions. She was barely able to put the issue out in the open as she had continued to internalize the pain she had felt. I'll pay a little more attention to her. I'm sorry, mother. Woojin tightly hugged the sniffling Lee Soo-gyun. Woojin went towards the living room, and he spent some time with Sua. The cat acted as a bridge as he played with Sua. There weren't any awkwardness as they played, and they had a fun time. It was getting late, so his mother took Sua, who had wanted to play more. Only Woojin, Bibi and Bokwi was left in the living room. Kung. Bokwi was having a hard time calming himself after running and playing around. His nose twitched, and he rubbed his head on Bibi. Nyang. Go away Ahong. Puck. Geeing. Bibi swung her front paw. Bokwi ran away after he was hit on the head. Nyang. Let's go bring a new cat Ahong. I'd rather kill monsters. This is too hard Ahong. You just have to play with her for a brief amount of time. What's so bad about it? Nyang. It's more about me pretending to be a cat. It's very taxing Ahong. So, that's what stressed her out. Woojin also put on a serious expression. Please endure it for a little bit more. Nyang. I understand Ahong. Then stay at home for a while. You should keep a close watch on Sua to see if any evil spirits approach her. He didn't think Sua was being tormented by an evil spirit, but since his mother had said it, he was leery of dismissing her claim. He thought about attaching Gaby on Sua, but he was still a low-level shadow. He could have a bad influence on the host. As of right now, Bibi was the best option. The child's soul is strong Ahong. A mere evil spirit won't be able to latch on to her Ahong. You should stay with her just in case. Understood Ahong. Bibi was his familiar, so she could feel Woojin's emotions. She knew how precious his family was to Woojin. Bibi followed Woojin into his room. Geeing. Geeing. Bokwi was the only one left in the hallway, and he looked around nervously at the dark corridor. After a moment, the door to Woojin's room opened slightly, and Bibi walked out into the hallway. Nyang. You may come in here Ahong. Bokwi wagged his tail as he followed Bibi into Woojin's room, and he laid down at the foot of the bed. Star. It was Saturday, but Woojin came early to the office. His mother was curious about Du Jaiwan, so they had made an appointment for lunch. In the evening, they had promised to meet the high school friends they were able to contact. Before all of this, he had some work he had to finish at the office. Since it was Saturday, the new employees didn't come to the office. The founding members had come to work at an earlier time, and they were waiting for Woojin. You are here? Where's Heyman? He's inside the storage room. Let's head over there. Minchan received an order from Woojin to buy out the floor. Minchan paid a premium to clear out the other offices on the floor, and he made contracts for the other office spaces. The current office they had was getting too cramped, and this also resolved the problem of security. They decided to use a roughly 1,800 square feet space as the office for housing the sales department, and a storage room for the artifacts. The storage room held a small amount of artifacts that wouldn't even fill up a 1-ton truck. Moreover, the normal items and large ingredients made up most of the pile. In the first place, Allendale had only 2 roused, Woojin and Sunggu. It was inevitable for the collection to be small. The drop rate for artifacts were high only for the first clear of a dungeon, so even if they had a low number of roused, the guild possessed a relatively numerous amount of artifacts. Are you a bit sober now? I'm deeply ashamed. Wu Songhun was still hungover. He lowered his head. It seemed Minchan and Heyman had been hardened by company life. Their faces were fine. Sunggu's body couldn't be compared to before, so he looked fresh. I guess I'll take it out now? Yes, sir. Everyone looked at Woojin with anticipation in their eyes. Woojin opened his inventory, and he started taking out Kim Junggen's collection. Kim Junggen wasn't aroused, but he had gathered a lot of artifacts and skill books. Woojin had run out of inventory space, so he had to waste a lot of achievement points to add additional slots. It was as if Woojin was snatching items out of empty air. The items started pouring onto the floor like piles of clothes one saw in the market. The amount of items far outstripped what one could earn clearing a dungeon several times. Everyone's mouth fell open in shock. What are you guys doing? Start sorting it out. What? Sort out the item we'll be able to sell on the market. Then sort out the stolen goods we'll have to fence. President actually acknowledged these were stolen goods. He would have been put in an awkward situation if Woojin unreasonably demanded him to sell all these items on the market for money. Minchan was thankful towards Woojin. Woojin poured out a lot of artifacts, and it filled up an entire section of the storage room. They would need 3 1-ton trucks to move it. At Minchan's direction, everyone started sorting the artifacts. The basic ingredients and skill books that existed in high quantity wasn't of much interest. They looked for items with unique shapes and unique abilities. Basically, they made a separate pile for items people would recognize where it came from just by looking at it. There were some unique items with low value, but most of the times were high-performance artifacts. There were 10 artifacts that would conservatively sell for $10 to $20 million. I guess I'll use these. He took a pair of earrings. It wouldn't be very noticeable even if he wore it. Then he put the rest of the artifacts into his inventory. He opened his advanced skill, then he put all the artifacts into the combination box. At the bottom, there were 2 options. The combine button was off, and the extract button started blinking brightly. Woojin didn't hesitate to press the extract button. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 70, to the US, 2. Chapter 70, to the US, 2. TLN, this is a sponsored chapter. Thank you again for the donation, Renee. Please turn off the ad blockers if you are able to. Thanks and enjoy. Woojin licked his lips as he saw his empty inventory space fill up quickly with items. These were rare crafting items that was hard to find even on Alphen, yet they were pouring out right now. The most numerous items were the bars of metal and magical crystals. However, a large amount of other rare materials was also extracted. If I'm lucky, then I could probably make my old equipment. The equipment he had used on Allendale. It aided in his magic, and it also assisted in controlling the undead. If he could regain all of his equipment, he could probably recreate his undead army on Earth. No. He needed it. There was a limit on how much he can increase his stat using bonus stats and reinforcement stones. If he could get all of his equipment, he would be 3 times or more powerful than his normal self. Woojin looked through Point Store Index to find the equipment he had used before. 3 million achievement points? Woojin's mouth fell open when he saw the price of his old equipment. It wasn't something he could acquire using only achievement points. Fortunately, the recipe to make the equipments was available for purchase at a price of 10,000 points. Woojin decided to purchase one. A helmet imbued with the god of destruction Thrash's power. Ingredient: Dragon Heart, 1, White Gold Ingot, 3, Vampire's Heart, 2. There were over 20 ingredients listed, so he looked for the material inside the achievement point store. The price of the ingredients varied, but when summed, he needed around 4 million points. It would be much better to buy the already made item rather than making it himself through buying the ingredients with achievement points. I'll try to gather the ingredients, and if I have no choice, I'll have to buy it from the store. He'll gather ingredients as best as he could, then he'll buy only couple ingredients he can't find from the point store. This way he'll be able to make the items at a cheaper cost. Woojin purchased the god of destruction Thrash's other set items. He bought the recipe for the armor, belt, glove, and boots. Then he checked all the ingredients. There was a limit to how much ingredients he could earn using item extraction. Currently, he wasn't able to make even one of his equipment. Well, I'm not in a hurry yet. He'll slowly scope out the market and he'll gather ingredients during his hunt. If that isn't enough, he could break down artifacts that's being traded. After his employees finished sorting the items, Woojin gathered them around him. It'll be impossible for you to solo a 4-star. Go around the 3-star dungeons, Sunggu. Yes, Hyung Nim. I've already finished making appointments. His goal wasn't excavating bloodstones. He was clearing the dungeons to practice and advance his abilities. In recent days, it felt as if he was finally getting a payoff for his past manual labor job of extracting bloodstones. Heyman. You should take good care of Sunggu. Of course. Sunggu was rank C right now, and he would be a rank B roused soon. Sunggu was growing into an expert, who would be treated well even in the large guilds. No one would treat him carelessly anymore. Heyman, who was an employee of the support division, had become close friends with director Hong Sunggu, so he was never negligent in supporting Sunggu. Minchan. What about my ticket to the US? It's all been taken care of. You will be leaving in a week from today. Yes. Well, you do everything well on your own initiative. Minchan didn't having any additional words to add to that statement. Minchan was embarrassed yet proud of Woojin's praise. Unlike his stint in the Hammer Guild, Minchan managed everything that went on in Allendale. He couldn't help but feel a sense of fulfillment in his work. Woojin looked at the gaunt face of Woo Sung-hoon. You should take care of your hangover. Yes. Woojin gave orders to all of his employees. He was about to head out as he turned his back towards them. Oh yeah. I chose a new member for the guild. She is a rank F, and she'll be coming by soon. What? This was a pretty big news for them, so their curiosity was piqued. Woojin grinned. You'll see later. Well, work hard. Have a nice day, President. Have a nice day. Woojin left as he received farewells from his employees. He made a call to Jaiwan. Hey, Woojin. Author Du. Where are you? AI. What? I'm at the cafe. I'll be there soon. No. I will head out right now. Let's meet at the front. All right. Let's do that. Woojin ended his call, then he headed towards Angel. While he was crossing the street, he saw Du Jaiwan come out of the cafe. When she saw Woojin, she waved her hand with a radiant face. She was exceptionally beautiful today. Let's go. My mother and sister should be at the restaurant. What should I do? I'm really nervous. It's just lunch. Jaiwan couldn't hide her nervousness even when she heard Woojin's words. In Korea, it was a bit of a special occasion when one meets the significant other's parents. When Woojin and Jaiwan walked side by side, the surrounding pedestrians couldn't help but glance at them at least once. Wow. Awesome. She's really pretty. Doesn't the guy look familiar? That guy? I have no idea. Who cares? Jaiwan was so pretty that she was the center of everyone's attention. It even made people not recognize the face of a rank AA roused, who is frequently on TV these days. It's over there. Let's go in. Hoo-oo. Jaiwan took a deep breath to shed her nervousness. Jaiwan and Woojin entered the appointed restaurant together. Star. There was a saying that said pretty teachers were popular amongst children in kindergarten. It seemed those talks were true. Sua asked endless questions toward Jaiwan, and her conversation made the dinner quite amicable. After seeing you on TV, I was very curious. I had to meet you at least once. Thank you for coming out here. No, mother. I'm really grateful you invited me. Please speak freely. Ah, phew. No. You are still someone else's precious daughter. It seemed his mother was quite taken with Jaiwan. After a short lunch, she immediately stood up with Sua. We'll be going. Please continue your date. As if she didn't want to bother them, she left after a brief lunch. Woojin put on a wry smile as he watched his mother leave. His mother didn't want to interfere with his love life. She was satisfied after meeting with the woman he was dating. His family really just ate a quick lunch, then they left. It almost made Jaiwan feel silly for being so nervous. We have a lot of time left. Don't we have a meeting at dinner time? Who's coming? Yeah. Do you know who Nam Jae-hyuk and Park So-hee is? Those names seems familiar. Jae-hyuk said he used to be close to you. Ah. Is that so? Then I'll probably get along with him again. What should we do until the evening? Do you want to go watch a movie? Yeah. Let's do that. All right. Let's walk there. The theater was one subway station away. As they walked, Woojin grabbed Jaiwan's hand and her cheeks became red. Star. Inside a black van. Phew. I really hate this. Cindy, who was part of a 4-member girl group named Yuri Girls, let out a sigh. Her manager laughed as he spoke. Had ha. You have to paddle when the tide comes in. Let's hurry up and go. The director is waiting for us. A few. Will the number of people who watch this movie increase if we do this? It's all about portraying a certain image. Do you really think everything ends after the filming ends? We all have to work hard to promote the film. What would they say if the main heroine didn't show up on stage? Even if the number of people who'll watch this movie won't increase, you'll gain more fans. Ah. I want to rest. It had been 6 years since Yuri Girls debuted, and their popularity was in decline after being pushed by the younger girl groups. However, Cindy was still popular as ever, and she was too busy to eat and sleep. She had successfully transitioned into an actress. This movie will allow her to reach a new zenith in her acting career. She'll be hitting her prime. Let's hurry up and go. All right. Cindy put on her sunglasses, then she exited the car after the road manager opened the door. She had naturally high cheekbones, and she put on a gorgeous smile. However, the expected crowd wasn't in front of her van. Usually, even if they kept her whereabouts a secret, the fans would show up like swarms of clouds. However, she didn't see any of those fans. The security personnel, who had been waiting for Cindy, greeted her. Appa. I think we were too secretive. I guess so. The manager was also a little bit taken aback by this situation. This might better, since we can relax. Let's hurry up and go. Cindy went into the ready room with the security personnel, and she saw that the room was crowded near one side. What's going on over there? Did another team other than ours show up? Huh? Wait a second. I'll go check it out. After the manager quickly ran towards the crowd, he came back not too long afterward, and he made a great fuss. Wah! Jackpot! What? It's Kong Woojin. Kong Woojin came to see the movie. Is that so? Cindy knew who Kong Woojin was. He was aroused, who was much more popular than celebrities. Appa. Ha? Go get me his number. Cindy's words made the manager's brow furrow. His face suddenly stiffened, and he exuded his disapproval. Hey! Why are you being like this again? We can't have a scandal again. Appa. Did I say I was going to date him? I just want to build a friendly relationship with him. Hurry up and get his contact information. Hey, I have to keep my promise to the president. Do you want me to go there myself? Wouldn't people recognize me? That would cause more trouble. The reporters probably would love such a situation, and they would flock toward them. The manager tried to find another excuse. Hey! He has a girlfriend by his side. Ha! Cindy let out a sigh, then she lowered her sunglasses slightly. She looked at her manager with eyes filled with confidence. Appa. I'm Cindy. Cindy. Yuri girl Cindy. Ah. She was a good actress, and she worked diligently. She behaved in a pleasant manner towards the staff. He liked everything about her except the fact that she acted as if being a celebrity was a position that gave her power. Do you want me to go there myself? No. I'll go. Before a bigger incident could happen, the manager quickly burrowed through the dense crowd. After he returned, Cindy could guess what had happened when she saw his expression. What? You couldn't get it? Did you tell him you are Cindy's manager? I did. He still didn't give it to you? He said, who is she? At her manager's words, she saw the security personnel trying to hold back their laughter. Cindy adjusted her sunglasses, then she walked in a calm manner. Ha! He doesn't know about me? He turned me down? Cindy was barely able to hold herself back when her pride was trampled. She moved towards the ready room prepared for her by the theater. After she greeted the director and the other main actors, she went into the theater to greet her fans from the stage. Star. Woojin held up his ticket as they entered, and he whispered towards Jaewon. We are fortunate I still had the cancelled tickets. I guess. Aren't you uncomfortable with this situation, Woojin? Why? People will mob you. Woojin grinned at Jaewon's words. Ah. I'm used to it. Are you uncomfortable? Do you want to wear a mask again? PBBT, no. I'm fine. Jaewon couldn't help but laugh when she thought about the masks. When her face was damaged, people looked at her with pity and disgust in their eyes. She could tolerate the stares and interest people showed her now. No, it actually brought up old feelings she had buried. During her high school days, she had been called a goddess, and she was the center of everyone's attention. Woojin and Jaewon got in their seats, and they ignored the glances everyone was giving them. They waited for the movie to start. I guess it's a stage greeting. Jaewon was lucky, since advanced reservation was needed to view the stage greeting. Her eyes twinkled. The director and celebrities came in, and they started to introduce themselves. Nice to meet you. I'm Muram Heroine's director Lee Jae-hong. Hello. I'm Muram Heroine's main character, Cindy. Hello. My name is Chae Jae-sung. My role was a warrior in charge of guarding Ms. Cindy F. As she watched the celebrities give stock greetings, an old memory surfaced within Jaewon. Do you remember Cindy over there? She was in the same year as us in high school. She was the trainee in Class 8. TLN, trainee for the talent agency. He couldn't even remember his friends from his own class, so how could he remember a person from a different class? He vaguely remembered there used to be a girl who had been a trainee. Is that so? I don't remember her. She's probably the most successful alumni. No. I guess you are more successful now? Successful my ass. Woojin was grinning when his eyes met Cindy's gaze. Isn't she looking towards us? Did she recognize you? Maybe. When Jaewon went to the restroom, the manager had approached him to ask for his phone number. He didn't feel too good about it. Cindy continued to stare directly at Woojin, and she brought up the microphone to her mouth. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 70, to the US, 3. Chapter 70, to the US, 3. TLN, hey guys. I worked hard to get this out tonight. This is the regular chapter for next week. Please turn off the ad blockers if you are able to. Thank you. Mr. Kang Woojin, who is the most popular man right now, came to see our movie. It is really an honor. At Cindy's words, everyone inside the theater turned to look at him. Kang Woojin let out a bitter smile as he looked at Cindy. If you don't mind me asking, could I bring you up to the front of the stage? At Cindy's words, a staff rapidly approached Woojin. The staff spoke as he bowed towards the audiences sitting close to Woojin. Excuse me. Please move for a brief moment. Yes. Excuse me. The people sitting next to Woojin all stood up, and they moved into the aisle. They made way, so Woojin could come out. The staff approached Woojin, and he spoke. Please come this way. I do mind, so fuck off. What? If she already knew she was being a bother, then she should have left him alone. Why did she have to annoy him by asking him a favor? Tell her I said hello and to fuck off. I'm starting to get annoyed. That is. Are my words insufficient? When Woojin started gathering his magic, the staff members started feeling a threatening energy, so he started backing off. I'll deliver the message. The staff member quickly approached Cindy to deliver Woojin's words. The theater was quiet, so everyone heard what was being said. The director laughed as he grabbed the microphone. Ha ha. I'm sorry for making you wait. I'm sure his rebuttal means he really wants to watch our movie as soon as possible. Please have fun. Enjoy the movie. After a brief farewell, the director and actors exited the stage. Everyone kept sneaking glances towards Woojin. Jaiwon whispered into Woojin's ear. It seems Cindy doesn't know she graduated from the same high school as you. Well, it was likely she had no idea. Woojin didn't know Cindy, and Cindy didn't know Woojin. The movie was quite entertaining. The roused used magic. They showed abilities that was impossible in real life. They were very expensive to hire, but a movie casting the roused didn't need special effects or CG. They could film everything on the spot. They were rank F and rank E roused hired professionally for these works. They didn't make a lot of money, but not everyone wanted to risk their life for a large income. When the movie ended, it was close to the appointed time. Since the weather was getting chilly, people were wearing a thick layer of clothes. Woojin suddenly realized Jaiwon was wearing a very worn coat. Didn't you say before that you have some debts? Ah. I paid it all off. I received my severance pay. If you need some help, just tell me. AEE. You don't need to help me. I've already received too much from you. She owed him an incalculable debt from the fact that he had restored her face. What's Jaemin doing these days? His college entrance exam is right around the corner, so he is really busy. He is taking his studies really seriously these days. Is that so? I guess he got past the shock. Huh? Shock? The girl he liked entered a trainee program for entertainers. He made a big scene. He cried a lot. Huh? Jaemin said that? You didn't know? This was the first time Jaiwon heard about this. She had thought there were no secrets between her sibling. She was a little bit disappointed that he didn't tell her what had happened. So that is why he is studying so hard these days. Ha ha. There aren't any downside if he studies hard. Woojin decided he should meet with Jaemin after he took his college entrance exam. He always talked about entering a guild, so he'll let Jaemin enter his guild. Woojin followed Jaiwon to the appointed grilled meat restaurant. They were led to a room reserved to Nam Jae-hyuk, but no one had arrived yet. After a brief amount of time, Nam Jae-hyuk and Park Soo-jin opened the door, and they carefully entered the room. So-jin. Jaiwon. Park Soo-jin was her friend who had kept in contact with Jaiwon until the end. Since Jaiwon had been busy with her factory work, she was rarely able to keep in touch with Soo-jin, so they had become estranged. When Woojin cleared the dungeon in Daegu, Soo-jin saw the article with the picture of Jaiwon kissing Woojin. Soo-jin had recognized her, and she had tried to get a hold of Jaiwon again. When Soo-jin saw Jaiwon's face, she started crying. Good for you. Girl. You are all better now. You are whole. Uloon. I'm all good now. Hook. Good. That's really good. Soo-jin started crying from genuine happiness, and it made Jaiwon's eyes well up with tears. It was as if separated family members had reunited after a long time. They hugged each other as they cried with runny noses. Nam Jae-hyuk felt awkward by the scene, so he approached Woojin. It's been a while? The friend he had thought was dead when Woojin went missing had suddenly shown up after 5 years. Moreover, he was one of the top roused in the world, and the media covered him daily. He used to worry about the college entrance exam with Woojin. They used to study and play chaos together. Only 5 years had passed, but his friend had become someone amazing. Jae-hyuk couldn't help being awkward, and he was mindful of how he acted around Woojin. Woojin was meeting his friend after 20 years. You're here? He wordlessly raised his glass. Gall gall. Woojin smiled as he filled the glass. He thought he wouldn't recognize anyone since it had been 20 years. He dimly remembered some names, but everything was fuzzy. Nam Jae-hyuk. I remember him. Woojin recognized his face. He had seen his friend's face in 20 years, and couple memories from his 3rd year in high school started surfacing. He was happy. He was so happy that he wanted to cry. How have you been? Dude. What have you been up to before you suddenly fell out of the sky? I was so surprised when I saw you on TV. Woojin treated Jae-hyuk in a relaxed manner. Jae-hyuk started to grin when his nervousness dissipated. Hey, let's have a drink. All of his classmates from Mito High School was gathered here. There were friends he was close to during his high school days, and there were those he only remembered by their faces. However, this moment was very precious to him. It felt as if the immortal of Alphen was turning back into Kong Woojin of Earth. He wouldn't be lying if he said he would be satisfied if he was struck dead right now. His family was here, and now he had friends here. He wouldn't mind dying in battle now. There were people who will remember him. He wouldn't have any regret even if he died. However, he wanted to live much more now. He wanted to protect his family and friends, who remembered him. He hadn't fought tooth and nail to Surav, so he could just return to Earth. The war to protect everyone was just starting. When the meat and alcohol started coming out, the atmosphere turned mellow. Woojin listened to old stories about his life from his friends, and it was great. He felt warm and cozy when he started dwelling on his old memories. He was happy as if he was a babe in his mother's bosom. For a moment, he escaped from his worries about Tronet and the dungeon break. He felt as if he was in a dream for a brief time. Star. After they parted from their friends, Jaewon and Woojin walked the night streets together. Ha! It was great. Woojin let out a breath, and the happiness could be heard in his voice. I'm glad you liked it. Jaewon also smiled. It felt as if she repaid a small portion of the kindness she had received from him. I guess we'll meet more of our friends at the end of the year, right? I guess so. Jaewon didn't meet as many friends as Woojin. There was an alumni reunion at the end of the year, and she was already looking forward to it. A person, who kept glancing at Woojin and Jaewon in the street, approached them with a pen and a paper. Mr. Kong Woojin. I'm a fan. Please sign this for me. Woojin looked back dumbly, and the people in the surrounding rushed towards him. One person after another continuously stepped up towards him. Even if they took home the paper with signature, it was of no use. However, everyone still tried to get a signature from him. I'm not a celebrity, so why should I sign this? Aren't you a public figure? Why don't you get out of the way? You are being annoying. At Woojin's cold response, the people crowding around him hesitated. Woojin started walking, and the people made way for him. He escaped from the crowd while he led Jaewon by her hand. Chat. What the hell? Can a public figure act like that? Woojin stopped walking when he heard the people whisper behind his back. He was about to turn around and say something, but Jaewon grabbed Woojin's arm. Let's just go. Who? He shook his head. Woojin started walking again as he looked at Jaewon. Was he too emotional right now since he met his high school friends? He became angry at the whispers he would usually ignore. I'll have to buy a car. Huh? Yes. That will be for the best. Since he can't wipe out the people in the street, he'll just have to avoid them. You don't have a driver's license? Nope. I don't have one. Woojin was summoned during his third year in high school. There was no way he would have a driver's license. I guess I'll have to get a driver's license first. Woojin took hold of Jaewon's hand and they walked the streets. Star. 1 week passed by quickly. Woojin went around to gather information about setting up a cafe for his bored mother. In the evenings, he set aside time to play with Sua. Sua, who had felt a bit awkward at his presence, started to slowly open her heart. It warmed his heart. Sunggu soloed 3-star dungeons during the day, and at night, he went to the 5-star dungeon owned by Allendale with Woojin. He also made appointments for 5-star and 6-star dungeons owned by other guilds. It was advantageous to spend the night inside the dungeon since time ran 4 times longer in Stai. It was better to sleep briefly inside the dungeon to relieve the mental fatigue. Sunggu diligently ate reinforcement stones, and he continued to learn various skills. He also learned how to deal with variety of monsters. He came up with various battle tactics using his magic and skills. It had been only a week, but he had spent a much longer time inside the dungeon. It was enough time to allow the roused Han Sunggu to turn from rank C to rank B. Hyung Nim. I changed it. He proudly displayed his roused registration card, which had changed to rank B. Woojin grinned when he saw Sunggu. Too bad. I planned on going to the US after I raised you up to rank A. No, Hyung Nim. Sunggu's voice trembled from being overwhelmed by his emotions. I'm a rank B now. This all thanks to Hyung Nim's teaching. Don't enter anything above 4-star. Of course, Hyung Nim. Sunggu had soloed 4-star dungeons several times under the administration of Woojin. Sunggu thought he could solo 4-star dungeons with no problem, but the future wasn't set in stone. Woojin held up a fist-sized red gem. Sunggu's eyes turned round when he received it. Hyung Nim. Isn't this a return portal? Don't die because you got cute. If you are in danger, just come out. Hyung Nim. He had easily gave up a rare $10 million item to him. Sunggu looked like he was about to cry. You've developed into something useful, so it would be a loss if you die now. He was always like this in touching situations. Sunggu knew his indifferent words was different from what Woojin felt. Don't die a pointless death. I've invested a lot of money in you. If you die, wouldn't it have all been a waste? How wasteful would that be? He was almost sure Woojin's real feeling was warm. Still, Woojin had invested couple million into Sunggu. The reinforcement stones, artifacts, and skill books he had used. Moreover, the ring on Sunggu's finger was a subdimension artifact able to store 3 items. It was worth around $3 million. The return portal was like a lifeline. Sunggu put the item into his subdimension. Then keep up the good work. He. I'll accompany you to the airport. It's alright. Just go clear a dungeon. He. Sunggu was still giddy from becoming a rank beroused, so he kept laughing for no reason. Woojin and Minchan got on the taxi. If Woojin went alone, he would get into all kinds of trouble. Woojin didn't know anything about the consortium, so Minchan would accompany him to take care of the Elandal's business. Woojin was just here to meet the Holy Maiden. Have you been to the US, Minchan? I've been there 3 times. Have you been there, President? Nope. This was the first time Woojin was riding a plane, let alone visiting the US. After a momentary silence, a cheerful song rang out inside the taxi. The only thing I want is your PH1. Number BER. Yes. This is Elandal's young Minchan. After picking up the call, Minchan started speaking in a serious manner. Yes. I will do so. Thank you for giving us a heads up. What? Who is it? After ending the call, Minchan spoke with a serious expression on his face. It's a call from the Ministry of National Defense. They were tipped off on a terrorist attack. Is that so? What about it? President. It seems you are their target. Me? Why are they targeting me? Minchan didn't know what to say when Woojin asked the question in such an oblivious manner. Woojin had made a lot of enemies recently. Woojin just shrugged his shoulders at Minchan's serious expression. I guess they want to entertain me since the road to the US is boring. It would be a problem if he was joking. It would also be a problem if he meant those words. Minchan secretly let out a sigh. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 72, Terror. Chapter 72, Terror. TLN, this is a sponsored chapter. Thank you for the donation, Gabriel. Please turn off the ad blockers if you are able to. Thanks and enjoy. In front of the airport's entrance, a soldier in uniform was waiting for him. Hey, Soul. Woojin was glad to see a familiar face, so he waved his hand. You are here? Please greet him for me. This man is our guild's general director. My name is Young Minchan. I'm Lieutenant Che Sol. In the near future, we will be eating from the same pot of rice. Minchan tilted his head in confusion as he shook her hand. Woojin grinned. She the new recruit I chose. Lieutenant Che Haesol was the new recruit he was talking about last time. Woojin looked towards Haesol. I thought I told you to apply for discharge from service. Why are you here? I'll be a civilian around the time President returns. Until then, I'm still a solider, and I have to faithfully do my job. What? Don't you have any vacation time? At Woojin's word, Haesol let out an awkward laugh. She didn't know how he could make such a silly joke in situations like this. I'm sure you heard about the intel. We were tipped off on a potential terrorist attack. I know. So will I be able to go to the US? Since there are a lot of potential risk factors, it'll take a long time to make preparations. They would have to delay the takeoff. Every single passenger and flight crew would have to go through a background check, so the long delay was inevitable. Moreover, they were sweeping the baggages multiple times. So when will we be able to lift off? At the very least, it will be tomorrow. Woojin's brows furrowed. Shouldn't we be inquiring about taking another plane instead? That is why my commander requested cooperation from the KH Guild. KH Guild? KH Group was a guild that ran a large company. Why them? KH Guild is also participating in the consortium. Their group is traveling using a private jet, so you can use it with them. I've already received their permission. Oh ho. That's good. With Haesul's guidance, Woojin went through a simple screening process before the departure. Minchon and Haesul took care of all the small matters. Woojin just had to show his face. Is that my passport? Yes. I'll keep it in my possession. A photographer had come to the office not too long ago to take Woojin's portrait shots, and it must have been used to make his passport. Woojin handed the passport over to Minchon, then he shook hands with Haesul. Then I'll see you when I return. Yes, sir. Have a nice trip. After Haesul finished her duty as a guide, she departed. They walked through a long passageway. After reaching the runway, the two of them got on a shuttle bus. Woojin looked out the bus window to view the runway. It was the quintessential image of a person about to ride a plane for the first time, so Minchon couldn't help but smile. He had a hard time thinking of him this way, but Woojin was a 24-year-old with no experience in taking overseas trips. What are you looking at? I'm looking at the airplanes. The one we will ride won't be as large as those. Minchon spoke as he looked at the line of a 380s. Woojin grinned. It'll be fine. I've ridden something much larger. What? Didn't you say this was your first time riding an airplane? It will be the first time I'll be flying on an airplane, but I've ridden many things that could fly. There was something that flew that was much larger than an airplane? I'll let you ride him next time. I'll look forward to it. Woojin put on a bitter smile at Minchon's answer. It wouldn't be a comfortable ride. He could imagine the expression Minchon would make at the rough ride. The bus stopped in front of an airplane with a KH Group logo on the side. In front of the steps, a man in a neat suit was waiting for them. My name is Youngshan-sung. I am the senior vice president of KH Guild. I was notified of your arrival. We'll be imposing on your hospitality for a little bit. Youngshan-sung smiled at Minchon's words. You won't be imposing anything on us. It is an honor to serve President Kang Woojin. Please come up. Our guild's president is waiting for you inside. Woojin walked up the stairs. When they entered the passageway, they didn't see any airplane seats. Instead, a room arranged like a living room was revealed. There was a 40-year-old middle-aged man sitting on top of a sofa. Woojin was recently on the news on a frequent basis, so his fame was quite recent. However, the masses already knew the face and profile of all top 10 rank aroused of Korea. Young Minchon recognized the man's face, so he whispered into Woon's ear. He is KH Guild's president Baek Jong-do. When Woojin walked closer, Baek Jong-do suddenly stood up, and he quickly walked towards Woojin. Then he raised one hand high in the air. Aegu, President Kang. Woojin blankly stared back at him. Youngshan-sung, who was also his personal assistant, quickly approached Baek Jong-do to hold him back. His face and ears was red. President. They are guests we are seeing for the first time, so please restrain yourself. Ooh ha ha. Understood. Baek Jong-do pushed his hand out towards Kang Woojin. I thought you watched this drama since it is very popular right now. I'm KH Guild's Baek Jong-do. I'm Kang Woojin. Woojin asked a question as he shook the other man's hand. What were you doing before? Ha? It's something they do on a popular drama on TV right now. Ha ha. Ah. I thought you wanted to fight me. Baek Jong-do let out a cheerful laugh at Woojin's words. Do you like dramas? I like it. Ooh ha ha. Since we have a lot of time before we get to the US, let's watch some dramas together. Ah, that's great. I was bored, so I was wondering what I should do to entertain myself. Woojin enjoyed watching TV. The problem was he didn't have time to watch it. This was why he put a TV inside the president's room. Whenever he had a spare moment, Woojin watched dramas. I installed a fantastic multimedia room inside my private plane. Come this way. When Baek Jong-do and Kang Woojin moved past Youngshan-sung, he was left standing inside the parlor with young Minchon. Youngshan-sung lowered his head to his chest. I'm sorry. Our president is a really eccentric person. Ha ha ha. It's okay. Our president is also. Minchon answered awkwardly, but somehow he felt some unknown kinship with Youngshan-sung. Star. Warang Guild's president room. A TV was mounted on one side of the wall. The news about the terror intelligence, the closure and inspection of the Incheon airport was being reported. Moreover, there was a breaking news that said Kong Woojin was accompanying the KH Guild's president to the US. He's really become a celebrated figure in Korea, but his every move was now being reported on the internet and the news. The cameras were constantly on Kong Woojin, since his clearing of the 6-star dungeons and his visits to the US were big news. Lee Sang-go frowned as he glared at his silent handphone. DDI ding dong, DDI. It was call from Korean broker Lee Sang-go had been waiting for. He pressed the answer button, and he put the phone up to his ear. It's me. How can you work so sloppily? Sloppy? I'm disappointed in your words. The whole country knows about the planned terrorist attack, and the target just left the country. Can you afford to be so relaxed? Kook. Our plans are well underway, so you don't have to worry about it. Hoo. Are you sure? Who would be so uncouth these days to carry out a terrorist attack on an airplane? This is only the initial smokescreen. Be at ease. Just wait and see. Who? All right. Lee Sang-go ended the call. Were they pretending to cover up the fact that their plan had gone sideways? Or is this really their initial smokescreen? He had no way of finding out which was true. The broker called him every day with a different number. He had no way of contacting the man unless the broker contacted him first. He had already paid a substantial price, so they would fulfill his request. They were a group of professional killers, who have yet to fail yet. Star. KH Group's private airplane multimedia room. 3 people were sitting in a place set up like a mini theater. The screen was showing a currently popular drama called Reply 1988. TLN, if you want to see the scene, https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=7bf3phsufn4. Hoo. After exiting the restroom, Baekjong-do looked at the others busily watching the drama, and he felt a rewarding feeling. He was able to share something he enjoyed with others. He felt great joy at experiencing something with others he liked. When Woojin saw Baekjong-do returning from the restroom, he suddenly stood and approached Baekjong-do with one hand in the air. Agu, President Baek. Baekjong-do raised one hand. Agu, President Kong. The two hands met. When they grabbed each other's hands, they started squatting up and down repeatedly. It's really great to see you. Really great to see you. Mincheon felt his hands and feet shrivel up when he saw both of their antics. He was well aware Kong Woojin lived without caring about what others thought of him. However, it seems KH Guild's Baekjong-do was also a formidable opponent in that respect. Mincheon glanced to his side, and Young Shansung was red up to his ears. When their eyes met, Young Mincheon and Young Shansung exchanged sorrowful gazes. I guess it is our role to be embarrassed for them. Mincheon prayed they wouldn't act that way in a crowded location. Star. After the 20 hours flight, they finally arrived at New York. The Titan Guild was hosting the consortium, so an employee was dispatched for each guild. Welcome. I'm Titan Guild's Richard Che. I'll be guiding you to the hotel. For the convenience of guests of each country, the Titan Guild sent employees capable of speaking the native language of each guest. The guide led them to vehicles on standby. Before Baekjong-do got in the car, he smacked his lips in regret. Why don't we have a drink after a brief rest? Ah. That would be great. Hoo. I'll see you later. Ah. I'll see you later, Baekhyung. Woojin and Mincheon got into the car with Richard Che. President. I guess you are quite taken with President Baek? Ha. He's quite fun. Moreover, he's of a similar age as me. Baekjong-do was 42 years, and Woojin was 24 years old. Ah. You said you lived on Alphen for 20 years. He estimated Woojin should be around 39 years old. When Mincheon thought of it this way, it was obvious why he felt Woojin wasn't like a young person. No. Isn't Woojin older than him? Well, the concept of age is a funny thing now, because of the dungeon. I guess so. This wasn't only true in regards to Woojin, who had returned from to Alphen. The time within all the high-ranked dungeons ran 4 times longer inside. It would be laughable to apply the standard age on the roused. Instead of age, shouldn't they measure the time experienced by each roused? Still, isn't he a little immature for a 39-year-old? Well, one's life is weighted differently depending on the life one lived. When he heard Woojin's quiet mumble, Mincheon felt guilty. It felt as if his inner thoughts had been revealed. Woojin spent a hellish 20 years over there. If he wasn't able to find merriment, he would have probably killed himself long before. Even though Baekjongdo was a scion of a rich family, he might have led a similar life to Woojin. They probably lead a life heavy with burden. The car left the airport, and they stopped at a hotel nearby. It was a dark night, and one could only see hotels lining the street. One couldn't see any place that would provide entertainment. The consortium would start tomorrow at lunch. Please rest comfortably. We'll have a vehicle ready at 11 a.m. After finishing the check-in, Richard Che returned to where he came from. Woojin and Minchon greeted each other inside the elevator. Come out immediately after you wash yourself. I'm going out to drink. Yes, President. Everyone invited to the consortium were special guests, so there were no special treatments among the guests. Minchon was placed in a business room on the 3rd floor, and Woojin was guided to a VIP suite on the top floor. Shwa. Woojin took a shower, then he dried his hair. After he drank the water bottle he took out of the fridge, he opened the carrier packed by Minchon. There were several formal wear he would wear tomorrow packed inside, and there was also a sweatsuit in there. He took out and wore the sweatsuit. Even though it was only a sweatsuit, it was made from materials brought out from the dungeons. It was something a roused would wear. He wasn't too familiar with the subject, but clothes like this could easily go for several $1,000s. Before he was about to head out, Woojin turned off the light to his room. Ha! He felt a strange sense of danger. When he swept his gaze across the room, he saw a shaking red dot on one side of the room. A laser? Sua and Bibi played frequently with the laser pointer, so he was used to seeing the red light. The only difference was the size. The laser point was about 5 times larger. Woojin walked several steps forward to see where the laser point was originating from. When he looked out the window, he could the light of a laser being shot from a far-off building. Dot. At the same moment, Woojin saw a missile falling from the sky. The missile was heading straight towards Woojin. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 73, Terror 2. Chapter 73, Terror 2. TLN, this is a sponsored chapter. Thank you for the donation, Eric and Gabriel. Please turn off the ad blockers if you are able to. Thanks and enjoy. As soon as he saw the approaching missile, he started running. Ha! Woojin ran towards the window instead of running towards the door. Paong! Woojin's body broke through the thick window, then he jumped as he pushed off the window frame. It jumped as he soared through the air. Woojin headed towards the missile. His shadow rode along the darkness to head towards the laser. The missile was flying towards him at a high speed, but Woojin only had to travel a short distance. How large would the explosion be? He couldn't test it inside the hotel since young Minchon was there. Moreover, a lot of people were in the vicinity. When Woojin was in mid-air, he punched the head of the missile. It would be great if he could change the direction of the missile, but he didn't care if it didn't. Go-gooing. The contained energy burst outwards as it caused an explosion. The soul armor that was always around Woojin activated much quicker than the explosion. The barrier of soul was thickest at Woojin's fist. It created multiple layers to protect his hand. Kwang! The incredible explosion was obstructed by the soul armor, so the flames exploded up into the sky. Moreover, Woojin endured the entirety of the repelling force caused by the explosion. Shook. Kwa hung. Woojin's figure fell to the floor several times faster than the speed he had ascended with. Woojin flew between buildings as he barely avoided them. He crashed into the road, then a large crater was formed. Beak, beak. The shockwave caused the surrounding parked cars to blare out noisily. Pru-su-su. The fragments and dusts from the cave-in of the road rose thick into the air. In the midst of it all, Woojin stood up. The spirit armor had somewhat contained the exploding missile, but all of his stored souls evaporated midway. Afterwards, he crashed to the ground, and Woojin had to absorb the damage with his body. Kulu. How can they act like this on US soil? Woojin wiped the blood that trickled out of his mouth. His chest hurt, and he was having a hard time breathing. It seemed he had broken couple ribs. Who? He had used up all of the souls he had imprisoned, so he couldn't use soul extraction to heal his body. He didn't want to kill and absorb the souls of the surprised people looking out their windows. If he was Alphen's immortal, then he would have already killed them. However, Earth's Woojin had other options. He bought a potion from the point store, then he poured it into his mouth. Kulu. As he roughly started to heal, the pain receded, and he started to get annoyed. A missile attack on US soil. Which bastards did this? Did the Titan do this with the approval of the Department of Defense? Or was it some other powerhouse? Whoever it was, they had basically sent a declaration of war to him. When he was in North Korea, the explosion was set off in the closed confines of a subway station, and he had barely been able to stay alive. Still, if he hadn't had his spirit armor, he would have died a fruitless death by the attack. Why are they keep targeting me? He knew different people was gunning for him, but the important part was they were all aiming for him. It just reaffirmed the fact that the people of Earth won't be able to come together to resist against Tronet. No, it was impossible from the start. He hadn't run amok like a jackass. He just lived according to his personality. He decided to show the world who he was as he ignored others' gazes. He hadn't cared if he made enemies during all of this. If he had enemies, then it also meant he was making allies. He'll have to make some adjustments again. Who'll grab the leadership role of protecting Earth? Will it be the existing groups of capitalists? The roused with strength in their hands? The nations with the strongest military? Every bastard with a modicum of power would try to seize the leadership role. Tronet would attack when Earth's powers were split. Tronet would bring over his endless army, and only when some of the world's power starts to fall, Earth will try to build an allied force. This was a pattern he had already experienced on Alphen. When Woojin was summoned, the allied forces of Alphen and Tronet was in midst of a tense war. Many people had died, and a large portion of the land was wasted. Woojin's voice didn't have any influence or power in the alliance, so he decided to build his own forces on the abandoned Deadlands. Should he quietly grow his power here on Earth again? It was a good option if he wanted to repeat his past mistakes. It would be great if they revealed themselves to me like this. Woojin didn't care if those aiming for his life came out into the open. He'll make an example out of them, so the entire Earth will imprinted with the image of him inside their memories. He didn't care if such an act would make people fear him. A more brutal enemy was in front of them, and the Earth had to come together. Woojin was going to lead them. At the very least, he wanted enough presence where his voice would be heard. He didn't care if he gained fame or notoriety from achieving his goals. The problem was, it's way too early. Events were happening much faster than Woojin had expected. He hadn't purposefully held back his personality, but at the same time, he hadn't done anything that would have made enemies. He was disillusioning himself. So which dimwit was so impatient to get rid of him? Pa. Woojin lifted his gaze. The helicopter in midair a long distance away started to fly away. BB. Go follow it. All right. A black smoke formed, and she was carried off by the wind. She flew under the helicopter's fuselage. The black smoke changed back into a cat, and she clung on tightly. Who? Should I go see what these bastards look like? Woojin put Gaby on the bastard, who shot the laser pointer. He walked towards Gaby's energy signature. Star. Holy Maiden. Gilda Landal's President Woojin just arrived at the airport. Melody was surprised by Mrs. Hamilton's words. Why was she so nervous when she heard the Korean name Woojin? Hamilton wondered how Melody, who had come from Alphen, was acquainted with a Korean man. Moreover, she couldn't help but wonder why Melody overreacted every time his name was mentioned. Still, she couldn't ask Melody these questions. Hamilton was a convert of the Arya Church, and Melody was the precious Holy Maiden. Are you sure we didn't do anything that would incur his displeasure? No. I made a special request to the Titan Guild, and they will guide him to the hotel with utmost care. She bit her lips as it trembled. When she thought about their eventual meeting, she couldn't help but tremble. He probably knew about her being here, and he had come here to meet her. She couldn't avoid him. She knew the only answer to this problem was to meet him head-on. Still, she couldn't help but feel afraid when she thought about it. No. Shouldn't she be the one to visit him first? He had a fiery personality. Would he cause her trouble if she didn't come greet him first? It was more than likely if it was him. The Holy Maiden suddenly stood up from her seat. Which hotel is he staying at? What? Hamilton was very surprised. Melody was the most important person after the goddess Arya. Was Woojin worth all of this? I'll have to go see him. I'll go prepare the Holy Knights. Most of the Holy Maiden's business was conducted inside the Arya Church at the Titan Guild's headquarters. However, she sometimes had to attend public events, so she received protection from her Holy Knights. On average, the Holy Knights had the ability of a rank B+ roused. Her protectors was the strongest group on earth. I will be honored if I was able to follow you, Holy Maiden. I will volunteer my services to the Holy Maiden. The Holy Knights scrambled forward to be in the group that would accompany her. 10 knights were chosen amongst them. They accompanied Melody as she headed towards the hotel where Kong Woojin was staying at. There were 3 vehicles, and the Holy Maiden got in the second car. James sat next to her. The Holy Maiden had healed his daughter's incurable disease. After he witnessed the miracle, he became the most fervent vassal of the Arya Church. He used to be a rank aroused representing the Titan Guild, but now he was the head Holy Knight of Arya's church. Is something bothering you, Holy Maiden? It's nothing. Some unknown uneasiness shone through the Holy Maiden's eyes, and James wasn't used to seeing her like this. She was always serene and happy. The Holy Maiden was like a real-life angel, who had descended from the sky. She was beautiful, and she had a majestic bearing befitting an agent of the goddess. Still, this was the first time James had seen her act this way. He was unaccustomed to it. Hoo-oo. I'm fine. Please don't worry about me. Yes, Holy Maiden. James decided he would have to pay more attention in protecting her when he saw Melody's anxiety. As they were about to head towards the hotel, the vehicle came to a stop. What's going on, Dot? Please wait a moment. James pushed the mic button on the device in his ear, and he spoke. What is it? Jeek. There was an explosion nearby. What? James looked over the driver's seat, then he caught sight of the city that was beyond the window. There was a large bank of clouds on top of the city. It wasn't a natural phenomena. Did the windows shake a little bit before because of the after effect of an explosion? It seems there was a terrorist attack. We'll have to return for your safety. The Holy Maiden's chin shook. Is he on a rampage? Shouldn't she go see what's going on? I have to know what had happened. We have to turn back. I'll report to you after I find out what happened. At the Holy Maiden's silence, James radioed a message to his teammates. We are heading back to church, Nick. Take some of our boys to see what happened. Roger. 2 cars did a U-turn, and the last car in the convoy headed towards the street where the explosion happened. Star. Nick stood in front of a very large crater. Did a meteor fall here? When they looked around the surrounding, the impact hadn't brought down any buildings. However, the fragments from the walls and the damaged cars were quite noticeable. There was also a crater that looked like a sinkhole. One of the team members sent out to scout the surrounding returned. You might not believe this, but a person fell at that spot. There were a lot of witnesses. Where's the corpse? At Nick's question, Jimmy shrugged his shoulder. He's alive. Witnesses said he just walked out of there. Are you kidding me, Jimmy? Why don't you just say the Terminator came here? Would you survive a collision that would cause a shock wave of this magnitude? You never know. If it's aroused with physical abilities, it might be possible. There was some logic to his words. If it was aroused with magic-based abilities, a gunshot would kill the person. However, a bullet wouldn't even be able to pierce through the skin of aroused with physical ability. Many of them had steel-like skins. At the very least, one had to be a rank B roused with physical ability to survive this. Did aroused specializing in defense fall from the sky? Why? 2222222. The sounds of rotors made him look up, and he could see the news helicopters up in the sky. When he looked around his surrounding, several reporters were already taking pictures. Let's head back. As it is? What about our investigation? The news will inform us. Jimmy let out a guffaw at Nick's easygoing words. All right. Let's head back. The Holy Knights of the Arya Church headed back towards the church. Star. In front of Kong Woojin's hotel room. Ah. Please. Young Minchin stood behind the employee, who was using the master key to open the door. He restlessly bounced on his feet with a nervous expression on his face. The building shook, while he was taking a shower. Moreover, he also heard the sound of an explosion. The vibration felt like an earthquake. The first serious thought that came into his mind was about Kong Woojin. He immediately went to Woojin's room, but it was locked. Moreover, there was no response from inside the room. This was why Minchan had quickly chased down an employee. Ah, President. Please. When the employee with the master key opened the door, Minchan's eyes took in the darkroom with his eyes. Talk. When the room was illuminated, the wind blowing through the empty room made young Minchan's blood run cold. Ah. Minchan looked at the broken window with a devastated expression. President. He felt resentment. He guessed what had happened when he heard the sound of an explosion. It's President's doing. Young Minchan looked out the broken window, then he searched the entire room. However, Kang Woojin was nowhere to be found. Ha ha! Did the President carry out an act of terror on US soil? Even he couldn't settle this affair. Woojin said he wouldn't make any accident. Minchan plopped down in front of Woojin's messy carrier bag. TLN, I'm not sure why Minchan is putting the blame on Woojin. Maybe he thought the terrorist group wouldn't attack in the US, so by process of elimination, Woojin did it? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 74, Meeting. Chapter 74, Meeting. Woojin tailed him for a long time. He was already very far from the hotel. Woojin was slowly walking down a back street of the inner city. The bastard started to take a circuitous route. He must have realized that Woojin was following him. I've been found. Woojin had nothing more to gain by following him. The man didn't seem dumb enough to go straight to his home base when he knew that Woojin was on his tail. Woojin agonized over the decision. He had already stuck Gaby on him. Should he let the bastard go, so Gaby could gather information? It wasn't like Gaby was undetectable when he hid inside the shadows. Aroused with great senses would realize that something was amiss. In fact, acts such as surveillance, tailing and eavesdropping wasn't his forte. Moreover, he was reluctant to kidnap, incarcerate, and threaten someone. I'll just worry about it after I catch him. Woojin walked quickly to close the distance with the bastard. When he turned the corner to the alley, Woojin saw a guy holding a large guitar case. It's that bastard. When Woojin started to gradually close the distance, the bastard turned to look at him. Both of them stopped walking, and their eyes met. The bastard started running, and Woojin followed him. 7th circle. This was the first time he had seen a roused who had passed LVL 70. This meant that his opponent was a rank AA roused. There were a lot of roused in the latter stage of level 60. It would have been strange if there were no level 70 roused to be found if one scoured the entire world. In the future, more roused would break through the 6th circle wall and enter the 7th circle. That was in the future. He was currently chasing a roused, who was arguably one of the top-ranked roused of Earth. A bastard like that is aiming for me? Woojin's curiosity grew since he wanted to know who was pulling this man's strings. Maybe he might have to become enemies with one of the great powers of Earth. Woojin increased his speed, but the bastard was quite fast. It wasn't easy to close the distance. It feels like he is purposefully leading me on? His speed was just fast enough that Woojin couldn't catch up to him. There was always a fixed distance between them. Truthfully, the bastard wasn't in a hurry at all. Woojin guessed that he was a 7th circle physical ability roused. Moreover, he seemed to be well trained. Li Hyunui couldn't hold a candle to this guy. This is fun. Woojin was a necromancer, but he was also a warrior. He used his dash skill and his speed increased by several magnitude. I got him? Woojin was about to grab the guitar case, but it seemed that the bastard also had a similar ability to the one he used. He suddenly sped up, and he created some distance between himself and Woojin once again. Look at this cheeky bastard? Was there anyone on Earth who had caught Woojin's eyes like this? Woojin was probably the first strong person that the guy had met on Earth. After running away for a while, the bastard stopped in front of a subway station. The bastard wagged his finger as he looked at Woojin. Ha! There was only a 2-lane road between them, yet this bastard was taunting him. When Woojin saw this, a thought flitted through his mind. In recent days. No. In the past 10 years, he'd never seen someone be so daring and provoking towards him. The bastard grinned. Does the bastard think he is Bruce Lee? After smiling, he immediately entered the dungeon. Woojin clicked his tongue in dismay as he watched the man. This is quite novel. It's cute. He didn't care about who was pulling the bastard's string. He was going to kill that son of a bitch. The barrier formed itself 30 seconds after the man entered the dungeon. Woojin passed through the dungeon's entrance. Star. Al-Assad. He was born in Afghanistan, and his father had sold him to the militants at the age of 10. The moment his eyes witnessed his father being happy as he grabbed a paltry amount of money for selling him, Assad decided to become a monster. He was quite good at using a knife and gun. The children his age were used as bait to absorb bullets, but Assad grew up to be a fantastic militant. The world he lived in was constantly at war. The dungeon break happened when he was 20 years old, and the world turned chaotic. The war was present before the dungeon break, and it still continued on afterwards. The only thing that had changed was his status as aroused. He was no longer used as a grunt in the war. He caught the eyes of militant group's leader. Instead of being sent into a regional warfare against the government forces, he was given more sophisticated assignments. He was given targets to assassinate, and he carried out terrorist acts. He was successful in all of his assignments, so he gradually made a name for himself. He was able to become a key member of the core personnel. At that point, he realized that he wasn't doing his work for his faith. He realized that he was doing it for the money, but it didn't matter. He didn't start what he was doing because of his belief in his God. His actions allowed him to punish others, and on top of that, he was able to make money. Money is what changed the world. He had never killed any monsters before. He only hunted humans. Today, he caught a necromancer who was reported as being rank AA. His rank wasn't important. He had assassinated countless roused, and he was well acquainted with their ranks. He knew better than anyone that a high rank didn't correspond with the person's combat power. He just had to quietly approach magicians and cut their throats. Even if one were rank A, one would die immediately. It was very easy. When he entered the dungeon, he gave up his body to the darkness to hide. His ability allowed him to assimilate into the darkness. His specialty was sneaking up on his enemies and killing them before they realized he was there. Hey! Hey! Come out! Are you trying to break bread with me inside the dungeon? Is he speaking Korean? According to the intel regarding his target, the bastard was Korean. I guess you aren't going to come out. The sound of his steps grew distant. It seemed this guy's luck was good. His steps steadily grew distant from Assad, who was hidden next to the wall. He moved deeper into the subway station using the staircase. Stupid bastard. It seemed that he didn't have any magic associated with the senses. Now he was sure that this person was a necromancer. The bastard had carelessly come into the dungeon after him. The baiting of his target had been successful. Now he just had to follow him, and his hunt would start. Al-Assad assimilated into the darkness as he headed down into the dungeon. How far did he go? This was weird. His target had chased after him into the dungeon. Assad had baited the other man into doing so. However, this bastard acted as if he had forgotten about Assad's existence. Or maybe the man had too much confidence in his own ability. He slowly descended into the dungeon. As Al-Assad was carefully walking forward, he came to a stop. There are no corpses here. There were a lot of bloodstains in the surrounding, but there were no corpses. A weird sense of danger stimulated his senses. Walk! A light lit up the interior of the dungeon. Ah! You gave me time to recharge my souls. Thank you. Assad's target appeared in front of him, but the target wasn't flustered at all. Now, show me your abilities. Let's see if it is useful. After his target said some words that Assad didn't understand, the skeleton soldiers lining up behind him rushed forward. 1, 2. It was useless to count them. There were enough to clog the dungeon. Assad unsheathed his specialized weapon, the two-handed sword, as he charged forward. Ho-oh! You are quite good. Assad was at a numerical disadvantage, but the quality of the skeletons were low. He methodically cut them down, but it wasn't an easy task. Each of his specialized skills for the two-handed longsword were put on display in front of his enemy. The information about him was being exposed to his enemy. You are an assassin type, and you are quite proficient in using a two-handed sword. One-on-one fights would suit you more than fighting a group. His target's Korean words kept grating against his nerves for some time. It sounded like he was being evaluated. The bastard didn't even lift a single finger as he watched from a distance. Hook, okay, hook. Al-Assad let his hidden ability explode forth. He started breathing heavily, and his movement couldn't be compared to what it was before. Every time he swung his two-handed longsword, a large group of skeletons fell. Ho-oh! You are also a berserker? You are both a warrior type and an assassin. Are you a dual class? He leapt toward his taunting enemy. His final move was called God's Wrath. His anger towards the world poured out without reserve, and it helped power the move. When his two-handed longsword was about to strike the necromancer's neck, a steel staff was suddenly in the sword's way. You'll be useful. Quite useful. The necromancer swung his steel staff towards him. Hoo, puck. He was momentarily confused at the unexpected strength of the impact. Didn't the intel say that he was a necromancer? His target's foot kicked out at Assad's chest. He couldn't do anything against his target's strength, so Assad grabbed the other man's foot. He tried to lift it up. Let's see what'll happen when I turn level 70. Suddenly, the weapon changed into an axe, and it fell towards Assad's neck. Kwajik. As if he was cutting wood, Woojin separated the guy's head from his body. Before the bastard's soul could escape, he purchased a soul seal stone, and he put the soul inside. The bastard was only barely over 7th circle. However, this was the first 7th circle warrior's soul that he had obtained on Earth. It was meaningless to torture the bastard to find out who was pulling his strings. When Woojin reached level 70, he'll make this bastard a familiar and he'll naturally find out everything that this bastard knew. Woojin put the bastard's corpse and his decapitated head inside his inventory. Then, he gathered the surviving skeletons around him. Why did he have to come into a high-ranked dungeon for no reason? He couldn't locate the return stone. As he had predicted, a red portal formed when he returned to the entrance. Will I be late? Didn't they say the consortium was at lunchtime? Woojin quickly started to hunt. Star. When Woojin came out of the dungeon, he felt someone's gaze on him. Someone was monitoring Woojin from afar. Follow me, Gaby. I obey Master's will. After confirming that Gaby had been absorbed back into his shadow, he started to walk. It seemed the people who had attacked him were in charge of this dungeon. There wasn't anyone guarding the dungeon. Woojin memorized the dungeon's name, then he started walking. Ha! Where the hell am I? He had mindlessly chased after the man last night, so he had no idea where he was. It would be great if he had his handphone, but he left it at the hotel. Maybe the store sells English? Woojin checked his point store just in case, and he looked over the language drugs. There were drugs that allowed him to learn languages of Alphen. The store had English. It wasn't only English. The store had all the languages spoken on Earth. It was worth 200 points. Woojin bought it immediately, then he drank it. It was akin to learning a new ability through a skill book. Woojin learned the English language in an instant. Whether it was an ability or a new knowledge, it took root inside his head, and it felt quite miraculous to Woojin. His ears started picking up the conversations in his surrounding. He asked for direction from the people in the street, then he headed towards Manhattan's Titan Guild headquarters for the appointed consortium. It won't take long if I ride a taxi, but I don't have any money to pay for the ride. If this was Alphen, he would have just stolen it. Well, I did say that I wouldn't cause any accidents. He just started walking. The consortium started at 12, so he would be late. So what if he was late? Young Minchin had come to the consortium with him, so he would take care of it. Woojin just had to meet the Holy Maiden. While Woojin was walking on the streets, he caught sight of the news being shown on a large screen mounted on top of a building. It's about what happened yesterday. It seemed that someone had filmed yesterday's missile explosion with a phone. The sight of the missile exploding, and the large crater on the road was being shown. Terrorist attack. Is it a repeat of the 9/11 nightmare? Humanity's enemy isn't monsters, but terrorists? Woojin read the subtitles on the muted news. The screen changed, then an announcer and an Asian man was shown. Minchan? The familiar Asian man was young Minchin. He was scrunching up his face like he was a constipated dog. When Woojin turned his head slightly, he could see that the same news being shown inside the convenience store located across the street from him. Dao Long. When Woojin entered the convenience store, the employee behind the counter glanced at Woojin. After confirming an Asian male in a sweatsuit had entered the store, the employee's gaze went back to the TV. It would have exploded within the hotel. During such harrowing situation, the Korean male, Mr. Kang Woojin, threw his body to block the attack. Currently, the whereabouts of Mr. Kang Woojin are still unknown. At the announcer's words, Young Minchin butted in. President. I trusted President from the start. Where are you, President? Please come back to me. That rascal. If someone saw him like that, one would think that he was trying to find a lost child. Still, Woojin's heart warmed a little bit when he saw someone being worried about him to that extent. Don't worry, Minchan. I can speak English now. The US government will catch the terrorists. Please just return to us, President. I beg of you. Please, before the incident become much larger. I already caught him, you dork. One grinned as a missing persons report was shown on top of the screen. Then the news showed the footage where he charged the missile. The missile was deflecting upwards as it exploded, and he saw himself fall to the ground. The news was showing the footage in a loop. The eyes of the store's employee turned round, and he alternated from looking at Woojin and the TV. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 75, Meeting 2. Chapter 75, Meeting 2. After hearing the news, Melody was so surprised that she went searching for her goddess. She knelt in front of Aria's statue. Oh goddess! That man saved other people. The unbelievable part was the method that he had used to save the people. His body. He put his body in front of other people. Even as she said it, she couldn't believe her words. It might be someone else. Yes. It can't be him. Melody's head was dizzy from the confusion. He looked exactly like the immortal in her memories, yet he did something that she would have never imagined him doing. She was confused as to whether he was the same person or not. Her anxiety overlapped over more anxiety, and she felt an enormous amount of stress. He's someone else. Someone else. She'd rather wished that was the case. Melody prayed to her goddess, but there was no answer forthcoming. Star. Minchon wore a clean suit, but his expression looked gloomy. He was waiting for the Titan Guild's car. He had come out ahead of the appointed time. Director Young. Ah, Senior Vice President Young. Yung Shansung exited the hotel that was across the street. Afterwards, Baek Jung-do appeared, and he greeted Minchon. There's no news about Woojin yet? Ha ha. He'll probably contact us soon. What could go wrong? Isn't he the greatest roused of Korea? Ha ha ha. Ha ha. Minchon let out a weak laugh. These people didn't know Woojin's true nature. His president returned alive after being sent to a planet called Alphen. He was a person who would charge at a missile, so why would he worry about Woojin? Minchon was worried about the unnecessary misunderstandings that might happen. He might even think that the US carried out an attack against him. The missile attack happened here. This city was none other than New York. Woojin was shot at with a small missile capable of taking out a building. Minchon was sure that this would cause some misunderstandings. U.S. Department of Defense wasn't some scarecrow where they would do nothing when a missile was launched in a city like New York. Please don't let there be any misunderstandings. Minchon prayed that the U.S. wasn't the aiming for Woojin. If that was true, they had basically crawled into the middle of the enemy territory. I'm probably wrong. When the world turned chaotic, terrorist attacks continued to occur at a frequent basis. Moreover, the Roust's abilities were too fantastic, and there were a lot of terrorist attacks carried out by them. The Roust possessed the ability to access the subdimension, so they could even carry a missile in there. I hope President also thinks along that line, but if he considered one's past behavior, it wouldn't be strange to see Woojin attack the Pentagon without a moment's notice. So where is he at? He was very worried. It felt like he was about to have a nervous breakdown. If he left a child unattended near a river, he wouldn't feel as nervous as this. It felt like he gave away a button capable of launching a nuke after disguising it as a children's toy. It'll probably be boring. Let's go together. Baek Jung-do, Minchon, and Shansung rode in the same car. They headed towards the Titan Guild's headquarters for the appointed consortium. The invitation letters were sent out to every guild in the world, and only those with the invitation letters could attend the consortium. The reporters were already gathered around the entrance, and it was like they were attending some award ceremony. They felt like celebrities. The reporter and his cameraman chased their group down when the reporter realized that they were Korean. The reporter got in their party's way. May I interview you? What? Mr. Kong Woojin stopped a sickening terrorist attack, which might have killed a lot of innocent people, and I know that you are in the same guild as him. Yes. Yes. The reporter was speaking too rapidly in English, but Minchon followed the gist of the conversation as he picked up words he knew intermittently. Surprisingly, it seems that he is still alive. Do you know where he is? I'm speculating, but I think he might have been kidnapped by the terrorists. As a fellow guild member, what are your thoughts? That's kidnapping? He didn't think that that was possible. Minchon decided to give a vague answer. Maybe he might be watching this news. Do you have any words that you would like to convey to Mr. Kong Woojin? Minchon looked into the camera as he spoke earnestly. President. I trusted President from the start. Where are you, President? Please come back to me. I was wrong. I thought President made a big mess again. It was my misunderstanding. Please just return safely. The US government will catch the terrorists. Please just return to us, President. I beg of you. Please, before the incident become much large. You might cause a war by trying to catch him by yourself. Please come back. Minchan sincerely wished for it. The reporter didn't understand Minchan's words, since he was giving the message to Woojin in Korean. One of the reporter's staff approached him to hand a paper with the translated words. Yes. This is quite surprising. It seems this guild member believes Mr. Kang Woojin is currently chasing the terrorist. It was just speculation. Minchan let go of the uncomfortable feeling, then he entered the entrance being guarded by a line of guards. The large conference room was like the chamber for parliament. It was like an opera theater. Minchan was surprised, since the Titan Guild possessed a large space like this inside their office. It just reaffirmed the fact that they were the #1 guild in the US, so something like this was probably par for the course. Since the seats were designated beforehand, Minchan's seat was far away from KH Guild's Baek Jongdo and Young Shansung. The empty seat next to him had a name card for Kang Woojin. When he saw it, a heavier weight pressed down on Minchan's heart. Soon, the Titans Guild Master Deacon appeared on top of the stage. I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for attending this consortium. Deacon gave a short greeting, then he looked around at the faces in attendance. There were people from the Chinese, European, and Japanese guilds. These guilds were always in competition for the right to be called the best in the world. Even Russia sent 2 guilds to the meeting this time. The Titan Guild had sent 4 invitations to Korea. They sent it to the 3 large guilds, and Allendale. Hammer, KH and Allendale were in attendance, but the Warang Guild was absent. Moreover, Allendale's guild master was currently missing. Deacon paid special attention to the Allendale Guild, since Melody spoke about them until his ears was about to fall off. This consortium will deal with a matter too big for the guilds to deal with alone. We will broadcast this event to ask for help from all the roused on Earth. The consortium would be shown to the public in a couple of hours. It wasn't a live broadcast, but numerous cameras were placed inside the conference hall to film the consortium. Deacon gave a short greeting and thank you to each country's guilds. Then, he shifted gear to deliver the message about the threat posed by the dungeons and monsters. His speech heightened the tension in the room. The news I have is about the origin of the dungeon, which is a mystery to mankind. Everyone's attention was immediately focused on him. We were able to find out that the dungeons are acting as a dimensional gate. They are currently acting as a bridge between Earth and a planet called Alphen. The time difference between here and there is 4 times. Deacon took a short breath as he looked at the surrounding people. More than 100 people were focused on him. Moreover, the cameras, which will allow numerous more people to view him, were also on him. The monsters of the planet Alphen are using the bridge called the dungeon to invade Earth. Humanity has to prevent this from happening. Someone yelled out with displeasure in his voice. Does this mean that you want to shut down the dungeons? It was a man from the Dakin Guild, who had flourished from the dungeon business. Even if we destroy the bridge, they will put down a new bridge. It is an impossible task. I invited all of you here to propose a single request. He paused before he continued speaking. Humanity has to cross the bridge first, and we have to wipe out the monsters. Preemptive strike. Instead of fighting on Earth, let us take the fight to them. It was an idea quite typical of an American. If the war happened on Alphen, then they would surely prevent the damage caused by the dungeon breaks on Earth. You keep saying that the monsters are coming from a planet called Alphen. Is that credible? Of course. We have a living witness who could corroborate the fact. When the door to the conference hall were opened, the Holy Knights entered. Everyone turned their backs to the stage to look at the door. I would like to introduce the Holy Maiden of the Arya Church. She came from the planet Alphen to ask for Earth's help. Every roused knew who she was. However, there was different significance in viewing her in the flesh instead of a video. More Holy Knights walked behind Melody. She wore a plain nun's habit that was of a slightly different style than the ones on Earth. Still, the plain clothes couldn't hide her elegance and beauty. She slowly walked down the center aisle of the conference room towards the stage. Hamilton followed behind her. I am the Holy Maiden of the Arya Church. My name is Melody. The people inside the conference room became restless once again when they heard her beautiful voice. Melody hadn't slept at all yesterday night, but she was still beautiful and overflowing with life. If they accepted her speech, she would be able to save her allies suffering on Alphen. She had put her life on the line to come here for that sole purpose. I am earnestly asking for your help to ensure Earth's safety and peace. Please, help me free Alphen. Unlike her words, her attitude was dignified, and her expression was haughty. She had the goddess protection, so an unknown air of dignity flowed off her entire body. Please give us some proof. You said you are a holy maiden from the Alphen planet, but you are only a mere roused on this planet. It was still the man from Japan's Dakin Guild. It seemed that he didn't welcome the current status quo changing. It was understandable, since Japan boasted the most numerous number of subway stations. There were a lot of casualties, but it was also a new business opportunity. The dungeon business was most active in Japan. The mecca of dungeon business leading the world was Japan. Melody stepped forward on the stage. A mere roused? She was of the 9th circle. If she converted the term into Earth's rank, she was a rank SS cleric. Melody opened both of her arms wide. Light shone from her body, and it filled the conference room. The holy and warm light swept through the entire conference room, and it gave a buff to every single person in attendance. The roused clearly felt the change, and even the normal people's bodies were filled with vitality. Isn't that proof enough? She was haughty and dignified. Those words personified her. The person from the Dakin Guild let out a moan, but he wasn't to be deterred. He continued to find fault with her words. You will have to clear my misgivings. Monsters crawl out of the dungeons. However, humans can only come back out when they enter a dungeon. The dimensional fragment named the Return Stone was a key used to reach Earth. However, the Return Stones weren't the only dimensional fragments in existence. There were keys that allowed one to head to Alphen. She had formed the Holy Knights to search for it. The way will be opened by me and the Holy Knights. For the safety of Earth, you all will have to head towards Alphen. If you hesitate, Earth will be turned in a desolate land like Alphen. It will happen in short order. This is a war to stop Earth's destruction. The heart of some people heated up at the Holy Maiden's words. Some started pounding on their calculators. Not everyone would join the war from a sense of duty. Those people moved only for money. She didn't care what their reasons was. Melody felt relieved as she looked over the people. Her goddess words were right. There were saviors here on Earth. These people would once again regain the freedom of the planet Alphen. As the door to the conference room opened, a raucous sound leaked in from outside. Between the open door, an Asian man wearing a black sweatsuit was standing there. One corner of his mouth lifted into a smirk, and he had a mischievous expression on his face. Stop spouting bullshit. He walked slowly into the conference room. He followed the center path to walk a straight line towards the stage. He was slow, and very languid. Everyone inside the conference room focused their gazes on the man. Some were glad to see him. Some showed curiosity, and there were even some uncomfortable gazes pouring toward the sweatsuit wearing Woojin. Melody stood atop the stage. She was shaking like a leaf. It worsened as Woojin approached her one step at a time. It felt like Melody's heart was dropping step by step towards the floor. It is him. It felt as if she going crazy. He was really on Earth. Woojin stopped in front of the stage. He looked up at Melody's face. She seemed to be in a state of panic. Isn't this quite awkward? She couldn't reply since she was too afraid. How many people were killed in front of that smiling face? If he was one's ally, one felt anxiety. If one became his enemy, this man was a calamity. I would have never thought that I would have the occasion to look up at you. The very surprised Holy Maiden Melody got off the stage. The haughty woman moved without any grace. She scrambled down the stage to stand in front of Woojin. Then, Melody started to slowly lower herself to the floor. The king, who rules over the undead army, Alphen's language flowed out from Melody's lips. One of her knees touched the floor. God of Destruction Thrash's champion. Then her other knee touched the floor, and she knelt on the floor. Alandal's monarch. She started to slowly bend her waist forward. Her two trembling hands grabbed Woojin's sneakers. The undying. Immortal. Her lips touched Woojin's shoes for a brief moment before her lips fell away. Aria's lowly servant. Melody retreated backwards as she walked on her knees. Then, she lowered herself forward as if she was giving a kowtow. Gives greetings to you. Woojin let out a bright smile as he looked down at her. It's been a while. Right? This was the first meeting between him and his friend, who had come all the way from Alphen to Earth. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 76, Mop Up. Chapter 76, Mop Up. Silence. A pin could drop right now, and the sound would be heard loud and clear. The oppressive silence inside the conference hall stopped others from breathing. Chow cock. A reporter pressed the shutter of his camera by force of habit, and the sound was unusually loud. As if they were frogs coming out of hibernation, people started to move when they heard the sound. However, no one dared to open their mouth. So our mutual non-aggression treaty is broken? How can that be? It isn't anything like that. If I knew this place was Allendale, I would have never stepped a foot in this place. Woojin grinned. Woojin was curious about one thing. This was the reason why he had come to the US himself. Why are you here? My goddess gave me a revelation. She wants me to guide the Savior. Whom? This means Arya sent you here? Blasphemy. However, Melody didn't show any signs of being angry or disgusted. He couldn't be compared to someone like her, who was able to hear a goddess voice. However, he was someone who had already met face to face with a god. She bowed her head more in front of him. Yes. I'm only a lowly servant. I came here as my goddess decreed. Ah, it's all right. He already knew what she was going to say. Woojin waved his hand at her, then he looked at Deacon. Let's have a little talk. Deacon couldn't understand Woojin's Korean words, so his secretary gave an immediate translation from his side. This location is unacceptable. Let's move to a different location. When Deacon started speaking to his secretary, Woojin finally had the chance to look at his surrounding. When he spotted a broadcasting camera, he walked towards it. The cameraman was taken aback, and he was besides himself when Woojin headed towards him. Woojin stood in front of him, and he asked a question. Is this being broadcasted live? At his unexpectedly sophisticated English, the shocked cameraman shook his head. No. Turn it back into a live broadcast. Woojin's words flustered the cameraman even more. When he turned to look at the executive from the broadcasting company, he also had a conflicted expression on his face. The content of the meeting was supposed to be kept a secret. The network made a deal with the Titan Guild to show only an edited version of the meeting at a later time. The guild had to give consent on what would be shown. It'll be like an year-end greeting. A year-end greeting. Woojin's words swayed the heart of the executive from the broadcasting company. This man was a hero, who had saved US citizens from a terrorist attack. The executive thought he had a duty to deliver his voice to the world. Americans had a large fear about terrorist attacks. In response to the attack, Woojin had thrown his body in the way to thwart the attack, so the public interest in him was tremendous. You can speak now. Woojin looked straight into the camera and he grinned. The bastard who shot a missile at me, the bastard who plotted against me as the middleman, the bastard pulling strings from behind. The cameraman didn't know Korean, but Min-chan, who had come up from behind, covered his face with his palm. President. Please speak a little bit more nicely. Soon, I will find and kill all of you. Wait for me. After Woojin ended his speech, he turned to look at the broadcasting executive. Thank you. From listening to his tone and inflection, the executive could tell Woojin was giving a speech that was far from a year-end greeting. However, it was being broadcasted live, so the executive couldn't do anything. The cameraman turned his head, and he whispered to the executive. Should I continue to film this? The footage of the Holy Maiden kneeling in front of Woojin had been recorded. As he looked over the disordered conference hall, the executive nodded his head. Just record it. It would be unreasonable to send this through a live broadcast. This Asian man is. In a short amount of time, the Holy Maiden melody became the center of attention for every American. However, this woman had knelt in front of the Asian man. No matter how anyone saw it, she had shown him the utmost respect. This is going to be fun. The world will now focus their attention on the man named Kong Woojin. After finishing what he had to say, Woojin walked back to the stage. In a flash, Min-chan approached Woojin from behind, and he called out after Woojin. President. Ah, Min-chan. Min-chan looked at Woojin with a complicated gaze. Woojin had put his body in harm's way to protect him, and all the people inside the hotel. Woojin probably didn't know if he would live or not, yet he had sacrificed himself. Thank you for saving me. Woojin smirked. It's fine. Follow me. I have to talk to those people. Titan Guild's Guild Master Deacon passed the duty of hosting the consortium to someone else. Then, he quickly disappeared towards the back with the Holy Maiden melody. Minchin's face scrunched up when he saw the holy knights, who had recently begun to follow Melody. Didn't you say you were friend with her? What? We are friends. In what way? No matter how he saw it, he couldn't see Melody as Woojin's friend. Just follow me. When Woojin and Minchin followed Deacon, the conference hall started to come to life. Who's that Asian man? Is he Ms. Melody's husband? What kind of holy maiden had a husband? You never know, since it's a different planet. Even amongst the uproar, Baekdosong's face trembled a little bit. Senior Vice President Young. Yes, President. Yes. Please speak. It seems that I obtained a really interesting younger bro. Baekjondo's eyes were sparkling with curiosity and excitement. Young Shansung grabbed his head. How was he interesting? Woojin was obviously a dangerous person. Young Shansung let out a deep sigh. Star. The office of Titan Guild's Guild Master. When Deacon sat down on the seat of honor at the conference table, Melody approached him and she spoke quietly. You should concede the seat to Alandal's monarch. What? Deacon was momentarily panicked. Woojin, who followed behind them, waved his hand. It's fine. Woojin sat to the right of Deacon, and Minchin naturally took a seat next to him. Melody continued to stand by Deacon's side, so he turned to look at her. You should also sit, holy maiden. I wouldn't dare. Woojin looked at the holy maiden. Just sit. Yes. The two of them spoke in Alphen's language, and it irritated everyone else's ears. Deacon furrowed his brows as he looked at Woojin. What kind of relationship did these two have? When a translator, who was more proficient in Korean, arrived, Deacon's curiosity was answered. If you don't mind me asking, what kind of relationship do the two of you? She's a friend. A friend. Deacon's expression indicated that he didn't believe Woojin's words at all. Melody's face paled. Oh, my goddess. Why would you send me such a tribulation? A friend of the immortal. Her body shook from just thinking about it. We have something akin to an alliance. An alliance? We struck down Tronet's army together. The holy maiden didn't say anything. He was fudging the truth when he said that they had struck down Tronet's forces together. Woojin had destroyed and killed anything that stepped onto Alandal. The alliance sent an emissary to promise that they won't invade Alandal in the future, so there were little friction between them. Tronet still went after Alandal's land, and Woojin had hunted down Tronet's army. They fought together since they had a common enemy. However, her side hadn't closely cooperated with Woojin. So it was ambiguous to call it an alliance. Everyone fought against Tronet on their own, so to speak. Woojin's action could be characterized as hunting Tronet. It was quite generous to say the alliance just held on. Basically, they weren't the ones being hunted. The translator passed on Deacon's words to Woojin once again. I know you are Korean. So how did you form a relationship with those on the planet Alphen? I was summoned there 5 years ago. I lived on Alphen for 20 years, and I have only recently returned. Are you trying to conduct a hearing? Woojin frowned when Deacon continued to ask questions. The nervous holy maiden spoke to Deacon. Please, don't irritate him. You are being rude to the monarch. The endlessly haughty and dignified holy maiden was a nervous wreck right now. Deacon couldn't get used to it. He didn't know Woojin's identity. In his perspective, Woojin looked more like a human, and the holy maiden was more like a godlike figure. Anyways, he was very curious about this human named Kong Woojin, but Deacon didn't need to get all the answered from Woojin. It seemed that the holy maiden was well acquainted with Woojin, so he would get the information from her at a later time. Why did you want to see me? When their conversation returned to the main topic, Woojin opened his inventory, then he took out an item. He placed it on top of the table. Kayak. The secretary screamed, and the translator quickly turned his head away. Even Minchin scrunched up his face as he looked away. Deacon's eyes hardened, but worry started to fill his eyes. What is the meaning behind this action? As the guild master of a large organization, his worries deepened. Surprisingly, the only one who didn't show any reaction was the holy maiden. Her expression said everything that needed to be said. Alandal's monarch brought someone's severed head. That was the extent of her thoughts. She wasn't surprised at all by his actions. As Woojin received Deacon's gaze, which was filled with unasked questions, he spoke in a nonchalant manner. This is the bastard who ambushed me yesterday. He led me into a dungeon to kill me. I would like you to find out the identity of this man. The Holy Maiden's eyes widened in surprise. Earth chose a different path to destruction to Tronet. Someone on Earth tried to assassinate the monarch of Allendale. Isn't that the absolute worst way to suicide? In the past, kingdoms were destroyed for using such similar methods. Several kingdoms. Even if you come here to ask us, we didn't. I'm not suspicious of you guys. I want you to find out this bastard's affiliation. There can't be many rank AA Roust working as an assassin on Earth. Still. We'll look into it. Deacon was going to negotiate with him, but the Holy Maiden quickly accepted the request. Titan Guild Master. Thank you for all your cooperation up until now. If I'm to repay this debt, don't I have to be alive? I have to return to Alphen alive, so I can save countless number of people. Please don't agitate the immortal any further. The Holy Maiden pleaded with her eyes as she looked at Deacon. He swallowed what he was about to say. I'm going to go after the helicopter that shot the missile. I'm hoping that the helicopter didn't originate from within the US. If it is, conflict is inevitable. Woojin was not trying to foster a hostile relationship with the US government, but in the end, he didn't really care. He was sure that there were a couple of people in the government involved in the attack. The government is trying its best to locate the helicopter. They don't have to search any further. I already know where it is. I'll be leaving soon. Melody, who had been standing still, suddenly stepped forward. I will go with you. Why do you want to follow me? At Woojin's dissatisfactory reply, young Minchin stepped forward. It would be better if you work with the Titan Guild. He wasn't doing this to perform a meritorious deed. He also wasn't doing this to ferret out all the terrorists. Woojin just wanted to take his revenge. Minchin wanted to lessen the chance that any misunderstanding would happen with the US government. Titan Guild maintained a close relationship with the US government, so there was a lot of advantage in having them along. The US was much more sensitive to terrorist acts compared to other countries. Woojin had stopped a terrorist attack from succeeding, so the US public was already treating him like a hero. Of course, it would be great if he was able to round up the terrorist at their base of operation. However, many US citizens would not like someone like Woojin carry out a hostile act inside their country, unless he was really some kind of a superhero. It would be better to carry out this mission with the Titans. All right. When are we leaving? Go home. I'll scrap together a response team. 5 hours should be enough. He wanted to ask why it would take so long, but he reminded himself that his enemies won't be running away anytime soon. Even if they did run away, it wasn't a problem. He had sent both Bibi and Gaby to keep surveillance on them. Then, shall we talk a little bit about your homeland? Woojin was curious as to how the situation on Alphen changed after he left. There was a saying that said if one meets a person from the same country in a foreign land, then it would feel like the other person was from your homeland. She thought the saying was spot on. Still, the Holy Maiden couldn't get used to the unusually friendly actions of the immortal. What would you like to know? What's Kyle doing these days? Hero struggled with the injury he sustained 3 years ago. About a year ago, he passed away while fighting one of Tronet's commanders. Ah, so that fellow died. That friend did have a bomb leg. Yes. The leg that bothered him was the leg he shattered, while fighting a necromancer named Immortal. Even when holy water and the god's blessing was applied in bulk, his injury never healed completely. How about the wrinkly old man inside the forest? The great elder of the elf is. Melody's words faded, and she looked at Woojin with trembling eyes. Was he really asking, because he doesn't know? Why did you stop speaking? Ha! He really is asking because he doesn't know. So how should she phrase this? You killed him when you stole the world branch. No matter how hard she thought about it, she couldn't come up with an answer that wouldn't ruin the immortal's mood. Oh, my goddess. How can you give such an ordeal? Tears started to well in the Holy Maiden's eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 77, Mop Up 2. Chapter 77, Mop Up 2. It was when the immortal visited the forest of the elves. Ha! At that time, he was protecting the world branch. Ha! He died because of me? Did I really do that? He propped his chin on one hand. The Holy Maiden tried to help him recall the memory. The Death Knight. Ah, Kiba did it. Woojin vaguely remembered it. He needed a branch from the world tree, so he had visited the forest of the elves. Anyways, he had opened up the way by using the Death Knight and his undead army. Geez. He could have just given me a branch. It's their mission. What? Nothing. If he had only wanted a single branch from the World Tree in the first place, the elves would have given it to him. However, he had wanted to uproot the entire tree, so they couldn't stand by and allow him to do so. What about the great scholar? What was his name? Noting. The great scholar Nautilus died from an old chronic disease. Woojin decided he didn't need to ask what had caused the chronic disease. It would just make the situation needlessly more awkward. Ah, it's all right. Why are you looking at me like that? Young Minchin was looking at Woojin with glazed eyes, which drew some ire from Woojin. After giving a fake cough, Minchin carefully asked his question. It seems that President had been a little bit rough? Ah. The Holy Maiden let out an exclamation. How great would it have been if he was just a bit rough? This guy mildly characterized the immortal's actions as just a little bit rough. This bastard was also part of Allendale. He was tremendously evil. The Holy Melody decided to memorize young Minchin's face. I guess I was a little bit. The Holy Maiden swallowed the words she was about to say when Woojin coolly acknowledged that fact. She didn't want to respond in vain. Still, you should at least remember the name of the deceased. There was a brittle atmosphere between the Holy Maiden and Woojin, so Minchin said it just for the sake of saying it. However, Woojin rebuked him in a serious manner. Hey, Minchin. Do you remember the English words you learned when you were in elementary school? That's. How could he remember the several hundred to several thousand English vocabulary? No, in the first place. I learned it in middle school instead of elementary school. Also, I didn't learn any English at all. It felt as if they were getting off topic. Yes. It would have been great if I hadn't have to do what I did. Woojin spoke the truth. In the beginning, he had killed in self-defense. Afterwards, he became desensitized to killing. He didn't have some tremendous talent that allowed him to stand still like an idiot while his enemies aimed for his life. He wasn't a pacifist like Gandhi. This topic is making my mood sour. Melody shook like a leaf at Woojin's words. Please calm your wrath. Ah, no. Why did this woman keep shaking at every word he said? Maybe she thought he planned on killing her? It wasn't as if he had a reason to kill someone who hadn't meant him ill. Woojin frowned. So what were you talking about before? What do you mean? Weren't you inciting the guys into invading Alphen? Do want to die? The Holy Maiden's face turned white. If you took all the roused on Earth to Alphen, they will die a dog's death over there. Then what will happen to Earth? You should already know the dungeons will break eventually regardless of what we do. Who is going to defend Earth at that time? This was the one piece of truth she hadn't revealed. It made the Holy Maiden's face turn pale. She couldn't underestimate Woojin just because he was laughing. She didn't know what that face was capable of doing. Are you declaring war against me? Absolutely not. The Holy Maiden once again threw her body to the floor. Stop bowing your head and sit. Give me a proper explanation. There is a way we can stop the dungeon breaks. I'm liking the sound of this. If they could stop the dungeon break at the source, then he didn't care if Alphen was used as the battlefield. Speak. If you possessed a dimensional domain, you could take over the nearby dungeons one by one. When you gain ownership of the dungeons, the monsters won't be able to head outside without the express intent of the Lord. This is the first time I'm hearing about this. Tronet's 72 commanders are the great lords. There are also numerous lords underneath them. Is that so? You didn't know about this? Is it something I should have known about? The Holy Maiden made an expression as if someone had shit in her mouth. Why was it so hard for her to maintain her composure in front of the immortal? So why did Allendale fight Tronet in the past? What had he been fighting for? I fought him because he stepped on my land. When she looked back at her memories of the immortal, he killed anyone who had invaded his territory. It didn't matter if the enemy was Tronet or the Alliance. He had invaded his opponents as a form of retaliation. However, he had never seized or occupied the other territories. Quite literally, he only took his revenge. He only demolished and plundered them. Currently, Earth only had empty dungeons. The low-ranked dungeons are farmlands. The lords would be tempted by the high-ranked dungeons, but the great lords won't be satisfied with just the high-ranked dungeons. The low-ranked dungeons were 1-3 stars, and the high-ranked dungeons were 4-6 stars. The moment when the highest dungeon is formed, they will fix their eyes on Earth. Woojin tapped his fingers on the armrest of his chair. It was as he had predicted. When the 7-star dungeon starts to crop up, Tronet's commanders will show up. The Holy Maiden knew much more about Tronet than him. She also knew how the enemy's enormous forces were structured. So why do the dungeon breaks happen? It is a process to synchronize with Earth. Synchronize? The Holy Maiden calmed her voice, then she explained patiently. For example, a dungeon with 30,000 dungeon energy is reset. If the dungeon isn't cleared within the 30 days it takes for the dungeon to synchronize, it'll break. The monsters will run havoc on Earth, and the mana equivalent of 30,000 energy will be spread across Earth. So what happens when the dungeon is cleared before the 30 days is up? It turns into a well-behaved mine to provide bloodstones. When the amount of bloodstones excavated reach the amount of 30,000 energy, the dungeon will reset. In the end, the excavated bloodstones will increase the mana on Earth equivalent to 30,000 energy. So it is impossible to stop it. Eventually Earth will change into something akin to Alphen? Yes. And the dungeon break? When there is enough mana on Earth, and the synchronization process isn't needed, the 30 days become obsolete. Basically, the monsters would come out immediately after the dungeon is reset. It would be devastating. The time need to clear the dungeon won't be there anymore. The more serious problem would be the lack of time the locals would have to evacuate. Without a doubt, when the dungeons are opened, there will be a mass confusion before everything collapses. The entire Earth will fall into a state of panic. The Holy Maiden let out a secret sigh when she saw Woojin accepting her words. This was the information she had also given to the Titan Guildmaster. All right. Let's say we can block the dungeon break if we own the dungeons. So why do we have to go to Alphen? The Holy Maiden swallowed her saliva. When the dimensional domain was established, Earth's dungeons could be placed within the domain. The dungeon break won't happen since the dungeons would follow the will of the being that owned them. The dimensional domain can be stolen once again. Ho-oh! Woojin showed a reaction to those words. If one wants to keep it, one has to become stronger, and... The Holy Maiden's voice continued. Alphen will become the best hunting ground to do so. Earth will eventually be filled with mana. Afterwards, where will Earth procure the energy? Alphen could be the alternative. That sounds pretty reasonable. The Holy Maiden internally sighed at Woojin's reaction. If we steal all the domains from Tronet's underlings, they'll basically be unemployed? As expected of the immoral. He thought about taking instead of protecting first. His reputation was well deserved. Yes. Woojin grinned at the Holy Maiden's reply. If I steal all of them, then I'll finally be able to meet Tronet, who has never shown himself before. The Holy Maiden kept silent when she heard Woojin's vicious plan. Lies and truth exist in one place, as they are two sides of the same coin. All right. Then tell me how I'll be able to acquire a dimensional domain. You can steal it. Or you can personally declare one. Both options requires a gem called the dimensional fragment. Woojin took out a bright purple gem from his inventory. Where did you get that? I picked it up. What do I do with it? Only one dimensional fragment is needed to steal a dungeon. However, Immortal doesn't have a dimensional domain right now. You will need 3-dimensional fragment to declare your first domain. I can go to any dungeon? You have to be chosen by a dungeon. Why is the process so particular? The Holy Maiden bowed her head. There will be specific dungeons that will react to each dimensional fragment. So I need 3 of them? Woojin returned the dimensional fragment into his inventory. Give me 2. The Holy Maiden's expression stiffened. Since you aren't saying anything, it seems you do have them. The Holy Maiden couldn't lie. Woojin grinned as he put his hand out. I'll pay you back. Give it to me. I'm only lending you 1. The Holy Maiden was planning on using it to open a dungeon on Earth. If Woojin snatched it away from her, Still, it wasn't as if she had a choice in giving it to him or not. The Holy Maiden took out a single-dimensional fragment from her subdimension. Woojin suddenly made a grab for it. Let go of it, I really paid a lot to obtain this. How much blood had she spilled to earn this? The surviving people of Alphen was waiting for her. She had to obtain a dungeon on Earth. Then through the dimensional domain, she was going to open a way to Alphen. I know. I'll pay it back. Give it. You really have to return it to me. Do you want it stolen? Or do you want to lend it to me? The holy maiden released her strength from her hand. Woojin quickly took the item, and he laughed as he put it away. So we just have to find a dungeon that'll react to it? How could he be so excited when this matter decided the life or death of an entire planet? Woojin kept asking various questions about the dimensional domain. While he was asking his questions, a being slipped suddenly into his shadow. Woojin's body shuddered. What is it? Woojin used his inner consciousness to ask the question. Gaby, who had returned to his shadow, spoke in a somber voice. Master. The illusion which was captured. What? Bibi was captured? Woojin was surprised. His familiars in his summoning room shared his senses. Dulcie was summoned even though Woojin hadn't called for him. Ego. Minchan was surprised when Dulcie suddenly appeared. There was a bright light, and numerous small lights like fireflies flew around it. Dulcie was letting out a magical glow. The light, which was basically Dulcie's body, shook uncontrollably. Weeing. Dulcie was very close to Bibi, so he shook from worry. Woojin felt the same way as him. How dare someone capture his familiar? Who did it? Tronet's underling. It was Rashmode. I escaped when the illusion which was captured. You did well. Rashmode was one of the 72 commanders. Woojin stood up abruptly from his seat. I'll have to go first. The response team isn't ready yet. He didn't have the time to wait for them. Rashmode is here. The holy maiden's eyes twinkled at Woojin's words. Rashmode was one of the 72 commanders. Finally, the highest-ranked dungeon had opened on Earth. If she could take over the dungeon to make it her own. My dimensional fragment was taken from me. Even if an opportunity was revealed in front of her eyes, she couldn't do anything about it. Just gather the team as best as you can, then follow after me. The location. Woojin started explaining the pertinent information he had received from Gaby. He suddenly paused. There aren't any subway stations near there? Woojin looked at the holy maiden, and his gaze was asking for an explanation from her. The synchronization, is drawing near. Woojin's expression broke into frown. Follow me. I do as the monarch wishes. Woojin had a freezing atmosphere around his as if he was angry. The holy maiden carefully followed after him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 78, Iron Golem. Chapter 78, Iron Golem. 22222. 3 helicopters in Titan's possession rose into the air. Woojin, the Holy Maiden, Titan's Guild Master, and 10 Holy Knights were the only ones being sent on this operation. Deacon still had a worried expression on his face. Will it be okay if we don't have any backup? He whispered towards the Holy Maiden. It doesn't matter. Still, our firepower. The US Roused support team had a little bit of a different way of operating compared to the Korean teams. If observed in microcosm, the Korean support teams were like mercenary bands and a large guild like the Titans were like army units. Instead of a small number of Roused, the Titans team relied on overwhelming firepower to deal with the dungeon breaks. If it's firepower, that man's familiars is all we need. The Holy Maiden still couldn't forget how Woojin used his familiar lich and the force of skeleton magicians. She watched flame magic fall from the sky like rain. The scene had been too terrible of a disaster to describe it as a spectacular sight. I can't call Janice yet. Woojin had been disinterestedly looking out the window when he said the words in passing. What? I also can't summon the lich. How? They are sealed. The Holy Maiden's eyes shook violently when she heard Woojin's words. Sealed? The Immortal's power? That vast necromancy magic? The Death Knights. Soon, their seals will be released, but I can't call them out yet. The warriors that never shed blood or tears. The commanders of the skeleton soldiers. The spearhead of the undead army. If they were still sealed, then the familiar he had next to him was. She was sure the ball of light that took up a seat inside the helicopter was the Titan of Destruction. There was the alien energy within the shadows, and the illusion which captured by Rashmode. If it's only them. Woojin grinned as if he could read the Holy Maiden's thoughts. What? You want to take a shot at me? The Holy Maiden was startled. The image of him grinning made him look very dangerous. I don't know what you are talking about. I can see your eyes rolling around trying to size me up. I'll be your opponent anytime you want. However, even if you want to go against me, wait until a later time. He didn't care if the Holy Maiden wanted to turn hostile against him. He knew what he had done in the past, so it would be a joke to expect her to look at him in a better light. The only reason why the Holy Maiden was being careful was because of the fear that blanketed her memories. If the Holy Maiden did attack him, it wasn't as if Woojin was helpless. However, he had to rescue Bibi first. Even if he weren't at max level, he could handle one Holy Maiden. I'm merely observing the monarch. That's funny. Woojin grinned as he spoke. Their base is up ahead. Ha! At the helicopter pilot's words, Deacon's eyes became round when he looked at what lay in front of them. The farmland was an empty plain. Still, how can a base like this be located so close to New York? Deacon let out a sound of disbelief. Woojin started to track the trace left by Bibi. When he looked towards the demolished building, he felt Bibi's energy. At the same time, he felt a sticky and unpleasant energy nearby. Rash mode. Woojin's gaze became cold. Star. The enormous farmstead held a helicopter, military vehicles, and even tanks. At a glance, it looked like a private collection of a rich military enthusiast. In truth, it was a warehouse with weapons procured by the mafia. From a room located inside the warehouse, a voice of a man swearing half the time was leaking out. Nyung. Bibi had been crouching within the darkness. She quietly approached the man and her ears twitched. Boss. He failed. The mark is still alive. What? Say it again. The target is alive. We are returning right now. Hurry up and come back here soon. Jack was the boss of the Rivers organization. After ending the call with the scout he had sent into the city, he let out a string of swear words. Shit. Boss. What's wrong? Assad failed. What? He never imagined such a thing could happen. Assad was the best assassin in the Middle East, yet he had failed. This means he isn't an average necromancer. What's the point of saying such an obvious statement? An ordinary roused of the magician class would have a very hard time killing Assad. The fact that the necromancer came out of the dungeon meant he had killed Assad himself. Do you think our base is compromised? Eek? I knew we shouldn't have worked with those Middle Eastern bastards, but... His stress continued to pile on as he thought about what could happen in the future. Since their target was still alive, a massive investigation would be underway soon. It's okay. We've already decided to abandon this base. But we still have some research to do. We'll have to move up the timetable a little bit. Jack put on his vest. The tactical vest had 2 pistols holstered on it. I'll be back after I meet the professor. Beef up the security, then arrange it so that we can leave immediately. Yes, boss. How much should we pack? You idiot. We are throwing it all away. We will gather the research results, then we'll blow the base up. Yes, boss. They were outdated tanks, missiles, and military vehicles. It was still a huge loss, but they had no choice. If they ran away while they took everything, then it would be too noticeable. The members of the organized crime syndicate started to pack up in a hurry, then started to install explosives in various locations. Jack exited the office building and then entered a small concrete building placed at the edge of the farm. Jirik, geek. When the thick steel door opened, a stairway leading underground was revealed. If the farmstead was the River Organization's weapons warehouse, the underground bunker was the source of all their funds. It was the new dungeon research facility. The Rivers Organization received backings from U.S. defense industries to help in their research. They had found a suitable location for the research and they protected the research staff. Rivers used to be a small-time organization. Their meteoric rise to becoming a large crime organization was mostly due to the strong backing they received from the defense industries. Tuck, tuck. Jack's footsteps rang out in the underground passageway. He stopped when he felt something amiss. Who is it? He quickly drew his pistol and aimed it towards his rear. Nyang, dot. Jack saw a cat tilting its head, stopping after coming down from the stairs. What? Fuck off. When he saw the stray cat, Jack lowered his guard and continued down the stairs. Jack tried to take loud steps to threaten the cat. The cat only paused for a moment before it continued to follow behind him. Jack ignored the cat as he descended the stairs to the research facility. Star. The research facility was deserted. At the end of the stairway, there was a space where the research staff could sleep. There were only a couple of computers, as well as many strange-looking machines. The only thing remarkable about the space within the underground bunker was the fact that it had expanded in every direction like ant tunnels. Moreover, bloodstones were piled up inside the tunnels. Professor Riola. We have to move our base. Riola, the person in charge of the research, frowned at Jack's words. I'm at the cusp of finishing my research. I can't move right now. There is a chance our base is compromised. Didn't we plan on moving in 2 days? If their original plan had held up, then that would be the case. They had fired a missile within New York, so the U.S. Department of Defense would be looking for the culprits as if they were combing for a tick. After a certain amount of time, they planned on letting the DoD find their base. However, their target was still alive, so they had to change the timetable. They could be caught much earlier. Even their sponsors wouldn't be able to do anything if the U.S. government retaliated. The government had the backing of the public, and they would be angered over the terrorist act. They had to pull out as fast they were able to. After a lengthy argument, Riola backed off. The calculations were already all done. They just had to conduct their last experiment and collect the resultant data. All right. Just give me 3 hours. We'll leave after I attempt my last experiment. Bibi quietly hid herself inside the darkness as she thoroughly explored the underground lair. Something strange. She felt a strange sense of danger and it was getting on her nerves. The research staff busily placed bloodstones in various locations. Professor Riola opened a black box and took out a bright purple gem. Dimensional fragment. Bibi's eyes shone, since she had seen this item once before. Professor Riola arranged the bloodstones like a magic circle. He placed the gem in the center, then he turned to look at the other researchers. We can head up now. Jack's boring wait had come to an end. He went up the stairs with the researchers. When everyone disappeared, the dimensional fragment rose into the empty air. Nyang. Something very grave is happening here, Ahong. Bibi was the only one left inside the bunker. She had an uneasy feeling as magical energy swirled around the dimensional fragment. The bloodstones placed around the surrounding let out a hum. One after another, the bloodstones rose into the air as it emitted mana. Ooh, okay. Something bad is going to happen if this continues, Ahong. Bibi felt something was wrong, so she started running up the stairs. Before Bibi could clear the stairs, the pillar of light shot out from the underground bunker and into the sky. Pot. When the amazing spectacle receded, the entrance of the underground bunker returned to its original appearance. Hurry up and bring it over here. With a pounding heart, Professor Riola activated the instrument that measured the dungeon energy. A fellow researcher was operating the machine and his eyes turned round when he saw the rising value. It seems we've succeeded. What's the measured value? It's about 5 stars. It went past 6 stars. Great. Riola made a fist. He will overtake Toppler and be known as the world's top authority on dungeons. He accomplished something no one else had ever done. He was able to create a new dungeon that wasn't located inside a subway. The value is rising sharply. This value is. It's a 7-star dungeon. What? Riola was surprised as he looked over the numbers given by the measuring instrument. This was a value never before seen. Pot. A powerful shock wave came out of the dungeon. The measuring equipment and the poorly built ceiling of the farmstead collapsed. The shock wave pushed back the tanks within the warehouse, and the other vehicles were thrown backwards as if a tornado had descended. Riola and Jack, who were near the dungeon, was thrown to the floor and sent rolling away. Several unlucky people died immediately. The other, more unlucky people were at death's due, letting out ragged breaths. Cool, ha. Which human summoned me, Rashmode? A bizarre phlegm-filled voice was heard as Rashmode squeezed through the narrow door to the dungeon. His eyes twinkled as he looked at the cat within his grasp. Her hackles were raised. Ho-oh! It's a succubus with a very familiar energy signature. Nyang. Bibi glared at Rashmode, but she couldn't do anything. Gaby, who was in the shadows of the reconnaissance team inside the office, slipped out. Star. The helicopter landed near the farm. Woojin walked without any hesitation and a worried Dulcie followed behind him. Deacon, the Holy Maiden, and the nervous Holy Knights brought up the rear. His eyes traveled up the rough unpaved road as he headed towards the collapsed farmstead. Woojin saw the poorly equipped humans, who couldn't run away, looking towards Rashmode. Ha. It really was the immortal succubus. Rashmode held the limp Bibi in one hand, and he roared with laughter. Woojin narrowed his eyes. I guess it isn't synchronized yet. Kook. Earth is still unripe. I came out of curiosity. I wanted to see who had formed the summoning magic circle. I would have never guessed it was the immortal, but Rashmode seemed to be genuinely delighted by the current situation. The immortal ran away and hid on Earth? Return Bibi to me. Aha! This little missy? Rashmode shook the limp cat in his grasp. I know the immortal's familiars can't be truly killed. They are similar to us in that aspect. Yes. Tronet's commanders were like leeches. Kook. I know, better than others, the pain and despair of death. When one is revived, it doesn't undo the death one experiences. The memory of going through death was truly frightening. As one remembered the experience, the fear one felt increased. Woojin didn't want Bibi to experience the pain and despair caused by death. I guess dementia has finally come to you? Didn't you die around 5 times by my hands? Ah, that's right. That did happen. Rashmode let out a cheerful laugh. However, it was the version of you that hadn't been initialized. Rashmode looked as if he was trying to see through Woojin. Woojin's face had already hardened. Let's see if you are confident enough to challenge me once again. Kook. Rashmode glanced at the Holy Maiden and headed towards the underground dungeon. Let's leave our minions out of this. Come at me. Let's have a fair fight. Rashmode let out an unpleasant laugh, then he headed inside the dungeon. Before Woojin could walk forward, the Holy Maiden grabbed him. It's a trap. It always is. There's no trap that I can't overcome. The Immortal's track record bore this out. Woojin was about to head into the dungeon when the monsters rushed out. Korarak. The members of the Rivers organization ran away from the dungeon when they saw the endless flow of monsters. Woojin laughed when he saw the monsters pour out. Leave all our minions? Rashmode was sending all the monsters out from inside the dungeon. The dungeon break couldn't happen without the express consent of the dungeon's owner. Basically, the owner could create a dungeon break anytime the owner wanted. All the monsters from within the dungeon was sent out. The Holy Maiden had a frightened expression when several hundred monsters came out. This was Rashmode's choice. Rashmode didn't want to give Woojin any corpses, so he was giving up his underlings. Dulcie. Wee-ing. It seemed Dulcie's vibration was more intense, since he was worried about Bibi. I'll rescue her. Wee-ing. He felt Dulcie's sadness, worry, and anger. These trashes. Woojin extracted all his magical energy, and he gave it to Dulcie. You sweep them up as you like. Wee-ing. Woojin opened his inventory. He took out a magic potion and drank it. Then, he started walking towards the monsters. As if they were trained dogs, the monsters held firm without making any moves towards Woojin as he walked past them. The monsters kept order as they unleashed a killing intent. It was like watching a horde before their charge. He felt a familiar feeling. This is it. Woojin laughed at this nonsense. He had fought Tronet's army ad nauseam, and now he'd have to fight them once again. So why was his heart beating faster? When Woojin entered the dungeon, the monsters immediately went into a frenzy. Qua. What should we do? We should have brought backup. Deacon began to have late regrets about everything when a storm started to form around Dulcie. Geek. The tanks scattered around the surrounding was pulled towards Dulcie. The helicopters, vehicles, and missiles was also dragged along. Even the steel framework of the barn and the thick steel doors flew towards Dulcie. Gook. The helicopters were crushed and the tanks were being disassembled. The pieces then started to reassemble themselves. The missiles attached themselves to Dulcie's shoulder and the blades of the helicopters were attached onto his arms. Guoha. The steel titan let out a roar and the monsters flinched back in surprise. The Holy Maiden swallowed Drilly. The Titan of Destruction. This summoned being was rumored to be the most ruthless being amongst the Immortals' familiars. The steel golem started running rampant. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 79, Rashmode. Chapter 79, Rashmode. His rage was expressed as a catastrophe. He swept across the area. 2. The propeller spinning on Dulcie's left arm cut a wolf-like monster in half. The propeller was strengthened with magic, so it was akin to spinning blades. When the blood of the wolf flew everywhere, it signaled the beginning of the battle. Kuo! Dulcie let out a roar and headed towards the monsters. Quang! Every time the steel giant took a step, a large crater was formed on the ground. The vibration caused the bolts on his body to fall off in droves. Quack! Dulcie was unreserved even as several hundred monsters all ran at him. Quang! Quajik! Every time Dulcie swung his fist, a monster's head exploded. Moreover, the rotating blades broke the formation of the monsters as it cut apart their bodies. Suing! The missile attached to his back shot high into the sky. It fell and exploded near the rear of the group, the most dense spot of monsters. The members of the Rivers organization, who hadn't had the time to run away, were swept up in the explosion, but Dulcie couldn't stop his destructive instinct. The Holy Knights looked on dumbly at the sight. Dulcie was going nuts in the midst of the monsters, like a crazy bull. Wow! Is he a transformer? What a cool ability! Jimmy would throw away his flight and quick sword abilities if he could have such an ability. They said he was a steel golem. Isn't he just a robot? Look at his cannons. The cannons mounted on Dulcie's shoulders fired as it shot down a flying monster that was far distance away. Some Holy Knights even started to clap as Dulcie sniped his enemies. However, not all of the Holy Knights were robot enthusiasts. Why are you standing here like idiots? Go hunt the monsters! James, the leader of the Holy Knight, angrily scolded his men. The Holy Knights quickly readied themselves for battle. When two of the monsters headed towards them, all the Holy Knights unsheathed their weapons. May the goddess' blessing be with you. Pot. When the goddess Aria's blessing was cast, the Holy Knight's fighting power was increased significantly. If you were a B rank roused, Melody's buff would elevate you to rank A. Moreover, there were those who could exhibit even more power than that. It's been a while. Should we go hunt? The Holy Knights were about to step forward when the two monsters casted their shadows over them. Then. Kwung. Both of Dulcie's feet fell from the sky and drove the two monsters deep into the ground. The monsters were probably crushed to death. Hooing. The shock wave caused dirt to fly everywhere. Naturally, coarse words poured out of their mouths. Shit. What the hell is this? After falling from the sky, Dulcie extended his hand towards the Holy Knights. What the hell? He doesn't want us to butt in? Geek. The sound of metals grating against each other was heard every time Dulcie moved. He turned back to look at the monsters. The Holy Knights shook their head as they looked at Dulcie's large back. Then, they turned to the Holy Maiden. Aren't we allies? What should we do? Please just wait. It was what the Titan of Destruction had wanted, to face the monsters by himself. She didn't know his reason, but she decided it would be best to let Dulcie do what he wanted. If they unnecessarily butted in, then they might have to face the Titan of Destruction instead of the monsters. Quang. The Titan of Destruction charged towards the monster, while letting out a heavy sound with every step he took. Instead of being worried about the Dulcie, she was worried about Woojin, who had headed towards an unfavorable battlefield. I worry about the immortal. The Holy Maiden shook her head at her own absurd thoughts. He could take care of himself. He went by himself since he was confident in himself. Everyone please get ready. The Holy Knights were confused by the Holy Maiden's words. Isn't our steel friend going to block our way? He won't be able to regenerate after he uses up all of his magic. Magic was consumed when the body was first formed. Moreover, magic was consumed when Dulcie had to regenerate the broken pieces of his body. Woojin had transferred all of his magic to Dulcie, but it will eventually run out. Even now, he was regenerating his armor that had been torn away by a monster. He pulled the roof of a new vehicle to repair himself. His magic was being consumed incrementally, but there were still couple hundred monsters left. If the Titan of Destruction falls, then I have no idea where the monsters will head towards. Currently, the monsters were acting like trained pack of hunting dogs. The monsters converged and attacked a single target. This was possible since the monsters had yielded to the authority of Commander Rashmode. After the monsters took down their target, they'd be released from Rashmode's control. They would return to being wild and violent monsters. This situation would basically turn into something akin to a normal dungeon break. Even if a single monster escaped, it would be disastrous. That steel golem has to last as long as he can. Guildmaster Deacon let out a moan. His support team should be on their way here now. He had been worried that he would have to buy time with only the Holy Knights by his side, so her words were a welcome sound. He wished for the steel golem to last until his support team arrived. So who was the person Mr. Kong Woojin followed after? Person? The Holy Maiden furrowed her brows. She could see how Rashmode could be seen as a person through human eyes. However, he was a terrible demon. He is one of Tronet's 72 commanders. That was his real identity. Black Magician Rashmode. Melody's worried eyes moved towards the entrance of the underground dungeon. Star. Woojin slowly descended the dungeon's underground stairway. There weren't that many stairs, and at the end of the tight space existed a red portal. It was structured the same as a high-ranked dungeon. Woojin didn't hesitate and passed through the portal. Pot. When the light disappeared, a large underground cavern was revealed. It was like a dragon's lair. It was twice as large as a soccer stadium. What the hell is this? The sound of the dungeon entrance announcement was a bit different. He guessed it had meant that he entered a dimensional domain possessed by someone else. Cool, ha. You dumb bastard. You really followed after me. Rashmode let out a cheerful laugh. He had known that the impatient necromancer was very spontaneous and random in his actions. However, he had never expected the necromancer to fall so easily to his vulgar provocation. He had since sent out all of his underlings to fill up the dungeon. Even if he had tried to hold a numerical advantage, the necromancer would use them as mediums to make his skeleton soldiers. You are only a necromancer. What can you do without corpses? At the very least, I'll be able to kill a bastard like you. Cool, haha. Your bravado is still the same even though you've gone through initialization. Aren't you too confident as well, even though you don't have your chimeras? Rashmode used to be a very famous black magician on Alphen. He received immortality after he submitted to Tronet. After numerous experimentations, he was able to make his body a chimera. He no longer had the weak body of a magician. If both their summons were taken out of the picture, Rashmode held a large advantage over the immortal. Hoo. I'll finally be able to see you die. I guess you are quite confident. Why don't we fight after you return BB? Ha? Ha. Rashmode's face lit up. It felt as if he had seen a new and different side to the immortal. If someone found out that their arrogant idol was a simpleton, would they feel what he was feeling right now? You're friends with your familiars? Ha. After laughing for a long while, Rashmode suddenly ended his laughter. He raised the cat in his grasp forward. She is only a disposable item. Who cares what happens to her? She exists only to be dominated. Rashmode tightened his grip and tore apart the cat, BB. Poo-uck. Woojin's eyebrows twitched when he saw Rashmode pluck the cat's head off her body. Familiars can experience death, but they won't disappear. The familiar stayed dead for a time in correspondence to the familiar's level. Afterwards, the familiar once again appeared in the summoning room. Cool, haha. What? Are you perhaps going to get angry at me? No way. Woojin headed towards Rashmode with heavy eyes. Do you think me getting angry could properly express my rage? Cool, haha. Impudent bastard. He didn't like this bastard. When would he be able to change his confidence and arrogance turn into abject cowardice? Rashmode wanted to see it happen today. He dashed towards Woojin. There wasn't a single body part on his body he hadn't chimerified. His 2 legs that kicked off the ground was as strong and fast as a centaur's kick. His 2 arms exceeded the gripping strength an ogre. Waruruk. A glowing black sword appeared in Rashmode's hand. On top of his strengthened body, he still had the speciality black magic that he could use without limitation. After being initialized, he wasn't an opponent that a necromancer barely over level 70 could handle. Crawl underneath my feet. Beg for your life. Struggle beneath me. Crawl on the ground in obsequiousness. Well, he wouldn't mind if the necromancer died immediately. Waruruk. Rashmode swung his black sword with the intent of splitting him into 2 pieces. Gung. Woojin had taken out his steel staff, and he had blocked Rashmode's black sword. Rashmode's eyebrows lifted. Ho-oh! Is it necromancy? The immortal had used this technique occasionally. In the past, he had showed battle capability that was almost inconceivable for a magician. Woojin let out a cold laugh. Not at all. The steel staff changed into a great sword and Woojin attacked Rashmode with it. Hooing. Rashmode had stepped out of the way to avoid the blow, but the weapon had already changed into a spear that was thrusted towards him. What a troublesome weapon. Was it an epic item? The free-changing form of the item was quite similar to a warrior's weapon. And, no way. Rashmode was surprised at what he had considered to be a ridiculous notion. Come to think of it, the immortal was keeping up with his fortified body. Moreover, the immortal had strength that matched his speed and reaction. You bastard! You became a warrior? Woojin laughed instead of answering him. His extreme anger could be maintained much longer as his level increased. However, he was running out of time. Woojin swung his weapon, which had turned into an axe. Then he quickly changed it back into a great sword to execute a stab. With his unconventional attack and strength, Rashmode was being pushed back more and more. He couldn't help but be taken aback. He threw away the undead army to become a common warrior. He was having a hard time believing it, but the evidence was right in front of his eyes. As they exchanged a flurry of blows, Rashmode was gradually being undone. It was a fight between a warrior and a magician with fortified strength and quickness. In a hand-to-hand fight like this, the warrior would inevitably hold the advantage. Puuk! When he saw the blade of the spear embed itself deep into his abdomen, Rashmode's pale expression hardened. He immediately leaped backwards and widened the distance between his enemy. Puuk! When the blade of the spear was extracted, a fountain of blood flew out of the hole in his abdomen, but the blood flow stopped after couple seconds. Then, the wound started to heal. He hadn't used healing magic. It was an effect of his chimera body. He had a much better version of a troll's regeneration ability. Stupid bastard. You ran away to Earth, then threw away your necromancy to train in warrior techniques? This is fun in its own way. Stupid bastard. He acknowledged it. The potential of Woojin's combat ability was incredible. If he reached max level as a warrior class, he would most definitely be stronger than any of the heroes in the Alliance. However, that would be it. Rashmode consumed the dungeon energy to quickly regenerate the monsters. Kurururu. He relaxed a little bit as he saw the monsters appearing, one or two at a time in the air. The immortal had been problematic because of the undead army he controlled. The undead army had been able to contend with Tronet's army. However, he had given up that army so Rashmode didn't have to be afraid of it anymore. When Rashmode surrendered to Tronet, he was given power. The summoned monsters ran towards Woojin. Coo. Let's see how long you can last, Ut. The bastard will eventually tire out, and he will take credit for the victory. As befitting his position as commander, he'll just watch the bastard's tenacious resistance at his leisure. Then he'll enjoy his moment of victory. Woojin used his various skills to fight the monsters. After the kill count exceeded 100, one could notice he was tiring. There were wounds all over his body, and he looked like a bloody mess. Kohahaha. Naive bastard. This is the price of throwing away your power of control for a bloody sword. How does it feel? Who? Woojin laughed as he was drenched in blood. Who said I threw it away? What? He had only been using his energy to attack. His mana had been slowly replenishing and was almost 90 full. Woojin stretched out both of his arms. Puck. The corpses that were littered all about in his surrounding exploded. Then the skeleton soldiers and magicians started to rise. Keek. The underground cavern was filled with skeletons, their voices terrifying. When a friendly force was killed, it didn't end at -1. The dead ally was turned into an enemy, so the score would become a -2. This was why the immortal had been troublesome to deal with. When several hundred skeletons looked back at him, Rashmode's face turned white. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 80, Rashmode, 2. Chapter 80, Rashmode, 2. There were only 72 commanders in existence and, as his title implied, Rashmode wasn't an easy opponent. He continuously used demon summons to get rid of Woojin's skeleton army while simultaneously performing dangerous black magic. I guess you are getting tired now? Kook. You shouldn't compare me to you. Rashmode snorted in derision. He was tired, but Woojin was in the same boat. Woojin was drenched in blood, and a haze of heat was rising up from his body. Woojin grinned. I'm sure now. Are you trying to bluff me again? You can't use your full power either. Rashmode stayed silent as if Woojin's words had hit the mark. Moreover, he realized he had made a mistake. His silence had basically confirmed his opponent's words. Kook. Clearly the link is unstable right now. Rashmode acknowledged the point. Woojin frowned. Link? What was he talking about? Still, you also lost your power, the same as me. The immortal had been initialized. He could tell that Woojin wasn't the immortal of the past. The immortal was barely able to fight off his weakened self. Moreover, Rash Mode was slowly gaining the upper hand. Woojin's surrounding was filled with broken skeletons. I'm quickly regaining what I have lost. What? Woojin smirked as he looked at the face of Rash Mode, who made a retort. Woojin felt as if the pinnacle of power he had reached on Alphen wasn't far from his grasp. He was close. Moreover, even if he wasn't hunting right now, his level up was currently progressing. He had gained a good amount of EXP hunting the monsters that were summoned by Rash Mode. Moreover, Dulcie was fighting outside and the EXP he was sending Woojin's way was pushing him very close to a level up. Woojin lifted his great sword, then clashed with Rash Mode. Kwang, kwa kwang. Woojin attacked with all he had, but Rash Mode blocked all his attacks. Woojin was too tired to face off against a monster like Rash Mode, who had turned himself into a chimera. His magic had bottomed out and his energy was almost all used up. Pot. At that moment, a light exploded forth from Woojin's body. Woojin's body was filled with energy and he smiled. This sensation always made Woojin feel giddy. Your condition doesn't look too good. Rash Mode made a face as if he chewed on something sour. Go and get some rest. Woojin's hammer came down on Rash Mode's head. Poo-wok. His swing that was filled with energy crushed Rash Mode's head in an instant. Black bubbles started forming. OAS Rash Mode's head was quickly regenerating. Woojin quickly changed his hammer into an axe and brought it down on Rash Mode's neck. Kong, Kwaji. He didn't know what Rash Mode had done to his cervical vertebrae. It was like trying to sever a steel chain. The black magician's head was separated from the body, and it came to a stop after rolling several times. His head was boiling as if he had received a severe burn. It was a sickening sight. Rash Mode's one eye barely moved as he glared at Woojin. Coo. The link is starting soon. Why don't you run away again? Which dimension are you going to run away to? Woojin's foot crushed Rash Mode's head. Kwajik. I'm not going to run away. You son of a bitch. Fucking bastard. At least, he gave Woojin a lot of EXP. As if he was trying to get rid of his leery feeling, Woojin started to scrape Rash Mode's brain matter off of his shoe by scuffing it against the floor. Woojin started walking, heading towards the corpse of a cat that was sprawled out on the floor. Hoo-oo. His heart was heavy. Until she was revived, she would have to roam through the deep emptiness. He knew how scary and horrible such an experience could be. Rest, BB. When Woojin touched the corpse of the cat, it turned into black smoke and it was absorbed back into Woojin's body. She would wait in the summoning room for her revival. Where's the return stone? Woojin used his search magic, and he couldn't find anything on Rash Mode's body. There were a lot of doors on every wall he faced. He headed towards the door that was giving off the most magical energy. When he opened the door, he saw a stone stairway leading up to an altar. There was a red gem as large as his body. Dragon's heart. The magical energy it held couldn't even be compared to the bloodstones. This was a treasure Woojin had only seen a few times before. Woojin looked around the lab as he put away the item inside his inventory. There were various body parts and bones of monsters mounted all around the lab, and they gave off a creepy vibe. What had he been trying to make? He didn't know what Great Chimera Rash Mode was trying to make, but it had required the use of a dragon's heart. However, Woojin didn't really need to know that information now. I'll use it well. Woojin's hand touched the gem. Maybe I should make Ryong a friend. Woojin searched the lab in a good mood, since he had made an unexpected profit. There were high-quality monster ingredients piled everywhere. He also found several black magic tomes. He put it all away into his inventory, then used the return stone to cross the portal. When Woojin exited the stairway, he saw the large figure made out of scrap metals. He looked like a pile one could find at a junkyard. GG geek. When Woojin spotted him, the steel giant stood up. His entire body was drenched with the blood of the monsters. Instead of an iron golem, he looked like a blood golem. Goo-ah! Dulcie asked if Woojin had rescued BB. Even amongst his familiars, those two were unusually close. Come here. At Woojin's words, the pieces of tanks and helicopters that made up Dulcie's body fell to the floor. Weeing. Golem's heart, the ball of light that was the size of a person's head, approached Woojin and Dulcie wept in sadness. Woojin felt complicated emotions as he stroked Dulcie once. Good job. Go back in to look after BB. Weeing. Dulcie vibrated in midair, then he disappeared as if he had just melted away. He probably shouldn't summon Dulcie for a while. At least, Bibi won't be lonely as she waited to be reborn in the summoning room. Dulcie would be waiting night and day for her return. Woojin looked around his surrounding and saw armed men taking care of the monster's corpses. The Holy Maiden approached Woojin and bowed her head. She made the right choice in not attacking him. He didn't have his Death Knights, yet he was able to defeat Tronet's commander. His reputation as being the God of Destruction's champion was warranted. Do you know what happened here? Melody immediately knew what Woojin was talking about. Earth isn't synchronized fully yet. This was the work of a summoning circle. Give me a more detailed explanation. The Holy Maiden was silent for a moment as she chose what she would say. Dungeon. This magic circle can summon a waypoint. A waypoint? It is a tunnel capable of connecting to the dimensional domain. People of Earth call it a dungeon. It is called a gate on Alphen. Woojin pressed firmly on his temple. They were having a hard time defending against the existing dungeons, yet people were trying to create new dungeons? Why were there so many crazy people on Earth? Melody. Yes. Cooperate with me. What are? I don't want to see Tronet's forces tread on Earth. Give me your full cooperation. If I am able to earn my dimensional domain, I'll actively help you reclaim Alphen. Melody's eyes opened wide all of a sudden. She gave a shiver of disbelief, her entire body trembling. How could those words have come out of the immortal's mouth? It was so shocking that tears threatened to form in her eyes. How great would it have been if the immortal had been as concerned and took active interest when he was on Alphen? Maybe they have been able to protect their planet? Oh, my goddess. Maybe Goddess Arya wanted her to bring back the immortal, who had crossed back to Earth. Maybe this was why she had guided Melody here. I'll move heaven and earth to help you. By protecting Earth, she would be able to regain Alphen. The Holy Maiden bowed deeply towards Woojin to express her thanks. Star. Woojin was provided a room in a hotel owned by the Titan Guild. Only the VIPs was allowed to use this hotel. However, Woojin only stayed there for 5 minutes. With the help of the Titan Guild, Woojin spent all of his time mainly clearing the 6-star dungeons nearby, as well as leveling up. He had also been lucky. He had come across a 6-star dungeon when it was reset, and he was able to clear it. The hotel was mainly used by young Minchin. Even if he had stayed in the hotel, it wasn't as if he would be able to kick back and relax. At the Holy Maiden's strong suggestion, Titan Guild and Allendale Guild created a powerful new alliance. They were busy making detailed plans on Earth's defense, and the expedition they will send to planet Alphen. The consortium had ended with a troubled atmosphere in the air. The information about Tronet's conquest forces, the state of Alphen, the reason why dungeons were forming, and the structure of the dungeons were all revealed. It caused widespread chaos. There was a dilemma. If they excavated and used the bloodstones, Earth would fall faster into danger. However, the bloodstones could also be used as a weapon in protecting Earth from danger. On one side, there were people who wanted to stop clearing dungeons immediately. On the other, people wanted to aggressively clear the dungeons to strengthen Earth's defense. A fierce debate had erupted. During all of this, everyone agreed the world needed to mount a unified defense. There were some talk of creating a command group able to direct the effort of all roused on this world. There were too many roused from too many countries gathered at the consortium, so no one could come up with a consensus. It seemed that it would take a long time to come to an agreement. It was the 32nd day since he had defeated Rashmode. It was the day Bibi would be revived. It was also the day Woojin would be returning to Korea. Titan prepared their private plane for Woojin's return journey. Woojin shook hands with the Titan Guild Master Deacon, who had footed all the expense relating to using the 6-star dungeons. Thank you for everything. No. We should be the one thanking you. I've never witnessed a roused clear a dungeon as fast as you, Mr. Kong Woojin. Deacon was astonished at the speed in which Woojin cleared the vaunted dungeons. Even after clearing a vast number of dungeons, Woojin still hadn't been able to reach level 70. He needed 10% more EXP to reach level 70. It wasn't as if Korea didn't have dungeons. He could take care of leveling in Korea. The only regret he felt was not being able to find a dimensional fragment in the newly reset 6-star dungeon after he cleared it. Please travel safely. I'll see you again at a later date. Woojin looked at the Holy Maiden. She was still careful around Woojin, but she wasn't always in a state of panic anymore. Let's go together when we raid Alphen. There's no doubt I'll be there. Woojin put on a mischievous smile when the Holy Maiden lowered her head. You must feel relieved since you don't have to see me anymore. She was as thankful as she could be for his promise of regaining Alphen. The problem was she still had a lot of fear and discomfort left over for Woojin from the past. Whenever she was next to Woojin, she always felt anxious. So, the fact that he would be gone made Melody feel much more relieved. Ha! Since you aren't answering, it must be true. It isn't like that. It's all right. Take care of yourself. Please be safe on your travels, Monarch. She would have never thought she would develop a relationship with the immortal, one in which they would exchange greetings. After Melody saw Woojin's plane disappear into the sky, she left the airport. The shadow from her face disappeared, and a sense of peace came over her. The haughty and dignified air that had been missing for a brief amount of time returned. When she returned to the temple located inside the guild's headquarters, Melody prayed in front of the goddess statue. "Oh goddess! Let the day when we return to Alphen come as soon as possible." Ah! The holy maiden had her eyes closed as she prayed. She was surprised when there was a buzz around her. She calmed her heart, then she sat up straight. This was her goddess's divine message. Even she had only experienced this a few times in her life. Her forehead, palms, knees and toes touched the ground in front of the goddess statue. Her holy and kind voice rang in Melody's ears. "Follow him." She said to follow him. Who? Go after him. The holy maiden fervently wished the person, who the goddess referred to, wasn't the one that came unbidden to her mind. As if the goddess had read her thought, her brilliant voice rang once again in the holy maiden's heart. "You will stay by his side." Oh goddess. She wanted to act as if she hadn't heard her goddess. Did her goddess want to strengthen her weak heart by putting her next to him? Stay next to Woojin. The divine message was unusually long today. I've already understood what you meant, goddess. I just don't want to believe it. She didn't feel this wretched even when the goddess had told her she would have to sacrifice her body for the salvation of Alphen by crossing the dimension. Oh, my goddess. Why would you give me such a tribulation? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 81, Return. Chapter 81, Return. Titan Guild's private plane. When he saw the grandly prepared in-flight meal, Woojin spoke. This one is better than Jondo Hyung's plane. Minchan tilted his head in confusion. Jondo? Ah. President Baek Jondo. Minchan suddenly felt awkward in the current situation. When they traveled to the US, they had used the KH Guild's private plane. And when they had to return to Korea, the Titan Guild let them borrow their private plane. They had participated in the consortium, but they had received special treatments. They also made a separate treaty with the Titan Guild. Their guild were on equal footing. No, Allendale was in the dominant position against America's top guild. Everything arose with Woojin at the root of it all. When I finally think I know you, I find out that I really didn't. What? Woojin dipped a piece of bread into honey, and ate it in one bite. Even his action right now was incredible to Minchan. Minchan thought about it, never having witnessed such luxuries. They were given the use of chartered airplanes, the best hotels, translators. Even after given all these luxuries, Woojin took it in stride, in a cool manner. It would be strange not to look at him as if he were amazing. President. I honestly feel that you are a really amazing person. It still feel like I'm in a fleeting dream. He used to be a team leader in the Hammer Guild, yet he had just negotiated with the Titan Guild's most important figures on equal footing. They were the #1 guild in the US. Just this fact boosted Minchan's self-confidence. What nonsense are you spouting now? Woojin had lived in much more luxury and public interest in the past. He was apathetic to such things. Truthfully, this kind of thing didn't matter much to Woojin. He had thrown away that lifestyle, one an emperor would have envied, to come back to Earth. Ha ha. I think I'm slowly getting used to it. Young Minchan let out an embarrassed laugh. He joined when he saw Woojin and Allendale's growth potential. However, he had made a wrong assessment. Allendale was like a high-speed train that was already in motion. He had been lucky. He had gotten on the train before it had started to move. Allendale's growth was so fast that their guild moved past the boundaries of Korea. Now they were establishing their name across the world. Even if he was the general director, he would be left behind on the curbside if he wasn't on his game. Yes. You have to get used to everything. BB. Yes? What the heck is a BB? Black smoke coalesced on the table in front of Woojin, and a cat suddenly popped into existence. BB looked at Minchan, then she tilted her head in confusion in a very cute manner. Naya. You don't have to pretend to be a cat anymore. Ha! Understood Ahong. Minchan stood up from his seat in fright as human words suddenly came out of the cat's mouth. What the hell is this cat? Why are you so surprised? This is a world where monsters pop out of dungeons. When he put it that way, it did make sense. Minchan sat in his chair again. She is my familiar. I'm Bibi Ahong. I'm young Minchan. Minchan felt endlessly awkward exchanging a conversation with a cat. Bibi turned her head towards Woojin. Why did you call me Ahong? I wanted you to eat some food. I have no appetite Ahong. Bibi had been revived from death not too long ago. Woojin knew Bibi liked sampling Earth's food, so he had purposefully summoned her. Just call me later when you are going to sleep Ahong. All right. Bibi disappeared as she turned into black smoke. As if his appetite had been chased away, he put down the bread he had been eating. Did something happen? Minchan didn't know the details, but he was quick to pick up on Woojin's mood. It made Minchan turn serious right alongside Woojin. It's nothing. I'm going to sleep, so don't wake me up. Yes. Please rest. Woojin had cleared dungeons for the past month without taking a single break. In real time, he had spent 30 days inside of the dungeon, but what it felt like to Woojin was actually 120 days. It would be strange if he wasn't tired. Minchan's heart became heavy as he saw Woojin walk into the bedroom. President must be tired. He suddenly thought about all the things he took for granted with Woojin and reflected upon his thoughts. Woojin was still human, so of course he would be under a lot of stress. It's the support division's job to properly assist him. Aiding the roused, it was the main reason why guilds existed. Even if everyone talked about guarding the world, it was Minchan's job to support Woojin in the end. Saving the world felt too far away, so he had decided to pay attention to Woojin, who was nearby. Minchan's job was to help Woojin. Woojin was under much more strain than Minchan could imagine. It was so bad that he had preferred hunting down monster in a pressured situation rather than going to sleep. He had held out until he reached the limit of his willpower, but he eventually had to sleep. While Woojin's consciousness weakened, the evil spirit showed up to torment Woojin, but he couldn't do anything. Bibi had still been dead. Woojin laid down on a fancy bed one could find in a hotel room. Bibi curled up by his pillow. When he saw Bibi in low spirits, his anger towards Rashmode spiked. I'll never leave you behind when I go hunting from now on. Understood Ahong. If only Bibi had been stronger. She might have been able to escape through her own power. With the purpose of protecting his family, he had left Bibi home too much. Leveling up his familiars was as important as getting stronger to Woojin. The immortal's true power wasn't the power he wielded. It was his undead army, which was composed of his familiars. It had been a really long time since Woojin fell deep into sleep. He didn't have a sweet dream, but he didn't mind being accosted by nightmares. The airplane with Woojin in it headed towards Korea. Star. The manager took out the bag from the compartment above the seat and looked at the singer sitting on the seat. Hey, Cindy. Let's get off. Appa. Let's wait a little bit longer before we go. Ha? Aren't you tired? Cindy's manager, Moonsanchel, was worried as he saw her tired face. However, what could he do? One had to row when the tide came in. If they didn't take advantage of the current situation, they would never know when Cindy could still become popular as she was right now. Her schedule was so tight that he hadn't been able to make the flight appointment until it was too late. He couldn't book a first-class seat, so he felt sorry towards her. A woman sitting in a seat from across the aisle walked towards Cindy. Uni. Here are the items you are sponsoring. Cindy put on the shoes and sunglasses and was pushed towards by the stylist. Then, she picked up her bag. The arrival of a star at an airport was a newsworthy event. The reporters took pictures of the outfit dubbed airport fashion. It was a fantastic way to advertise products. From the tip of her toes to her head, sponsored items were worn by a popular entertainer like Cindy. If you're ready, let's go. Phew. Let's head out. Cindy let out a short sigh as she trudged forward. It was uncomfortable to wear all these items, but she had been able to sleep a lot on the plane. She was in a pretty good condition. After putting on a cheerful smile, she passed through the arrival gate. Cindy, who had a bright smile on her face, couldn't help but be taken aback at the numerous reporters and broadcast cameras. Aren't there too many of them? It wasn't only Cindy who had been taken aback. Her stylist, as well as her man-anger Moonsanchel, had also stopped walking from the surprise. Appa. What are you doing? Oh yeah. Cindy was the first one to gather herself. Sanchel also regained his senses as he looked around Cindy's surrounding. She started walking with a bright smile on her face. It was a familiar yet unfamiliar situation, so she felt really awkward in this situation. None of the several dozens of cameras let out a flash. As she continued to walk, her patented smile slowly disappeared from her face. She quietly asked her manager. Appa. Is someone else arriving here today? I have no idea. It does seem someone is coming. He couldn't say someone who was more famous than you is coming, since it might hurt Cindy's pride. Isn't that Cindy over there? I guess so. Just take several shots. I guess we can somewhat salvage the situation with some pictures of her. What the hell? This felt worse than receiving no interest at all. Cindy tried to hear the conversation between the reporters, who were still not showing any interest in her. Now that she had looked them over, they weren't the usual reporters from the entertainment division she usually saw. When is Mr. Kong Woojin arriving? He's on a private plane, so we don't know the exact details. Ha! Maybe he was already diverted to a different route? He has to pass through here no matter what. You never know. Chongwadi might have sent him an escort. At his words, all the waiting reporters turned to glare sharply at the reporter. If his words were true, then they had waited 5 hours for nothing. Unexpectedly, Cindy was able to exit the airport without any fuss. When Cindy got in the company van, she immediately took off the sunglasses. Ha! Geez. It seems Kogwoojin is quite an amazing person. Oh. He's incredibly hot right now. It seems he's coming back from the US today. Hey, wheeze up. Let's go. Yes, Chief. The company's road manager put the van in motion. Moonsanchel opened his hand phone. He didn't even need to search for Kong Woojin. His name was trending as the most real-time searched word. Every time he does something, he is always the #1 searched person. It pretty much indicated how explosive the interest that Kong Woojin was currently receiving from the public was. He could now understand why several dozen reporters were looking for Kong Woojin. His every movement was considered to be a scoop in Korea. It seems he'll be meeting the president today. Those reporters have to completely write off today. It meant Kong Woojin had escaped the airport already in secret. In the real-time search ranking, keywords such as Kong Woojin meeting the president, Kong Woojin and Chongwi was starting to pop up. Hey, Cindy. What are you looking at? Are you also looking for the articles? It's nothing. When Cindy turned on her private handphone, she had read the message that had been sent to her. Notice for Mito High School's alumni meeting. Restaurant 7 o'clock. Kong Woojin in attendance. This is the end to this week's mail. Please reply if attending. Chairman Nam Jae-hyuk. After she first debuted, she had gone to the alumni meeting several times. After she became busy, however, she had never gone to one. It seemed that she needed to go this time. Cindy turned over her hazy memories. There was this one student who had disappeared before the dungeon shock. It had caused a big ruckus. This Kong Woojin is that guy? It had been a long time since Cindy's eyes shone with interest. Her finger immediately pressed reply on her handphone. Star. Inside the limousine sent by Chongwadi's secretariat. TLN Chongwadi is also called the Blue House. Korean equivalent of the White House. Let me off here. What? His days were filled with a lot of surprises, but a situation like this had always surprised him in a new way. Maikon couldn't help but dumbly ask the question. Maybe he misheard? Let me off right over there. I'm riding a taxi back. What are you going to do about the PIA president and the dinner party? I don't care about the dinner party. I'm full. No, a dinner party didn't really mean it was solely for eating food. Still, the president invited us. I even skipped out on the Yankee president, so why should I care about this? Still, this is the second time. You can go in my place. Minchon let out a deep sigh. President has to go. Even if a general director attends. Just remake your business card. What? You are vice president from now on. Just tell them you are there instead of the president. Minchon pinched the bridge of his nose. Ha! He was in a tough position, yet he couldn't help but feel giddy. Just tell them I went home since I'm tired. You talk to them. Still, this is Vice President Young Minchin. Fighting. Ha, Vice President. Vice President. His eyes were troubled, but his lips kept stretching into a smile. Woojin grinned, then he spoke to the driver in a clean suit. Please stop here. But the President. Are you trying to take me somewhere when I don't want to go? But. Are you trying to kidnap me? Will you be able to bear the fallout? The driver was taken aback by Woojin's word, and he didn't know what to do. Minchan spoke to the driver in a reasonable manner. Please stop. Our president's condition isn't so good. He didn't look like that at all, but he was only the driver, so he had no choice. He stopped his car by the road. I'll see you later, President. When I go to the office later, I'll give you my business report after I organize it properly. They had made an alliance with the Titan Guild, and there were the small deals they had made after finishing tasks given by the US government. There were a lot of things he had to report. All right. Go have a good meal, Vice President Young. Ah, one doesn't go to dinner party just to eat. When Woojin spoke like that, it seemed as if he were saying that Minchan was going to a birthday party just to eat food. Minchan gave his farewell to Woojin and rolled the window up. He sneakily moved to the seat of honor where Woojin had been sitting. Ha ha, Vice President. Ha. Minchan kept shaking his head as he put his hands over his forehead. His half-covered face was filled with a smile. He was probably the first one? He had risen from being a salaryman in a guild support division to the position of Vice President. Ha, Vice President. Ha ha. The driver kept glancing at his mirror as if Minchan was acting strange. Both this guild's president and vice president were all abnormal people. The limousine slowly headed towards the Chongwadi. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 82, Return, 2. Chapter 82, Return, 2. Woojin got off at the shoulder of the road, then he caught a taxi. Where do you want to go? Sadong. After he spoke, Woojin sat still as he closed his eyes. From now on. First, he would go to his house to see his mother and Sua, then he would return to the dungeons. He had to reach level 70. Only then would he be able to calm himself. Afterwards, he would find a reset dungeon and obtain the dimensional fragment. He would find the dungeon that reacted to him and form his dimensional domain. Then, he would drill a single entrance into Alphen. Ah, before he does all of that, he had to train Sunggu. Would he also have to pick a new rouse to groom? Woojin was in a state of meditation as he organized the thoughts that kept crowding his mind. Soon, the taxi arrived at the destination, which was in front of his house. It'll be $25. Ha! That's quite high. It's a service I am doing with my life on the line. Woojin got what he was saying, but wasn't everyone working near a subway station and putting their life on the line? Woojin started searching his pockets and, as if he had just thought about this, had an expression of embarrassment on his face. Come to think of it, all his possessions were inside his trunk, and it was with Minchan. I don't have my wallet. For a brief moment, the taxi driver's eyelids fluttered. He looked at Woojin with worried eyes. Woojin let out a cheerful laugh. Ha ha. Don't worry about it. I'll ask someone to bring some money out. Minchan always carried around money, so Woojin would always just have only his phone around. He was quite fortunate that he had brought his hand phone. He called his mother. Durururu. It kept ringing and she wasn't picking up the phone. The taxi driver gave him a wary look. For no reason, Woojin felt startled and anxious. After a long while, his mother answered the phone. When Woojin heard his mother's voice, it was welcoming, like the much-needed rain in a drought. Son. You are back in Korea? Yes. I'm in front of the house, but I don't have the taxi fare. Would you mind coming out for a little bit? Ha? I'm not at home right now. He hadn't considered such a scenario. It was still daytime, so Sua should be at her kindergarten. Moreover, his mother seemed to have gone out. I think there is money inside the house. Why don't you look through the dresser? No. It's all right. I'll just go to the office. He had planned on going to the office eventually after a brief break. Ajushi. Turn the taxi around, then head towards the Sadong station. Why do you want to go there? I can give you the money over there. What was this? Is this some new way to rob a taxi? The driver looked at Woojin with worry in his eyes. Woojin let out a laugh. Do you know who I am, Ajushi? How would I know who you are? Ha! People tell me I'm famous now. The suspicion in the taxi driver's eyes increased significantly. Woojin scratched the back of his head. Well, it was an internet society now. If this guy didn't watch the TV or check the trending search words online, he wouldn't know about Woojin. Let's just get there first. I'll call someone I know. Cool. The taxi driver still looked at him with suspicion, but after he adjusted his rearview mirror, he started his car. Woojin called Sunggu's phone. Ddororororo. Yes, President. Is that Heyman? Why are you answering the phone? Currently, Director Hong is clearing the dungeon, so I'm here to assist him. Even though Woojin was absent, Sunggu must have been busily clearing the dungeons. Where are you? I'm at the entrance of Hongdae. Chat. You traveled pretty far. What's Sunghoon doing? Mr. Sunghoon went to the market to buy the reinforcement stones. All right. I'll see you later at the office. Yes. I'll immediately return to the office after Director Hong finishes clearing the dungeon. All right. How could he be put in such an awkward situation just because of a couple dozen dollar bills? Woojin tried calling Jaiwan. Woojin ended the call, then he pressed his hand firmly against his temple. So what if he had tens of millions in his account? He didn't have any money he could use right now. Woojin looked through his meager address book and he automatically smiled when he saw the name. It's been a long time since I've seen his face, but... Woojin pressed the real Jaemin entry in his address book. Star. After reading the question, please find the value that doesn't fit. Jaemin was focused on reading his workbook when the vibration made his head turn to the side. The handphone he had placed on the corner of his desk was vibrating. 1. Jaemin's concentration was broken. He frowned as he looked at the number on the screen. It's Woojin Hyung. It had been a while since Woojin had contacted him. He was pleased as he quickly picked up the call. Hyung. Hey, Jaemin. Are you at your house? How did you know? It was the day before his CSAT, so Jaemin had come home early. Oh, that's great. Woojin had been guessing. Before Jaemin could ask how he was doing. I'm at the convenience store located at the intersection. Bring $50 with you. Woojin preemptively asked for a favor. $50? Just come out for a moment, and bring the money. I don't have any money for the taxi fare. Why did this Hyung never change? He constantly came out on the news when he did something, and he was always the trending search word on the internet. He was a millionaire, who had traveled back and forth from the US on a private plane. So why was he trying to extort money from Jaemin once again? Hey. I'll pay you back. Do you think I don't have the money? If he had money, then why was he asking Jaemin to bring money? If you have money, then you should pay the taxi fee with it. I have money, but I don't have the taxi fee. He didn't know if he was speaking or if he was farting. TLN, idiom. I'll pay you back later. Just hurry up and bring it. Okay. Oh. Jaemin is really the only one I can trust. This Hyung never changes. Jaemin closed the workbook he was working on and put on his outerwear. Jaiwan, who was coming out from the restroom after a shower, looked at Jaemin with round eyes when he started heading out. I thought you were going to go through your mock test for the last time. Where are you going? Woojin Hyung wants to borrow some money for the taxi fare. I'll be back soon. Hey. You will catch a cold. Your exam is tomorrow, so where do you think you're going? I can go instead. I've already been planning on going out tonight. It's all right. It seems that he's in a hurry. Just go dry your hair. He'd be out for only a brief moment so he wouldn't catch a cold. His sister just took a shower and she hadn't dried her hair yet. She was more likely to catch a cold than him. The November weather was chilly, and it was on the verge of coldness. After coming outside, Woojin put his hands into his pockets and started to trot. There was a taxi parked in front of the convenience store he frequented. Jaemin approached the back window and knocked. Jiang. Are you here? Where's the money? Here. Woojin took the $50 from Jaemin and handed it over to the driver. Ajushi, wasn't I right? I told you I wasn't lying. Ha ha. Geez. By listening to the conversation between the taxi driver and Woojin, there seemed to be some disagreement between the two of them. Woojin took the change and immediately gave it to Jaemin. I'll give you the rest later. What kind of person? No, this Hyung was always like this. All right. Why are you so down? I'm taking the CSAT tomorrow. Oh. Even I didn't do well on the CSAT. Woojin looked at Jaemin with wonder in his face. Jaemin looked back with a ridiculous expression on his face. What's your sister doing? She was getting ready to head out. Where? I have no idea. Try calling her. She was taking a shower not too long ago, so that's probably why she couldn't take your call. Is that so? I'll be heading in now. I have to monitor my condition. All right. When Woojin saw the worn-out Jaemin, Woojin stopped him for a brief moment. Hey. Drink this and go. What? Woojin held up a mysterious blue bottle. Say ah. I'll drink it at home. I have to feed it to you. Just say ah. Jaemin opened his mouth with a leery expression on his face. Woojin personally poured the liquid into his mouth. Okay. It's pretty tasty. What is it? It's a medicine that'll clear your head. It'll help you a lot in your studies. I think I feel it working. He felt a clear and cool feeling as if he had just chewed on a mint candy. He turned his head in confusion when his headache disappeared, and his head felt lighter. He wouldn't feel this immediate effect even if he drank coffee and Bacchus. TLN, Korean energy drink. Thank you, Hyung. Alright. Do well on the exam tomorrow. If I have some free time, then I'll go cheer for you. Okay. After sending Jaemin back, he called Jaewon. Hey, Woojin. I was about to head out to meet you when I heard you were here. Ah. Is that so? It seemed she didn't have any other business. She had been getting ready to come out and meet him. He planned on resting until his guild family gathered at the office. He decided to spend the time by going on a date with Jaewon. Woojin entered the coffee shop, then he sat down. He didn't have any money, so he couldn't order anything. He was a regular customer, so the employees of the cafe didn't say anything to him. Instead, the surrounding customers started noticing who he was. They were amazed, but they didn't approach him. His bad temper was well known now, and he had an unapproachable aura around him. No one was brave enough to approach him. They kept glancing at him as if he was a monkey inside a zoo. Dao Long. When Jaewon appeared through the cafe's door, people let out exclamations. Ooh wah. That person must be Do Jaewon. Kang Woojin's girlfriend? She's really pretty. She was like an entertainer. No, Do Jaewon was more famous than most entertainers now. She had become famous after she was rumored to be Kang Woojin's woman on the internet. Her appearance only enhanced her popularity. As a part-time job, she did a photo shoot for a shopping center's ad. This prompted people to make a fan site for her. Ha. Did you wait long? Did you order some coffee? No. I don't have any money. Oh yeah. You said you don't have your wallet. What do you want to drink? I've made some money, so I'll buy. Jaewon ordered 2 cups of coffee. The two of them sat in front of each other, and they stared at each other's face. It had been exactly 1 month since he went to the US. It's been a while. Right? I guess so. What did you do while I was gone? Me? Oh, this and that. Who? I've received a lot of calls from the entertainment agencies asking me to become an entertainer. Woojin laughed when she spoke, as if she was boasting. You want to be an entertainer? No. Ha. It's just pretty amazing. I still find it amazing that I can be in a crowded place without feeling fear. She had pretty much shrank away from how she lived her life before. Woojin shrugged his shoulders. Why don't you try becoming an entertainer? Did any good agencies contact you? They did. All of them called. However, the call I've been waiting for hasn't come yet. From where? I'm not talking about an entertainment agency, but the publishing company. He thought she was joking when she had said she wanted to write a romance novel. It seemed she was serious. By looking at her reaction, it seemed she was quite passionate about it. She suddenly let out a sigh. A few. Maybe I'm not talented enough? The response from my readers aren't good either. What do they say? I get cussed out for the story being highly improbable. Improbable? They say the story doesn't make any sense. What's it about? You know. The story is about, Jaiwan's eyes twinkled and she gave a rough outline of her novel. A high school student was summoned to a different world, and he grew into a dominant master in that world. After he became a power in that world, he returned to Earth. The main character returned to save the woman he had loved in the past as she was being attacked by a monster. Woojin tilted his head in confusion when he heard the story. Isn't this about me? Yes. I wrote it as I was thinking about you. As if she was embarrassed, Jaiwan's cheeks reddened. It's very close to the truth, so how can they say it is improbable? Jaiwan hesitated for a moment, then she spoke in a small voice. They said Iigagaenji's personality is too off on the deep ends. Ha? Iigagaeng? TLN, slang for those teens who get sent to other worlds. Ah, that basically means high school student from a different world. After hearing her explanation, Woojin's eyebrows furrowed. I don't get it. What doesn't make any sense, ? Right? Jaiwan nodded her head vigorously. How could it not make any sense? It was a story she wrote based on an actual individual. If a Iigagaenji comes back home, he is still a Iigagaenji. Do they think he'll mature and come back as an adult? Right? That's what I was trying to go for. Moreover, the guy lived the life of a villain over there, so wouldn't it be more strange if he started acting like a hero? Right? You think so too? Woojin spoke as Jaiwan agreed enthusiastically with him. I want to read what you wrote. Ha? It's a little bit embarrassing. Jaiwan hesitated before she put in the address where she had uploaded her novel into his handphone. Woojin was impressed as he read her writing. Isn't this me? The main character's personality was almost a carbon copy of Woojin's personality. When he reached the end of the novel, he could see the massive amount of creative insults directed towards the author. It felt as if he was getting insulted, so Woojin frowned. Amongst the creative and abusive comments, he highlighted a comment he didn't know what it meant. What is he trying to say? Where? Jaiwan looked at her handphone. Spotted dog, I'm getting off at this chapter. Jaiwan let out an awkward laugh. This means, if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 83, Guild Expansion. Chapter 83, Guild Expansion. It's something like an encouragement. It basically means he's watching this and he wants me to do well? Ha. He says he's dropping out, yet it's a word of encouragement? It's used like that now. Why are all the popular phrases so hard to understand these days? Ha. People play like that on the internet. Woojin started looking at all the comments after her chapters. This guy, Spotted Dog, must be a fan. He kept saying he is dropping out after every chapter. I guess so. Jaiwan let out an awkward laugh. This is quite fun. Should I start writing too? Ha. I'm joking. It's a joke. I should start studying the popular slangs. Woojin smiled when he thought about Baekjongdo. When meeting Baekjongdo in the future, Woojin would be the one teaching him a popular catchphrase. Loot at the webtoons. There are a lot of fun stuff here. You'll be very surprised at how creative some of the netizens are. Oh. Really? Woojin and Jaiwan put their heads together and had a fun time looking at their small smartphone. My memories keep popping up in my head. They are still publishing this series. They were still publishing the webtoon, Sound of the Body. It was something he read before he had been summoned, and it had brought up old memories. Whenever he recalled his old memories, it would always give Woojin a distant thrill. He remembered how everything used to be. He felt a feeling of regret. After talking and playing for a long time with Jaiwan, Woojin went to the office. It was 5 p.m. When he opened the office door to enter, the gazes of several dozen employees fell on Woojin. While everyone else hung back, there was a single person who was approaching him with haste. President. You are here? Sungu and Heyman isn't back yet? They are organizing the loots. They should be heading back here by now. All right. Ha. Have you eaten? Woo Sung-hoon let out a smile as he sucked up to Woojin. Woojin felt a bit of sympathy for him. He wasn't a bad guy. It wasn't as if his soul was rotten. Woojin's eyes landed on Sung-hoon's name tag. Support Division, Acting Section Chief Woo Sung-hoon. Are you acting like this because you want a promotion? Ha. Woo Sung-hoon let out an awkward laugh. Even some of the new employees hired much later than him were assigned to other departments based on their abilities and experience. They were either given titles of section chief or department head. As a founding member, Woo Sung-hoon was still stuck as an acting section chief. As he slowly read the signs, Woo Sung-hoon felt like he was walking on thin ice every day. Woojin patted Sung-hoon's shoulder. Don't worry about it. I have my eyes on you. Ha. Thank you. You'll be able to drop off soon, so work hard. Was Woojin pressuring him into a voluntary retirement? When Sung-hoon's face stiffened, Woojin laughed. Why are you freezing up for? It's an encouragement. An encouragement. Ah, yes. Then keep up the good work. Yes. He didn't know why, but his joke sapped more energy out of Sung-hoon. Woojin headed towards the president's room. I guess I'll take some medicine. Woojin opened his inventory and took out several reinforcement stones. He took the reinforcement stones for the stats with no absorption wait time. When Sung-go returned, he would have to feed Sung-gu the reinforcement stones again. Woojin was able to know his exact absorption time by looking at his status window. However, Sung-gu didn't have this advantage. Therefore, if he repeatedly took reinforcement stones on stats with a wait time, then he wouldn't get any benefit from it and they would just take a loss when the reinforcement stones was used up. Woojin had to pick every reinforcement stone taken by Sung-gu. When he was about to take several more reinforcement stones to eat, he heard a knock at the door. Doc. Come in. The person, who pushed her head through the door, was none other than Lieutenant Che Haesol. Oh. Lieutenant Che. I'm in the reserves now. Haesol walked and stood in front of Woojin, then she stood straight in a disciplined manner. It seems it'll be a while before you stop acting like a soldier. When did you get here? I've been coming to work since yesterday. Woojin shook her hand as he smiled. Gilda Landel's third roused. We'll talk about the details when Minchan is here. Sit. Yes, sir. Woojin looked hard at Haesol. Ability, monster taming, stat. He used several skills like observation, intuition, and analysis in combination to bring up Haesol's information. Ho. You are a tamer? Hook. How did you know? I can see it. I'm sure you had a hard time developing yourself. Ha. Yes. Were there any monsters left alive on Earth? When the dungeon break happened and the monsters poured out, the troops laid down concentrated fire to kill the monsters. It was their first priority. There weren't that many opportunities to try out taming. If she wanted to, she could have endlessly repeated one-star dungeons to slowly advance her taming skill. However, she had become aroused when she was already enlisted. If she requested it, she could have been transferred to the roused units. However, she chose to stay in her old unit where she had been working. Even if one were to become roused, not everyone could live the life of a roused. Thus, she was given a choice without actually having a choice by Woojin. She had to quit her dream of being a soldier and then join the Allendale Guild. Woojin pushed forward several reinforcement stones. Absorb it. What? You don't know how to do it? You just have to eat this one. This one you just have to inject your magic into it. Ah. I know all about that, but why was he giving her the expensive reinforcement stones so easily at their first meeting? You have to be tuned up to be of any use. You are of no help to me right now. She didn't like being called incompetent to her face, but it wasn't a bad thing. The other person wasn't some averagely strong person. He was a word-class roused who was probably the best in this world. A person like that was trying to guide her right now. Then I'll take it with thanks. If one calculated the worth of these reinforcement stone, it would easily reach several $100,000, yet it disappeared in seconds. Che Haesol's heart was beating faster each time a reinforcement stone disappeared. Woojin grinned when he saw this. Your growth will be fundamentally faster. As the mana increased, the roused of Earth was slowly getting stronger. Even though Haesol hadn't trained at all, she was level 14. One was a normal human until level 9. Then, one would become a first circle roused after reaching level 10. Her level had risen by 4 naturally, so it seemed Haesol's potential wasn't too bad. It was actually on the good side. Your body is quite receptive to the drugs. Eat this too. There was no wait time after she absorbed the reinforcement stones, so Woojin handed her couple more reinforcement stones. Haesol felt burdened, but she kept absorbing the reinforcement stone in order, upon Woojin's insistence. Woojin watched Haesol's stats increase and thought hard about the magic scrolls that would suit her. If he had it in his inventory, then he would just give it to her right now to learn. If he didn't have it, he'd tell his employees to go purchase one. Woojin took out an appropriate magic scroll. This is telepathy. Hook. Is it okay to just give it to me like this? He kept giving out items that were worth several $100,000 like candies. Haesol's sense of reality would grow dull if this continued. This is important. You have to keep practicing and growing your abilities. Telepathy was important. If one wanted to command one's troop in a chaotic battle, those with a telepathic skill could be used as a great tool for communication. Right now the communication network was fine, and many people assumed it would stay that way. However, when a simultaneous dungeon break happens, the cities would be the first places to be destroyed. Infrastructures built by civilization, like the power lines that delivered electricity, would be destroyed. She was ex-military, had great potential. He couldn't say that she was loyal to him, but she was a trustworthy person. She would be the right person to be put in command over the newly picked roused. The telepathy skill was an essential skill. Woojin didn't stop there. He gave her a sword skill, defensive magic, wind magic, etc. He gave her all the low-rank skills that weren't restricted by class. I have to learn all of these. Yes. Why? Woojin answered as if the answer was obvious. Haesol had a puzzled expression on her face. Even though she had developed her own abilities, it wasn't as if she didn't have basic knowledge of the roused. A roused had to learn a single discipline, so the roused's growth would be stable. Isn't that how it is? When Haesol started laying out her reasons, Woojin grinned. Do you play any games, Haesol? What? Do you have a game character you are growing? If you don't want to be left behind, learn all of them. Stop talking as if you have a full stomach. Yes. Haesol couldn't even let out a squeak when Woojin spoke in a forceful manner. She had developed a somewhat of a stiffened back in the military, but she became intimidated from a glimpse of Woojin's personality. Without complaint, Haesol started learning each magic scrolls given to her by Woojin. Someone knocked on the door. Come in. When the door opened, Kim Hammon and Han Sunggu entered the president's room with a bit of an urgent expression on their faces. Hyun Nim. Is it for real? What are you talking about? This was the first time he had seen the president after returning from the US for a month, yet he gave such a greeting. Our Sunggu had grown a lot. Ah. Look at this. Sunggu grabbed the remote on the table, then turned on the TV. After changing several channels, he stopped on a live press conference being broadcasted. There were 3 people seated in the press conference, and one of them was a familiar figure. Isn't that Minchan? He said was going to go eat some food, so what is he doing over there? Sunggu became speechless at Woojin's reaction. Woojin pointed his chin to the 2 people sitting next to Minchan. Who are they? They are the Minister of Defense and the Army Chief of Staff. What's Minchan doing with them? By the looks of Woojin's reaction, he didn't understand what was transpiring. Kim Hammon swallowed his saliva once and then started to explain in a patient manner. Allendale Guild just entered into an agreement with the government. This agreement gives us support almost similar to a state-owned company. They are making that announcement right now. Is that so? You shouldn't just be saying, is that so? The fine details of planning were all being taken care of by Minchan, so Woojin wasn't worried about it. At Woojin's cool reaction, Kim Hammon had a shocked expression on his face. President. This is the first time Korea has done this. Why are you making such a big deal about this? We are the guild in charge of the national defense. It basically means we will be treated like one of our nation's forces. They'll be a national security group acknowledged by the government, and they would be under the military. So what? That is. Woojin frowned. Hammon was having a hard time speaking, so Sunggu stepped forward. Our military life has been lengthened. This might be a permanent post in the military. That son of a bitch. I said go eat dinner at the Chongwadi, yet he did such an unnecessary. Woojin let out a sigh. After Minchan became the vice president, he did something this big. It seemed that Woojin wasn't in a good mood, so everyone kept silent. When that bastard comes back, tell him to not come to work anymore. Where are you going, President? I'm returning to the dungeon. What? Sunggu and Haesol will be following me. After he finished speaking, Woojin stepped out of the president's room. Heyman quickly followed after him to ready the car. Sunggu's eyes turned round as he looked at Che Haesol. Then his eyes became crescent-shaped as he laughed. Haesol smiled as she faced Sunggu. Then, she put her hand out for a handshake. I look forward. Sunggu refused Haesol's handshake and suddenly hugged her. Uung. Let's suffer together from now on. Yes. Haesol, who was the third Rouse to join this guild, felt an uneasy feeling when she saw Sunggu's reaction. Sunggu gave a fierce hug as he laughed. He won't be lonely anymore. He had a comrade now. Let's go before we are late. Yes. So which dungeon are we going to? I'm not sure. At the very least, it'll be 4 stars. Maybe we'll go to a 5-star today. The dungeons they could use were limited if they didn't have an appointment. Also, they didn't own many dungeons. Heyman would have prepared everything. Haesol's face stiffened when she heard she was going to the high-ranked dungeons. Did I mishear you? What? We are immediately going to the high-ranked dungeons? Probably. I'm only rank F, so why would I go the high-ranked dungeons? Doesn't the lessons usually start from the 1-star dungeons? What kind of a guild would instruct a new roused in a high-ranked dungeon? When Sunggu saw Haesol's natural reaction, it was funny, sad, and welcoming. Yes. Her response is normal. That's normal. Of course, a normal person should think that way. Until now, he had grown through an abnormal route. Yes, indeed. Ha ha. You will feel like you are dying, but in the end, he doesn't let you die yet. Ha? Did her ears hear wrong? She thought she heard some strange words from the cheerful director Hong Sunggu. Ha ha ha. Let us both come back alive. Wasn't he too cheerful for a resolutely determined roused? The director of miscellaneous work was too happy at the thought of having a comrade even if it was a confused newcomer. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 84, Guild Expansion, 2. Chapter 84, Guild Expansion, 2. An employee from the secretariat opened the door to a black vehicle. I'm here to escort you. Yes. Thank you. After exchanging formalities, Minchan entered the car. The man closed the door and got in the driver's seat on the other side. Should I take you to your place of residence? No. Please take me to my office. I guess you'll have to move your office soon. Ha ha. Not yet. You just have to select a site for us. I'll have to listen to the president's opinion on this matter. Moreover, the contract hasn't been finalized yet. Minchan looked at the employee from the secretariat who had suddenly gone silent. He didn't give it much thought as he looked out the window. He had negotiated a lot of the agreement at his own discretion. However, he needed Woojin's input on several issues. If the government announced Allendale as Korea's official defense guild, he would be promised enormous benefits. One of the benefits discussed was support and assistance in building the guild. This was only one out of the vast benefits that they would receive. Minchan couldn't help but smile. The president will like it. If we receive this much, he'll accept the proposal. As if the Chongwadi had planned this, they had been ready to give the proposal. They promised to give Allendale vast benefits if Allendale could be counted as an organization that defended the nation. The guild would be placed at an unprecedented position in Korea. He wanted to tell others this great news as soon as possible. Durururu. Minchan called Woojin's phone. Hello? Why are you answering his phone, Heyman? The president went into the dungeon with Director Hong and Ms. Che Haesol. Is that so? What the hell did you do, Director? Ha ha. You called me Director. I'm the Vice President now. It isn't the time to make a joke right now. Korea's Defense Guild? What's going on with that? Ha? How do you know about that? Ha? What do you mean, how do I know it? They cancelled the daily dramas to send out the breaking news. Ha? Minchan finally realized something was very wrong. He turned to ask the secretariat employee a question. Did the press conference from before go out on a live broadcast? That didn't happen. He responded with a calm voice, but Minchan could tell his voice was slightly different from before. Minchan put on a dismayed expression. I'll head to the office right now. Yes. Please don't sidetrack and go anywhere else. The president seemed to be in a pretty foul mood. How could you commit to such a big deal with only your authority? Do you think I'm crazy? I would never finalize such a large deal without the approval of the president. What? What are you saying? Minchan grabbed his forehead. I'll talk to you when I get there. The press conference was a problem. No wonder the Chongwadi had rushed him. This isn't good. Minchan was present at the dinner that the president and several high-ranking officials had attended. He had to apologize several times for his president's absence. Allendale was marked as a guild to be watched by the world. No, it seemed they made such an incredible offer to keep roused Woojin in Korea. Allendale Guild would be under the army and would be officially acknowledged as the nation's guard guild. The incredible benefits would come hand in hand. After the dinner was over, he started discussing the various conditions, benefits, obligations, and welfare regarding the deal. Minchan was tired, but he also felt a thrill. He was taking the lead on putting the framework around an incredibly big deal. The government reacted in a friendly way, and the people involved were also cooperative. The deal presented to them favored Allendale so much that the actual negotiation didn't take too long. The only thing left was to wait for Woojin's decision. At the heart of this deal, it wasn't really about Allendale Guild. It was about stopping Woojin from immigrating to a foreign power. Minchan thought Woojin would accept it if he received such overwhelming benefits from the deal. When Woojin had accepted the deal, they wanted a pre-recorded press conference to immediately send out to the media. He willingly obliged. When the contract was signed, most of the media organizations would immediately publicize the deal. However, it was already broadcasted? They are intentionally trying to take the lead. What the hell were they thinking? Did they think Woojin would have no choice but to accept the deal if they made it look like the deal had been finalized? Or were they being pressured by the neighboring countries? This has no chance of succeeding considering President's personality. Why did the government have to create such a crude plan? Were they worried so much about Woojin immigrating to another country? Minchan had a headache, so he rubbed at his forehead. I have to convince him. He had to find a way. Woojin lived by a code. He gave back whatever he received with interest. Minchan had to work to avoid triggering this rule. If not, it was obvious what Woojin would do considering his personality. He'll probably ransack the Chongwadi. If he wanted to continue to live in Korea, then he had to stop such an event from happening. Minchan's worries deepened. Those motherfucking government employees. Those who had always shat their pants. Minchan suppressed his anger. He started stoking his patriotism, so Korea would be at peace. I hope President is in a good mood. At a glance, Woojin looked like someone who acted based on his feelings, but Minchan knew Woojin had a cold-blooded personality. If he was in a good mood, Minchan would at least be able to broach a subject. Whenever he wasn't in a good mood, Minchan was barely sneak a word in. Even Woojin's dispassionate expression gave off a scary vibe. If he was angry, Minchan would be nervous to even speak to him. Who? I must convince him. The government had made a mess and Minchan had to salvage the situation. Minchan wanted to live in Korea for a long time. Star. Gangnam Staten's 9th exit. It was a 6-star dungeon run by a mid-sized guild named Abyss Magician aka the Abyss Guild. Kim Hammond had worked quickly to guide the group to a high-ranked dungeon with an empty spot in their schedule. When Chae Haesol stood in front of the dungeon, she swallowed her saliva. Let's go in. With those words, Woojin was the first to enter the dungeon. Sungu followed brimming with energy. Why was Sungu so excited at the thought of someone succeeding his post? Please go in. I really have to go in? Haemon put on an incredulous expression at Chae Haesol's response. Please hurry up and go in. At this rate, the barrier will form. At Haemon's insistence, Chae Haesol closed her eyes tight and ran down the stairs leading to the entrance. Mother, father, I'll definitely come back alive. Her first dungeon experience in Allendale would be a 6-star dungeon. Haesol entered the dungeon with a stiff expression of nervousness and soon, the barrier formed. Haesol balled her hands into tight fists, then looked at her surrounding with her guard up. What are you doing? What? At Sungu's question, Haesol finally came to her senses. When she responded, Woojin was nowhere to be found and only Sungu was left. She felt embarrassed. She awkwardly asked a question. Where's the president? He's already gone. What? Didn't they come in here for a lesson? So why did he suddenly leave Director Hong and her behind? We have to move fast if we don't want to be left behind. Sungu dug through his belongings. He took out a sharp short sword and gave it to her. It was sharp enough to pierce through clothing at even the slightest pressure. Hazel's heart quickened when she held the dangerous weapon. You are proficient with the sword? I'm more used to a gun than a sword. Ah, Lieutenant. You are misunderstanding. Sungu let out a bright smile as he spoke. If we push forward in a 6-star dungeon, we will die. Even I can barely face off against a couple of the monsters in here. We aren't here to take the lead in the hunt. We'd die in a flash. In a flash. He is talking about his death, yet he didn't seem nervous at all? Then why are you giving me the sword? If they weren't going to participate in the hunt, and this wasn't some kind of lesson, then why did they follow Woojin in here? Why did he give her a sword? Sungu laughed as he asked her a question. You ever got a fish? I like fishing, so I've done it several. Oh. An ace has entered our guild. The favorable gaze Sungu had been giving Che Haesol intensified. After a brief moment, Haesol understood Sungu's reaction. Skukuk, gung. She sliced, then sliced, and sliced once more. When she sliced and cut, the point of the sword would catch on something. It was a bloodstone. Where is. At the repetitive work, Haesol was confused as to whether she got a job in a guild or a construction site. Why am I? Her sore arms were moving almost mechanically now. It seemed like Director Hong Sungu was used to extracting the bloodstones. He was disassembling the monsters twice as fast as her. He was quick and accurate. Let's speed this up. At this pace, we'll meet up with Hyung Nim before we can reach the bottom floor. They had just entered the second floor. She had no idea where Woojin went. He had disappeared without a trace. She only saw the monster corpses filling up the subway station. During all of this, Sungu disassembled the corpses marked with magic, and he took out the bloodstones. What method did the president use to hunt? Why is he so fast? It was rumored Woojin cleared the dungeons at an amazing pace. If he wanted to, he could clear a 6-star dungeon in couple hours. He was a monster like roused. Director Hong. Where is the president? Now. We don't have time for idle chats. Let's hurry up. Puk, skuk. Sungu was able to unbend his back only once as he tapped at it. Then he went back to busily disassembling the corpses of monsters. Somehow, she felt pity as she looked at Sungu's figure. No, it felt as if she was watching her future self. That must be she felt sad and a little bit bitter in her heart. Before Haesol could pump herself up at excavating the bloodstones, the sound of footsteps rang throughout the underground space. Haesol was very nervous as she gripped her short sword. Haesol had been graded pretty high in her individual combat skill and techniques in the army. Oh no. Hyun Nim is already coming up. What? Even when she heard Sungu's words, Haesol still felt a little bit nervous. She fixed her eyes towards the bottom of the stairs. As if he was dissatisfied, Woojin had an ill-natured expression on his face as several dozen skeletons followed behind him. Keek. The several dozen skeletons all spat out a distinctive sound, a sound that caused goosebumps to form all over Haesol. Even though she knew these skeletons were Woojin's summons, she froze in place. Hyun Nim. I'll quickly gather everything. It's all right. It isn't worth much. Just follow after me. There was still one more floor below them, and it was filled with monster corpses. If they excavated every one of them, their profit would increase by several $100,000. It wasn't a pittance. However, Woojin decided to choose time over money. Even if I kill all the monsters, I think it'll be impossible to level up. He calculated how much of his achievement points and EXP rose as he cleared the dungeon, and it wouldn't be possible for him to reach level 70. If he couldn't reach it in one run, then he had to clear the dungeon again. As Woojin quickly headed towards the dungeon entrance, Sungu tapped Haesol on the shoulder. What are you doing? Let's hurry up and follow after him. What? Yes, sir. Haesol couldn't help but be shocked at the sight of all the skeletons following after Woojin. The number of summoned beings controlled by a single person. She gave a quick count, and she came up with a rough figure of 100. She would have to take a look at the fighting capability of each skeleton, but there were so many of them. He hadn't been hunting alone. It felt as if she had snuck a peek at the secret of Woojin's amazing dungeon clear time. When they arrived at the entrance, Woojin was placing his handphone and any modern items to one side. As if Sungu was used to this, he took out his handphone, wallet, and car key. His personal items were gathered into a pile. Haesol looked on with a confused expression. Sungu spoke as he laughed. The clothes Ms. Haesol is wearing isn't made out of dungeon ingredients? Yes. They are regular clothes. Then it won't be able to pass through the portal. Only your naked body would be transferred. Then. Haesol recalled the information regarding the high-rank dungeons. Only the other world's items were able to pass through the portal. Wear this. Woojin purchased the cheapest clothes in his point store and tossed it to Haesol. She had seen a similar robe in a movie. Woojin spoke as she changed into the outfit. Sungu, you should capture several suitable monsters and help Haesol practice her taming skill. Ha. Yes. It would be great to check on the result of Sungu's training, and Woojin would have liked to hunt with him. However, Woojin had to reach level 70 as soon as possible. It would be best to monopolize most of the prey to himself. Let's go. Let's go fill our stomach over there. Yes, sir. Woojin didn't hesitate as he passed through the portal. Haesol had ears, and so she heard what Woojin had said. Her education would be finally starting. The high-rank dungeon started for real when one crossed the portal. Haesol swallowed her saliva. So we are going to start in earnest? Ha! Start in earnest, my ass. Even if they go over to the other side, they'll be excavating bloodstones. Why should he repeat his words 100 times? She'd know when she experiences it. I'm hungry. Let's hurry up and go. Sungu passed through the portal and Haesol followed after him. The feeling of passing through the twisted crack in the dimension gave her a fresh shock. Her head was dizzy and she felt nauseous. It induced a typical reaction. Uwe huck. Geez. Please follow us when you've calmed down. Sungu quickly jumped back since he was worried the vomit would splash on him. He quickly ran towards Woojin. Haesol continued to throw up several times, then wiped her mouth after spitting. Ooh. After her insides calmed down a little, her headache cleared a little bit. She looked around her surrounding as she came back to her senses. She was in a forest. It was something she would have never seen in Seoul, Korea. It felt as if she was dropped in the middle of the nature preserve. The high-rank dungeons were connected to a different world and she was there. She couldn't believe it. While she was reveling in this new experience, she saw something unimaginable unfold in front of her. If you've calmed down a little bit, hurry up and come over here. Haesol looked at Sungu, who was urging her forward, and rubbed both her eyes. Was she seeing things? They were camping at a dungeon. A mystery meat was being cooked over the campfire, the smell of which made Haesol's mouth water. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 85, Guild Expansion, 3. Chapter 85, Guild Expansion, 3. Didn't someone say humans were animals that adapted? Haesol proficiently cut open a goblin that had been burnt to death. She pulled out the bloodstone. Ego. I've excavated them all. Haesol put the bloodstone inside the bag, then stretched her back. Isn't it hard? No. Haesol drank the water bottle that was handed to her by Sungu. Woojin had taken the water out from his amazing subdimension. It was clean water. She didn't have to worry about contamination. She knew they could get sick if they dared to eat and drink anything inside the dungeon. Still, the reinforcement stones I ate before I came here helped a lot. Ha. Keep taking whatever he gives you immediately. It was Sungu's absolute ironclad rule. Never turn down anything given by Woojin. You do what he asks, and you don't do anything when he says no. If one followed this rule, at the very least, one wouldn't lose one's life. Not long ago, Sungu was able to solo clear a 5-star dungeon. The stress and nervousness he had felt that time couldn't be compared to what he felt right now. He felt secure, and it was as if he had come to a picnic with Woojin to this dungeon. Still, he wasn't just playing around. He was letting out sweat as he gathered the bloodstones. Thus, this couldn't be compared to a picnic. He guessed it was akin to digging for spring herbs? Anyways, he knew for sure his life wasn't in danger. This was also true for Haesol. I was very surprised. I didn't realize that the president could control so many undead. The summoning type roused could summon or tame. Moreover, the quality and quantity of one's summon varied based on one's ability. Even if each one of Woojin's skeleton warriors and skeleton magicians were rank C, he could control over 100 of them. Right now I think he is summoning only half of what he could actually summon. I've never seen him summon up to his limit yet. Ha. Just stop trying to make sense of him. Ha! The world still doesn't know even half of our president's true abilities. That's right. This was also true for Sungu, who raided the dungeons with Woojin. Sungu had always watched Woojin from the side and had never seen his limit. Woojin was continuously getting stronger. He's coming here right now. Woojin traveled up the destroyed path in the forest, leading his skeleton army. She knew they were her allies, yet her heart automatically beat faster when she saw the nefarious group of skeletons. There were several hundreds of them. Woojin walked in front of the group, but there was nothing extraordinary about his posture. Gua! Between the skeleton army, she saw a peerless being. A golem made out of boulders was walking forward with something in his hand. Hey Soul. Yes, sir. When Woojin called her name, Hey Soul quickly ran towards him. Try taming this one. That one? There was a white tiger struggling in Dulcie's hand. No. If one compared it to a creature on Earth, the monster was like the extinct saber-toothed tiger. Pot. Woojin summoned several bone spears and stuck them into the ground. When he injected his magical energy, they formed into a bone prison. Dulcie threw the saber-toothed tiger inside. Puwak. Kururururu. The saber-toothed tiger was thrown roughly onto the floor. It soon crouched in a low posture, growling. From across the bars made out of bones, she could feel an incredible pressure emanating from the saber-toothed tiger as she faced it. The tiger was so large that it would be apt to describe it as a house-sized tiger. Why, you want me to enter there? Woojin grinned at Hazel's words. He had captured it easily, but the saber-toothed tiger was level 57. If Hazel entered the cage, she wouldn't even last 3 seconds before she was ripped into pieces. You want to die already? Hey, Sungu. Yes, Hyung Nim. Work it over so it'll be obedient. Yes, sir. Sungu bravely jumped over the bars made out of bones. Hazel's eyes turned round at his decisiveness. Sungu was Alandal's second roused, and he had just reached rank B a month ago. He was Kong Woojin's man. Ha. Hello. Kurururuk. Sungu grinned as he looked at the saber-toothed tiger. Kwa hung. The saber-toothed tiger opened its mouth wide, then let out a roar. It couldn't affect an ogre, but the fear was deadly enough to freeze small animals. Hazel's body froze and she felt as if her legs were rooted to the floor. Sungu rubbed his ears. Well, I'm sorry about this. After he gave an apology, Sungu ran towards the saber-toothed tiger. The bone prison was about 5 meters in radius. There weren't that much space where one could dodge, but the saber-toothed tiger had no intention of dodging. The saber-toothed tiger lowered its posture and waited for an opportunity to attack Sungu. Iron skin. Sungu activated his iron skin to make his entire body hard. Then he started beating on the saber-toothed tiger. Puak, puck. Kwon. Puak, puck. Kwon. Once in a while, Sungu missed with his stomp and his foot would get stuck in the ground. However, this rarely happened. The saber-toothed tiger was too big and there were too many places to hit it. The saber-toothed tiger's agility was useless. It wasn't only because it was in a small cage. Hong, Puak, Puck. Sungu recurrently took the reinforcement stones, therefore his stats had already passed the realm of human limitation. He rivaled the saber-toothed tiger. No, he was better than it. Sungu let out flashy strikes with his fists. He was like a professional boxer, attacking in a simple, but effective manner. With a minimum amount of movement, he dodged a swipe by the saber-toothed tiger's claw and continued his ruthless beating. Director Hong was that strong. After she sent in her letter of application to the Allendale Guild, Che Haesol had researched the guild thoroughly. She knew Director Sungu had started out as a rank F and received a rank B last month. In her mind, she knew a rank B would be somewhat strong. However, there was a world of differences between imagining it and actually seeing it with one's eyes. Even amongst the rank B roused, he would be considered to be in the top tier of the physical-based roused. He was such a cheerful guy. She had gathered bloodstones with this young man. Haesol was shocked when she saw this unexpected side of Sungu. She wasn't shocked by Sungu's fast movements. He had on a cheerful face as he moved in a leisurely manner. The relaxed manner Sungu was exhibiting confused Haesol. When Haesol entered the bone prison, the saber-toothed tiger was barely holding on to its life. It had been worked over very thoroughly. It looked as if the saber-toothed tiger was exhausted, and one weak blow might send it to its death. Haesol put her hand on the saber-toothed tiger's head as she initiated her taming skill. Pot. The light gathered in her hand as it encased the saber-toothed tiger and Haesol before it disappeared. Haesol turned to look at Woojin with a dark expression. It failed. Woojin shrugged his shoulder. Considering their discrepancy in level, it was quite unlikely that the taming would succeed. Keep doing it until you succeed. Understood. Afterwards, Haesol tried 12 more times, and she failed every single one of them. Her body was soaked with sweat as she plopped down onto the floor. I don't have any more magic. It's depleted. Woojin sent a single soul towards her to fill up her energy. An unknown energy was absorbed by her body, and she felt her magic fill up. Haesol looked towards Woojin with a confused expression. Keep at it. Yes. Haesol continued to use her taming skill, and kept failing. Sunggu couldn't take it anymore, so he tried to give some advice. Try wishing for it in earnest as you use your skill. Maybe the universe might give you a helping hand. Did he really think taming would work if she did such a thing? Hey, Sunggu. That bastard is eyeing Haesol's neck. Beat him a little bit more. It recovered a little bit. Poo puck. The saber-toothed tiger, who had been on its last breath, had recovered some of its strength as it laid on the ground. It was waiting for an opportunity to attack Haesol, but Sunggu immediately started beating up the saber-toothed tiger. Gang. Woojin gave a single advice to Haesol, who had retreated backwards. Don't be too impatient. Considering the level difference, this is a tough task. It would have been better if it was a lower rank monster. However, they were in a high rank dungeon. There were goblins here, but it was harder to tame a monster living in a tribal society. It was easier to tame a wild animal like the saber-toothed tiger. There are two ways to tame a monster. You have to feel a sense of closeness, and you have to become its friend. The other method is to dominate the monster into submission. What method do you think you are using right now? She watched as Sunggu ruthlessly beat up the saber-toothed tiger. Haesol spoke in a careful manner. Aren't we trying to dominate the monster? Neither. Are you dominating the monster right now? As a necromancer, Woojin had a stat named Control. Tamers had a stat called Intimacy. This stat has to be high for the tamer to have a higher probability of taming a high-rank monster. Woojin pointed towards Sunggu, who was beating up the saber-toothed tiger. He is the villain. Woojin pointed his finger towards the saber-toothed tiger that was being beaten. That bastard being beaten is your friend. Woojin grabbed Haesol's shoulder with his hand. You want to become friend with that bastard, who is getting beaten. Woojin and Haesol looked at each other's face. What should you do? I should stop it? No. You have to protect him from the villain. What kind of situation was this? Did he expect her to perform in a skit? So you want me to act? No. You have to act as if you mean it. You are protecting the cat from the villainous director of miscellaneous work. Go fight him. Defeat the villain. Woojin yelled towards Sunggu. Did you hear what I said? Yes, Hyung Nim. Just put on an adequate acting performance. Yes. Woojin patted Haesol's back. Go save it. Then become friends with it. Yes. Sunggu yelled out when Haesol ran in. Ooh ha ha. A person like you can't block me. It seems Sunggu watched some anime. Haesol wondered if she should say something back for the benefit of the saber-toothed tiger. However, Sunggu's fist flew in towards her. Haesol, unconsciously, brought her guard up to block the blow. Puck. Sunggu swung his fist in a slow motion, but the impact on her arm bones weren't light. Okay. The pain was focused into a single moment, and she couldn't even scream. She let out a gasp. She spoke as she felt the pain coming from her fractured bones. Director Hong. Why, you broke my arm. Ooh ha ha. You are so weak. Director Hong. He was still laughing in a cheerful manner as he let out a kick. Haesol felt true fear when she saw the kick coming. She rolled on the ground to avoid the blow, feeling that her life was being threatened. You should quickly attack him, then try using taming again. At Woojin's voice, Haesol approached Sunggu and punched him in the chest. Sunggu could have easily avoided it, but he flew backward from the blow. He jumped backwards. Kwajik. Sunggu flew backwards as he broke through the bone bars. Sunggu fell to the ground and he writhed on the ground. She knew she hadn't done it, but she still looked between her fist and at Sunggu, who had been blown away. Hurry up and tame it. Yes, sir. Could such a dumb acting job be effective? Hazel turned back to look at the saber-toothed tiger. It was beaten so badly that it could barely roll its eyes to look at her. The eyes were filled with tears. She could feel it even before she started taming it. It's deeply moved by my gesture? Hazel approached the saber-toothed tiger, and she put her hand over its head. Light burst from her hand and a pillar of light surrounded both of them as the light made a strong connection between them. Kurong. The saber-toothed tiger let out a purr of pleasure, and its feelings were transferred directly to Hazel. It was deeply moved. It was thankful. It wanted to repay her. It had been captured and beaten by the humans. It felt grateful towards the human who had stood up to the other humans to save him. You earned one guardian. Woojin grinned as he took out a soul stored in the soul armor. He immediately healed Hazel's broken arm and the saber-toothed tiger. Kurururuk. The recovered saber-toothed tiger showed its teeth towards Woojin and Sungu. However, it did not show any hostility towards Hazel, who had been by his side. That bastard should be enough to protect you from threats. Thank you. All right. Follow me as you excavate the bloodstones. Yes. Also, train the skills you learned today. Yes, sir. Woojin worked Hazel hard to complete the taming of the saber-toothed tiger, because he wanted to freely use Sungu. If Sungu was left behind as Hazel's bodyguard, he could excavate the bloodstones, but their overall efficiency would suffer. How was my acting skills, Hyungnim? You could win the award for Best Actor. Even at Woojin's faint praise, Sungu was very much pleased. Hazel shook her head from side to side. She looked at Sungu as she exaggerated her hardship. Who? Director Hong was quite scary before. I hit you softly, since I was afraid you would die. Maybe Director Hong was more dangerous than the president. Sungu hadn't had a big presence inside Hazel's head. She didn't think too much of him. However, she quickly upgraded Sungu as a main player inside her head. There were two other roused in Allendale excluding her. She couldn't even fathom the level of power possessed by the first roused. The other one was also quite excellent. Even in the roused division, it is rare to see a physical roused of your caliber. Soon, you'll be able to receive your rank A. Sungu frowned at the compliment given by Hazel. But I'm a mage? What kind of a strange guild was this? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 86, Guild Expansion, 4. Chapter 86, Guild Expansion, 4. Woojin headed towards the part of the forest that hadn't been destroyed with Sungu. Sungu's pouting lip was a foot long as he sulked. Hyungnim. What? Why don't you teach me any magic? Woojin smirked when he saw Sungu sulking. You didn't have to have the ability to be able to learn it. I don't mind attending Hyungnim for the rest of my life. I'll run small errands and excavate all the bloodstone. But please teach me one fire-type magic. You know about my dream. Flame Magician. When he had become aroused, this had been his objective and greatest desire. He had learned several flame-based magic, but he hadn't learned anything that would be considered a high-rank magic. Can't you just buy a magic scroll and learn it yourself? Aha! Why didn't he ever think of that? Sungu had become too used to doing everything with his body, so he had only done what he had been ordered to do. When Sungu realized this, he was surprised and depressed. Woojin patted Sungu's shoulder. Hong Sungu. You are our director of miscellaneous work. Yes. What do you think the role of director of miscellaneous work is? What else was it? He was basically an errand boy receiving a high salary. I'm in charge of the tedious chores. Do you really think that? Yes? Why do you think you are in charge of doing all the small tasks? Well, he was in charge of the miscellaneous works. Usually, the youngest in the company did those work. If I'm absent from my seat, I need someone to fill my role. Who do you think will do that? Perhaps. Woojin looked Sungu straight in the face. You are our guild's number 2. Hyungnim. He was unaware of this fact, and he had complained. I've already acquired several magic for you, but you weren't able to learn it. Currently, Sungu was level 61. If Sungu had his energy checked right now, he would easily be able to get rank A. This was the result of his training. He had diligently went around the dungeons when Woojin had traveled to the US. Woojin took 3 magic scrolls out of his inventory. Now you can learn it. Hyung Nim.
Sunggu became teary-eyed as he looked at the magic scrolls. Hyung Nim's thoughts were so deep, yet he had kept complaining. Now it felt as if he had been committing a sin when he felt disappointed before.
Hyung Nim. Did you give me minor tasks so I can grow my versatility? No. Those were just minor tasks. Ah, the tears that were about to come out had dried up. You are number 2. As for being versatile, Woojin grinned. What was the point of Sunggu becoming versatile?
If Woojin needed someone like that, he'll just grab someone who was capable in that facet.
We have Minchan for that, so why would you want that role? You are number 2.
Woojin smiled as he looked at Sunggu.
You just have to be the strongest after me. I'll make you a human flame. Oh. Sunggu couldn't hold himself back, so he let out an exclamation.
He started learning the magic scroll that was handed over to him by Woojin.
Star. Sunggu learned the 3 magic and he was smiling from ear to ear.
Each of the magic scrolls given by Woojin produced incredible power.
After using it repeatedly, Sunggu was able to use the magic proficiently. Skill tree. To learn some of the high-rank skills, he had been required to learn a couple low-rank skills. The skills Sunggu had learned before were the precursor to learning the high-rank magic. All right. Let's try this out in a live battle. Yes, Hyung Nim. Sunggu put on a determined expression, as if he was confident. He immediately used iron skin to harden his skin like steel.
Then, he coated himself with a magical barrier. On top of this, he added the acceleration magic and the flame magic he had learned today.
Blaze. Warururuk. Sunggu's body started to burn up.
Sunggu started running in that state, and a trail of fire was left behind him.
Warururuk. Every step caused flames to erupt, and while he was running through the forest, Sunggu broke off a branch from a tree.
He had used the barrier magic countless of times, so he had attained mastery over it.
He could even send text messages when it was activated. He covered the branch with the magical barrier to prevent it from burning, then applied another new flame magic that he had learned on top of it. Enchant fire.
When the enchant fire magic was added, the flames surged forward around the magical barrier to form a flame sword.
Hong.
Every time he swung his flame sword, the trees caught fire and the forest was set further ablaze. Every place he passed was set on fire. He rushed about furiously, and the monsters of the forest became agitated. They started to act out violently.
President. I've excavated all the bloodstones. Kurururung.
It seemed her intimacy with the saber-toothed tiger had risen already. Jae-haesol approached Woojin on the back of the saber-toothed tiger. Her eyes turned round as she caught an occasional sight of Sunggu. He really was a mage, Director Hong.
Kook.
Woojin laughed as he pointed at Honggu, who was running buck wild.
How is that a magician? He's just a warrior holding a flaming stick. He proclaimed himself a magician. Just stay back a little bit. Even if he looks like that, a spark from him could kill you. Yes. Haesol softly touched the neck of the saber-toothed tiger she was riding. Jackson. Let's go. You named him Jackson? Yes.
Our army base had a tomcat named Jackson.
That name came to mind.
Woojin shook his and then gestured for her to move back.
Hey, Sunggu. Now gather them. Yes, Hyung Nim. From afar, Sunggu's voice was heard as an echo.
Soon, the ground started to vibrate a little bit.
Ooh-do-do-do-do-do.
After a moment, car-sized monsters like boars, tigers, and bears began to appear out of the burning forest. They were all chasing a single being.
Ha. I'm coming towards you, Hyung Nim. I'm coming.
Sunggu, who was being chased by the wild animals, was running as he was emitting fire. The damage from the flame agitated the wild animals further, causing them to chase after Sunggu. Woojin grinned when he saw Sunggu gathering all the monsters.
It was just as he planned.
It was inefficient for him to hunt the monsters by letting his undead army ransack the forest.
The wild animals had outstanding instincts for monsters.
There were a lot of monsters that would hide themselves when facing a strong organized force, and it took too long to chase after every single one of them. He needed a good bait, and Sunggu perfectly fit the bill.
Sunggu ran as if he would overshoot Woojin, but he stopped on a dime besides Woojin. Well done. Ha. Sunggu had done a marvelous job in fulfilling his role. Woojin had hidden all of his skeleton magicians in the surrounding.
All at once, the skeleton magicians showed themselves. Then, they started shooting their magic towards the gathered monsters. When his EXP started to surge upward, Woojin let out a small smile. He might be able to finish clearing the dungeon faster than he anticipated. Star. Heyman had called him saying that they were almost at the office.
Minchan nervously waited for them. I have to convince him no matter what. Minchan had to convince him before Woojin did anything.
Minchan kept repeating the words he had prepared in his head. The door to the office was thrown open.
Woojin entered.
A tired Haesol and a giddy Sungu followed in after him.
Minchan. Come in for a moment.
When Woojin entered the president's room, Heyman approached Minchan and whispered in his ear.
Reporters are camped out below the office, so the president isn't in a good mood right now. Everything had been quiet for a while, but this was a very big deal. The reporters were rushing in for the chance to get even one word from them. Minchan swallowed his moan as he opened the door to the president's room. Sit. Minchan sat across Woojin. He parked his butt on the sofa, then he surveyed Woojin's face.
His brows were slightly furrowed, so it meant he wasn't in a particularly good mood. He felt the inside of his head turn white.
What was up with the news? Those are false reports.
The footage had been filmed to be sent out after President made the final decision.
So they just spread it on their own volition. I think there was a mix-up with the press. Woojin grinned. They probably told them to make the mistake. Minchan had also thought on the same line, so he didn't have anything to say. The deal isn't bad. No, it is a really good deal. Currently, the government is doing everything to stop you from going to a foreign country. It seems several countries are putting some pressure on the Korean government.
The US was included in this group.
Wasn't this the reason why the Korean government acted irrationally?
They told everyone Kang Woojin won't be leaving Korea, so they wanted everyone to stop fucking with them.
Minchan. Yes. The problem isn't whether the deal is good or bad. Then what? Did you forget why I made this guild? He made it, since he didn't want to enter the army.
It was a roundabout way to resolve his mandatory military service. Minchan had an expression that said, so what? So Woojin threw in an additional question.
Why did I make this guild and not go to the Hammer Guild? That is. Hook. Miken's face became rigid.
Minchan had tried his best to scout Woojin to the Hammer Guild, but he decided to make a new guild.
Woojin had become independent, since he didn't want to work under someone. So did this hold true for a country as well as a company?
Still, he had lived as a Korean citizen up until now, so why?
They are trying to put a collar around my neck, so why should I stay put?
Benefits were just sweet words. It was nothing more than that. He didn't want to become a leash dog even if they gave him tasty food. Woojin's voice was calm, and that's what made it scary.
Please be patient.
Woojin put on a bitter expression at Minchan's panic.
What? Please don't commit mutiny.
If Woojin charged into the Chongwadi, he would overturn the country.
Minchan's face turned pale, and it wasn't without reasons. What? Do you think I'm that unreasonable? He couldn't say no to that question.
When Minchan was hesitating to answer him, Woojin leaned back to bury his body into the sofa.
An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Let's give back as much as we've received. How?
Call in all the reporters camping outside. This was trouble.
Minchan didn't have the time to stop Woojin, who was about to create a big issue once again.
He had no idea what the result of this situation would be, so Minchan became gloomy at the prospect of doing the damage control.
Star.
The reporters rushed into Alandal's office, which had been shrouded in secret thus far. As if they would find a scandal at every corner of the office, the reporters tirelessly pressed the shutters of their cameras. Each media company were limited to 2 reporters, and all the reporters gathered to for the simple press conference. The reporters caught a special opportunity, so they had an excited expression on their faces. They opened their laptops and notebooks. Several dozen recording devices were placed on top of the desk. Woojin stepped forward with a single piece of paper in hand, and he sat behind the desk that had been prepared. Woojin frowned when he looked at the paper, which held the statement written by Minchan.
First, there were false reports sent out by the media.
The Guardian Guild negotiation hasn't been resolved yet.
I am very sorry to say.
Woojin crumpled the paper, then he looked at the seats crowded with reporters. When their eyes met, several reporters raised their hand.
Woojin laughed as he started to speak. Well, I'll answer your questions later. As Alandal's president, I'm here to reveal my position.
The reporters stopped breathing as they strained their ears to listen to Woojin's words. I believe the government was in league with the media companies, and they leaked a deal that hadn't been finalized. Someone said, "This is a scoop," in a small voice. Then the sound of rapid typing could be heard. The way they act really stinks. I don't feel good about this. Please tell them I won't renegotiate with them. Please tell them not to even try to contact me. Hook. Several reporters let out the breath they had been holding, then they started writing the official stance of Allendale. They are overly worried about me leaving. If they pull anything behind my back again, then tell them I'll be leaving immediately. The end. How many men could boldly threaten a government? When one reporter quickly raised his hand, Woojin pointed at him. We know you've received offers from multiple countries. Are you thinking about immigrating now? Woojin shrugged his shoulder. I'm not going to any country that'll annoy me. Then that'll be the end of me answering questions. Woojin turned his head to look at young Minchan. Woojin laughed as he looked at Minchan, who had a "we are doomed" expression on his face. He should have just obediently come back after eating dinner. He did such unnecessary things. Please ask any questions you have left to our vice president. Wait a moment. Even at the reporter's entreaty, Woojin left his seat. So the reporters turned their gazes towards Minchan. I have a question for the vice president. I'm JS Media's Kim Xingyeong. Alandal's future. Previously, they were intimidated by Woojin, so only a few brave souls barely raised their hands. Now the reporters started throwing out questions without permission, and Minchan was already sick of the reporters. Minchan's gaze settled on Woojin's back as he was leaving the room. He's fighting media manipulation with media manipulation. This was rather a relief. If he had rushed the Chongwadi instead. It was too horrifying to think such thoughts. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 87, Guild Expansion, 5. Chapter 87, Guild Expansion, 5. Minchan was very busy. As if Woojin felt a little bit sorry for Minchan, he promoted Heyman to director. Then, Heyman was tasked to help Minchan with his work. The internet, TV news, and newspapers were in an uproar. The fact that the negotiation hadn't been finalized wasn't a big deal, but the deal was revealed to the public ahead of time at the guidance of the government. Only after couple hours, Allendale had denied agreeing to the deal and caused a huge ripple. Woojin already in negotiations to immigrate to the US? Korean government rejected. Korea lost in AA rank roused. Warang Guild Master. The three great guild is enough to defend Korea. Japan and China keeping an eye on the situation. The need to find a new AA roused. New articles kept pouring out within several minutes of each other, and it was almost impossible to sort through them all. Minchan didn't respond to any new articles published by the media. He only responded to his new contact from the government. No. Our president is resolute in his intentions. There is nothing to reconsider. They thought this was a negotiation tactic to draw out more favorable terms. However, Alandal's intention was firm. Woojin would never consummate a defense contract with the government. The only thing Minchan could do was deliver their intention of refusal. It would have been great if the government just took the hint. However, every time he refused their offer, they kept coming back with better offers. This is crazy. The benefits were so good that he wanted to accept the deal on the spot. However, what could he do when the president said no? Minchan was really busy, but his dealings with the government weren't the cause. The endless Allendale articles and interview requests weren't the cause either. It's already up to 1,200 people today. It keeps coming in. I don't have any time to rest. This was the number of resumes they received after sending out an official recruitment notice today. If Woojin had given them a guideline, then this would have been easy. However, anyone was able to apply, even the rank F roused. Realistically, those who had already distinguished themselves was already scouted by the other guilds even if they were of low rank. Most of the unattached roused were mostly rank F and rank E. The rank C and above roused, who weren't associated with a guild, didn't want to join a guild. So there weren't many applicants in the higher ranks. Most of the applicants were rank F. Kim Hammond, who had been promoted to director, couldn't hide his astonishment. It'll be a pain to set up the schedule for the interviews. We still have to do it. How many applied to the support division? It's worse. There are 3,200 people. Minchan was astonished. Woojin had to make the final decision on the roust, so Minchan only had to set the schedule and clear a room for the interview.
That would be the end of it.
It wouldn't be so easy for the support division. He had to be very careful in picking his applicants, so he had to thoroughly review the applicants starting from their resumes.
The real work would start now. Who? It isn't as if we can abstain from picking them.
Allendale had over 100 employees, but thinking about the number of roust they will be adding soon, he would still be short on employees even if there were 10 times more the number of employees. A single normal roust needed at least 10 support members.
Heyman laughed even though he was buried under a pile of documents. Ha ha. Still, aren't you overflowing with energy? Vice President Young.
That is true, Director Kim.
Ha ha ha.
They had left the Hammer Guild only a month ago, yet they were rapidly promoted to the position of vice president and director. Recently, his old comrades from the Hammer Guild called him quite often. They said they would change jobs if Minchan gave them a spot. There was a massive size difference compared to the Hammer Guild, but Allendale was much more prestigious. If we consider the president's cultivation ability, we will probably surpass everyone in terms of quantity also.
Who?
Of course. Sungu had been rank F, and Haesol was as well. Before they went to the US, Sungu had already become rank B. Haesol's rank hadn't been measured yet, but Minchan breathed more easily when he saw the car-sized saber-toothed tiger she brought yesterday. The president only picked roust with great potential. This was probably why the president wanted to interview all of the applicants himself. Still, I feel a little bit worried about Mr. Sunghoon, but he is pretty quick on the uptake, so he'll do well. If viewed in a certain way, Sunghoon would be taking on the most important role. In the end, new roust and the support division didn't matter too much. The main goal was for Kong Woojin to keep clearing the dungeons, and Sunghoon had to support him. This was why a room for a personal assistant was made next to Kong Woojin's room, and Woo Sunghoon occupied this space. He took care of Woojin's schedule. He also took care of the small tasks, such as driving around Woojin.
There were 20 employees assigned to the personal assistant.
This made Woo Sunghoon smile from ear to ear as he happily focused on his work.
Well, let's work hard.
Yes, sir.
Vice President. Ha ha ha. Quite, Director Kim. Ha ha ha.
The relationship between the vice president and the director was amicable, so the mood inside the office was good. However, employees moved busily as mails kept coming in, and they answered phones that were soundlessly ringing.
Star. The 5-star dungeon of Lisu Station's second exit. Was it because the monsters' levels were too low?
Woojin finally filled the minuscule amount of EXP he had to raise, having to kill 2/3 of the monsters in the field to accomplish this.
Woojin's nervousness dissipated when his level reached 70.
He learned the skills that had been sealed.
One can establish a master and servant contract with the Death Knights, at least LVL 70, Soul. It allows the Death Knight to be summoned.
They have to accept the role of commander. They have to be treated right for one to earn their loyalty and obedience. They can level up through training and hunting. There was a difference in skills depending on the familiar's level.
Dash.
Shared skills. Phantom Steed summon. Phantom Steed will charge into battle with the knight after being summoned. Organize army. Each level allows control over 10 skeletons. Command troops, excluding the skeletons under the knight's command. The knight can command the summoner's troops.
Dash.
They were the driving force behind why Woojin was able to command a large army numbering in the couple hundred thousands. Necromancer's control stat was the main reason why one could control the undead, who were basically monsters, as subordinates. Death Knights were commanders, and they were able to organize the skeletons. He didn't need to waste any control stats regarding them. His troops wouldn't be controlled by Woojin now. They would be under the control of the commanders, the Death Knights.
Woojin only had to manage the Death Knights.
He didn't have to waste any brain cells in managing a large army. 52 of Woojin's reliable Death Knights were unsealed, and they took their place within the summon room. Woojin was connected to them telepathically, so when he felt their consciousness, he smiled. The only thing lacking was their levels, which had been initialized, but he didn't care. It wasn't too hard to level up. This war wasn't ending anytime soon, and the enemies he had to kill were overflowing. It felt as if he had met his reliable friends once again. At that point, Woojin decided to end his hunt for the day. He yelled towards Sungu, who was gathering the monsters at a distance.
Sungu.
I don't care if they all burn.
Catch them all.
Yes, Hyungnim. Sungo had been swinging his flame sword to lure the monsters, but now he started slaughtering the monsters.
Woojin looked on with satisfaction as flames exploded from various locations. He's grown a lot. Sungu.
While Sungu hunted down the rest of the monsters inside the dungeon, he took out the sealed stone stored inside his inventory.
Al-Assad. He had been lucky. The first level 70 soul he acquired on Earth was a warrior type roused. It was the exact ingredient he needed to make a Death Knight. He took out the corpse with its head separated from the body. Then he broke the soul stone to call Al-Assad's soul.
Annihilate the target. Al-Assad's soul rushed forward when he saw Woojin. However, it was in vain, since his fist passed through Woojin. As if he didn't comprehend his situation, Assad's soul was trying every method he could think of to harm Woojin.
Woojin grinned.
If the several 100,000 evil souls acted in such a cute manner as Assad, then how great would it be?
Stop it.
Woojin gave a quiet command, which acted as an activation word. Assad's soul stopped in place, and Woojin stood in front of it. The soul struggled as if it was in pain.
It could only glance towards Woojin as if it was bound. Become my slave. What a preposterous demand. Submit to me. No way. Kneel. Ooh. However, unlike his spirit full of defiance, Assad's soul got on his knees in front of Woojin.
He was the god of destruction Thrash's champion, and he had been given authority over the dead as the immortal.
He was the king of the dead. Assad's eyes rolled around in its socket.
Woojin used the Death Knight summon skill as he looked at the soul. A black energy coalesced in Woojin's hand, and it formed into a twin swords. It was the weapon used by Al-Assad. It was the weapon the soul wanted. Woojin grabbed the twin swords and raised it slightly towards Assad's shoulder.
Surrender. Surrender.
If he cut Assad's throat using the authority given to him by the god of destruction, his soul would cease to exist.
It basically was the end. Follow me. I will follow you.
Woojin pushed the twin swords toward Al-Assad. The soul used both his hand to grab the twin swords.
Unleash your rage towards my enemies. As my master wishes.
Assad gripped his twin swords. His soul started swirling in a whirlwind, and it started soaking into the lifeless body. The decapitated head reattached itself. The flesh started to rot away as it fell away, a skull dyed in black appearing in its place. Black smoke coalesced to form armor and a black cloth wrapped his head to form a kafia. The twin swords formed as it was mounted on his hips.
A new Death Knight was born. You really look like an Arab assassin. He became subservient to become a Death Knight, but he didn't completely trust Woojin. One could feel something was off as his loyalty was absent. He was being obedient, since he was being pressed by Woojin's power and authority. Immortal Kong Woojin's 53rd Knight. He was still rebellious. To keep him as a familiar, a considerable amount of control was being consumed. Shared skill, Phantom Steed, Organize Army, Command Troops. Innate skill, Stealth, Ghost Walk, Sword of Death, God's Wrath, Berserk. Command Troop, 0 out of 10. Needed control, 312, affected by trust, loyalty, and obedience.
Each Death Knights were unique, as they had their own preference for the weapons they used and they each possessed their own unique skills.
Woojin let out a satisfied laugh as he checked his Death Knight's info.
This was the first time he had seen an assassin-type Death Knight. The one complaint was the 312 control stat. He had to use control stat equivalent to commanding 312 skeleton soldiers to maintain his summon over Al-Assad.
It was an unreasonable number.
As time passes, it would decrease. However, if he wanted to use Al-Assad in battle, Woojin had to lower the control stat to a manageable level. Moreover, he knew of a very good method to lower the control stat.
Come here.
He moved according to Woojin's order, but he didn't answer Woojin.
Well, he won't act like this for long.
He called out his most loyal knight, and the comrade he had spent the most time on the battlefield with. He called out his friend.
Kiba. Reek. A black smoke was starting to coalesce next to Al-Assad. His body was too big to call him a human.
He wore a crude armor with a large axe secured on his back.
His helmet had a menacing horn on it.
After several dozen years on the battlefield, the crimson haze around him had turned much more ferocious.
Guru.
Without realizing it, his breath leaked out, and it was as if a wild animal was breathing.
Kung.
When the large body hit the floor, Kiba saw the new Death Knight standing around being insolent.
So he kicked Al-Assad's knees. 1.
It would be fine if his knees had buckled, but Kiba's enormous strength separated the leg from the body.
Kwajik. Kiba's rough hand pressed down on top of Al-Assad's kafia. Kulwuk.
Al-Assad fell flat on his face as if his body had been driven into the floor. Then his forehead and palms touched the ground. At the same time, Kiba bent one knee and pounded a fist on the floor.
Kwang! My lord, immortal!
Amongst the orcs, he was famed for being the bravest. He was the great chief of the Grey Wings tribe. The orc lord Kiba had no sense of time passing inside the sealed room. He was reunited with his master, immortal Kong Woojin, after he was unsealed. Woojin automatically let out a bright laugh when he saw Kiba, tough as ever. It's been a while. After returning to Earth, Kong Woojin regained his most hard and sturdy sword of death. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 88, heading towards the end. Chapter 88, heading towards the end. He had finally reached this point. He wasn't alone anymore.
He had comrades to share the battlefield with. However, it was too early to let go of his nervousness.
The time for peace and freedom was still far off. 72 commanders. Moreover, if he defeated Tronet, who no one had seen before, then would a period of peace arrive? Now I'll be able to hunt easily. Each individual Death Knight would have the authority to command.
They had enough charisma to control the skeletons, so even if Woojin was far away, the skeleton soldiers would come under the jurisdiction of the Death Knights. When he thought about his future hunts, which would be much easier from now on, he felt as if level 80 wasn't that far away. If the Lich Janus was unsealed, he wouldn't even have to worry about leveling up. The Lich was quite proficient at hunting everything at once.
The control being used is continuously decreasing.
The control needed to keep Al-Assad in line was decreasing rapidly. It seemed Kiba and the other Death Knights were properly educating the new recruit. When he thought about them bickering within the summoning room, it made Woojin smirk.
Sungu's hunt was almost at an end. Woojin started to take out the cooking utensils from the inventory, began preparing the ingredients he was going to cook. He was in a good mood. He started a fire and hung a pot over it. He dismembered a dead water buffalo. As he was separating and tenderizing the meat, Bibi suddenly showed up next to him.
Her cheeks were puffed out as she complained next to Woojin.
A few. The summoning room is too noisy, Ahong. It was understandable. They were in the midst of deciding the pecking order.
Just go in after it quiets down a little bit.
A few.
Soon, it'll be filled with skeletons, so I doubt there will be quiet day in the future, Ahong.
I guess so.
All of Woojin's familiars had to wait within the summoning room. He had to summon new skeletons every time he wanted to use them. However, if the skeleton soldiers were put under the command of the Death Knights, they would also have to wait in the summoning room until each commander called them out through a summon.
Woojin's job was to reinforce the troops with new soldiers. The command and logistics were all taken care of by the Death Knights.
From now on, he will be able to show off his presence as the immortal king. As the Death Knight's level rises, the skeletons assigned under them would increase.
The summoning room would soon be full of. What are you going to do? It's probably going to get more raucous in the future. Phew. It's all right. I'll just hunt from now on, Ahong. Woojin was delighted by Bibi's reaction, which was a bit brighter today. Are you feeling a little bit better now? Hong. Who care if I'm better or not, Ahong?
I have to quickly get stronger, so I can use my nightmare on that bastard Ahong. But when she thought about Rosmode, who had made her experience death, her fighting spirit burned brightly.
Woojin laughed when he saw Bibi act this way.
He could force his familiars to follow his orders, but Woojin didn't treat his familiars that way.
Let's start in earnest from the next dungeon on. All right, Ahong.
It seemed that Sungu had defeated all the monsters and was returning with the return stone. It has been said that learning was stealing. Sungu had witnessed Woojin constantly solo clear dungeons, and now he would soon be able to clear a 6-star dungeon by himself. Well, it'll still be dangerous for him. If Haesol grew a little bit more to support him, then it would be possible. The two of them learned all kinds of things under the duress of Woojin. Moreover, Woojin didn't spare any investing reinforcement stones on them, so their basic stats were superior to a roused of the same rank. He had almost half of his undead army now, but he wanted a different troop. He needed a troop made out of Alandal's roused. Sungu would be the vanguard, and Haesol would be the commander. He still had a lot of things to teach them. President. I've excavated all the bloodstones. Haesol's telepathic message rang in his head. Woojin sent back his own telepathic message.
Already? Yes. It is all finished. Then come over here for now. With the help of Sungu, the speed of the group hunting was very fast now.
However, Haesol had to be in charge of gathering all the loot by herself. He expected her to excavate the bloodstones to the best of her ability, as they would have to throw the rest away. However, she said she had excavated all the bloodstones, so he couldn't help but be puzzled.
Ha. I got them all, Hyungnim.
Meanwhile, Sunggu approached Woojin, drooling as he looked at the food that was being cooked. Somehow, this guy was getting more simple as time passed.
Let's eat when Haesol get here. Yes. Dot.
After a moment, Haesol closed the distance. Behind Haesol, Jackson followed with bags of bloodstones mounted on him, and a murder of 14 crows followed behind her.
There are monsters still left?
Sunggu was about to defeat the murder of crows, but Woojin stopped him.
It seems she tamed them? You are right.
The crows weren't chasing after Haesol.
They were just following her. As the name implied, they were blackbirds who attack their enemies with sharp, knife-like beaks. What are those? At Woojin's query, Haesol told her story in a boastful manner. Ha. I tamed them. How?
Haesol was slowly becoming stronger, but the knife-beak crows were all level 32. He couldn't believe Haesol was able to tame the 3-star monsters. The saber-toothed tiger Jackson was protecting her, so she wouldn't have been harmed.
When I was excavating bloodstones from the field of corpses, these guys appeared. They couldn't approach us, since they were intimidated by Jackson.
However, I decided to give them several monster corpses for them to eat. It seemed she didn't capture them through submission. She had succeeded in getting close to them.
I acted a little bit. Unexpectedly, the monsters might be weak to acting.
So how did you excavate the bloodstones so quickly?
These guys helped me. Ha! Woojin didn't act like himself as he was lost for words.
Then his eyes became round.
That's possible? Yes. I'm able to communicate with them to a certain extent. It seems she naturally awakened to the skills like commune and psychomancy. These skills were essential for tamers.
Woojin stroked his chin. He thought about the characteristics of the knife-beak crows.
The knife-beak crow's favorite food is the intestines of other animals.
They used their sharp beaks to pierce through skin, and those beaks were perfect for finding and pulling out the intestines. Moreover, the crows had the habit of gathering shiny items.
Now they became friends with the tamer, so it wasn't unreasonable for them to move under the instruction of the tamer's will. Not bad. Woojin nodded his head. He really thought this was great.
Necromancer could only summon the undead, who had a deep-seated hate for the living. The undead army charged without any fear, so they were well suited for battle. However, they fell quite short when gathering items or excavating bloodstones. Woojin could order them, but he would have to control them himself.
The undead couldn't do the task by themselves.
It was like playing with puppets. If he had to control them, he would rather do it himself.
It was easier and faster. Show me. Yes, sir. As if Haesol was concentrating, she closed her eyes for a brief moment.
The crows perched in the surrounding flapped their wings to take flight. They headed towards the corpses of the monster hunted by Sunggu. Soon, their sharp beaks were ripping into the corpses. They took out the bloodstones, and they gathered it all in one place.
Woojin asked as if he was fascinated. They know which ones have the bloodstones? I can sense it a little bit.
Ha! To send my telepathic messages, I tried hard to sense the energies around me.
Before I knew it, I could sense it a little bit. Monsters, humans and items all emitted a unique energy. One could call it magic, or even life energy. The dead monsters emits an evil energy, but the corpses with the bloodstones let out a mixture of magical energy and evil energy. Haesol must have understood this at an instinctual level.
No, it wasn't instinct. She must have awakened to a sensing-type ability. This was another additional effect of learning telepathy.
Ho-oh!
Woojin stroked his chin. He knew Haesol had the potential to advance very quickly, but he never expected such rapid progress.
Moreover, she had exceptional talent.
Woojin looked at Sunggu.
Auto-kiting.
Woojin looked towards Haesol.
Auto-farming.
The corner of Woojin's mouth lifted. He had brought a newly picked rouse to order around, yet her new abilities opened his eyes to a new possibility. He had stumbled upon it, but it was complete now.
He achieved the perfect automatic hunting method. Star. Dungeon entrance. Well done, President.
Woo Sung-hoon, who had been on standby, lifted a warm cup of green tea towards him. Woojin took a sip, and he asked a question.
Do we still have some time left before the appointment ends? Yes, sir. You cleared it so fast that there's 1 hour 12 minutes left. That's plenty of time. You should call the management bureau and ask them to send a monster management employee.
Yes, sir.
I will do so.
The cause must be the large crows that came out behind Che Haesol.
Haesol wasn't the first one to become a tamer type roused.
Numerous tamer type roused had existed before her.
The monsters they trained must be registered with the management bureau. Moreover, they couldn't travel outside the authorized region.
After drinking another gulp of the warm green tea, Woojin looked towards Sunggu and Haesol.
Let's go one more time.
Yes, Hungnim.
Understood, President. 1 hour.
Even if one spent 4 times longer within the high-ranked dungeons, 4 hours to clear a 5-star dungeon was still very short. However, Woojin was confident he could do it if he was with his Autobots.
Star. Inside the van returning to the office.
A professional road manager was driving instead of Sunghoon, and Chief Secretary Sunghoon sat in the front seat.
Kong Woojin and Hong Sunggu sat in the passenger seats. Haesol was following within a container truck with her tamed monsters. Ah, it's too bad.
It would have been better if we could have caught several more of them.
Ha. Still, we got 20 of them. With them in tow, we really don't have to worry about excavating bloodstones.
There was a limit to Haesol's intimacy stat. She reached her limit after taming the saber-toothed tiger Jackson and the 20 knife-blade crows. It was impossible for her to tame or control any more monsters.
Haesol will now have to work hard. Ha.
Now Haesol will start becoming much stronger.
Haesol was already level 31.
For over 2 years, Woojin had been stuck as a rank F in the past. When he observed his subordinate rising to rank D after clearing a dungeon 3 times, he couldn't help but let out a sigh at the speed. Still, it left much to be desired for Woojin. In the end, her magical energy, stat, taming, and abilities were corrected using reinforcement stones. It wasn't as if her battle experience and dungeon clearing experience was getting better.
Truthfully, Haesol was still a noob. Oh yeah. Do you think Minchan is busy? He's probably busy. Do you know the Titan Guild's phone number? Let me find out.
Sunghoon called the office, then handed his handphone towards Woojin.
President. It's Vice President Young. Geez. I guess he's really worried. Woojin took the handphone. Just text me their phone number. What business do you have with them? Ah. I just have something I want to ask them. I can ask them myself. I get back to you with their reply. No. I know you are busy. Just send me their phone number. This isn't anything important. Are you really sure this isn't anything important? Geez.
Woojin put some strength into his voice, and it immediately caused Minchan to tuck his tails between his legs.
Understood. I'll text the number to President's phone. All right. Continue to work hard.
I'll be arriving at the office soon, so let's have dinner together.
You probably don't have the time to leave the office? I'll have a jajangmyeon.
I also want a jajangmyeon,
I'll have a jampong.
Woojin grinned when Sunggu and Sunghoon butted in to make their orders.
You heard them, right? I want you to order 2 jajang and 1 jampong. Call Haesol to find out what she wants. Yes. Understood. Minchan prayed Woojin wouldn't cause any more trouble. Minchan ended the call without knowing if Woojin received his heartfelt feelings or not.
After ending the call, he handed the phone back to Sunghoon.
DDI ring.
Woojin heard the sound alerting him to a text message.
He took out his hand phone. Direct line to the Titan Guild secretary office. XXXXXXXX. How do I make an international call? I'll do it for you. Durururu.
With the help of Sunghoon, the phone started to ring. During all of this, Sunggu had been tilting his head in confusion.
We don't have a translator. Does Mr. Sunghoon know how to speak English? No. I can't.
Sunghoon was so taken aback that he quickly looked towards the road manager, and the driver shook his head with an embarrassed expression on his face.
Woojin smirked when he saw them being flustered. Hello. This is Alandal's Kong Woojin. Eloquent English started to flow out of Woojin's mouth. Sunggu and Sunghoon's eyes became round. I'll immediately connect you to the guildmaster.
The secretary must have received some training on how to respond when the Alandal Guild contacted them. The call was immediately directed towards the guildmaster.
Alandal Master Kong. What can I do for you? Do you remember the head I showed you before when I was in the US? Do you mean Al-Assad? Oh. You know his name, so you finished gathering information on him? Not really. He's a really famous assassin, so he isn't really affiliated with an organization. He operated like a mercenary for hire. He worked a lot for the rebel forces in Afghanistan. There were some evidence suggesting he had worked in Iraq and Syria on several occasions. We are trying hard to find who was behind the... I know who was behind it. What? Is that true? Woojin smirked. Of course, he knew it. He had asked Al-Assad himself. Woojin found out who had given him the order and he was able to backtrack to find out who was behind it. Woojin just wanted a little bit help from the Titan Guild. Do you want to go catch the mastermind behind the terrorist attack? How dare he send an assassin against him? It was time for revenge. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 89 Heading Towards the End, 2. Chapter 89 Heading Towards the End, 2. The core members of Allendale sat around a table within the president's room. They were arguing about whether they should pour the sweet and sour sauce over the fried pork. As the president, Kong Woojin had the final say, but this horrible situation developed because he had said, "I don't care." At Sung Hoon's insistence, they started doing rock paper scissors, and the dip the pork sect won. Woojin, who had watched this all unfold, yelled at them to just pour the sauce, so the sauce was poured over the dish of fried pork. This elicited a yell of victory from the pour the sauce and eat it sect. Woojin was mixing his jajangmyeon when he saw Minchan just sitting there doing nothing. He pointed towards the bowl of jajangmyeon with his chin. What are you doing? The noodle is going to get soggy. Instead of picking up his chopsticks, Minchan let out an aggrieved sound. President. Why do you always have to do this to me? Do what? Do you know what breaking news is on right now on CCB? What? Woojin mixed his jajangmyeon, then he took a big bite. They are saying the US government, Titan, and Allendale are forming a joint counter-terrorism unit. Is that so? Woojin picked up a piece of fried pork soaked in sweet and sour sauce. He dipped it in soy sauce and ate it. Mmm. This place was quite delicious. Even the people over there have cheap lips. It hadn't been too long yet they are already talking about it on TV. President. You can't be so laid back right now. What? What's the problem? People from the media are calling to request an interview. The quantity of calls is enough to paralyze our business. Currently, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say all the employees outside the president's room was holding a phone. Just pull out the phone cords. That. What kind of nonsense answer was that? In the end, aren't we going to turn them all down? Why do we have to answer each call? But our other work? Didn't you say the phone calls were already paralyzing our business? Why was the president being like this? Did the president attend some logic class? Minchan wanted to argue with him, but no words came to his mind. But? Do you receive the application papers through the phones? No, but. Then stop using the phones. That's. Still, no matter how one looks at it. Did it make sense to not answer the phones when the phones were the source of the problem? Minchan calmed his agitated heart, and then he started talking in a calm manner. Phew. President. If we do that, then the public image of our guild and the trust of the other guilds we are working with. Woojin smirked. Can our reputation get any worse? That's. Aha. Our company's image was already bad from the start. Woojin was his own lord throughout heaven and earth. They were the Korea's best, unreasonable guild. They were a guild that would immediately close down if their skilled master, who could close consecutive 6-star dungeons, was absent. Minchan wore a blank expression, as if he had just been sucker punched. Woojin nodded his towards Sung Hoon. Go pull it all out. Yes, sir. After becoming the chief secretary, Sung Hoon followed Woojin's orders as if there was a fire chasing after him. He immediately exited the president's room and started pulling out all the telephone plugs. Now you don't have any problems. Just relax and work. You don't have to respond to everything. Sometimes ignoring people was the right answer. Woojin put another sweet and sour pork inside his mouth and he chewed. Hey, the food from here is really tasty. What is the name of this place? They are called Samungak. From now on, order from here. Yes, sir.
Woo Sung-hoon sucked up to him, agreeing with whatever Woojin said.
President's ability to handle work is on the level of Zhuge Liang.
Woojin smirked as he watched Sung-hoon flatter him.
Recently, everything he did was cute.
He heard by chance that Sung-hoon's family wasn't well off, and that was the reason why he was trying so hard. He felt a little bit of pity for him.
Dude, you should take home a larger salary starting from today. President's kindness is boundless like the sky. Broken.
This was a broken business.
Minchan let out a sigh inside.
At the unexpected instruction, Sung-hoon let out a ridiculous praise.
At least, he reacted in a normal way. Dee-ree-ree-ree.
Minchan's handphone, as well as several handphones of the employees, rang almost simultaneously. Even Hae-sol, who had joined recently, was getting a call on her phone. The media attempted any method that would give them a chance to make contact with those in the Allendale Guild.
Turn it all off.
Yes, sir. Everyone started to turn off their handphone, and Minchan also grabbed his handphone.
Ha ha. Minchan realized something as he pressed the power button. He decided to give up.
As he thought about it more, he realized there would be no complications.
They weren't some government entity.
They didn't need to explain their decisions.
The government will take care of the aftermath. Well, DDI-reek.
When the screen on the handphone went dark, he felt the extreme stress he had been feeling decrease rapidly. However, there was one issue they had to resolve.
President. How are you going to do the interview when you are heading towards the Middle East? What about it? What about it?
Minchan would be picking the employee for the support division, but Woojin's participation in picking the roust was a must.
We have no idea when you will come back from the Middle East. Won't we run into a problem if a fixed schedule is set? It shouldn't take too long.
If one could quell the terrorists in couple days, then the world would be rid of the terrorists by now.
Let's just choose them in one sitting. What? Is that possible? Yes. Let's do it in one go. Try renting a big gym.
He just had to filter out the bastards with evil souls, then pick people with high potential.
Those qualities couldn't be seen through documents.
He had to do the interview by using all of his sensing and observation type skills.
So when should we schedule it?
Woojin ate another bite of the jjajangmyeon, then he turned to look at Hae-sol. He had planned on giving Hae-sol the command, so Hae-sol had to grow up to a certain point.
At the very least, she had to be rank B. Let's schedule it in 3 weeks.
Until that time, I want you to hire the employees for the support division, then find a location where he will hold the interview.
Understood.
After getting the answers to big problems that needed solving, Minchan opened his jjajangmyeon to mix it.
The noodle had gotten soggy, so it wasn't mixing well.
Woojin clicked his tongue when he saw this.
See?
You should have mixed it before the noodles expanded.
It's all right. Jjajangmyeon wasn't the important issue right now. Minchan asked as he mixed his jjajangmyeon. How about joining up with the Titan in 3 weeks' time? What are you talking about? What? Woojin grinned. I'll be returning before that. Do you mean after 3 weeks? It won't take 3 weeks. It'll be about 1 week. Woojin hadn't meant he would be leaving after 3 weeks. He planned on returning within the 3 weeks. So when are you going to leave? Call the Titan Guild for me. Tell them to pick me up when they leave for the Middle East.
If someone saw him, one would think Woojin was calling for a taxi.
However, Minchan soon conceded the point.
Woojin was worth such troubles.
No, they should be the ones escorting Woojin. Understood. Then I'll be going home now.
I'll take you there.
Woo Sung-hoon, who was Woojin's personal assistant, immediately stepped forward. He had to protect Woojin from the reporters. I want you to make an appointment tomorrow at a suitable 6-star dungeon. Before the plane comes, I want to teach you as much as I can. It would take him long to return from the Middle East, but he had to lay down the groundwork for Sung-gu and Hae-sol so they could clear the dungeons together. Yes, sir. Woojin ate all of his jjajangmyeon and left work thinking about his plans tomorrow.
Minchan started composing an email he was going to send to the Titan Guild.
Star. Titan Guild Headquarters. Master Deacon couldn't help but labor over this incredible offer. He was going to ferret out and exterminate the terrorists. The previous missile terrorist attack was a horrible nightmare from the perspective of Americans. It was a disaster committed by a fellow human being. Some might find his stance amusing, but he hated terrorists more than the unpredictable dungeon breaks. Woojin knew who was behind al-Assad. Moreover, he had taken the initiative to ask Deacon. He was going to extract his revenge, so should Deacon go along with him? He held an incredible amount of hatred towards terrorist organizations, but there were several issues that made him hesitate. Several American businesses are involved in this. This was one of the evidence found during the investigation. In the case of the artificial dungeon in Rashmode, they had learned much from the gang members they had caught. They were receiving support from an unknown company. The identity of the company was only known by the boss, but unfortunately, he was killed in the Rashmode incident. Moreover, several scientists that were found on location were confirmed to have ties with several companies. Still, they were only at the early stages of evaluating the evidence. The investigation was still well underway. They were stealthily and quietly. Then Woojin's offer came in. If they moved too rashly, the enemy could cut off their own tail and deny everything. Then they wouldn't be able to hold the culprits accountable. Was it the right move to just go ahead and move against them? There was another worry. Will the government move? Of course, the companies would have ties to some in the government. Maybe this would be all for naught if the government didn't want to retaliate against these terrorists. This still meant Korea's Allendale Guild would be heading towards the Middle East regardless of what they did. A terrorist attack had occurred on US soil, but a Korean guild would be heading towards the Middle East to exact revenge instead of the US government and a US guild. This isn't good. If the Titans didn't participate in this, they won't suffer monetarily from it, but they would lose something important. No, the damage from losing this would be incalculable. It was the Titans' reputation and what they stood for. They were portrayed as the best guild in the US, and part of their image was the fact that they protected the US. This image would take a hit. It might not seem like a big deal right now. However, if the Holy Maiden's prophecy was true, it would be fatal for them when the great catastrophe hits Earth. The Titans must have symbolic value. When the catastrophe comes, people must not lose their moral compasses. The Titan Guild had to be their hope and shield. This is why they had to accept this offer. They had to risk the government disagreeing with them. Moreover, they had to make the decision soon. Deacon pressed the intercom button and paged his secretary. Contact the CCB. Yes, master. He'll start the fire and see what happens. If they don't act now, then they won't be able to guide world as the lighthouse that will light the way in the catastrophe. They will have sufficient justification to do this. Americans wanted this. The government won't be able to block this. He didn't know who worked behind the scenes, but their hearts will soon be filled with worry. Warang's guild master. These days Lee Sango was in a foul mood. He was always in a bad mood before, but it had gotten much worse these days. When he turned on the TV, listened to the radio, and surfed the internet, it was only full of stories about Allendale. Woojin. Everything was about him. Even the gossip section was overflowing with his story. Hello. This is MBS reporter Young Suyan and we are at the Chinese restaurant. They are the only ones that has been able to speak over the phone with the Allendale Guild. We are going to interview the owner of the restaurant. Ah, geez. BB, you are driving away the customers. BB, go away. BB, TLN, beep equals swear words being censored. Yes. As expected of the restaurant that has the last working phone connection to Allendale, they are quite violent and aggressive. The owner of the Chinese restaurant was angry as he got into it with the crowd of reporters gathered around his restaurant. Lee Sango turned off the TV with the remote. They are making a fuss out of nothing. Who? Warang Guild's master Lee Sango let out a sigh. Recently, he felt as if he was suffering from neurosis. The world had gone crazy, and everyone only talked about Woojin. The best in the industry. Bullshit. It had been a long time since the terrorist organization in the Middle East responsible for the assassination had contacted him. In the first place, they had used an untraceable number and they initiated the contact. Unless they called him, Lee Sango had no way of contacting them. Director Kim ignored his call, and even Congressman Che avoided meeting him. After losing the only rank aroused Lee Yunui, Warang Guild's power was in a free fall, and Allendale Guild's influence was shooting up into the sky. They were up so high that he didn't even dare to plot against them from behind the scenes. He felt as if everything was closing in on him. It was at that moment when a white cloud of smoke suddenly formed in front of Lee Sango to create an apparition. Who is it? What are you? He was a rank beroused. Lee Sango was surprised, but he calmly glared at his opponent. One could see glimpses into the smoke, but he couldn't tell if the apparition was male or female. The unknown entity laughed. Do you want revenge?
He had never heard of these words that rang inside his head, yet he could understand its meaning. It was an unfamiliar language, yet the meaning was being conveyed.
Who are you? Don't you want revenge against the bastard who killed Li Yunhui?
The bastard who killed Li Yunhui.
What did this person know? Come Woojin?
Cook.
I'll give you the power that will allow you to get your revenge.
Go to the dungeon where your Dongxing died.
What? Why should he follow orders from some unknown person? No, what is the identity of this thing?
Li Songo let out a yell, and his eyes suddenly opened.
What the hell? Did I faint? Did he momentarily lose consciousness because of his stress?
The vision was so vivid that it hadn't felt like a dream. Li Songo tilted his head in confusion. At that moment, his eyes opened wide when he saw the sword placed at the spot where the apparition had appeared. It was the sword his Dongxing Li Yunhui had used. He quickly approached it to check the grip. It had Yunhui's initial engraved on it, so he was sure this was her sword.
How?
His Dongxing had perished inside a dungeon, so how could this sword still exist? At the time, Kong Woojin had come out by himself and he didn't bring out any of his Dongxing's possessions.
This didn't make any sense. After the dungeon is cleared, the dungeon is reset on the next visit.
This didn't line up with any modern theory about the dungeons. He suddenly recalled the words spoken by the apparition.
Revenge, power.
A greasy light shone in Li Songo's eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 90, Heading Towards the End, 3. Chapter 90, Heading Towards the End, 3.
The Holy Maiden stood in front of her goddess statue.
Oh, my goddess. Do I really have to go?
She kept telling herself that she was going to go. However, she kept pushing it off until several days had passed. Moreover, it seemed her destiny was fated to flow towards him. The Immortal had asked for the Titan Guild's cooperation, and they were about to head towards the Middle East to quell a terrorist organization. It was as if he was waving at her to come towards him. She felt an uncomfortable feeling in her heart. It wasn't as if she could refuse to go. Even now, she felt her goddess statue observing her, and there was an uncomfortable feeling inside of her heart. Her goddess had been the one to guide her to Earth in the first place. If she wanted Melody to go to the Immortal, she must have a valid reason.
Maybe he really might be the person to save Alphen. I'll go.
When she made her decision, she thought she saw the goddess statue smile, or was she mistaken? After the Holy Maiden made up her mind, she immediately passed on the goddess oracle to the Titans Guild master.
This caused Deacon to immediately come meet her. You can't. Titan Guild had poured so much resource into the Holy Maiden, yet she was going to leave now? How was this acceptable?
That is what the divine message said.
Moreover, I do not want to walk down this path, but I have no choice. You are putting me in a tough spot. Deacon really was in a hopeless situation.
He hadn't dispatched high-rank Rouse to her as holy knights in good faith. He wasn't helping her so she could free Alphen. He had done all this so the Titan Guild could profit from the situation. The miraculous blessing she casted was caught on camera, and the Titan Guild had become the center of attention of the world. She had also treated many people, so the Titan Guild was thankful to the Church of Arya. Moreover, her prophetic ability was of big help. They had gained 3 times more high-ranked dungeons than before, and this caused an influx of Roused joining the Titan Guild. Of course, the Roused would flock towards a guild, who was excellent at obtaining dungeons. Many high-rank Roused defected to become holy knights, but the Titan Guild's overall strength had risen compared to before. If he had to quantitatively measure it, their expansion caused them to become several times more larger than before. Still, how could he be satisfied with just that?
Their profit wasn't supposed to end there.
In the future, she would be the important key into the widespread dungeon breaks and the conquest of Alphen. It was akin to people looking for God in a hopeless situation. When the calamity of overflowing monsters had happened, it was natural for people to look for a deity and an organization that will protect them. If he had the Holy Maiden in his grasp, it would put the guild in a better position to respond to future situations. Unfortunately, he couldn't block her path.
I'm very thankful for all the careful considerations shown to me by the Titan Guild up until now.
I will depart after I leave everything I received behind.
Deacon's expression slightly darkened at the Holy Maiden's words. He couldn't allow it.
I have no choice but to send you off, since you received an oracle.
However, the Holy Knights will continue to follow you, the Holy Maiden. Moreover, our guild will actively support the Holy Maiden and the Arya Church. Is that true?
She, who never showed her emotions, expressed her thanks.
Deacon nodded his head as he spoke.
Both the Arya Church and the Holy Maiden may return here at any time.
The main church of the Arya was on planet Alphen.
The church on Arya on Earth was only a temporary church.
Holy Maiden Melody knew what Deacon wanted.
Mrs. Hamilton has received the favor of the goddess and she will be able to share the goddess.
Blessings.
She will be named the bishop of this church.
Thank you for your consideration, Holy Maiden. Deacon laughed.
At the very least, this was the next best outcome. He tried his best to convince the Holy Maiden to stay at the Titan Guild, but that wasn't possible. Thus, he was satisfied with this arrangement. The Arya Church will still be with the Titan Guild.
Moreover, the Holy Knights supporting the Holy Maiden were all from the Titan Guild.
He was satisfied with the connection the guild had with the Holy Maiden.
So Holy Maiden is going to the Middle East?
Or do you want to head towards Korea? The Holy Maiden Melody thought about it for a moment, but she made her decision soon. The goddess had told her to go to him.
I have to go to the Middle East. Please get ready. Deacon immediately put the guild's private plane on standby. Woojin hadn't asked for much from the Titans.
He asked for a ride to the Middle East and wanted them to stabilize the region after he destroyed the place. The ride would be provided by the Titan, and the latter mission would be handled by the U.S. Army.
Deacon didn't even need to go himself.
The car with the Melody and the Holy Knights headed towards the airport.
Star. Inside the dungeon. Kiba. Stop. As master commands. Kiba's valiant voice rang out in a firm manner.
One couldn't tell if it had been a fight or a spar, but both Sungu and Haesol was lying on the floor in exhaustion.
Ooh. President. Help me, Dot.
Sungu had a hole in his stomach while Haesol's shoulder had been crushed. One of her legs were snapped in an awkward angle, leaving her unable to walk. They were both barely conscious, and they laid on the ground immobilized by the pain.
Chat.
Woojin injected the souls he gathered into them, so he could heal the two.
Cool hook.
The twisted bone reset itself, which caused an enormous amount of pain. However, their bodies were being quickly healed. After a moment, their complexion returned to a somewhat normal state. They still had blank faces as if they couldn't climb out of the mental shock. However, Sungu recovered faster since he had experienced this numerous of times.
Phew. Mr. Kiba is really strong.
Of course.
He is an orc lord.
He used to be a chieftain in charge of a whole tribe. Even amongst the chieftains, Kiba was a great chieftain able to represent all the other chiefs.
The Grey Wing tribe's Kiba was so well known that even Tronet's underlings recognized him. Rank A and Rank C. They now barely entered the 6th circle and 4th circle according to Alphen's ranking system.
They were still very far off until they will be able to handle someone like Kiba. Hey soul. Get a hold of yourself.
What?
Yes. Yes, sir. She felt fear. She had thought that she was going to die.
Haesol's numb senses tightened when Woojin yelled.
The image of Woojin's expression as he looked down at them was imprinted in her mind.
You guys will be able to clear the 5-star dungeons.
If you work hard, it might be possible for you to clear a 6-star dungeon.
Ha. We owe all of this to Hyun Nim's guidance. Haesol was genuinely impressed by Sungu's flattery. How could someone recover so fast?
Sungu, who had experienced numerous situations like this, looked incredible to Haesol.
Then let's go again.
Yes, sir.
Dot.
Sungu's eyes were glinting again with defiance, but Haesol's face was struck with fear.
Chat. She's too far off yet. Of course, anyone would be afraid if they were pushed to the brink of death. However, if one repeatedly experienced it, one could overcome it. If one didn't want to die, then one had to become stronger like Sungu. Haesol had to follow the same path.
Sungu and Haesol's abilities significantly decreased the time needed to clear a dungeon. Woojin used the remaining time to summon Death Knights like Kiba and train both of them. There was a time difference when one was in the dungeon, so they were able to achieve 4 times the progress. Each Death Knight used different weapons and all had their own style of fighting. As the two of them faced a variety of situations, they were able to learn the feel for live battles.
Rakto. Woojin summoned and introduced his Death Knights in order.
The two of them hovered over the boundary of death until it was time for Woojin to leave for the Middle East.
Star. A black sedan stopped near Daeju's Jukjeon station.
Warang's guild master Lee Sango had frantically driven his car here, and he let out a string of swear words.
Shit. What am I doing here?
He wasn't sure if he had been bewitched by a ghost. Even as he got off the car, he couldn't understand his own behavior. In the end, he had come here.
Did he really believe in the illusion-like vision he saw? He didn't want to believe it, but how can he when Yanui's sword was right in front of him? So who's behind this? After one clears a dungeon, it reinitializes on one's re-entry. The basic monsters were newly summoned once again. Everything before the reinitialization disappeared from the dungeon. Someone was going against this law. Maybe it was a god.
Maybe it was a being that could change the dungeon's structure or approach a dungeon when it started to form.
Ha!
It didn't matter if he believed it or not. He was tempted by the offer, and Lee Sango had come down to Daegu. He got off the car, then looked for the entrance of the Jukjun station where Yanui had died. Shit! If he thought about it, everything started to go wrong starting from here.
If he didn't send Yanui to Daegu to inquire about Woojin.
In front of the entrance to the subway station, there was a small statue of Woojin.
Admiration for the hero who stopped the calamity. Daegu's local government wasn't responsible for this.
The people from the neighborhood footed the cost of erecting this small statue. When Lee Sango saw it, he felt swear words rise up his throat. Woojin was a hero to the locals, but he was Lee Sango's nemesis. Woojin had ruined his business, killed his dongsing, and was the main cause for why his guild was in a freefall. Lee Sango stood in front of the dungeon entrance.
The employee from the management bureau stared at him oddly.
There were users inside the dungeon, so the barrier was up.
Hey! It's dangerous over here. If you don't have an appointment, then please back off. Even the employees from the management bureau couldn't recognize him?
He was the guild master of the 3 great guilds of Korea.
Annoyance washed over him.
Anger suddenly blossomed in his chest. The employee guarding the dungeon entrance, and the security personnel standing to the side started to float up into the air at the same time.
Supernatural powers were moving them and they had no control over their body.
Their startled eyes headed towards Lee Sango, who they guessed was the culprit.
You don't know who I am?
It felt as if they had been submerged within water without any protective gears, feeling the pressure increase.
The pain was making their heads hurt.
Their self-preservation instinct twitched as they finally figured out the identity of man in front of them.
Warang Guild Master. Lee Sango released the psychokinesis imprisoning the 3. After falling to the floor, the public employee took in a deep breath.
Finally, after regaining his senses, he asked a question.
What business brought you here?
Yes.
Why did he come here? Was it for power? Was it because he didn't have strength to extract his revenge? How funny.
He might have come here after an unknown illusion had tricked him.
Moreover, he wanted to believe in the word of the illusion.
The whole situation made him want to laugh.
Nothing much. Lee Sango turned his back towards them. Even though he was in a bad spot, how could he act like a madman? Wasn't he acting like a cultist who lost his sense of judgment? It happened when Lee Sango was about to walk away.
Kook.
I like you.
The illusion appeared once again in front of him, and it caused his eyes to shake. If you follow me, I'll give you power. The illusion turned into white smoke once again. It brushed by Lee Sango's ear as it headed towards the dungeon. The illusion disappeared as if it had been absorbed by the dungeon. Lee Sango rubbed his eyes.
What the hell? Was he really bewitched by a ghost? Lee Sango was shaking his head when something amazing happened to the dungeon. Pot.
A pillar of light rose out of the dungeon, and it shot up into the sky.
It's a dungeon reset. Huck. It's for real.
This was a dungeon located at an intersection. The various people walking by and the rouse nearby was approaching to look at the spectacle. This incident was too timely to call it a coincidence, so Lee Sango's eyes fluttered.
Hello?
This is Jukjun Station. Time was of the utmost importance when a dungeon reset happened. From this point on, there was 30 days left to clear it. The public employee had been frantically talking into the phone when the receiver exploded.
He couldn't complete his duty. What the hell are you doing?
The public employee didn't even need to look around his surrounding. The public employee and the guards rose into the sky, and then their heads were rammed into the wall.
Poo-uck.
A long trail of blood flowed down the wall, accompanying a sound like that of watermelons breaking.
Then, the 3 bodies fell to the floor. Power.
As if he was being pulled by a magnet, Lee Sango headed towards the reset dungeon. He didn't care what the dungeon energy and what rank this dungeon was. He didn't even think about whether he could realistically clear the dungeon as a rank B.
Revenge.
Something in there was willing to give him power. He didn't care if he became some cultist.
He wanted power.
A human from Earth had let go his sense of judgment and passed through the dungeon entrance. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 91, Heading Towards the End, 4. Chapter 91, Heading Towards the End, 4. What did I just do?
Lee Sanggo became surprised after he entered the dungeon. He belatedly realized what he had done. He felt a rush of regret, but it was too late to turn back now. After the barrier formed, he wouldn't be able to just walk back out. The only way was to clear the dungeon and find the return stone.
No. If you accept my offer, you can get out of here easily. Who are you? Kook.
The laughter rang inside his head, giving Lee Sanggo the shivers.
If you want power, then come to me. Jing.
In front of Lee Sanggo's eyes, a red portal was formed. It formed even though I hadn't killed all the basic monsters. The portal that gave access to the true high-rank dungeon appeared only when all the monsters inside the subway station was killed. However, as soon as he entered the dungeon, the portal had formed. To be precise, the mysterious voice had created it. Unless Lee Sanggo was an idiot, it was hard not to notice what had happened. This being is capable of controlling the dungeon. He had no idea who this was. He wasn't sure if this being was a god, a devil, or an alien from outer space. However, he knew this being could control the dungeon, and he had no idea why he was called here. The only thing he was sure about was the fact that he had no choice but to pass through the portal.
He erased any thoughts about clearing the dungeon.
There was a being enticing him with the promise of power. All he had to look forward to was making a deal.
Weeing.
As he passed through the portal, he heard a buzz, after which he felt his body becoming weightless. It felt as if he was being transported to a different dimension. He was a rank beroused, so he had experienced clearing high-rank dungeons several times.
He wasn't wholly unfamiliar with this sensation.
However, the scene that unfolded in front of his eyes was unfamiliar and strange.
Wing.
He saw a large castle of ice being buffeted by cold winds. The land was too desolate to call it a field, it was filled with white snow. The road headed towards a hill where a large ice castle existed on top of it.
Lee Sanggo automatically shrunk backwards as he saw the domineering view.
The cold wasn't the only reason why his body was shaking. When he was about to swallow his saliva, some unknown thing had exited the castle and started running towards Lee Sanggo.
Kung.
The large beast's footfall made the ground shake, and Lee Sanggo's heart raced faster.
Lee Sanggo's speciality was psychokinesis.
He was too weak to be called a physical type roused.
Okay.
He knew that an existence he couldn't handle was approaching him, so Lee Sanggo automatically let out a moan.
Kurururung.
The large being had a curved back and was covered in thick white fur. It was an ice troll, and it stopped right in front of Lee Sanggo, standing at 3 times the size of a person.
Kung. Its nose flared to take in his scent.
There was a horrible stench coming from its mouth, but Lee Sanggo didn't move a finger. The corrupt being probably didn't call in here so he could be eaten by an ice troll.
Kururung.
When it turned around, Lee Sanggo saw what was being dragged by the ice troll.
It looked like a mix between a carriage and a sled.
It turned its back to Lee Sanggo after showing him the ride. After receiving the clear message, Lee Sanggo took a deep breath and got on the sled.
Kururung.
Steam started to come out of its nose as it ran towards the castle with the sled in tow. The castle was so large that it gave the illusion they were already close to it. However, it took a while for them to arrive, even though the sled was moving at an incredible speed. When he stood in front of the castle's door, it looked to be about 10 meters tall. He could guess the size of the owner that used this door regularly.
When the castle door opened, he followed the ice troll without a moment of rest.
When he looked around his surrounding, he could see a good number of ice trolls, and he saw a couple large monster that looked like a woolly mammoth. After Lee Sanggo walked for a fathomless amount of time, he arrived at the heart of the castle. It looked to be the residence of the king. The place was sparkling since it had been carved out of ice.
It was an excessively fancy castle.
In the center of the large hall, there was a stairway leading up high. At the zenith, the being who would call him was sitting on a throne.
You really came. The being was made entirely out of ice.
He looked like an ice golem, but his size and shape was similar to that of a human. But even if he was of similar height, his presence made it clear that he wasn't a human.
Lee Sanggo got on his knee out of his own volition and lowered his head.
When the being saw this, he stood up from his ice throne.
You are quite quick on the uptake.
As if he liked what he saw, The being descended the steps one at a time, then stood in front of Lee Sango.
Raise your head. Yes. Lee Sango couldn't control his body from shaking as he raised his head.
He felt it all over his body. The ice sculpture-like being in front of him could kill Lee Sango with the tip of his finger. Calm Woojin, who had beaten him to a pulp in front of the camera, couldn't even be compared to this being.
I welcome you to my dimensional domain. Kook. You don't have to tremble. I wanted to give you an offer, so I sent a messenger to you, but... A white specter appeared and disappeared next to the being made out of ice. I'll give you the power you want. Give him power.
He liked those words. It was the word he had wished for, but he knew there were no free meals in this world. His desire for power was used as bait to bring him here.
What do you want? Kook. The being laughed. This is why I like humans.
Humans were a species that understood if one coveted something above their station, then there was a cost involved. This was why they were a very good prey and a good source of energy. I want to occupy Earth, but Earth can't accept me yet.
It is too early. Lee Sango listened in silence. He had no idea what this being was talking about.
Still, it felt as if he had become privy to an incredible secret no one knew about on Earth.
I won't lose good hunting grounds to those beneath me.
The being turned his back towards Lee Sango, then he turned to look at the throne he had been sitting in. There were 25 stairs. He held the glorious title of being Tronet's 25th Great Lord.
Elo. I'm not like that stupid rash mode. I avoid using an unstable link. Tronet's 72 commanders.
They were the 72 great lords who held their own thrones. Each throne were numbered by steps from 1 to 72, and above them was the absolute monarch.
Everyone needed a hunting ground. Earth was being synchronized, so the energy level would increase. The increased amount of energy will allow a link to form for the first step. As the power on Earth increases, the higher steps could prey on Earth. Yellow didn't like this at all.
He won't be able to link with Earth as fast as the great lords of the lower steps. Still, he didn't want to be late in linking with Earth, so he needed to bring changes to Earth. You just have to cause trouble to your heart's content.
Yellow turned back once again, raising his hand towards the kneeling Lee Sango's head.
As if he was learning an ability using a skill book, new knowledge was absorbed into Lee Sango's head.
This is Dungeon Break.
Yellow needed exactly 30 days before he could use the return stone, but he could hasten it by using the human from Earth.
Lee Sango would be his vector. He will open a path where the monsters will be able to pass through to Earth. I'll have to give you some power.
It seems you have a massive grudge against the troublesome immortal.
Yellow broke off a fragment of ice from his shoulder and gave it to Lee Sango.
Lee Sango received it with reverence, and the fragment that looked like an ice flower was absorbed into his body in an instant.
How can this be? He felt it.
The overflowing energy was rising inside him like a dragon. He developed new abilities and his knowledge expanded.
God. These beings are gods. If Asgard was real, then would it be like this? Should he call this the world of the gods?
The gods were trying to descend to Earth. The stupid people of Earth was unnecessarily resisting against the gods.
These beings will eventually descend. Lee Sango could feel it. No matter how they struggled, humans wouldn't be able to stop them. He'll become the gods' envoy.
He'll get his revenge, and he'll bring destruction.
Yellow smiled.
He probably wasn't the only great lord who had sent out a messenger. The synchronization of Earth will be accelerated, and he'll materialize on Earth before those below him gained more power. He would defend his throne, and he will also challenge the higher thrones.
Do as you please, my servant. A blue light rolled across Lee Sango's eyes. Star.
He had already ridden the Titan Guild's private plane, so he greeted the familiar pilot and flight crews. However, Woojin frowned when he saw a familiar woman inside.
Why are you here?
Before the Holy Maiden could reply, a black smoke formed next to Woojin.
Kiba materialized. Evil bitch. Kiba let out a yell, and his voice rang inside the plane.
Kiba was about to charge immediately with his axe to cleave her into two, but Woojin restrained him.
Don't come out before I call for you. Gururururung. Kiba's rough breath pressed against the Holy Maiden.
The Holy Maiden's face became haggard, but she didn't back down. Woojin's consciousness was connected to the summon room, and he sighed when he felt his Death Knight's protest.
Go back in.
Immortal's command demanded absolute obedience.
Kiba didn't hide his killing intent as he glared at Melody.
He changed back into black smoke, and he was absorbed into Woojin. Some unknown and frightening being had appeared, so the flight attendants shook as they pressed their bodies against the wall of the plane. The Holy Knights, who had accompanied the Holy Maiden, was frozen in nervousness. The killing intent and pressure shown in an instant had made the Holy Knights, who were rank A and rank B, froze in place.
You are also going to the Middle East?
Yes.
My familiars don't like you. Why are you following after me?
The goddess gave an oracle.
She said for me to assist the immortal.
Oh.
Why did that big sis say such a thing? Woojin frowned. What kind of holy maiden assists a fucking necromancer?
I'm sorry. Melody lowered her head. This being had faced gods. Melody had no choice but to be careful in front of the immortal. She was just a servant who could hear the goddess' voice.
A few.
It's okay. Why should you be sorry?
The holy maiden had to do whatever the goddess said. Goddess Arya was the foul one.
The Holy Maiden Melody wasn't at fault.
Just don't get close to me.
Yes.
Moreover, don't use any holy magic around me.
Yes.
As if it wasn't enough, Woojin once again gave another warning. I'm serious. Don't use it.
If your holy powers mistakenly hit these guys, they will perish.
Yes.
I'll be careful. The Death Knights were still yelling their grievance inside the summon room, so Woojin frowned.
Woojin didn't mind the fact that she was here.
BB and Dulcie was also fine, since one was a devil and the other was a golem. However, his undead familiars hated the Holy Maiden.
F you.
Whatever. Woojin sat in his seat, then he put on his seatbelt. The Holy Maiden sat far away from him, and she put on her seatbelt. Then she prayed to her goddess.
Oh goddess. Please look over me if you feel sorry for me.
She liked the fact that Alphen would be rescued.
Everything was great.
However, she had to follow Woojin when she wasn't entirely welcomed. It made her future seem dark, and her heart was already fluttering from nervousness. When she shrank away from Woojin, the Holy Knights also started to eye Woojin warily.
Ah. I should have uploaded some drama.
Woojin felt regret, but it was too late. The plane left the tarmac and headed towards the Middle East. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 92, Wrath of the Desert. Chapter 92, Wrath of the Desert. Bagram Airfield, Afghanistan.
Commanding General David Gates got off the phone with the Minister of National Defense and gathered his officers. There was only one topic to discuss within this meeting. Currently, a Korean citizen Roused is on the Titan Guild's private plane, and he has information on the missile terrorist attack carried out on the US soil. It must be that Korean who stopped the terrorist attack.
That's right.
He wants to track down and take revenge on the people responsible for the attack, and he is requesting help from our military.
The Chief of Staff immediately asked his question after hearing General David's words.
I know he is aroused, but warfare is dangerous. If we don't work well together, the joint operation with the civilians will put us in more danger.
He was basically saying a stupid ally was more dangerous than the enemies.
It would be more dangerous if this Roused put too much trust in his puny abilities.
There was no guarantee that a Roused wouldn't die from a bullet.
The battlefield was a place where a bullet could kill you from far away.
This was sent by the Titan Guild.
At the commander's word, the aide played the video.
Oh, shit. Star.
After Woojin and the people from the Titan Guild got off the private plane, they were immediately directed towards the commander's room.
General David gave a brief greeting, and at Woojin's request, they immediately started planning for the operation. How did you get this information?
This was the information they were most curious about. U.S. intelligence agencies were still trying very hard to find information on the people behind the missile terrorist attack, yet how did Woojin know all about this?
Well.
Woojin called forth Al-Assad, who had become a Death Knight. His loyalty and trust was still weak, so he still needed to use a considerable amount of control.
However, he had been able to lower it to 80. Woojin asked Al-Assad a question.
Hey.
Tell them all about it.
I received a request from a broker that I frequently had business with.
It was to assassinate a Korean Roused.
Woojin's familiar was an assassin who had tried to kill him. Everyone inside the planning room looked at him strangely, but Woojin paid no attention to it.
Who was it?
It was an Iranian businessman. I don't know his name, but if I see his picture.
At Al-Assad's request, the general brought up a list.
It had photos of businessmen who hailed from Iran.
Al-Assad pointed to one of them. Whom? This person is Nasser Sachi.
This man sells weapons to both the government and the rebels.
He is on our watch list.
He serves as a go-between for various ventures that has the potential to be profitable.
Woojin looked at the picture.
It was a picture of a Middle Eastern businessman named Nasser Sachi. If he shook this guy down, then he would be able to find out who ordered his assassination.
Where can I find him? Whoa. Don't be in such a rush.
Woojin acted as if he was about to head out to immediately look for this man, but David dissuaded him.
Our target is identified now. We'll tell you after we establish the personnel for this operation.
Now that the information was out in the open, they wanted Woojin to wait a little bit. This person was on the US Army's watch list, but on the surface, he was a legit businessman. Still, this person of interest instigated a terror attack on the US soil. They had enough probable cause to be able to capture him using the might of the army. Still, if they wanted to catch him before he realized something was wrong, they needed a proper plan. I have a way to monitor the bastard without him noticing anything. You just have to guide me to a location where I can see him with my eyes. They didn't have to set up a meeting to draw this man out. Woojin just had to walk by this man within his field vision, and he'll be able to attach Gaby to him. After several days, Woojin would find out the pattern of his movements. He would be able to find the location where he conducted his business, and correspondingly, where he stored the information regarding all his past deals.
Won't we be able to learn more information doing it my way? What do you think? Woojin's suggestion was intriguing.
If they arrested Nasser at the word of this strange skeleton knight, the US might receive international criticism should there be no evidence connecting the man to the terrorist attack.
Woojin would be able to provide them with more detailed information.
Woojin had no other ulterior motives. If he couldn't learn the information about who had ordered his assassination from Nasser, then he would run into a wall in his pursuit. This was why he was paying closer attention to this operation. I don't know who ordered it, but that person should watch out.
For a brief moment, David thought about Woojin's suggestion. Then, he answered. All right. Let's implement the plan together.
The mission was named, Putting a Bell Around a Cat's Neck. Woojin was inserted into a portion of the mission called, Lick the Shadow.
Star. Peshawar, Pakistan. Boom.
A disguised Woojin was riding in the backseat of a taxi, and he was sitting next to an American intelligence office named Rachel Park.
Her Korean name was Lieutenant Parkunji.
They looked like a typical Asian couple on a vacation as they headed towards a hotel.
Why are you so nervous? Hoo-oo. This is the first time I've been on such a mission.
Rachel held a post that placed her far away from the battlefield. However, she had been inserted into this operation since she was a Korean American. Her appearance didn't clash with Woojin, so they could act naturally as a couple.
It was a good disguise to travel around in.
In the case of an unexpected situation, a support team was following behind the taxi in disguise.
Just think of it as a vacation. Look how great. I guess it isn't that great over here.
Woojin had pointed out the window, and he could see ruined buildings. There were soldiers securing the surrounding with children nearby. Woojin's words trailed off when he saw the people in the streets. There was a suicide bombing here not too long ago. She was an intelligence officer, so she was very well versed in the terrorist activities in Afghanistan and Pakistan.
Does this happen a lot over here?
It happens quite frequently. Even a single terrorist attack in our country would cause an uproar, but it is just part of the daily life here.
He couldn't help but smirk at the view of the streets.
He felt the energy of the battlefield. It felt strange.
He might be able to delude himself into thinking he was back on Alphen.
Of course, he is composed. Rachel swallowed her saliva as she saw Woojin, who was smiling. She had gone over every intel they had on Woojin. Woojin's rank was too high to call him a run-of-the-mill roused, and his decisive actions were quite unusual as well. Her mission was to guide Woojin towards the restaurant in a hotel where Nasser Sachi was scheduled to visit. She also had another important mission of keeping Woojin, who was known to be hot-headed and impulsive, in check.
We'll be arriving soon. Please refrain from doing anything eye-catching or provoking. Don't worry about it. After Woojin and Rachel entered the hotel, they checked into their appointed room.
Rachel opened her suitcase and started setting up the communication equipments. Then, she put a small earpiece into her ear. She contacted the operations vehicle with the support team in it. After she finished checking her communications, she carefully waited for her target to show up.
After a moment. Jeek. The target is approaching the restaurant.
He's here.
Let's go. Woojin and Rachel headed down to the restaurant. After leisurely ordering their meal, Rachel whispered towards Woojin.
He is sitting in the third table near the back window.
He is wearing a sky blue shirt.
Woojin peeked a glance, and he saw a face that matched the photo.
Stick to him, Gaby.
Yes. Gaby, who was attached to his shadow, moved to Nasser Sachi's shadow.
After a moment, the food they ordered arrived.
Woojin used his fork to bring the food up to his mouth and started chewing. It was a chicken and shrimp dish. The spices were a little bit on the strong side, but the taste was to his liking.
This is quite good, Rachel asked in a bit of an impatient manner as she looked at Woojin.
While we have the time, please activate the surveillance mechanism.
I already did. When? She hadn't noticed anything at all. Let's head out after eating this. Understood.
Rachel hadn't noticed anything, even though she was right in front of him. She decided Nasser, who was leisurely having a meal, wouldn't have noticed anything.
They didn't look at the target again. Woojin enjoyed the meal as if he was really on vacation.
It allowed Rachel to shed the nervousness she felt from her first field mission. When she realized his constant leisurely manner wasn't a false front, Rachel felt a strange emotion inside.
Bring the equipments. I'll wait below. Why don't we go up together?
It isn't necessary for both of us to go up.
There are some things only two people can do together, but. Woojin smirked at Rachel's provocation. Even if you'll have to lay down your life?
She decided Woojin was turning down her offer, so Rachel shrugged her shoulders. This was the most cutthroat rejection she had ever received.
Too bad. Go do what you have to do and come back.
Yes. Please wait here for a moment.
While Rachel went up to the room, Woojin walked into the lobby.
The hotel was well maintained, and the street in front of the hotel was clean. The people weren't in extreme fear about the war or the terrorist attacks.
It's much better over here compared to Alphen.
That place was hell, where he had to worry daily about staying alive. Woojin stood there doing nothing when dirty orphans gathered around him. They started babbling words at him, but Woojin didn't feel the need to drink the language drug to understand what they were yelling. He could tell by their body language that they were fiercely begging for money. Kids always gets the shortest end of the stick no matter the location. It was very hard for children to survive after losing their guardians. Woojin took out his wallet, and he gave each of them money as he looked into their clear eyes. The children spoke in words he couldn't understand. They gave their thanks as they moved away from him. Woojin spotted a little girl in the alleyway, and she came running up to him. Ho-oh! There wasn't a single speck of dirt on her soul. She had a clear soul. Maybe it was because she was a child. Her soul was more clear and innocent than Du Jaiwan. Even in a war-torn battlefield, clear souls were still blooming. Woojin was suddenly in better spirits, so he smiled. The little girl was short as her height only reached his waist. The smile she gave Woojin was very pretty. Hello. The child bowed her head, and she respectfully put both her hands out. Woojin laughed as he opened his wallet. Then an out-of-place noise tickled his ears. Tick. As Woojin was about to frown, the bomb hidden within the child's clothes exploded. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 93, Wrath of the Desert, 2. Chapter 93, Wrath of the Desert, 2. Kwang. The first thing he saw was the scraps of meat scattering from the explosion. Then, his spirit armor activated and the barrier of souls formed to block the shock wave. It didn't block repulsive force, therefore Woojin's body was flung backwards, after which it was embedded into the hotel's wall. The explosive must have been quite powerful, since 3 cars that had been passing by Woojin was engulfed in the explosion. The overturned vehicles brought on a secondary explosion. Poo-shi-shi-shi. The dust from the crushed bricks settled on top of Woojin's face. He hadn't suffered any damages from the explosion. He hadn't received any damage from being thrown against the wall either. The spirit armor had blocked everything. Since the dust from the bricks weren't counted as attack, the spirit armor hadn't activated. His body was fine, but he did receive some shock to his psyche. Woojin dumbly laid on the ground. Geez. It had only been couple months since he had returned to Earth. However, everything had turned out like this. He welcomed it, but at the same time, he felt bitter about it. The clear soul floated up in front of Woojin's eyes. Her heart had been beating only a moment ago. Now, not even a corpse remained of the girl with the ridiculously clear soul. It hurts, Ajushi. It must be painful. I'm scared, Ajushi. Color started dying into the girl's clear soul by small increments. It was as if a black ink was dropped on her soul. It turned gray, then black. It started to turn into a darker shade of black. Save me, Ajushi. He was tormented by his inability to do anything. Who would want such a speckless and clear soul to fall into being an evil spirit? Woojin wasn't the only one who had been swept up in the explosion. There were already several casualties. The girl unknowingly had murdered people. Ajushi. The girl's soul was stained black and collapsed into itself. The soul had changed into a round evil spirit that started to circle around Woojin. Please save me. The evil spirit hung around him, but Woojin could only leave it alone. How could he save this delicate evil spirit? Woojin had no choice but to leave it alone. The only thing he could do was to destroy it. He couldn't revert it back to its original form. It's my first evil spirit on Earth. The evil spirits who appeared in his dreams had increased by one, so he didn't attach too much importance to that fact. Woojin was angry, because for the first time he returned to Earth, he had felt a terrible experience that was comparable to what he had gone through on the hell-like Alphen. He's over here. Hurry up. Bring aboard, so we can carry him. The disguised US soldiers ran quickly towards Woojin to save him, but Woojin stood up as he dusted himself off. Are you okay? The perpetrator? He killed himself. What a tenacious bastard. No, he should be called a crazy bastard instead of tenacious. Let's go to the vehicle. What? Yes. The explosion happened right in front of him, yet he was okay. The US soldiers were a bit intimidated by this rank AA roused who continued to show a calm exterior. Woojin got on the van that acted as the command vehicle. Soon, Rachel got in the car with a surprised expression on her face. Rachel looked over Woojin as she asked a question. Are you okay? Were they aiming for me? Woojin didn't seem to be in a good mood, so Rachel immediately answered his question. No. There were 7 simultaneous explosions in the surrounding. So 7 children died. Aside from the children who had been used to carry the explosives, there were a lot of casualties. Woojin didn't care about people killing other people. There will always be conflicts, and fights always resulted in casualties. Still, they were using children who had nothing to do with anything. He was in a foul mood. What was so different about humans in Tronet's pawns? Let's return. Are you okay? I'm not okay. Are you hurt somewhere? No. He wasn't hurt. He was calm, yet she felt a disharmonious feeling from him. He looked too unscathed, as if nothing had happened. Was he hurt in a location where it wasn't visible? Don't talk to me. I'm in a foul mood. Woojin crossed his arms, then he looked out the window. It had been a while. No, this was the first time he had felt such a feeling after returning to Earth. Some sticky and muddy feeling was fouling his mood, and he felt a pure rage rising up from inside of him. Star. After a day, they were back in the Bagram Air Base. All the officers were gathered in the room. It'll be impossible. Really? Then I'll go by myself. The military officers were at a loss for words at Woojin's ambition. Woojin wanted to end the war by himself? This was a war even they could not end. This wasn't a problem that could be solved with firepower or manpower. It's useless to fight them head-on. The leadership group would just go into hiding. Hoo-oo. Woojin frowned. The more he thought about it, the more frustration he felt towards the terrorists. The line between civilians and the rebels were ambiguous. A man, who looked like a civilian, could suddenly start shooting. If one wanted to squeeze the pus out of an abscess, one basically had to amputate the whole arm. If one wanted to round up all the bastards that were in hiding, one would also have to kill all the blameless civilians. Try coming up with an idea. What is there to think about? It is an impossible task. It was Rogers who spoke. If they had a way to end the war, they would have already done so. Currently, all they could do was to stop the influence of the terrorists from expanding. No, their continuous pullout from the region meant already 30% of Afghan's territory was occupied once again by the rebels. The government is talking about dispatching additional forces. Why don't we wait for that? I empathize with your anger, but this isn't something you can handle on your own. General David's words didn't register in Woojin's ears. I don't care if you guys accompany me or not. I'm going by myself. What are you going to do when you get to the territory held by the insurgent group? Are you going to kill them all? Do you want the title of being the most evil terrorist? Soup. Was his name Rogers?
Why is this bastard keep trying to get on his nerve? If you aren't going to help, then stay out of this. I don't need any help. Woojin exited the command room. He would wait 4 days until Gaby gathered enough information. Once he found out who was behind his assassination attempt, he would kill that bastard. Then he would sweep the insurgency group that was carrying out the terrorist attacks. He didn't have a plan, but the end result wouldn't change. As Woojin exited the room, the mood inside the command room became heated. Are you just going to leave him alone like that? Aroused will be massacring the civilians. What defined a terrorist? One became a terrorist when one killed the powerless without justification. In a flash, Woojin would become the most famous terrorist. Go after him. Try stopping him. At the general's words, Rogers let out a sigh, then he exited the command room. They had even asked for help from the Holy Maiden. However, she said the airbase will be smashed into pieces if they got in Woojin's way. It put the command group in a foul mood. Hey! Woojin stopped and turned around when he heard someone call after him. Did they say this man was the leader of a special rouse team within this base? Do you have a death wish? Why are you keep trying to get on my nerves? I'll help you. What? I'm not talking about facing them head-on. If you want to assassinate the high-ranking members of the terrorist group, I can help you get close to them. Woojin smiled. Finally, he heard some welcoming news. Speak. I'll set it up, so they will kidnap you. Oh ho. What a refreshing idea. Woojin's eyebrows arched. Star. After 1 week. Dulkudung, Dulkudung. Woojin's 2 hands were bound, and he was being transported somewhere with a stinky mask over his face. Hook, hook, hook. Woojin wasn't the only one being treated like a luggage. There were 4 more people with him. My God. Please save us. The one mumbling was named Roman. He used to illegally smuggle weapons. He failed to toe the line between the government and the insurgent group, so he had been singled out. Woojin hung around Roman's vicinity, so he was kidnapped alongside Roman. Gaby. He called Gaby, who was attached to Woojin's shadow. As his senses revved up, Gaby's consciousness woke up. Woojin used his points to increase Gaby to level 50. Gaby's level would continually rise on its own in battle, so he had planned on saving the points. However, he had no choice but to use his points since he needed Gaby's abilities right now. Through one's shadow, a parasite ghost of the host will be summoned. It will read the emotions and gather information about the host. If the host is a corpse, then the ghost would be able to control it. If the corpse is revived with resurrection, then the ghost can bring out a little bit more of the corpse's original ability. The required control decreased depending on the summoner's loyalty and trust. The summoned being that was controlled by the summoner may be reformed into a true companion. Number of Shadow, 6. Possessed skills, Shadow Multiplication, Expanded Senses, Soul Exchange, Shadow Movement. Corpse Amplification, plus 50%. Needed Control 1, minus 99 Loyalty, minus 99 Trust. Every 10 levels increased the Shadow Multiplication. Currently, Gaby could attach a total of 6 shadows to people. He attached 1 to Nasser Sachi, so he had 5 shadows at his disposal. The Expanded Senses wasn't something used on humans. It allowed Gaby to gather information as he hid within the shadow of a building. As the name indicated, Soul Exchange allowed Woojin to switch soul with Gaby. Shadow Movement allowed Woojin to become a shadow, and he could move between the shadows of humans and objects. Don't cause any accidents. Just stay put. Coo. All right, master. Gaby was feeling good at the thought of possessing his master's body, and his voice disturbed Woojin. Woojin became a shadow, and he opened his eyes. He could see 5 people tossed in the back of an old truck like luggage. There were 4 insurgents. 1 drove, and another sat beside him. 2 were in the back to keep an eye on the cargo. There were 3 vehicles following the truck. Let's skip these small fries. He didn't get captured so he could vent his anger on these guys. Woojin planned on pulling out the root of the insurgent group. Only then would his mounting anger be dissolved by a little bit. The rebels' truck stopped and Woojin's shadow headed inside the building. He'd rather find the middle management than the low-ranking officers. Moreover, he would prefer to find the leaders than the members of the middle management. He multiplied his shadow to attach it to people that looked important. It took less than 20 hours before Woojin approached the leadership group of the rebels. It's these bastards. If he killed all the important figures in the insurgent group's command structure, the rebels would fall into pieces. Then he'll just leave the rest to the US Army.
Woojin hid within the shadow of the rebel leader and mined information in earnest. Woojin remembered the face of the people as if he was taking a picture with his mind.
He made a hit list in a calm and orderly manner. Master. May I do as I please? Ha? Why? Gaby's consciousness had been silent up until now.
Woojin replied with an ill temper. He didn't like the fact that someone else was in charge of his body right now. In the past, Gaby occasionally used his body to carry out massacres.
They are executing people with a firing squad. Master's head is close to getting a hole in his head.
He had heard that the insurgent group didn't kill their hostages immediately after capture, but it seemed that wasn't always the case.
Let's switch. Kook. All right, Master. Gaby could continue to gather information. Gaby couldn't use shadow movement unlike when Woojin was in control.
Still, the shadow was attached to the rebel leader. At the very least, he didn't have to worry about losing that bastard.
Pot.
Since Gaby's shadow and his real body was separated by long distance, the soul exchange disoriented Woojin for a moment. A sack was no longer covering his face so he could see his surrounding.
Hoon.
The insurgents were lined up in the desert where heat was being emitted.
Woojin and the other hostages were tied up and on their knees.
I punish you in the name of our God.
Revere our God. One of the insurgents held a camcorder and he was recording the execution.
Woojin finished assessing his situation.
There are 25 rebels and 18 captives. Moreover, he could see their base from across the desert.
This was where they kept their captives, and it doubled as a training facility. It was a place where the newly recruited insurgents could practice killing people. He looked over the hostages, and Roman was missing. The people who were captured with Roman were considered useless, so they were being killed outright.
Woojin stood up in place. God my ass.
Cable ties were fastened on both his wrists and ankles.
Woojin wouldn't be able to walk or take out his weapon. There was a reason why the insurgents looked at Woojin in a leisurely manner. How many have you killed?
A veteran rebel, who had been making a speech in front of the camera, responded to him.
Hong. You are quite fluent in our language.
Of course. These Arabs had so many dialects to their language, so he had to drink numerous language drugs. Several thousand has received the punishment of our God.
I've killed several hundred with these hands. He was boasting about killing people in front of the immortal. How funny. No, it was cute. Ah, I can feel them. He felt them.
He felt the restless souls buried beneath the desert. There were those captured as hostages, and the negotiation for their ransom had broken down.
There were those killed as examples or for fun. Woojin could feel their vengeful spirits. Only a god can give a divine punishment. I am the messenger of God. The word of the insurgent wearing the keffiyeh was funny to Woojin. Messenger of God. You should feel honor from being killed by me.
The veteran rebel pulled the trigger without hesitating in the slightest.
Ting.
The bullet bounced off the spirit armor in front of Woojin. The number of souls possessed by him decreased by 1.
What the hell? Ton.
The veteran shot continuously, but the barrier was in the way. He took a step back when his attack was ineffective.
He's aroused. Shoot him. Ta-da-da-da-da-dung.
Several dozen bullets was shot towards Woojin, but none of them could injure him.
You bastards don't even deserve a punishment from God. This wasn't a punishment. This was revenge. The aggrieved vindictive spirits would be taking their revenge into their own hands. The cable tie broke easily when Woojin tensed his body with strength. Woojin immediately released his magic. Pot.
It was as if the sands of the desert were being bombarded. Skeleton soldiers slowly started to rise up. The captured U.S. hostages, businessmen, tourists, civilian walking in the street, the hostages killed and thrown away in the desert.
All of them rose up. There were over 500 of them and increasing.
Woojin replenished his magic as he raised more and more skeleton soldiers. At the same time, he summoned his Death Knights. They were still very low level.
The average level was 8.
Each level allowed 10 soldiers to be under the command of the Death Knight, so one could command 80 soldiers. Thus, he needed 4,240 skeleton soldiers, but Woojin wasn't too worried about it.
The enemy's corpses would reinforce his personnel.
All the skeletons were auto-assigned under the 53 Death Knights. When the tied hostages suddenly saw a massive number of skeletons show up, they started crawling away like worms on the floor.
The rebels didn't even think about firing back with their guns.
They quickly ran away towards their base. Woojin looked at them with indifferent eyes.
Sweep them all away. As master wishes.
Kiba and the other Death Knights simultaneously summoned and got on their phantom steeds. Then, skeleton soldiers followed after them as they charged. It was like soldiers charging behind their generals. The festival of blood had begun in the desert. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 94, Wrath of the Desert, 3. Chapter 94, Wrath of the Desert, 3. The monsters are coming. Get ready to fire.
The terrorists were optimized for travel since they had to be ready to run away from the bombardments. The vehicles were equipped with various weapons, including machine guns.
Burururung. Black smog was emitted as the ignitions were started.
As the vehicles took a sharp turn, they pointed their vehicles towards the desert outside the base.
Shoot them. Do. Ki-huk. Several hundred bullets flew through the air, striking the skeleton soldiers. When one hit the skeleton skulls by luck, the skeleton soldier was destroyed. However, this only occurred to a small fraction of the skeleton soldiers. Moreover, the Death Knights riding on top of the phantom steeds didn't receive any damage. Bring the rocket launcher.
A henchman quickly brought a RPG-7, aiming it at a phantom steed before firing.
Pee-shooing.
The warhead cut through the air towards a short Death Knight with an imposing presence. His phantom steed started running more fiercely.
Ramzan Nim is taking the field.
He was a great warrior of the dwarf race. Ramzan swung his large hammer.
Kwang.
The hammer collided with the warhead and completely absorbed the entire explosion.
Ramzan possessed an innate skill called shock absorption.
The skill allowed him to absorb any physical impact. It didn't matter if it was an explosion or a magical attack. The hammer stored it all. Moreover, the shock that was stored inside the hammer could be expelled, and the force was amplified by several magnitude. Even as bullets were raining down on him, the phantom steed was getting closer to the wall being used as a barricade.
Ramzan swung his hammer. Kwang. The wall exploded and the debris acted as a deadly weapon. It swept towards the insurgents.
The phantom steeds breached the location where the wall had exploded.
Shoot them. Do. The machine guns fired towards the Death Knights.
However, all of the bullets bounced off of them, even at such a close distance. Kiba's phantom steed reared back, crushing the vehicle with the machine gun.
Kwajijik. He looked at the gunmen who died before they could let out a scream. Kiba let out a yell. Show them the Immortal's majesty.
The skeleton soldiers crossed the broken wall, after which they started slaughtering the insurgents. When they jumped into the fight, it took only a brief moment before the lives within the base were extinguished.
The hostages looked at Woojin with fear in their eyes.
Woojin took out a short sword from his inventory and he severed the cable tie of the nearest hostage. Then, he gave the short sword to him.
Release the rest of them. The man asked a question when English came out of Woojin's mouth. Are you a US soldier? Did you come here to save us? No. Woojin left the man and walked towards the base.
The man prayed to his god as he looked at Woojin's back. His god had listened to his prayers. His god had taken pity on this man who had been shaking in fear.
A savior was sent to him.
After the man cut all the cable ties on the hostages, they headed towards the base where Woojin had walked towards to.
No one needed to speak.
No matter what anyone said, the safest place right now was next to Woojin.
Where are the rest of the hostages? Woojin looked around at the corpses that were strewn about the devastated base.
Then he revived all of them as skeleton soldiers.
Papat.
In a flash, the spiritless skeletons rose up and were automatically put under the command of the Death Knights. Once the skeletons were put on the Death Knights' command, they would stand ready in the summoning room unless they were destroyed. They were summoned at the call of Death Knights.
Where are the rest of the hostages?
It happened before Woojin could go look for the captured hostages.
Shit. Don't move.
Maybe, they couldn't bring themselves to come out after hearing the commotion outside, but two sentries that had been guarding the hostages stepped forward. They dragged forward a hostage with a gun to his head. The man had lost the control of his bladder, so he walked forward awkwardly.
It was none other than the weapons dealer, Roman.
If you attack, I'll kill this hostage. Their eyes were filled with fear.
Gurururung.
The Death Knight growled like a wild beast. When their eyes met the red glow, the ogre's fear swept over them and their bodies froze.
Woojin stretched out his hand and started using the electric shock.
Pa-ji-ji-jeek.
The Death Knight Rakto walked towards the fallen two guards and stabbed his spear into their hearts.
Ho, okay. After Roman was released from the fear, he let out a cheer. Then he put out his hand after approaching Woojin.
Hoo. Thank you for saving me. Are you a US soldier? If you tell me your name, I'll be sure to pay you back. I don't need it. Aha. Is it because you are a soldier? I'll send it to you in secret. The amount won't disappoint you. Woojin summoned a bone spear and he aimed it at Roman's heart. Blah blah blah. Why don't you just shut up now? He knew those who worked in the battlefield were rough, but how could he treat an US citizen like this? Roman frowned. I won't forget what happened here.
He didn't know if he should repay him or hold a grudge, but Roman decided that this man who had rescued him was a roused soldier.
Woojin smirked when he heard Roman's words.
He had 53 loyal Death Knights waiting for his command, and over 600 skeleton soldiers were under their command.
Yes. A person of his disposition would deal in weapons.
Woojin lowered the bone spear that had been pointed at his chest. Roman thought his words had gotten through to Woojin, so his face relaxed by a little bit. Unlike him, Woojin's grin grew more wide.
Hey. I'm so sorry about this. What should I do? Ha ha. You don't have to apologize to me. As a US citizen. Do I look like an American?
Woojin spoke as if he was very proud of the fact that he wasn't an American, and Roman's words were cut short.
No, that wasn't the only thing that was cut short. Puwak, tu duke.
The bone spear was swung at an incredible speed, and it severed Roman's head from his body. No, it was more accurate to say his neck bones were broken and his head was ripped off.
Does he think I'm some kind of babysitter?
The undead instinctively became excited, and the living people fell into a state of shock.
Heek.
The other hostages, who were herded out with Roman, witnessed the brutal sight. They had assumed they had been saved from being shot, but now their faces were filled with fear.
No one dared to open their mouth. Everyone gather here.
At Woojin's words, everyone gathered in one place.
It didn't matter if they couldn't understand Woojin's words.
They looked at their neighbors and followed their actions. Reporters stepped forward.
No one stepped forward at Woojin's words.
If you don't step forward on the count of 5, I'll beat all of you.
1, 2.
There was one finger left when 3 men stood up at the same time.
All right. You guys follow me. The rest of you should send a request for help. No one complained when they heard Woojin's irresponsible words.
They had seen Roman die in front of their eyes. He told the hostages to use the communication equipment in the base to call for a rescue.
Woojin waved the 3 reporters forward. Are you guys war correspondents?
Yes. I'm Tom, and this is Mark.
We are Americans, and I'm Joni. I'm British. Woojin gave an order to the 3 of them. I want you guys to record everything I do as you follow me. What are we going to film? Rescue unknown people from pain. Freeing and rescuing. These weren't actions befitting the immortal.
No, he wasn't confident he'll be able to pull it off. Instead, he'll act as the god of destruction's champion. As he embraced the pain, he'll bring destruction and an end to his enemies. He was confident he could do that.
The killing and the destruction. Did this person lose his mind?
He seemed to be a psychopath amongst psychopaths. He disguised himself as a hostage to be captured like some Egyptian pharaoh in the myths. He used the undead to kill all the insurgents, and he also killed a hostage he rescued to prove a point.
Now he wanted them to film him kill people?
He was a pervert. They were sure of it.
I'm going to put an end to the terrorist groups.
The context of the killing changed the opinions of others. There was a fine line between being a murderer and a war hero. They revised their opinions.
He wasn't a pervert. A messiah had appeared. Star. Bugram Air Force Base's command room. Look over here. Something is a bit off.
Rachel tilted her head in puzzlement when she saw the satellite photo sent from her homeland. It was a picture of a large dust cloud.
It was as if a large convoy of vehicles were moving. What is this? Did the insurgent have this much fleet of vehicles?
They are heading towards the stronghold of the rebels.
Is there an internal conflict? I have no idea. There were enough people moving for it to be visible on a satellite photo.
David was tapping his forehead when his communications officer reported the missive he was waiting for.
We received a message from the A-team. They safely arrived at the destination.
They have collected the 37 hostages. Unfortunately, Roman was found dead.
How fortunate. The casualties for the A-team? They are all unharmed.
General David thought he had heard wrong, but his thoughts turned to praising the A-team. They had taken no casualty, even though they had traveled deep within the territory of the rebels.
They didn't have a single engagement.
At that moment, Rachel quickly put up the data she was receiving up on her tablet. She then showed it to the general.
These are the photos and videos that is rapidly spreading across the internet.
David scrolled down the tablet to look at various pictures. It was pictures of the bases of the insurgent being burned to ground.
There were people being freed, and there were even some rebels surrendering.
There was a single video mixed in with the photos, so he clicked on it.
Keek. Agrak Tomash.
Undecipherable words spoken in the Alphen language was heard, and David saw a battle between the living and the dead. A blue ghastly phantom steed was breaking apart a tank too easily. Apparitions wearing armors rode the phantom steeds, and several hundred skeleton soldiers were following them.
Is this some kind of a movie trailer?
Please look at the footage towards the end. When he skipped to the latter part of the footage, he saw Woojin being guarded by a variety of death knights. No, he wasn't being guarded. He was leading the horde from the front.
Woojin? He wasn't shown in the camera, but David could hear the war correspondent talking busily. A messiah has appeared.
The Korean roused Woojin has declared war against the terrorists, and his rage is sweeping across the desert.
It seems his army won't stop until he eradicates this terrorist group.
Behind the reporter's voice and face, one could see several thousand skeleton soldiers. The sight was enough to make one lose one's nerves.
Should I really believe this is actually happening?
Where did this footage originate from?
He is a war correspondent from the SNS named Tom.
It is being uploaded on the YouTube channel of a British war correspondent also from the SNS.
Ha!
The pieces fell into place. The massive amount of people moving towards the stronghold of the insurgents were captured on the satellite photo. The explosions and the massive amount of troops moving were causing dust clouds to form. The rebels decided to gather their main force in one place.
Moreover, Woojin was leading his undead troops to the location.
These two large groups were on a collision course.
It says he is a necromancer. Is it possible for him to work on such a large scale? The roused were supernatural beings, yet how is such a thing possible? A necromancer that could control several thousand undeads? Isn't this something only seen in legends?
He has become famous in such a short amount of time, so not a lot is known about his roused abilities.
So, are you saying this is actually possible? How could he become so strong in such a short amount of time?
It was as if he was a demigod that had dropped out of the sky. It was pointless to argue about whether this was possible or not. It was already happening in front of their eyes. I've heard Holy Maiden Melody is well acquainted with Woojin.
Bring her here.
No, I'll go see her.
Where is she? Normally, she stays in the infirmary.
David decided to go visit her himself. An angry roused disguised himself as a hostage to infiltrate the rebel stronghold, and he was creating an uproar. He caused serious change in only one day, and the rebel forces were gathering for the final battle. A mere private citizen was about to finish a job that the US government couldn't accomplish for the past couple years.
David found the Holy Maiden inside the empty infirmary.
Her abilities put the current medical knowledge on its head, and she was able to reduce the patients inside the Bagram Air Force Base to zero. She was praying in front of a small statue of the goddess she had carved out of wood.
Oh goddess! Please stop his wrath.
He had to stop at an appropriate point. His overflowing rage will turn the world against him. It would lead both him and the world to their downfall. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 95, Wrath of the Desert, 4. Chapter 95, Wrath of the Desert, 4. On one hand, she felt resentment towards him. Why didn't you rage like this before? The immortal she remembered was the monarch of Allendale.
He took the land abandoned by the dead and he had declared the region his.
He declared it to be Allendale. He never coveted the other lands, and he never invaded other territories.
However, if his territory was breached, he would use all the power under his disposal to fight against the invaders.
The only thing under his protection was Allendale.
When kingdoms were being torn apart, they had made an alliance to barely preserve their lives, yet the immortal only protected Allendale.
If only the immortal had tried to protect Alphen instead of Allendale. If that had happened, would Alphen be safe now? Oh goddess! Please block his anger. Azul couldn't become enemies with his fellow people of Earth. If he became disillusioned, he might seclude himself once again to become a spectator. In a flash, Earth would be put in the same spot as Alphen. The people of Earth was busy trying to save their own planet, so would they even think about saving Alphen? Please let his anger lead to the downfall of Tronet. She understood everything now. Woojin wasn't a savior. No, he couldn't become one. He was the god of destruction, Thrash's champion. It was better to ally with the detestable Empress rather than ask help from the immortal. She just have to hope his anger would be turned toward Tronet. She wanted him to kill and destroy their enemies. She wanted him to become the supreme being. Please let there be order after the destruction. Praise and yearning wasn't the only way to worship one's god. One could also fear God. May the immortal be reborn as the true god of destruction. Melody wished with a sincere heart. She didn't know if her earnest request was being heard. She couldn't tell if her goddess statue was smiling or crying. Star. The command room of the rebels. Shit. The rebels' leader Kareem grinded his teeth. What the hell are those crazy skeletons? All their main rebel bases had fallen. The troops occupying the city was also gone. It was a place where civilians were mixed in with the rebels, so it was impossible for the US Army to bombard the city. Even the US infantry wouldn't dare to come in so deep into the city. The civilians were basically the insurgents' main shield. However, a crazy skeleton army had suddenly shown up out of nowhere, and they had swept across the city. Guns were useless against them. The ugly skeletons looked as if they had just popped out of the dungeons. Moreover, they showed the ability to be able to only pick out the insurgents. Still, it wasn't as if the skeletons left all of the civilians alone. It didn't matter if one was a civilian or a soldier. The skeletons killed anyone who resisted. What was more infuriating, however, was the crazy horde that was heading towards him. When he felt threatened, he always moved to a different hiding spot. However, these bastards always corrected their course to head towards his location. My location is being leaked. He had no idea what method they were using, but those bastards kept heading towards him. Some crazy war correspondent was following the skeleton army, so he was sure of this fact. Their target was himself. If he couldn't run away, then he had no choice but to fight. It would be better to fight them as early as possible. He had to gather all his forces before they were defeated one by one. Moreover, those bastards used the dead corpses to revive the skeletons. The number of skeletons didn't decrease with time. Instead, they were growing more numerous. We've finished assembling here. Let's head out. He had always given order from the darkness, but now he would come face to face with his rebel army. He had no idea how they were tracking his location, but he would eventually die if he did nothing. He couldn't just stay within his hidden bunker. It wasn't as if their secret stash of weapons were small. He'll show them. Agent of God Kareem stepped out of the bunker and his shadow smiled without him noticing. Star. The reporters took their place on top of a distant mountain. In the beginning, it was only Tom and the other 3 war correspondents. Now there were 30 total reporters following Woojin. Their equipments were quickly sent here, and it was even possible to do a live broadcast over the internet. There were a total of 5 vehicles here to broadcast this event. They were quite far away, since they might be swept up by the enemy's assault weapons. However, the view was unobstructed here so they could capture everything on the battlefield using the high-performance cameras. The final battle is ahead of us. The war correspondent Tom was broadcasting to a record-breaking number of viewers. In only a day, his voice resonated across the people of the world. This is a severe warning to the terrorists. That is his only purpose. The telescopic lens of the camera caught the sight of a bold Woojin leading an undead army. He was on a phantom steed, and he was surrounded by death knights. He rode his horse slowly. He looked like a general looking ahead to the battle. He looked like a knight who was about to take the field. Necromancer Kong Woojin. This is the message he is sending to the world. The camera turned towards where the rebels were gathered. There were tanks lined up, and there were even vehicles renovated to carry missiles. One could see some magic being used, so it seemed that there were roused were mixed in with the rebels. They weren't wearing matching uniforms, and they didn't possess any shiny equipments. Still, there were over 10,000 insurgents, and their firepower was nothing to scoff at. He raised an army to end the terrorists. The camera reflected Tom's face. The US and the UN Security Council are discussing sending troops and aid to the region, but nothing concrete has been decided. However, at this time, Kong Woojin is getting ready for the final battle.
After speaking those words of deep import, Tom's face became serious. I'm sure there are those who will be wary and guard against a necromancer who controls this incredible army. Tom's face was beyond serious. He had on a resolutely determined expression.
I've been a war correspondent for the past 15 years.
This is the first time I've seen hope in midst of all the despair here. The camera panned towards the undead army.
There were already over 10,000 skeleton soldiers in the surrounding.
There were even several hundred skeleton magicians in black robes present. The camera took a close-up shot, and it took in the sight of Woojin. I truly wish he would transcend from being the king of the dead to a deity. Both sides were getting busy, and it seemed the battle was about to start.
If he is able to win this war, I'm going to make him a deity.
After letting out his fiery words, Tom let his tears flow.
Star.
Woojin was atop Xing Xing and he let the horse run on a leisurely pace.
Death Knights were surrounding him.
Kiba's ride was about half a size larger than the other phantom steeds. It wasn't a horse, but a wolf.
I never thought I would be able to ride with the king once again.
Even amongst the warlike orcs, Kiba was a great warrior who had stepped onto numerous battlefields. He was very excited for the battle that was forthcoming. They would stand in the front line with the immortal.
Ah. You can look forward to it.
Woojin let out a small smile. After obtaining the warrior class, Woojin no longer had to support his summoned beings from the back. His main power would still be made out of the undead army, but Woojin wasn't weak at all now.
Wahaha. Our monarch has become a true king. Ramzan welcomed Woon's dual class the most, and the other Death Knights were also very excited.
They had been sweeping across the rebels' bases, so their average levels were around 20. Each of the Death Knights could command about 200 skeleton soldiers. He had assigned close to 10,000 skeleton soldiers to them. Woojin only needed one control for each Death Knights, so he needed only that one control to maintain the summons assigned under the Death Knights.
Woojin used some of his control on Gaby, Dulcie, Xing Xing, and Bibi.
The rest were used to maintain summons over the skeleton magicians.
There were a total of 1,200 of them.
If he had his thresh as set items, then he would have been able to summon several times more skeleton magicians.
Still, his fighting power wasn't too bad right now. It's too bad Janice isn't here.
If Lich Janice was here, it would have been much easier to fight a large-scale battle. It left much to be desired, but he wasn't impatient. If he returned to Korea, he could quickly become level 80, while rolling with Sungu and Haesol.
I guess they are coming out now.
Woojin felt Gaby's energy becoming thicker, so he knew the rebel leader had come out of the underground bunker.
Let's start heading towards them.
Woojin took out his warrior's weapon and changed it into the shape of a hammer. Xing Xing started blowing from the mouth as he ran forward. His underlings, the skeleton soldiers, slowly gained ground. I can't contain my excitement since I'm riding next to the king.
It's a festival. It's a festival of blood.
Woojin grinned at the Death Knights. They were getting pumped up as they talked amongst themselves.
Over 10,000 underlings made up his undead army.
It almost made him think he was back on Alphen. His familiars had missed the man from Earth, and at the same time, they couldn't forget about the Alphen's immortal.
There weren't any indecisiveness, only ambivalence in their hearts.
To Woojin this was like his distant memories, and it was karma. He had lived a hellish life,
and it wasn't something he could rewind. The hell hadn't ended yet.
Moreover, he was going to open the road to hell with his own hands, and he didn't know where the road will end.
Sweep them all away.
Xing Xing ran at a full gallop.
Follow the king. Kiba's phantom wolf followed behind Woojin. Rakto and Ramzan also followed behind them.
The Death Knights increased their speed as they jockeyed for position to be in the front.
2-2-2-2-2-2-2-2.
The useless barrage of bullets rained down on them, and the slightly more dangerous missiles were also pouring down on them.
Quack. Each of the Death Knights possessed useful innate skills, so they wouldn't die just from a small missile.
However, each explosion managed to kill several skeleton knights.
Reek.
The tanks that was lined up in front of them adjusted their cannons to slightly alter their aim.
Soon after, their cannons started to fire. Quack.
The phantom steeds moved in a mysterious and marvelous way, and their movements defied the laws of physics. They started dodging the bombardment. Once they got close to the tanks wouldn't be much of a problem. The 5 helicopters in the air was more of a worry.
2-2-2-2-2. Phew. PSHHHHHHH.
The helicopters that were equipped with a lot of missiles fired at the rear of the charging skeleton soldiers. Woojin, who was on Xing Xing, activated Soul Gallop.
Do.
Ghosts started to form in the air, and Xing Xing stepped on them to rise into the air. When they almost got close to a helicopter, Woojin summoned his bone spear and threw it. Kwajik. The front mirror broke, and the bone spear pierced the pilot's heart. When the helicopter lost control of itself, it started to spin in place. Woojin summoned Dulcie, who headed towards the helicopter to absorb it.
Go-go-gon.
The steel was crumpled by a strong pressure, and the people inside were expelled as if a bloody pus was being squeezed empty. The propeller was still spinning fiercely, tilting towards another helicopter.
Kwang.
It collided with the other helicopter, and the body of the helicopter crumpled in the same fashion. Then, it was absorbed by Dulcie, who started to form his body.
Gu-oh-ha.
Dulcie let out a roar, causing magical energy to drain out of Woojin's body at once. An attractive force was centered around Dulcie, pulling in the rest of the helicopters to make them part of the golem.
Ku-oh-ha. Steel golem Dulcie was equipped with the propellers of the helicopters.
He looked like a swordsman with several dozen swords equipped on his body.
Kuung. After landing on ground, Dulcie started crazily running forward.
The missiles hanging around his waist were all fired towards the enemies.
Kwa-kwa-kwang. The unexpected heavy weapons attack drove the enemy line into confusion.
It was folly to think of the phantom steeds as mere cavalry mounts, because they resembled a horse. They ran faster than a sports car, and they could trample a tank. While the troops clashed violently in the front, the skeleton magicians got closer and started pouring out their magic.
Waruruk.
Several hundred fireball attacks made the rebels' assembly place into a sea of flame. The Death Knight swept through the chaotic battlefield, creating hell on earth.
Star.
The rebel who had been shooting his rifle started to shake.
This must be a nightmare. How can there be such a cute nightmare like Miahong?
Heek. The rebel became frightened when the cat suddenly started talking. When he met eyes with the cat, he fainted.
Have a cute nightmare Ahong.
The fear he felt right now would repeat inside his dream.
Would it take about 100 years?
The moment he realizes what had happened, he would be dead.
Nyang. Bibi moved to find her next food. Star. This makes no sense.
The head of the rebel, Kareem, felt his body stop shaking. The reality was too wretched for him to feel fear from what was happening in front of his eyes. They had destroyed around 2,000 skeletons. However, they hadn't been able to destroy any of the bastards riding the horses. The same number of skeletons destroyed were born once again from the corpses of his allies. There was no point in killing the skeletons. Even the mere act of rebels dying caused damage. The battlefield was steadily becoming organized. There was only faint sounds of guns firing, and the scream of the people were gruesome. Accompanying the bizarre undead's laughter, the skeletons made sure everyone was dead.
Kong Woojin slowly approached Kareem. It's that man.
He was the owner of the undead army. He was the unprecedented and powerful necromancer. He had ran away numerous times to hide himself, but this man kept tracking him down.
God will be furious.
Kareem's shout was close to desperate shout.
Why would God get mad when I'm sweeping away the trash? God will punish you all.
Kwajik. The hammer in Woojin's hand crushed Kareem's head. The rebel leader wasn't worth capturing as hostage. This man changed his belief to fit his taste. Woojin didn't feel the need to have a long conversation with him. He killed bastards who deserved death.
It was as simple as that. The blood on the hammer dripped to the floor. Come out. Sururuk. Gaby came out of the dead Kareem's shadow and was reabsorbed into Woojin.
He listened to Gaby's report. Then, the experience Gaby gathered as he followed Kareem was absorbed into Woojin. There were terrorists in other places other than Afghanistan. The world has a lot of trash. The world was like a garbage dump.
Woojin let out a bitter laugh, and he tidied up the battlefield.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 96, Dismay. Chapter 96, Dismay. 22222. Above the burning battlefield, 2 U.S. Army helicopters were in the air.
The government made a big deal about deciding whether to attack the rebel stronghold or not, but the U.S. had been carrying out a small-scale guerrilla attack on the insurgents for a while now. Moreover, the A-Team had rescued countless hostages and destroyed numerous key infrastructures. They had completed numerous missions. The men wore sunglasses and all of them had an inner ear mic. The noisy rotor of the helicopter didn't interfere with their conversation.
Wow. What the hell are we seeing right now? It's surprising. Leader. I guess we have nothing to do?
A team leader Bron surveyed the battlefield where the winner had already been decided. He shook his head from side to side. The infrastructure was destroyed, there were fallen buildings and craters had formed on the road from the bombardments. It was proof of how fierce the battle had been. The creepy part was that there wasn't a single corpse of the enemy or allies on the field. All of the enemy's corpses were used as medium to summon the skeleton soldiers. Moreover, Kang Woojin was very careful about who he considered to be an ally, so he had been alone. To think it's possible for a single person to settle all of this by force. It's surprising. Doesn't it kind of make you depressed thinking about how long we had trained? I should have just raised my roused rank. This US Special Forces unit was composed of rank D and above roused. Their battle capability, as well as their ability to carry out a mission, was on par with a rank A roused. However, when he saw with his own eyes the unbelievable result accomplished by the rank AA Kang Woojin, his own efforts seemed very trivial in comparison.
Isn't he really a one-man army? Korea could give their entire defense budget to Kang Woojin for his pay. Ha ha ha. They could seriously do that. It kind of makes me feel the futility of it all. What the hell were we doing in the battlefield up until now? It isn't as if we suck. That guy is just extraordinary. It's hard to even call him a person now, but... One after another, Kang Woojin sent the Death Knights along with the skeleton soldiers under their command into the summoning room. Well, since the long battle is over, let's go in to close this. Let's head down. At the leader's word, the helicopters started to slowly descend. When the helicopters landed, Woojin sent back in all the skeleton soldiers under his command. Unfortunately, he had to cancel his summoning on the skeleton magicians. If no one controlled the skeletons, they would revert back into being monsters. Everyone witnessed the grand sight of over 1,000 skeleton magicians falling to the ground. You guys did well. I've recovered a lot of my power Ahong. In a little while, I'll be able to be summoned with my real body Ahong. That's great. You suffered a lot. While she was maintaining her cat form, she was capable of using her nightmare and hallucination without any problem. However, there was a gap in power. If Bibi was summoned in her real form, her power was quite fierce. She would be able to use mass hallucination. Bibi had leveled up, and she had slowly built up her power until she was close to being able to materialize her true form. However, it also helped that the ambient mana level of Earth had increased. Ooh-hi-hm. Then I'll see you at the next battlefield Ahong. Bibi let out a yawn. She turned into black smoke which scattered into the air. Woojin turned to look at Dulcie. You should also go in. Goo 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 gook. With the sound of steel snapping, Dulcie shook his messed up body. The steel armors surrounding him started to fall off one by one. Soon a scrap heap was formed. Dulcie's heart popped out of the pile and disappeared. The helicopters had landed earlier, but the media vehicles were the first to approach. When they were by Woojin's side, the A-team was also on their way towards him. May we interview you? Reporter Tom's voice was cautious, and it was shaking from nervousness. No. Yes. All right. Tom didn't ask any further. He turned the live broadcasting camera over to the battlefield. He announced the birth of a messiah and the end of the terrorists. He babbled on about the birth of a guardian of world peace. After ending the live broadcast, he quickly came over to Woojin and lowered his head. Where are you going to go now? I'm going back to Korea, so you don't have to follow me anymore. Ah. Tom let out a sigh. He had thought Woojin would continue his fight to completely eradicate the terrorists, but it seemed he planned to go back to his home country. However, Tom couldn't carelessly block Woojin from doing so. Thank you. The people of the world and the people here will never forget about Kang Woojin Nim. You guys did well. I'll see you next time. Woojin waved his hand towards the reporters, then he walked towards the A-team who was walking towards him. Tom felt his heart tremble as he watched Woojin's back get farther away. He thought that he would never feel such a sense of anticipation even if he was lying down on the same bed as the most beautiful woman in the world. Next time. Woojin's last word gave him a weird sense of anticipation. Moreover, it felt as if Tom had been given recognition by Woojin, so he didn't move from the spot for a while. Woojin left the reporters, then headed towards the A-team. It was a very strange battlefield where only the sole victor was alive. A team's leader Bron respectfully requested a handshake. Woojin was acquainted with the A-team. The A-team had helped him come up with the plan of getting captured by the insurgents. I must congratulate you for this unbelievable result. Well, why are you guys here?
A human killed other humans, so why would he need praise? Death was merely a curse. Only the living could be blessed by victory. As a necromancer, nothing made him more uncomfortable when someone praising a murderer. Woojin immediately changed the subject as he asked his own question.
We've come to get you. I never called for you. What?
Braun was taken aback, but he eventually caught on that Woojin was making a joke. The government has yet to approve a direct conflict, so only the A-Team was sent in as support. So you just watched me from afar.
Braun couldn't dispute Woojin's blunt statement.
Truthfully, the A-Team's orders from Rogers was to save Kong Woojin if the battle was progressing unfavorably. The US government never thought a single person could end a war that they didn't even dare to start.
Let's leave it at that. Let's go.
Yes.
Let's return.
At the leader Braun's order, the A-Team surrounded Woojin as if they were an escort. Then they ran towards the helicopters. The reporters wanted to capture this image, so they were busy pressing down on the shutters.
Do you think he'll be okay? What are you talking about?
The British reporter Joni asked Tom a question.
Over 20,000 people have lost their lives.
Kong Woojin killed so many people by himself.
What are you trying to say?
Tom replied with an uncomfortable expression on his face.
Was Joni trying to imply Kong Woojin was a mass murderer?
Tom worked himself up as if his idol had been insulted.
Joni took a step backwards and waved his hands.
This was a war.
I'm just worried about Mr. Kong Woojin. What about him?
Look at the soldiers who returned from war. They suffer from PTSD. At Joni's words, Tom immediately put on a worried expression. He summoned skeleton soldiers from the corpses to fight, but in the end, Woojin was mainly responsible for their actions. He had killed countless number of people by himself. Wouldn't his heart be wounded?
The act of killing not only harmed the victim, it also made the perpetrator sick.
Woojin was putting the burden of killing tens of thousands of lives on himself.
He couldn't help but worry about Woojin's mental state.
He was sure Woojin had received some trauma to the mind. He had been fooled by the tough exterior shown by Woojin. Woojin was a savior sent by the heaven to end the war on terror.
However, in the end, he was human.
He was the same as them.
My God. Tom's face turned serious. Woojin's stress level must have reached an extreme level. What would happen if he heard negative comments in his current state? Wouldn't it be like a person saving someone and the rescuer being hit with an assault charge? We've got some work to do.
They had to stop any negative public opinions from forming. This man was not a murderer. He was a war hero. Each of them had varying career length as war correspondents, but all 30 reporters had resolutely determined expressions. They had to help him. From now on they had to fight for the man who had saved them. It was for Kong Woojin, who would be having a hard time.
Star. 2222.
The rotor sound rang in Woojin's ear. He had folded his arms and his eyes were tightly shut. As soon as he got on the helicopter, Woojin didn't move from that posture. No one from the A-Team dared to converse with him. Woojin mediated with his eyes closed, and he relaxed his tightly wound heart. He let go of his nervousness, and his consciousness became fuzzy as if he had given himself into the care of the world. He was in a dreamlike state. When his self-control became weaker, the evil spirits inevitably started to crawl around him.
The evil spirits clung to Woojin's body.
They stuck to Woojin's body as if they were poltergeists, who couldn't leave because of deep resentments.
I'm sorry.
Woojin looked at the soul, which was a lighter shade of black. He sent his intent towards the evil spirit of the nameless girl.
The evil spirit trembled, then it started circling around Woojin in harmony with the other evil spirits.
He had apologized.
That was the end.
Now he didn't care if she had decided to haunt him.
It's been a while since I run amok. Woojin's thoughts deepened as he looked at the evil spirits. If he wanted to save someone, then he had to kill someone. He wasn't a god, so how could he decide who lived and who died? When souls became evil spirits, they swore, cursed, and resented him.
Ironically, it allowed Woojin to hold on to his sanity. It was an appropriate punishment for his actions, and it lowered his sense of guilt.
It feels dirty.
Woojin frowned with his eyes still closed. His past had been too brutal for him to be afraid of killing people.
My adolescence has already passed.
He had lived a really rough and brutal life. He would become lost in such thoughts. The soft high schooler had become the immortal, and he was still alive. He just killed those who had to be killed. His mind was unaffected, but he couldn't help but feel dirty. Woojin opened his eyes at Braun's call.
We've arrived.
Yes. Woojin focused on his consciousness and reordered his mind. After a brief amount of time, the evil spirits in front of his eyes disappeared. Then the site of the Bagram Air Force Base came into view.
Are you doing some kind of sports meet? Why are all these people gathered outside? Hoot! Braun couldn't help but laugh at Woojin's words. He was a hero, yet how could he lack so much self-awareness on what he had accomplished? 2222.
The helicopters landed on the landing pad. The soldiers were on parade with the landing pad at center. Every soldier in the airbase had shown up here. It didn't matter if one was on duty or on a patrol. Everyone stopped what they were doing, and they had come out here.
They came to greet the hero who had ended the war. 2222. When the helicopter landed, Woojin got off.
General David stood foremost in front of the soldiers on parade. He was standing being buffeted by the wind made by the helicopter. The staff, the Special Roused Division's Rogers, and the other officers stood a step behind him.
What?
Woojin approached General David with a playful smile on his face. Soon, the helicopters powered down and the A-team followed behind Woojin.
Attention! Chua chak! At Rogers' voice, all the soldiers came to parade rest.
Woojin's eyebrow rose at the energy of their synchronized movement. Then, he put on a playful expression.
Put your respect into your salutes. Sir! Their hands rose at the same time. Their shouts filled the runway.
One smirked as he looked around his surrounding. Everyone gathered there was raising their hand in salute. The members of the A-team, the intelligence officer Rachel, the pilots of the helicopter, the non-combatant military personnel, and even the military engineers. General David, who had lived for the past 30 years going from one battle to another, was also saluting towards him. It was filled with respect and thanks.
This. Woojin awkwardly raised his hand and he placed it next to his right eyebrow. Am I doing this right?
The members of the A-team smiled. General David, who was facing them, laughed.
He thanked the hero who had ended this damnable war. They are welcoming you back with a hero's welcome.
David spoke, giving a slight gesture with his hand as if he was guiding Woojin. Then he turned around. With them at the center, the soldiers in parade rest parted to make way for them.
Well, this is a bit embarrassing. Well, this wasn't too bad.
When Woojin started to walk, the US soldiers all clapped and cheered to greet the hero.
Thanks to you, I'll be able to go back to my family now. I've lost 5 of my mates to those bastards. Thank you. Thank you. I will be able to go back home now.
Whenever Woojin took a step, he heard dozens of people talking to him. His ears were numb, but it wasn't a bad feeling. The tail end of Woojin's lips lifted a little bit.
Well, I guess this isn't too bad in its own way.
This was the first time. These people were welcoming him without fear and worship. Woojin reached the end of the road opened by the soldiers. When Woojin stopped, the Holy Maiden was standing in front of him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 97, Dismay, 2. Chapter 97, Dismay, 2. The US government couldn't even announce the cessation of hostilities yet. The troops didn't even have to keep the public peace, since the insurgents had all disappeared from the territories that had been held by the rebels. However, the Afghan government, the US government, and the UN Council had to hold talks about this unprecedented event.
While they were having this discussion, several members of the UN dispatched their troops as peacekeepers. Already, half of the American forces that had been stationed in Afghanistan had moved out. They expected small acts of terror from the last remnants of the rebels, but the US soldiers knew their days were numbered. This was why the troops redoubled their efforts. The remaining soldiers put on a small party to welcome the hero. Food was plentiful, and alcohol was being served. The soldiers danced and laughed as they talked.
Woojin sat in the corner of the bar.
He was drinking a cocktail mixed by a black man behind the bar. He didn't want to hear about exaggerated accounts of his heroism, and he wasn't interested in talking under the influence of liquor. Everyone was feeling happy about the conclusion of the war. They were excited at the fact they'll be able to reunite with their families after returning to their home country. While he was quietly drinking his alcohol, the words spoken by the Holy Maiden kept circling around his mind.
I'm sorry. As the representative of planet Alphen, I want to apologize to you. The Holy Maiden gave a heartfelt apology. She hadn't thought of him as a human.
She only thought of him as the necromancer who butchered. This was why she had been afraid of him. She had stayed away from him, ostracizing him. His personal power was so great that she hadn't been able to see Woojin as a human. She had seen him as a demigod. He really did meet face to face with gods, so it was too difficult to see Woojin as a human. It might be because Melody was from Alphen. This was like trying to break an absolute law of the world. It was very difficult to change her assessment of him. You are also human. I didn't understand. I really didn't understand. Melody cried. She truly felt sad, and she truly felt wistful. What would have happened if they had seen him as Kong Woojin instead of the immortal? What if he hadn't been treated as the king of the damned or as the monarch of Allendale? What would have happened if the human Kong Woojin lived alongside other humans? She shouldn't have viewed him as the demigod immortal. She should have seen him as the human Kong Woojin. If Melody hadn't come to Earth, she wouldn't have known this for the rest of her life. She would have never found out what kind of person the immortal, also known as the king of the damned, was like. She wouldn't have been able to see what his homeland was like. She was able to see Kong Woojin as a human after she arrived on Earth. Please help us. We are suffering. Please save Alphen. He thought about the words spoken by the kneeling Holy Maiden in the past. He had only faced the Holy Maiden on the battlefields. The Holy Maiden, who always looked at him with fear in her eyes, was asking in an earnest manner. Woojin drank the rest of the alcohol. Rogers. Please speak. Colonel Rogers sat next to Woojin, his eyes were filled with a favorable light. He would have never guessed Woojin was such an amazing person. Moreover, the thing that surprised Rogers the most was Woojin's strong mental makeup. Currently, I have a tail on Nasser Sachi, so I'm going to collect the info. Enough time had passed. The bastard was the middleman, so he would have had plenty of time to have come in contact with his accounting ledger. If I tell you his whereabouts, I would like the A-team to recover him. You don't want to do it yourself? Woojin shook his head. He had other things to do. I'll be putting a tail on the leaders of all the other main terrorist groups. Oh ho! Woojin's ability was incredible for doing surveillance. This time around he had been able to track down the rebel leader Kareem like some ghost, and Woojin had been able to have a final showdown with him. If the bastard hadn't been worried about his location being blown, the final battle would have never happened. He would have hidden himself deeper into the darkness, and his terrorist activities would have become much more secretive. They probably saw what happened in Afghanistan, so they probably went into hiding. They'll probably reduce the size of their operation if they plan on hiding. Let's just sweep away the heads of these organizations. If the command group disappeared above the organization's small fries, the rest of the members were just kids taken in by a violent religion. The best thing they could do was capture the core members. You want to drive them into a corner, then pick off the important figures? Ah, yes. Killing everyone isn't an option if I want to pursue peace for mankind. Roger's heart became chilled at Woojin's word. Woojin really thought unconventionally. If he was instead a little bit off in the head, it would have been a huge calamity for the human race. I'll put tails on them, and you eliminate those bastards in order. Why don't you do it yourself? Why give us this chance to take credit? Woojin smirked at Roger's words. He didn't care about receiving credit or acclaim from the meritorious deed. He just wanted to set an example since they had messed with him. It had been a long time since such a thing like desire for fame had made him act. If he did this himself, it wouldn't be efficient. Moreover, Woojin had other things to do. Then I'll be going, knowing you guys will take care of it. I'll immediately assemble the A-team. When Woojin stood up, Colonel Rogers stood up with him. Woojin went to the room assigned to him. The Holy Maiden was waiting for him in front of the door. He let out a light sigh when he saw her. What are you doing here? I want you to give me an answer. The Holy Maiden politely got on her knees, then she bowed her head to the ground. Woojin squatted down to get on the Holy Maiden's eye level. Hey. Yes? Didn't you say you'll try to see me as a fellow human? So why do you always get on your knees and groan like a constipated dog whenever you see me? What should she do? Woojin was someone who had faced a god. She was a human who worshipped the goddess Arya. From her perspective, Woojin was someone who demanded her respect. Nothing changed that fact. I'm trying harder to understand a little bit more of you, Kong Woojin. She'll look at him as the human Kong Woojin instead of the immortal. F you. I was going to go to Alphen anyways, but. That means. The Holy Maiden's eyes shook as it bobbed up and down. Woojin shrugged his shoulders. Currently, only 6-star dungeons were open on Earth. Dungeons existed as high as 9-star. If the 9-star dungeons opened, it would be evidence that the amount of mana on Earth had reached a saturation point. At that point, there were ingredients he will be able to acquire.
Moreover, most of the ingredient were rare ingredients needed to make his equipments.
Unless he purchased it through the point store by saving up points, he would have to acquire the ingredients from the 9-star dungeons. If that wasn't possible, he would have to go on an expedition to Alphen to hunt down the rare ingredients. If he wanted to go up against Tronet's commanders, he needed Thrash's set items.
I'm going to attack Alphen.
You are responsible for saving the people.
I'll allow you to follow me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The holy maiden repeatedly bowed her head to express her thanks. Her goddess had been right. The savior of Alphen, who was on Earth, was none other than Woojin. There was a reason why her goddess had guided her here.
Just be on the lookout. I won't be doing anything for the next couple days.
Yes.
Woojin returned to his room, then he immediately called Gaby. Bring in your shadow.
Kook.
I'm looking forward to see who the bastard is. Gaby called back the clone he planted on Nasser Sachi.
He felt something rush in as if it was being absorbed.
He absorbed what Nasser Sachi had seen, heard, and experienced.
He developed a small headache when the several days' worth of memories appeared at once inside his mind. Woojin frowned as he pressed his hand against his temple. I guess I don't even need to go catch him. Nasser Sachi had been flipping through his ledger, and Woojin saw an important name under the unresolved cases. There are several dozen names listed there, but those names weren't important to Woojin.
Commission from Warang Guild Master. That son of a bitch? Woojin frowned when he thought about Warang Guild Master Li Sango. He looked like a mouse, yet he dared carry out such an act. When Woojin looked back at it, he knew Li Sango had plenty reasons to resent him. We'll see after I return. Woojin took a memo notepad off the table. He wrote down the location of Nasser Sachi's ledger. He wrote down all the information including his whereabouts, as well as a pattern of movement.
Melody.
Yes. Melody opened the door to his room and entered. Woojin handed her a note.
Give this to Colonel Rogers when he comes back.
Moreover, don't let anyone in this room for the next 3 days.
Yes. When Melody left with the memo, Woojin called Gaby once again.
Just stay in bed and do nothing. If you roam around, then I'll really beat you up.
Kook.
You don't have to tell me.
Gaby was the one familiar that worried him. Still, he had no choice but to use him. Woojin switched souls with Gaby, then stood up as a shadow.
6 shadows.
He would be able to investigate the whereabouts of 6 people. Woojin used the information he learned from Kareem to choose the 6 people.
They were the most radical and active leaders.
He stepped out as a shadow. He'll be able to stick his shadows on them. Woojin stepped out as a shadow while Gaby, who was inside Woojin's body, stood up. He took out a beer from the fridge, then he drank it.
Koo.
It felt good to take over a corpse, but it gave him a much greater thrill to be able to possess his master's body. After he drank a bottle of beer, he paced around the bed. He glared at the door to the room. The holy maiden was out there.
A plaything.
Kook. I'll behave for now. He wanted to play and cause accidents, but he decided to be patient. His master wasn't whole yet, and Gaby had to grow with him.
Gaby let out a shrewd laugh and he fell onto the bed.
Star.
Sadon Station. Allendale Guild's office.
The corps members gathered inside the conference room. They looked at each other without saying anything. Everyone had a serious expressions on their faces.
The first one to speak was Vice President Jung Minchin.
He broke the heavy silence.
Did you know about what he could do, Director Hong?
I knew he had those abilities, but I never would have guessed about its magnitude.
Hong Sungo let out a deep sigh. He already knew Woojin used skeleton soldiers and magicians.
He also knew each of them was comparable to a rank D. No, it seemed they were close to rank C now. Moreover, there were over 10,000 skeletons.
Phew. A person like that is really our president.
They all had the same president, so they all had dark expressions. Now they were used to the reporters in front of the office. They even felt something was missing if they weren't there. However, a variety of weird civic groups started gathering in front of the Alandal's office.
Moreover, the police were brought in to block them, so the area around Sadon Station was always crowded with people. Well, we can't do anything about what's been done. Let's talk about a countermeasure.
Once again, Woojin had done something really big. He had slaughtered an entire rebel force in Afghanistan. It should have been called a war, but some people were calling it a massacre. That topic was dangerous in itself. People were worried about the power shown by a private citizen. The fact that the underlings he controlled were skeletons revived from human corpses worried people. It was creating extra fear and worry about him. Let's run a simulation first. How will our president react when he comes face to face with the people protesting out there? At Minchin's words, Wu Sunghoon raised his hand straight up into the air. Please speak, Director Wu. Wu Sunghoon frowned, and he mimicked Wunji's expression. Who are these trash? Do they want a beating? Pooh hoot. Sunggu broke out in laughter. Soon, he put on a serious expression, then apologized. I'm sorry. Still, it'll cause a lot of trouble once Hyungnim returns. Hyungnim's personality won't allow him to leave them alone. Minchin's expression darkened. That is why we have to come up with a countermeasure. Heyman spoke with a serious expression on his face. He had gained a lot of info about the members of Congress from the reporters he had gotten close to. The Congress isn't in a good mood. We've turned down their offer once, so they aren't looking at our entire guild in a favorable light. Moreover, they became wary once it had become known how much power is at our disposal. What? Do they think we will perform a coup d'etat? Wu Sunghoon became angry since this business involved him. However, these thoughts differed from the adults in Congress. The people with power became wary when someone other than themselves obtained power. It was either getting in the same boat with clasped hands or sinking the boat. Woojin had refused the hand they extended. However, Alandal's presence had become too large for them to sink Alandal. Several members of Congress are talking about barring the president from setting foot on Korea. Everyone frowned at Heyman's word. Woojin wasn't causing any harm to Korea, so why were they making all this fuss? Let's come up with a countermeasure. If Kang Woojin returned to Korea as it is, there will be trouble. The media of the world were all praising Kang Woojin as a hero who had saved the world from terrorism. However, the Korean government was uneasy with Kang Woojin, and all the religious groups were going nuts about him. If Kang Woojin returned as it is, it was obvious he would go off like a bomb. The people were too ignorant about him. Kang Woojin's first rule was an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Kang Woojin kept that rule above any law. The people of the world were putting too much faith in their own laws. They were basically dancing in front of a lion, while not knowing that the fence had fallen. Fu. This won't be resolved by moving their office. They couldn't come up with an idea, so all they could do was sigh. Wu Sunghoon spoke as he kept glancing at his handphone. It says the dungeon in Daegu just had an outbreak. I haven't received that info yet. Minchan was puzzled as he turned on the TV. Dungeon break happened 30 days after the first dungeon raid had failed. There was no way Minchan wouldn't know about such a dungeon. I am in Daegu. The dungeon break happened simultaneously. Currently, we aren't able to get close, and the military troops nearby are mobilizing. The government has immediately imposed martial law, and they are requesting cooperation from all the guilds. A helicopter from afar was filming the footage. The city was burning and the monsters were causing havoc between the collapsed buildings. The chaotic scene meant the people hadn't been prepared for the dungeon break. They were experiencing a calamity that would cause an incredible amount of damage. This reminded people of the very first dungeon shock. President. As they watched the breaking news, everyone thought about a single figure. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 98, Hong Sunggu's Rush. Chapter 98, Hong Sunggu's Rush. Currently, the dungeon break is suspected to have occurred at an already cleared dungeon. This event is unprecedented, and this scene is a recreation of the dungeon shock. Everyone's insides became numb as they watched the news flash. What the hell is going on? How could a dungeon suddenly break without the 30-day wait period? When everyone had fallen into a state of panic, the door to the room opened. Vice President. We've received a request from the Ministry of National Defense. All roused are ordered to stop clearing the dungeons. They are ordered to be on standby. All right. After the employee stopped speaking, Minchin's expression became serious. This was an unusual dungeon break, so it was the right move to put everyone on standby, except for those members who was currently in the dungeon. Sunggu was here and Haesol was nearby at the newly leased monster quarantine center. I have no idea what is going on. Shouldn't we report it to our president first? I don't have any way to contact.
Woojin didn't use social media, and he didn't even check his emails that often.
The only way to contact him was through the Messenger app, but it would be impossible if he didn't have internet connection.
First, send him a message.
Then try contacting him through the Titan Guild. He was with the Holy Maiden. If they could contact her, then they could reach him through her. Of course, even if that didn't work out, this dungeon break would be reported by the world news, so he'll eventually receive the news.
What the hell is going on again?
Minshin's body shook when he thought about the dungeon shock that had happened 5 years ago.
Countless people died that day and many cities had been destroyed.
They were able to recover in such a short amount of time using the incredible amount of money made from the bloodstones produced by the dungeon.
However, the population that had been killed off at that time hadn't recovered yet.
Everyone looked at the news with a serious expression.
Star.
The buildings in close proximity to Daegu's Jukjeon station was razed to the ground.
Cool.
The ice trolls rampaged like madmen. The clubs they swung blew the vehicles away too easily, and the buildings crumbled when they tapped the clubs against them. There were no warnings before the dungeon break happened, so this was a calamity for city dwellers nearby.
An ice troll was huffing and puffing as it wandered around the residential area. Kung.
It smelled the scent of humans.
Cooing.
It wasn't as large as an ogre, but it was twice as large as a human. The ice troll was tall enough to be able to look through the second-floor window of a house. The troll with the disgusting eyelashes searched by looking through the windows. Kayak. A girl made eye contact with the troll. She covered her head, and she let out a scream.
Kururu.
The ice troll laughed as it stretched out its arm.
Young humans were especially delicious. Kayak.
The ice troll had abundant white fur on his body. It used its long arms to break the window, messing up the interior of the room as it tried to snatch the girl. The girl tried to back away, but the wall was at her back. She had nowhere to run. The door was right next to her, but fear made her feet leaden. The thought of opening the door and running out hadn't even occurred to her.
Kururuk.
The ice troll was close to catching the girl, but she kept eluding the ice troll.
It became angry and raised its club. It decided to destroy the house, then eat the young child.
At that moment, a muscular man fell from the sky.
Ha-hap. Kwon.
A human's fist descended on top of the ice troll's head to strike it.
Kurururuk. Ah. It isn't dead.
He had put all his weight behind the attack, yet the ice troll hadn't died.
The troll had a well-deserved reputation.
The shape of the troll's head was deformed, as if its skull had been crushed. However, it was twitching as it started to recover.
If one blow doesn't work, then I'll give him a second one. The man's fist turned black. Kwon.
It was as if his black fist had turned into stone. It cracked the ice troll's head, and brain matter spilled out. The ice troll was still twitching, but soon, even that came to an end.
Hey, little kid. Come out.
Even at the man's words, the girl wouldn't move because she was too afraid.
A group of people came chasing after the man. President. Take care of everything here. There is a kid over there. Yes, sir. KH Guild's President Baekjando walked into the alleyway, frowning when he saw another ice troll coming towards him. The army isn't here yet? They are trying to quell the monsters from the east. The civilians aren't evacuated yet, so you shouldn't expect any fire support. This was a problem.
If it was a scheduled dungeon break, it wouldn't have been a problem. They would have evacuated the civilians, and the army would have concentrated their superior firepower to overwhelm and slaughter the monsters that popped out of the dungeon. However, this course of action wasn't possible since this was an unscheduled dungeon break.
Since the evacuation of civilians never happened, it was impossible to bombard the city.
Moreover, armored vehicles were too slow to root out the monsters that were now hiding within the city.
The roused were best suited for tracking down and hunting the monsters unleashed within the city.
This was why all the roused, who had come to raid the Daegu dungeons, were given mobilization orders.
KH Guild's Baekjando had an appointment to enter the Daegu Station's 6-star dungeon.
However, when he heard about the dungeon break, he had come here.
The roused occupied downtown as they hunted down the monsters. Chat.
Fortunately, there weren't too many released.
A rank B roused was capable of facing off against an ice troll.
If there was a really big one, it was possible to take the troll down by teaming up with several roused.
This wasn't the dungeon where there was a limit on how many people could enter. The roused held the numerical advantage out here. It was quite fortunate that the big-bodied ice trolls had come out, as they were quite easy to spot.
It would have been difficult to make much progress if small monsters, who were adept at hiding, had come out.
The damage couldn't be helped, and it wasn't enough damage to call it a calamity.
There had been only one dungeon break.
The problem was whether this unannounced dungeon break was an outlier or the beginning of something new. I hope this is a one-off event.
If one wanted to say this event was a simple accident, they would have to find the reason why the dungeon break happened without any warning. However, they had to exterminate all the monsters unleashed here first.
Baekjando looked at the ice troll stroll towards him and his fists were dyed black. Star. Shwa.
As the water fell from the showerhead, it felt as if the water was cooling his hot body and mind.
Ha! Lee Sango let out a restless moan.
He had gained something incredible.
I can control it. The roust could only come out after clearing the dungeon.
The return stone had to be used to bring down the barrier. It was the same for the monsters. After 30 days, the monsters used the return stone to come out of the dungeon.
This was the dungeon break. Ha! This power. He had become Yellow's vassal.
Most of the monsters didn't even register his presence as he had headed towards the return stone. He took the return stone and brought down the barrier. It was like any other dungeon break, but this time he had guided the monsters out this time. He had loosed them into the world. It was without warning, and it was by his will.
Kook.
He knew how big of a damage a dungeon break would cause if the people wasn't prepared. He had already experienced it through the dungeon shock. Most people had evacuated to a safe zone far away from the subway stations. However, there were still a lot of people around the dungeons because of the dungeon businesses. Many people still lived near the dungeons. This situation was akin to a house of cards. He just had to manipulate it a little bit, and it would all come falling down.
Tremble from the fear.
It was regrettable that he couldn't control the monsters. However, he'll be able to get the desired result just by being able to cause a dungeon break. Of course, he had to prepare several things. It didn't matter if he had come out immediately after the barrier went down or if he had waited before doing so. People might discover him coming out of the dungeon with the monsters. He had to make preparations so he could cover up his activities. He would begin after he finished setting several things up.
Come Woojin. Wait for me. Come Woojin.
The bastard had to feel it.
The sadness felt from loss.
What should I steal from his first? Lee Sango, who had gained power, laughed.
He couldn't feel any more satisfied with the appearance reflected by his mirror. In recent days, had he ever been as happy as he was today?
Endorphins surged just from thinking about how we would destroy that bastard. It felt as if the stress that was suffocating him was blown away.
Yes. First, his family. Next his friends, guild, underlings, reputation. He would steal it all from Woojin. Star. There were 47 dead and 512 wounded.
An estimate of $50 million worth of damage was done. The unannounced dungeon break held massive implications, and the damage it caused was enormous. It harkened the memories of the dungeon shock, along with the fear that was felt on that day. Just this single dungeon break prompted an exodus of people out of cities possessing subway stations. There were some who left, and there were some who stayed. However, the people who stayed were those who didn't have the means to move. The people with money quickly left to the safe zone, and the rest of the people slowly started getting ready to leave. It had been only 2 days since Daegu's dungeon break had ended. In just 2 days, 10% of Seoul's population had migrated to Gangwon-do's safe zone.
Hulu. I'm too restless to stay still.
Sunggu and Haesol had stayed idle during the 2 days, since they weren't allowed to clear dungeons.
They keenly felt the loss of opportunity. Danger had come calling, but they hadn't been ready.
They felt a sense of powerlessness. No, they had made preparations. They temporarily moved all their families nearby a landlord's office so they could protect them just in case. The real estate prices in the safe zone skyrocketed, but the apartments near the stations were bottoming out. From Sunggo's perspective, he felt better knowing his family was nearby.
We can't still contact Hyungnim?
They said he is in the midst of an operation. He'll probably call us soon. Minchan was also frustrated. Korea was rocking yet the leader of Allendale, who had to be their anchor, was absent.
Sunggu was frustrated. He wasn't training or hunting right now. An uneasy feeling grew inside him as if he had taken a step backwards. I can't stay like this. I'm going to go around the nearby low-rank dungeons. You do that. When you are done, let's contact each other immediately. Yes. Go with team leader Wu.
It would be best if we communicated through team leader Wu.
I'll do as you say.
He was the chief of the president's secretary office, but Kang Woojin was currently absent.
This was why Woo Sung-hoon joined Sung-gu to assist him.
The clearing time of low-ranked dungeons was short. Sung-gu thought it was more productive and better for his peace of mind if he cleared some dungeons rather than doing nothing. Maybe it was caused by the feeling of unrest, but the usually full dungeon schedules had several empty spots.
However, the lower-ranked dungeons didn't operate on appointments.
This was why the employees from the secretary office was sent to the close-by dungeons to line up and were able to set up a schedule.
Currently, it is possible to use Lisu Station's fourth exit. Then let's head towards there. It was only one station away, so the location wouldn't cause any burden.
Sung-gu and Hae-sol headed towards the Lisu Station.
Jackson was inside a container truck.
When they arrived at the Lisu Station, the saber-toothed tiger Jackson and the knife-beak crows got off.
I'll be back within 3 hours. Yes, sir. Please work hard, Director.
He couldn't clear the dungeon at a crazy fast speed like Kang Woojin, but he could solo clear a 3-star dungeon within 3 hours.
Moreover, Hae-sol was him, so the clear time would be much shorter.
Sung-gu and Hae-sol disappeared into the dungeon.
Woo Sung-hoon started the now familiar waiting game. Ha! Should we go to a cafe? Yes, Chief. There were 20 employees under the secretary's office. Sun-hoon left couple of them to guard the dungeon entrance, then headed towards a nearby cafe with the rest of the employees. Sun-hoon was heading towards the cafe when he saw a man wearing a black robe and a matching black mask.
Sun-hoon unconsciously came to a stop and tilted his head in confusion.
It looks like he is laughing at me.
He quickly looked around, but this other person was already on his way.
Did I see wrong?
The shape and glint of his eyes made him feel that this person knew him. It felt as if the man was laughing at him. He was wearing a mask, so Sun-hoon thought his eyes were playing tricks on him.
Woo Sung-hoon headed towards a cafe and the masked man headed toward Lisu Station's 8th exit.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 99, Hong Sung-gu's Rush, 2. Chapter 99, Hong Sung-gu's Rush, 2. Isn't that person a bit suspicious?
The employee shrugged his shoulder at Woo Sung-hoon's words.
People like that are quite common. He's probably aroused. Is it? Artifacts came in a variety of forms.
People took out insurance on it, since the precious artifacts might be stolen. Still, there were those who wore it out in the open occasionally. Moreover, it wasn't rare to see people wearing swords and spears near the stations.
Ding ding. Sung-hoon's handphone rang.
When he took it out, he saw that it was Kim Hammond who had been promoted to the position of director.
I wonder what's the occasion. Just buy me any juice. Yes, Chief. He sent the employee into the coffee shop ahead of him.
Sung-hoon sat on the chair out on the terrace and answered the phone.
Yes, Director. Mr. Sung-hoon. Did Mr. Sung-gu and Ms. Hae-sol go into the dungeon right now? Yes. They just went in right now. Ha! This is bad.
There was a break at the Sadong station.
Don't come to the office. Please evacuate for now. What? Woo Sung-hoon was blinking his eyes when the noisy sirens started to wail. Hey.
It was as if they were running a civil defense drill.
However, the sound sent chills down Woo Sung-hoon's spine.
He thought about the dungeon break that happened at Daegu not too long ago.
Sadong Station was merely one station away. This is an announcement. Currently, a dungeon break is occurring at the Sadong Station. Civilians should immediately evacuate. This is an announcement.
After the announcement ended, people started to pour out from the buildings.
This was also true for the employees of the secretary office. See, Chief. Who? Everyone follow me. Let's go. Wasn't there a saying that said an office makes the man? Woo Sung-hoon led his panic-stricken employees.
He told himself he had to keep a level head. At Sung-hoon's word, the employee followed him to their cars, and they quickly got in. Everyone get in the vehicles, and for the time being, we are putting some distance to the Sadong station. Please hurry.
Yes, sir. The dungeons were safe. The dungeons wouldn't fall even under bombardment. Whatever inside the dungeon posed more of a threat than an assault from the outside. Sung-gu and Hae-sol would be fine.
They would exit after they finish clearing the dungeon. He thought it would be better for them if they took their time in clearing the dungeon. Then, they would be able to come out after the situation outside had settled. Sung-hoon quickly got into the passenger seat, then opened his handphone to check the news. As soon as he opened his internet browser, he tapped for the breaking news.
Shit! It's a 6-star dungeon.
Of all the dungeons to break, it had to be the 6-star dungeon that was located at the first exit. He quickly opened the dungeon forum to gather information about that particular dungeon. The main monsters were gray wolves. They were as big as cows and possessed great mobility. They were adept at hunting, and their specialty was to attack the roused in a pack.
Shit!
At the very least, several hundred of these bastards had been set loose in Seoul. They were smaller than the ice troll and much faster. It would probably take much them longer to eradicate these monsters. As time passed, the casualties would mount.
Where are we going, Chief? Let's start moving for now.
The nearest shelter,
Woo Sung-hoon was checking the dungeon forum when he felt a weird sense of danger at the intersection.
His eyes became fixed on a particular location.
Lee Su Station's 8th exit.
It was the dungeon where the eccentric man wearing the black robe and mask had gone in. A large snake with its mouth open suddenly shot out from the entrance.
Woo Sung-hoon's eyes became wide.
It was an incredibly large snake. Its head was as big as a person's body.
Step on it. At Woo Sung-hoon's yell, the employee on the wheels pressed hard on the gas pedal. Bu Ah-hoon. Kai Aru.
It moved at a speed that wasn't comparable to a normal snake. After popping out from the dungeon, it opened its jaws wide and slithered towards the intersection.
Cooing.
The car following behind Sung-hoon rammed into the head of the snake and flipped over. Poison fell from the snake's fong, falling onto the windshield of crashed car.
Poo sure.
The poison was so strong that it melted through the glass. The poison fell on the driver, after which the man yelled out in agony.
Goo ahuk.
Shweek. The snake's flicking tongue wound around the driver and the man was lifted straight into its mouth.
Crazy.
If Woo Sung-hoon had been a little bit late, he might have been the human inside the snake's maw. The thought sent chills down his back. Accompanying the large snake, monsters that lived in jungles started to flood out from the dungeon.
Shit. Just step on it.
Yes, sir. The employee who was driving had working eyes, so he could see the monsters coming out from the side mirror.
He kept pressing on the gas pedal like a madman.
In a flash, the monsters ruthlessly slaughtered several dozen people.
Shit. That's a 5-star monster.
Woo Sung-hoon spat out a curse when he searched for information on the dungeon forum. It was a situation where curse words came out automatically from his mouth. It was another dungeon break without any warning.
Daegu was merely the beginning. Monsters were running amok near the Seoul's dungeons. Star. Ha.
Hae-sol gathered her breath. Sung-gu smiled as he extended his hand towards Hae-sol.
Ha. Well done. Ha.
You are incredible, Director Hong. Your close combat ability is just as good or even better than a physical roused. It was important for her to learn other form of combat techniques alongside developing her monster taming skill. The matches with Sung-gu proved to be very insightful for Hae-sol.
Ha. I'm still a ways off. If I compare myself to Hyungnam. No.
I can't even reach the shoulders of his knights.
Ha. Was he being serious?
It was a waste of time to say anything about Kong Woojin. However, the Death Knights were the definition of monsters. Hae-sol and Sung-gu had sparred against them, and she had felt the true gap between her and the Death Knights. These two men were gifted warriors. If she wanted to become as strong as them, she would have to train more in the future.
Let's head out. All right.
Sung-gu and Hae-sol retrieved the return stone together. After that, they headed towards the barrier. When he brought up the return stone, the barrier dimmed as it disappeared. After ascending the stairway, the two were greeted by a street that was much changed.
For a brief moment, they couldn't comprehend what was happening.
There were craters here and there on the road, the vehicles were damaged, and windows of buildings were shattered. There were also some fire, accompanied black smoke rising into the air.
Kurwa. Screams and horrible shrieks.
Do. Pa jeek. It was the sound of guns and electric magic going off.
Ha.
Sung-gu expelled a short breath from his mouth.
He wasn't a dummy.
He soon realized what was happening.
Dungeon break. Sung-gu's face became serious.
His heart was beating at an acceptable rate. His muscles were taut like a drawn bow and his senses became sharp.
Ms. Haysole.
You take care of that bastard.
Yes. Let's go, Jackson. Kwang.
As if Jackson was showing off his sharp canines, he roared as he jumped. The roused and a large bear was in the midst of a battle when Jackson jumped in. Haysole sent a telepathic message to each roused.
Let's divide and conquer.
Haysole quickly assessed the battlefield. She quickly formed teams to fight the monsters and help those who were engaged in battle with the monsters.
Most of them were rank C and below roused.
Only the saber-toothed tiger Jack had rank B fighting power. When the roused joined up with Haysole, they started hunting the monsters at a much faster rate. Sungu's gaze was drawn to the Bloodstone exchange store located near the dungeon.
Kururuk. Kururuk. A large snake was busily eating bloodstones after it had knocked over the building.
Every time it ate the bloodstones, it let out a soft light and its body was slowly getting bigger. If it wasn't busy eating the bloodstones, it would have probably killed all the roused in the vicinity.
Waruruk.
Sungu immediately shot his fireball towards the snake.
Shweek. As if it felt the threat, the snake raised its head to evade the fireball. Kwang.
The fireball created by his ability didn't hit its target, but when the ball of flame hit the floor, it exploded.
Shweek.
The snake's tongue darted in and out as it slowly moved towards him.
Its body was large enough to be compared to the monster serpent, Limuji, from the legends. Moreover, its shiny skin was letting out a 5-colored light. It was a rainbow cobra. I'm capable of facing it.
Its scales had 5 shades of color.
It meant it was a 5-star monster. Sungu narrowed his eyes as he glared at the snake. Shwee shwee shweek. Dot. It flicked its tongue as it headed towards Sungu, its scales turning cloudy. Unless it suddenly developed a skin disease, there was only reason why it was doing this. Shwee shweek. The bastard started shedding its skin.
The shining scales held 6 shades of color.
Ha ha. Sungu wiped the sweat coming down his forehead. This was a 6-star rainbow cobra.
According to the published documents, this was the boss monster that had appeared on the very first clear. After the 6-star dungeon was cleared, only the 5-colored rainbow cobra and the basic monsters had appeared.
Will I be able to do it?
He had successfully raided the already cleared 6-star dungeons before, but he had never attempted a 6-star dungeon that hadn't fallen yet.
Sungu swallowed dryly.
He thought about the words he heard when he first met Woojin. A man doesn't show he is afraid even when he is afraid. He could almost hear the sound of Woojin's voice in his head. Sungu followed his example and, with a smirk, activated the iron skin.
Shwee sweek. He glared at the rainbow cobra which had developed 6 colors. Then he ignited the magic that was flowing over his strengthened skin. Waruruk. Sungu's body started to burn. He literally became a smoldering human torch. Kayak. The rainbow cobra showed its imposing fangs and spit out its poison. However, it evaporated as it neared the fire. Sungu started throwing fire towards the rainbow cobra. Kwang, kwang. The bastard was so big that he didn't have to aim carefully to hit it. It didn't seem like it was taking much damage, since the scales were too thick. Still, it was enough to annoy the bastard. Kayak. The bastard was pissed as it fiercely charged towards Sungu. Blaze. Just as Sungu turned around to run away, a road of flame was formed in his wake. The skill only charred the scales, but it couldn't cause burns to the snake. However, Sungu raised the floor as he kept dodging the snake. Waruruk. The road was filled with fire. Sungu was running away, and the rainbow snake was chasing him. After a long time, Sungu looked at the entirely red road filled with fire. It was hot enough to give stabbing pains to his heart. He smiled. Shweek. The pissed-off rainbow cobra glared at Sungu and coiled its body. As it unfurled, the bastard sprung towards Sungu. Flame absorption. Sungu spoke the incantation and the flame filling up the road was being sucked entirely into Sungu. The flames from vehicles in mid-explosion, the flames ignited from the gas main, and even the flames burning up the entire commercial buildings were all sucked towards Sungu. The flame over his entire body that was being protected by the iron skin was also absorbed. It all coalesced on Sungu's right hand. Amongst the flame manuscripts acquired by Woojin, this magic produced the most powerful and destructive force. It was the essence of flame made by gathering all the flames in the surrounding. This will be a bit hot. Kaya. Sungu jumped while holding on to this ball of fire. The rainbow cobra was stretched to its full length in the air. It opened its mouth as if it planned on swallowing Sungu.
Sungu grinned with the ball of flames in his right hand. He threw the hellfire into the 6-colored rainbow cobra's mouth.
I'll roast you. Kwang.
The fireball exploded inside its mouth and the cobra's head exploded. Sungu was swept up in the aftermath of the explosion and was sent flying.
He became embedded in a vehicle. Director Hong.
The surprised Haesol ran towards him, but physical roust weren't even capable of taking blows like him.
Sungu stood up as he moved his arm around in a circle.
He stretched his shoulder. As he was being thrown towards the car, he had tried to stop his momentum using his arm.
As a result, it had almost fractured. Ooh. My arm almost broke. You are really incredible. Ha. It's nothing.
Haesol's eyes were filled with admiration as she looked at Sungu, who was letting out an honest laugh. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.